Rampaging thunder attributed profound energy was enveloped within the radius of 10 miles of his body. Bolts after bolts of electric currents formed a net to become an impenetrable thunder zone. That kind of overpowering invasive energy was sufficient to make any practitioner's scalp go numb. Whoever wanted to go nearer would be turned into ashes under the impact of the electric current. Huang Yueli's eyes widened and she sucked in a breath of cold air, looking blankly at the scene in front of her. The others also saw this alarming scene and immediately felt that their bodies had turned stiff, rendering them immovable. All of them immediately gathered next to Huang Yueli after they finally regained their senses. Heavens, this is too horrifying. That stinky brat Li, what kind of ability is this? Is he still a human? Bai Lufeng was dumbstruck, not daring to believe in his own eyes. Speaking of this, he was one of the more knowledgeable people in their group. He obtained Sage Yusu's manuscript, which recorded many God Realm's talented people. But in comparison, none of them could be compared with his lastly. Bai Lufeng witnessed Huang Yueli's advancement and thought that nothing could possibly alarm him any longer. Whoever knew that it was just a short moment later and he was given a tight slap on the face. Li Moying's momentum had already surpassed Huang Yueli by a huge notch. Huang Yueli blinked. She knew that Li Moying was actually not an ordinary human race, and he was from the Cloudy Qilin clan. However, she was not in the mood to explain further. Moying could it be that he is about to advance? But when his primordial spirit merged, he was already at 9th stage realm peak. Yet he's about to advance now. Doesn't that mean, the more Huang Yueli thought, the more horrified she got as she started talking intermittently. Song Pejun continued in alarm, Grandmaster Huang, you mean to say? Sovereign is going to advance to the 10th stage realm. How is this possible? Huang Yueli spoke with a grave expression. I also felt that it was unbelievable. By right, our soaring heavens continents and God realm aren't connected, and with such scarce heaven and earth profound chi, it's impossible to allow any practitioners to break through to the 10th stage realm. How could Moying possibly? She was in the middle of her sentence when Huang Siluo suddenly cried out in alarm, interrupting her. Lastly, quickly take a look. That side of the sky. What is this? Huang Siluo's voice was shaking, and it made it difficult to tell what she was saying. It proved to show that she was feeling extremely terrified. Huang Yueli and the others hurriedly looked in the direction where she pointed and they were instantly dazed. What is going on? In the sky above the northern ice fields, in the boundless vast sky, a piercing icy blue light split open the sky. This light was like a scar that extended across the sky, and it resembled a crack on an eggshell. Moreover, this crack kept on expanding towards both ends of the sky. It seemed like a destructible force that expended pressure from the outside, as though it was trying to break the sky into half. Whereas in this slit, the energy kept on gathering to form a huge force field suspended in the middle of the sky. Even though the crowd was standing so far away, they were able to tell how horrifying the crack was. Moreover, it was just a small portion of energy that seeped through the crack. It was hard to imagine the astonishing amount of energy and how much power had gathered within that slit in the sky. Perhaps it might be sufficient to flatten the entire North Sky region, turning soaring heavens continent into a barren land. However, what terrified Huang Yueli more was that this slit was right above Li Moying's head and it was facing the thunder region around Li Moying. The energy that radiated from this slit was directed at Li Moying. Moreover, the two explosions earlier might probably be caused by the energy which hit the ground. Everyone stared blankly at this astonishing and strange scene, and no one could say a word at all. But Huang Siluo's eyes suddenly widened and she mumbled to herself, Li Moying, he's really going to break through to the 10th stage realm. This is the heavenly tribulation descending. Heavenly tribulation? Madam Bai, what did you say? This is the heavenly tribulation? Sovereign is really going to advance? But, how is this possible? Hearing Huang Siluo's words, everyone regained their senses and started to scream, as each person was extremely shocked. Most of them were ninth stage realm peak practitioners, so they had more or less heard of the heavenly tribulation. It was said that during ancient times, when practitioners were about to advance into the 10th stage realm, they would cause an abnormality around the heaven and earth profound chi to form a heavenly tribulation. As long as they managed to pass the tests from the heavenly tribulation, they would be able to shed their mortal body and undergo transformation. The profound energy in their bodies would become more substantive and turn into Azoth. When it came to that stage, the lower realm couldn't accommodate such a powerful existence, so those 10th stage realm practitioners would be expelled from the lower realm's plane and ascend to God realm. Although everyone heard of this matter, none of them had witnessed it for themselves. Soaring Heaven's continents had been enveloped by a demonic chi for more than 10,000 years, and there was no way for them to communicate with God realm. In the past tens of thousands of years, not a single practitioner had been able to break through the restraint of the space barrier, to reach the legendary 10th stage realm. Now, could Li Moying possibly be, could he be the first 10th stage realm top expert in these 10,000 years? How did Li Moying manage to do it? When Lord Zhan was at his peak, his ability was already very powerful. Moreover, he exhausted all his efforts and did so many bloody atrocities, such as gathering so many talented practitioners' blood essence. But even so, all his efforts came to naught, and he wasn't able to ascend successfully. Li Moying, could he do it? Huang Siluo's gaze stopped on that crack, which did not cease to stop expanding. Even though her eyes were bloodshot from staring at that piercing blinding electric currents, she didn't shift her gaze away at all. I don't know what's going on, but this electric current should mean Soaring Heaven's continent space barrier has already appeared a crack. The outer world's heaven and earth, profound chi, keep gushing in through that slit. Slit? But didn't Lord Zhan say that Soaring Heaven's continent space barrier was extremely solid, and just based on a practitioner's profound energy, it was impossible to break through? Even his blood moon great array wasn't able to blast this demonic chi's barrier. Bai Lufeng looked puzzled. Huang Siluo spoke in a low voice. That's only something that I'm guessing. It looks like Huang Zhanxiao tried to use the blood moon to impact the space barrier. Although he didn't manage to break through it directly, it did cause serious damage to the space barrier, so the slit should be there. But now, Li Moying's cultivation underwent a great improvement, and he's already at the breaking point of the 10th stage realm. His aura emitted out of the slit and attracted the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was blocked on the outside and had no way to enter Soaring Heaven's continent, so it could only squeeze the space barrier. That causes the original faint slit to crack even further. It's like someone squeezing an egg that already has a crack. It wouldn't take long to crack the shell. Hearing Huang Siluo's explanation, everyone went silent for a moment, as all of them agreed with her saying. Indeed, this was the only way to explain this. But immediately after, they thought further about this and their expressions started to change. In that way, that 2 bolts of terrifying energy is the heavenly tribulation? Even with the space barrier in the way, it could still strike? Huang Yueli's brows furrowed as she asked. From the current situation, the person who was most concerned and worried was her. Although Li Moying's primordial spirit had merged into one, under such a critical situation whereby he was forced to break through and raise his cultivation was actually not stable at all. Moreover, his meridians and physical body were injured during the battle with Lord Zhan, and he might not have totally recovered. Originally, everyone assumed that Soaring Heaven's continent space barrier was still intact. So if Li Moying wanted to break through to the 10th stage realm, it wouldn't be that easy. He just needed to cultivate a few years, and when Huang Yueli was almost at the 9th stage realm peak's bottleneck, the 2 of them would slowly find a way to break through the space barrier. There was more than enough time to do so. By then, Li Moying's injury would definitely have recovered. No one expected such an unexpected incident to happen. The space barrier was actually damaged, and the profound chi fluctuations that Li Moying gave off during cultivating attracted the heavenly tribulation. In this way, Li Moying had no choice but to break through to the 10th stage realm. Huang Yueli had read from some ancient manuals in the past. She knew that when practitioners were trying to break through to the 10th stage realm, it was a major event and an extremely difficult task, even if it was in God realm. Ancient God clan's bloodline was much stronger, and since birth, they were able to cultivate to the 9th stage realm easily without any risks. The difference in innate talents only affected the cultivation speed. But no matter what the innate talent was, there was no risk during advancement. And that was the main reason why Li Moying and Huang Yueli had such a simple time advancing through the realms. But it was different when it came to the 10th stage realm. This was the first checkpoint that God clan practitioners faced. Numerous God clan practitioners smoothly cultivated until 9th stage realm peak, but when they were advancing into 10th stage realm, they would meet with the biggest hurdle in their entire life. It was fine if they just couldn't break through it. The worst was that they were already right at the doorstep of the 10th stage realm, but they weren't able to go through because of the heavenly tribulation. Many God clan practitioners sustained serious injuries when they tried to pass through the heavenly tribulation. Some lost consciousness and were not able to recover even after thousands of years, whereas others simply died on the spot. So to the large families in God realm, whenever there were disciples in the clan who were advancing to the 10th stage realm, it was a major event. So they would prepare loads of God relics and medicinal pills for supplementary use. They would also assign the clan's elders to protect them. Through various measures, they were able to guarantee the clan's talents to advance smoothly. But now, Li Moying was in soaring heaven's continent. So it was impossible to get the clan's elders to stand guard and protect him. Moreover, he only had an amethyst light sword with him. The other 9th tier profound armaments had already been melted by the Blood Moon Great Array during the intense battle with Lord Zhan. Moreover, even if those 9th tier profound armaments were still around, it probably would be of much use when facing the heavenly tribulation. Adding on to the condition of Li Moying right now, Huang Yueli was feeling apprehensive. Bai Lufeng felt a little jealous when he saw his obedient daughter getting so worried about that stink brat. But above all, he was feeling sorry for her. They had finally gotten rid of Lord Zhan and relieved the hidden dangers. It had just been a few days of peace when this sort of situation happened again. Bai Lufeng walked up and hugged Huang Yueli. He spoke softly, "Lastly, don't worry. I can tell that the brat's innate talent is extremely high. Moreover, he has a rich battle experience where he can remain calm even during crucial moments. He is a true top expert. Although this happened so suddenly, I'm sure he will be able to get through it safely." Hearing that, not only was she comforted, her expression turned into worries. Even if she was confident in Li Moying, but that was after all a heavenly tribulation. He blinked and pushed Bai Lufeng aside. Then she turned to Huang Siluo as she humbly pleaded for help. "Mother, what do you think Moying's situation is right now? How much possibility does he hold to be able to pass through this heavenly tribulation safely?" Without a doubt, Huang Siluo had the most understanding of the God realm among everyone present. She had never been to God realm, but as Sacred Phoenix Race's holy maiden, she had read numerous ancient manuals. Compared to her, even Huang Yueli was like a bumpkin. Huang Siluo could tell that her daughter was worried, so she wanted to comfort her. "Lastly, don't you believe in your husband? I can tell that Moying has exceptional innate talent and luck. He is outstanding in every way and will have great achievements when he is God realm. He's merely advancing into the 10th stage realm now, so there shouldn't be any problem. Moreover, I've seen his recent cultivation situation and somehow I feel that he doesn't seem to be an ordinary human race, right?" Huang Yueli nodded and said, I suspect Moying might have the Cloudy Qilin clan's bloodline. We had once entered the Cloudy Qilin mystic region and almost died inside. Later on, she narrated the situation back then when she and Li Moying were in the mystic region. Huang Siluo's eyes widened as she said astonishedly, You say Moying is a part of the Cloudy Qilin clan? Huang Yueli nodded. It should be so. She noticed that Huang Siluo didn't look very well and asked anxiously, Mother, is something wrong? Huang Siluo paused and after a while, she continued, Nothing, I am only a little surprised. I did not expect the Cloudy Qilin clan to have bloodlines in Soaring Heaven's continent as well. What Huang Siluo was thinking about was something else. Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix race had been mortal foes in God Realm. Although they were not at the point where they would kill each other when they met, they did not interact at all. As for intermarriages, that was unheard of. If Li Moying was really from the Cloudy Qilin clan, then when Huang Yueli went to God Realm with him, there might be grave trouble. But that thought merely flashed past Huang Siluo's mind. She did not say much about it. After all, Soaring Heaven's continent and God Realm were cut off for at least more than 10,000 years. Perhaps after such a long time, Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix Rave might have already reconciled? Then there was no need to add more worries for lastly. Huang Yueli's mind was focused totally on Li Moying, so she could not tell that Huang Siluo's tone sounded weird. She stared fixedly at Li Moying, who was in mid-air, hands clenched into fists. The crack in the sky became longer and thicker. Moreover, it also started to split into several tiny cracks, which formed cracks that resembled a spider web. The amount of heaven and earth profound qi that leaked through increased and was becoming denser. A huge amount of energy is suspended above the freezing zone skies. From the energy field radiated a huge amount of energy. It was extremely powerful, so even if Huang Yueli and the others stood a distance away, they were starting to feel the immense pressure. Sweat started to fill their foreheads. It was imaginable how much pressure Li Moying, who was directly standing under that energy field, was taking on. But his expression remained unchanged from the start to the end. He stood tall and unsheathed his sharp blade. Li Moying was holding on to the amethyst light sword, awaiting the next heavenly tribulation to descend. In the energy field, several bolts of electric currents kept shining. Suddenly, the energy seeped out and the entire energy field contracted toward the outside. Huang Siluo's gaze sparkled and she called out sharply, Everyone, quickly retreat. We're still too near. Everyone heard that and moved swiftly. They started to retreat to a distance far away from the energy field. Bai Lufeng did not forget to carry his dumbstruck daughter away. At the same time, the energy field collapsed. The huge amount of energy contained in it started to spurt out like surging waves. Li Moying's thunder zone might be powerful, but under such intense electric currents, he seemed slightly fragile. It seemed like a little boat in a storm that might collapse at any moment. Huang Yueli's heart was pounding wildly. However, the man in the thunder zone did not express any changes. He merely raised the long sword in his hand and with that, his figure flashed. He charged directly towards the heavenly thunder. Clang! Two bursts of thunder attributed energies crashed in mid-air, giving off a deafening metal-striking sound. At the same time, the huge amount of energy that was unleashed from the crash turned into a blinding ray of light, which repossessed everyone's sight once again. Luckily, everyone was slightly prepared. Although all of them were cutting a sorry sight, they managed to evade the remnant impact from the heavenly tribulation and did not suffer many injuries. After the light disappeared, everyone looked in Li Moying's direction. Momentarily, they were all stunned. What the, it's not true, right? Li Moying, that fellow, is he still human? Lu Bian exclaimed as he rubbed his eyes. Bai Lufeng said in surprise, that Li Brat is actually so powerful? He can take on the heavenly thunder? Was an ancient god clan's bloodline that powerful? Even though Li Moying had retracted his long sword, he remained vigilant. But there wasn't any injury on him at all. Even that thunder zone which seemed as though it was about to be crushed was also in one piece. Evidently, the heavenly tribulation which he took on didn't pose any difficulty to him at all. In fact, he did it with ease. Seeing this, Huang Yueli finally eased her anxious heart. Song Pijun and Song Piyu were elated. I did not expect Sovereign's ability to reach this standard. It's as though the heavenly tribulation could do nothing to him. Looks like he will be able to advance into 10th stage realm today. They had just finished speaking and their lingering sound was still reverberating when a loud noise was heard from the sky. It resembled the sound of metal shattering in unbroken succession. Everyone turned and looked towards the direction of the sound and instantly revealed a shocked look. The spider-web-like cracks were swiftly extending, and at the same time, they started to disappear in large pieces. Soaring Heaven's continent's space barrier finally could not take on the outer world's pressure. It looked as though it was about to shatter completely. Not long after, a huge hole appeared above the northern ice fields. The outer world's heaven and earth, profound chi started to surge in from the hole, as it spread across the surroundings. To a practitioner, such pure profound chi was a kind of nourishing enjoyment. To be enveloped in such thick, heavenly and earth, profound chi was something that all practitioners hoped to obtain. Huang Yueli and the others had been injured by the heavenly tribulation's remnant impact, but when the heavenly and earth profound chi flowed in, they felt the injuries on them lessening. Soaring Heaven's continent space barrier is really broken. Huang Siluo looked up in the sky and muttered to herself. Sacred Phoenix Race's thousands of years of pursuit had finally materialized. Alas, there were only 2 people in Sacred Phoenix Race who reaped the benefits from this. But without the space barrier's obstruction, Soaring Heaven's continent's practitioners could see the benefits clearly as their cultivation speeds were raised greatly. So, Liu Bian and the others were relatively excited. Looks like they were not far from ascending. Huang Yueli was not influenced by their excitement. Her gaze remained fixed on Li Moying alone, as she paid close attention to his advancement situation. After the space barrier was shattered, the obstruction on the horizon disappeared and the original space barrier which blocked out the tribulation clouds appeared right in front of her again. This tribulation cloud was really out of everyone's expectations. The crack in the space barrier was already 10 feet long and it continued to expand. But it was still impossible to reveal the true look of the tribulation cloud. Whereas for the bolts of energy that were attached to the tribulation cloud, there was not only thunder attributed energy alone. It was also mixed with other attributed energies. The fusion of those energies instantly formed an energy field, which was 100 times stronger than the one that seeped in through the crack earlier. This is too terrifying. After Song Pijun and the others calmed down, they jolted to see the tribulation cloud in the sky. How many stages are there in this heavenly tribulation? How strong would it be? If the energy in the tribulation cloud all comes crashing down together. Everyone's faces flushed white. Although they knew that Li Moying was Soaring Heaven's continent's #1 expert, seeing this terrifying tribulation cloud still made everyone's heart pound. No one dared to say that Li Moying would be able to take it on. Moreover, everyone had another worry. If the heavenly tribulation that advanced into the 10th stage realm was that terrifying, then other than Li Moying, who else would be able to take it? It would definitely spell death for the rest of them. No wonder it was said that it was a hole for the God Clan's geniuses who were advancing to the 10th stage realm. Huang Siluo's expression was extremely grave as she spoke gravely. There's no certain number to how many bolts of heavenly tribulation there are, and it's related to the practitioner's innate talent and potential. The stronger a practitioner's potential is, the more tribulations one would have to face. Ordinary practitioners would at most go through 4 or 5 stage heavenly tribulations, whereas, for God Clan's God-grade geniuses, they would definitely face the 9-stage heavenly tribulations. Every stage of these heavenly tribulations would be stronger by tenfold for every additional stage. Of course, the heavenly tribulation might be dangerous, but if one could withstand so many stages, then the more heavenly tribulations they had to go through, the faster their ability would increase in the future. Ancient god clans' geniuses all hope that they could face the 9-stage heavenly tribulation. Huang Siluo paused and looked at the sky. If I didn't guess wrongly, Li Moying's heavenly tribulation should be 9-stage. 9-stage heavenly tribulation. Actually, it was needless for Huang Siluo to say this, because everyone had already expected it. Based on Li Moying's abnormal innate talent and ability, the heavenly tribulation he needed to face was the highest stage, without a doubt. However, when they heard Huang Siluo say it, everyone's heart thumped hard. Earlier that 2-stage heavenly tribulation's might was that everyone witnessed was horrifying strong. There were 7 more stages, and every stage would be stronger by tenfold more than the last. Based on this, it made everyone feel a chill run down their backs. Li Moying might be strong, but, such terrifying heavenly tribulation raining down on him consecutively, could he really pull it through? Just as everyone was feeling bewildered and uneasy, the 4-stage heavenly tribulation had already descended. Without the obstruction of the space barrier, when the heavenly thunder descended, the aura was much stronger by several times. All the energy in heaven and earth seemed to be enveloped within, and in a second, the sky turned dark with no light passing through. Rumble. The heavenly tribulation descended on Li Moying again. He remained the same as in previous times. Drawing out his sword, the thunder zone instantly exploded with energy, forming a thunder-attributed curtain that linked heaven and earth. The heavenly tribulation was split in the middle by that curtain. Rampaging heaven and earth profound chi was isolated and instantly routed, becoming a surging profound chi shockwave in the surroundings. Huang Yueli and the rest of them have been forced to move a distance away. After the bright light vanished, Huang Yueli hurriedly looked in the direction where Li Moying was. She realized that Li Moying was standing perfectly fine in the middle of the thunder zone. As they were standing too far away, they could not see Li Moying's expression. But based on the energy fluctuations on the outer boundary of the thunder zone and Li Moying's position, they could tell that his situation wasn't too bad. At least there's no evident injury on him yet. From his looks, it shouldn't be a problem for him to withstand a few more rounds of the heavenly thunder attacks. Everyone held their breaths as they waited for the last few heavenly tribulations to descend. The tribulation cloud in the sky grew darker and darker, as the energy gathered grew stronger and stronger. Not long later, 5- and 6-stage heavenly tribulation ensued as well. A deafening explosion resounded. Huang Yueli and the others were trying so hard to protect themselves that they couldn't spare any time to see how Li Moying resisted the heavenly tribulation. Fortunately, his power was far more incredible than what they had imagined. He held the amethyst light sword and faced the heavenly tribulation calmly. His figure stood tall and did not falter at all, as though he would never be defeated. In a blink of an eye, 6-stage heavenly tribulation had passed. Meanwhile, the hole in the space barrier kept increasing, and now, it had already enveloped the entire northern ice fields. It was until now that everyone could finally see the entire tribulation cloud. A pitch-dark tribulation cloud entangled with various kinds of attributed heaven and earth, profound chi, which floated in the air. It blocked out the sun and covered the sky. The size was as large as the entire northern ice fields. The amount of energy that was contained and gathered in this huge energy field was unimaginable. Everyone's hearts jumped to their throats again. Sovereign has already passed 6-stage heavenly tribulation. But, there are another 3. Can he really do it? Song Pujun asked worriedly in a whisper. Huang Yueli nodded firmly. Moying will definitely be able to do it. He has always been the strongest practitioner and the most outstanding genius. So there's nothing that he can't do. He will absolutely not die in the process of advancing to the 10th stage realm. Huang Yueli sounded extremely firm. She wasn't just trying to convince Song Pujun by saying that. She really had confidence in Li Moying, right from the bottom of her heart. No one was clearer than her on how outstanding he was, or how much determination he had. She knew that Li Moying's future would be extremely astonishing. Breaking through to the 10th stage realm was just a small obstacle on his path ahead. The tribulation cloud in the sky congealed for a short moment. Everyone realized that there would be a short intermission after every 3 stages in the 9-stage tribulation. So 1, 2, and 3-stage heavenly tribulation kept raining down together, but there was a relatively long period of delay between 3 and 4-stage heavenly tribulation. It seemed as though it was conserving sufficient energy for the later tribulation. After the energy gathered successfully, a more terrifying and merciless attack would be waiting for the practitioner. A quarter of an hour passed by. In this short quarter of an hour, Huang Yueli and the surrounding practitioners felt that time was passing by slowly. Li Moying totally did not waste any time. The profound energy in his body kept flowing, and the energy lost in the thunder domain was replenished at an astonishing speed. The space barrier had been torn, and that made the heavenly tribulation might be brought to the extreme. At the same time, it allowed Li Moying to attract even more heaven and earth profound chi. Even when the heaven and earth profound chi was scarce in soaring heaven's continent, he had sufficient innate talent to construct the mighty thunder domain. Now that the profound chi intensity was lifted tenfold, the amount of energy he could use had also increased. The tribulation cloud's energy field that enveloped it had finally completed the energy gathering process. A bolt of penetrative electric current came crashing down towards Li Moying's head at lightning speed. This bolt of electric current appeared too fast and too sudden. There weren't any preemptive signs at all. Even Huang Yueli and the others were shocked. Luckily, they had already made use of the short quarter of an hour to set up a simple defensive array, allowing them to barely block off the remnant power of the heavenly tribulation. Everyone looked at Li Moying after the blinding light disappeared. They saw his original straight figure sway a little. He was still holding the amethyst light sword tightly in his right hand, but he was also showing signs of a slight tremble. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw him. Li Moying was injured. Although he managed to persist until 7th-stage heavenly tribulation and only suffered a slight injury, this was a shocking achievement that the other practitioners found hard to imagine. But following that, he still had to take on 2 more bolts of heavenly tribulation. Even though he suffered a small injury, it would become a huge obstacle for the next few tribulations that he had to take. Everyone was feeling extremely nervous. However, before they could even talk about it, brightness and darkness overcame heaven and earth in a flash. 8th-stage heavenly tribulation. There was a slight pause of 3 breaths, and 8th-stage heavenly tribulation came crashing down soon after. 3 breaths were not even enough to pant, not to mention working up the recuperation work. In fact, Li Moying might not react in time, with no way to fight against the heavenly tribulation's might. Everyone's mind went blank. While they were perplexed, the 8th-stage heavenly tribulation crashed onto Li Moying's head. Rumble. A loud ear-splitting sound that seemed to split the entire continent apart kept ringing. Huang Yueli felt her eardrums about to rupture. It took a long moment before there was another short moment of peace. She hurriedly opened her eyes to look at Li Moying. His condition looked much worse than before. His waist was half bent, his hand clutching his chest, and blood was slowly trickling down the corner of his lips. Evidently, his injury had worsened. This time, it even injured his internal organs and meridians. The 9th-stage heavenly tribulation was going to be stronger by tenfold than what he had just taken on. Even when Li Moying was at his peak, he might not be able to withstand it. What more about now? Huang Yueli felt her heart pounding so fast that it was about to stop. No matter how steady her character was, or how much confidence she had in Li Moying's ability, she absolutely could not maintain her cool when seeing her husband facing a life-and-death test. However, she had no idea what to do. The 9-stage heavenly tribulation came faster than the 8. It merely took a breath's time when heaven and earth have recharged with rampant energy once again. This time, Huang Yueli and the others deeply felt what was known as the destructive power. The sky instantly darkened and all the brightness seemed to have disappeared. Strong impact came spiraling out from all directions. Their defensive array collapsed completely at first instant and all of them were thrown onto the ground by this burst of energy. Explosion, banging sounds, and the wind intertwined and reverberated through the skies. Not knowing how much time had passed, everything returned to its usual silence. Huang Yueli awoke to discover that she had been covered by a thick layer of snow and frost. Apparently, the rampant energy attracted by the 9-stage heavenly tribulation caused the surrounding existence to turn into ashes. She anxiously used profound energy to push away the layer of snow on her head and climb out. Ignoring the pain in her body, she ran swiftly towards the freezing zone where Li Moying was last seen. At this moment, the entire freezing had turned into flattened grounds. When the blood moon descended previously, although Snow Phoenix Palace was damaged, there were still some rubbles and remains left. But now, these had completely disappeared. All that was left were black ash and crystal clear snow, which became extremely dirty mud. On the ground, multiple deep cracks, which resembled spider webs, extended from far. Amid these cracks was the energy which the 9-stage heavenly tribulation carried earlier. Huang Yueli worked up all the profound energy, and using body movements and profound skills, she ran forward at full speed. She only had one thought in mind: Li Moying, you cannot die. Don't let anything happen to you. Finally, when she was approaching the original position where Snow Phoenix Palace was, she saw a blurry figure appearing on the plain. Li Moying half knelt on the snowy ground, his entire body covered in blood. But he did not totally fall. He used his left hand to prop himself up, hoping to stand up on the snowy ground again. His other hand that gripped the amethyst light sword tightly had turned extremely fragile. It was full of cracks. Li Moying used the sword to support his body, hoping to borrow strength from it to stand up. Whoever knew that the amethyst light sword suddenly gave off a cracking sound. In an instant, it turned into a pile of scrap metal. He went into a short blank as he looked at his right hand. This amethyst light sword was the proof of he and Huang Yueli's renewed relationship, and also the first gift that he received from her. He did not expect it to be completely damaged after so soon. He was still shaking when he suddenly heard the young lady burst into tears. Moying. Moying. Are you all right? You're still alive, that's great. That's really great. Hurried footsteps rang and not too long later, the young lady's petite body hugged his muscular back. She also buried her face into his neck as she kept rubbing it. Moying, you scared me to death. Luckily, I know that you're the most awesome. Even the 9-stage heavenly tribulation cannot stop you. The little fox's sweet, melodious voice rang, making Li Moying feel tenderness in his heart. Huang Yueli wasn't hugging him very tightly, but he could still feel the pain from the wound on his back from heavenly thunder. But even so, he didn't push her aside. Instead, his lips curled slightly as he enjoyed the young lady getting close to him. After some time later, the profound energy in his body resumed a little and he lifted his hand, placing it on Huang Yueli's little hand which was on his waist. Lear, I'm fine. The heavenly tribulation has already ended, so you don't need to worry, cough cough. He opened his mouth to discover that his voice was hoarse. It seemed as though his internal organs had been injured, so when he talked, his chest hurt. On hearing his voice, Huang Yueli quickly reacted and loosened her hug. She turned to face him and did not dare to touch him recklessly. Instead, she squatted next to him and carefully checked on his wounds. There were several deep wounds on his body that had been caused by the heavenly tribulation. Although these were superficial injuries, they looked extremely malicious. Huang Yueli's heart was aching for him. "Moing, is it painful? I'll apply some medication for you, so bear with it." She took out the last remaining bit of wound medication and treated his injuries with care. At this moment, Bai Lufeng and the others had already walked over. Although Li Moying's injury was rather serious, it wasn't very life-threatening. Moreover, his consciousness was very clear and everyone revealed a joyous expression. "Sovereign, you're really too incredible. It was such a powerful 9-stage heavenly tribulation and you got through it. From today onwards, your ability will have a major improvement." This subordinate will first congratulate Sovereign. Song Pejun said happily. Even Bai Lufeng nodded his head and said, "Li Moying, your innate talent is indeed outstanding. After you've passed through this stage, you will have a bright future ahead of you." Lu Baiyan didn't say anything. Instead, he walked up and started to treat Li Moying's injuries along with Huang Yueli. Only Huang Siluo kept observing their surroundings. Then she suddenly frowned as she stood at a distance away. Bai Lufeng looked up and saw her half-dazed look. He asked in surprise, "Siluo, what's the matter? Why aren't you saying anything? Were you injured by the remnant impact of the heavenly tribulation?" She shook her head and hesitated a little, then said, "Something feels off. The 9-stage heavenly tribulation is already over, so Li Moying should have broken through to the 10th stage realm. But, why hasn't he ascended yet?" Hearing Huang Siluo's words, everyone was stunned. All of them were so concerned about Li Moying's safety that none of them thought of this at all. Moreover, it had been 10,000 years since the practitioners in Soaring Heaven's continent broke through the 10th stage realm. No one had the experience, so they subconsciously neglected the most crucial problem. It was only until this moment when everyone realized that, after breaking through to the 10th stage realm, none of the practitioners would be able to stay in the lower realm. They had to ascend to the God realm. Those who had realized that all looked at Li Moying in shock. Huang Yueli's heart started pounding wildly once again. Ascend to God realm. That was right. After Li Moying advanced into the 10th stage realm, he naturally had to ascend to the God realm. For so many years, she and Li Moying had worked hard to cultivate. They kept looking for opportunities, trying to break through, all for only one motive. To climb to the peak of the cultivation, they had to head to God realm, in a more spacious land so that they could display their ability and attain even higher achievement. But, this meant that she and Li Moying had to separate. Amid the days, Huang Yueli's mind flashed past this thought. But somehow it felt like a distant matter. Never in her wildest dream did she expect this day to come so swiftly and so suddenly. They got married not too long ago, and they had only consummated barely 2 weeks ago. Moreover, even during the days after they got married, they spent most of their time cultivating in order to save Huang Siluo. So they didn't have much time together at all. Huang Yueli stared blankly at Li Moying as multiple thoughts flashed past her mind. But she didn't say a thing. Ascending to God realm was something that the both of them had to do, and it was necessary to take this step. She would not allow her own selfishness to impede Li Moying's future development. This wasn't anyone's fault. If she had to blame someone, it would be herself for not having enough ability. Her cultivation speed wasn't fast enough and she could not accompany Li Moying to ascend together. Although that was the truth, Huang Yueli's eyes flashed past a hint of sorrow. Li Moying's gaze was fixed on her face, so he naturally saw the minute expression that she made. He squeezed her hand gently and said softly, "Lear, don't worry. I don't feel as though I'm about to ascend any time." In fact, he suddenly stopped and frowned, as though he couldn't comprehend the situation. Huang Siluo asked relentlessly, "Don't you have the feeling of ascending? How is that possible?" A low-level plane could not possibly accommodate 10th stage realm practitioners, and this is common knowledge within heaven and earth. Numerous planes in virtual space had verified this point, so you can't be an exception. What on earth had gone wrong? How do you feel? Li Moying furrowed his brows as he allowed his profound energy to go one entire round through his meridians. Then he replied, "It shouldn't be my misperception. I somehow feel that I haven't broken through the realm. My current cultivation has indeed been raised, but as compared to the ancient manuals recorded in the 10th stage realm, there seems to be a huge difference." As he said that, he started to work up his profound energy, and somehow, he had this feeling that something wasn't quite right. The others kept looking at Li Moying, and they felt something was off as well. Although everyone did not know much about breaking through to the 10th stage realm, at the very least they knew that 10th stage realm practitioners had to ascend. Li Moying's current situation was indeed very strange. Huang Yueli said worriedly, "Moying, why don't you let me take your pulse? Could it be that you were seriously injured earlier when you were trying to cross the heavenly tribulation, causing too much damage to your meridians? Hence this resulted in you being unable to advance?" She stretched out her slender fingers and placed them on Li Moying's pulse. His strong pulse was felt through the tips of her fingers. Strange. Other than a slight deficit in his blood essence, Moying's body is perfectly fine. The damage on his meridians isn't very serious, and it is continuing to auto-recuperate. What exactly is the problem? Senior brother, why don't you? Before she could finish her sentence, she heard Huang Siluo gasp as she interrupted. "Quickly over there, quickly." "What is that?" Everyone was shocked and quickly lifted their chins, as their eyes moved to the direction where she was pointing to. In the sky, an overcast shadow was slowly drifting over from a corner, and it was now right about their heads. Originally, after the 9th-stage heavenly tribulation was over, the tribulation clouds, which hovered over the northern ice fields, had already disappeared. The sky was blue without any clouds in the vicinity. As the space barrier which enveloped soaring heaven's continent skies was already torn apart, it continued to peel off from the outside. So the sky looked clearer than before. It seemed like a clear sky after the rain. But now, when everyone was focused on Li Moying, another tribulation cloud appeared above them. Moreover, no one knew when this tribulation cloud appeared. By the time they discovered that, the energy around them had started to turn rampant again. The raging wind caused an ear-piercing sound, as though gold stones were being cut open. One's heart quivered upon hearing those noises. What is going on? Lu Bian raised his head and looked at the sky. He discovered that his voice was trembling when he spoke. Even though this tribulation cloud was still rather far away, but the enormous energy which formed a pressurizing field was enough to make 9th-stage realm peak practitioners tremble with fright. This tribulation cloud wasn't as huge as the 9th-stage heavenly tribulation earlier. It was just a small piece, but it was sufficient to cover the small area above their heads. However, the energy it gathered was far more than that huge tribulation cloud. Moreover, exactly because this tribulation cloud was compressed, the amount of rampant energy that was being suppressed, collected, and gathered formed a strange energy field. The energy contained in it was not only coagulated and pure, but it also carried an indescribable pressure. The small tribulation cloud congealed from the void space, and slowly descended upon them. Following its slow descent, everyone could feel the pressure increasing. Shortly after, Huang Siluo and Song Pejun, who had slightly weaker cultivations, had already turned pale. They felt a dull feeling in their chests, and their legs turned soft. It was difficult to stand firm. Bai Lufeng hurriedly held on to his beloved wife's waist, allowing her to lean next to him. At the same time, he shouted, "It's too dangerous here, we can't continue to stay here, quick. Everyone follow me, and leave this place right now." Lu Bian and the others had the same idea in mind, hence they quickly followed Bai Lufeng and his wife's footsteps. However, they had just taken a few steps when they realized that their team was short of 2 people. Huang Yueli and Li Moying did not follow them. Bai Lufeng was alarmed and hurriedly turned around to see Huang Yueli holding on to Li Moying's waist tightly, refusing to let go. Li Moying's brows creased tightly as he tried to push her away. But Huang Yueli used profound energy in her hands, and she hugged him very tightly. If he forcibly wrestled her hands away, he would definitely hurt her badly. To this, Li Moying was totally at his wit's end. "Lear, what are you doing? Quickly go with father-in-law and the others to leave this place. It's really very dangerous here." Huang Yueli bit her lip and said, "Then why aren't you leaving? I can tell that you're not prepared to leave. You're intending to stay here alone?" Li Moying's gaze dimmed, as his expression turned grim and determined. "That's right, I want to remain here. But don't you start letting your thoughts run wild. It's not because I want to protect you all or whatever, but because this tribulation cloud was attracted because of me. No matter where I go, I cannot avoid it. Moreover, I need to pass its test, because—" Li Moying paused for a moment and lifted his chin as he looked at the horizon. "The profound energy in my body has been controlled by this tribulation cloud, and every inch of my meridians are crying out. I finally realized the reason why I am unable to ascend even after passing through the 9-stage heavenly tribulation. Because I've been waiting for the last round of the tribulation." "The last round?" Hearing that, even Huang Siluo's eyes widened as she stood on the spot in a daze. Lu Bian and the others were tongue-tied with a dazed look on their faces. Wait, what's called the last round of heavenly tribulation? Earlier wasn't that already the 9-stage heavenly tribulation? Hasn't everything ended? Why is there still one more round? Don't tell me that there is the 10-stage heavenly tribulation?" Li Moying pursed his lips and did not answer her. Even he doesn't know why this was happening. In all the ancient manuals that he read, it only recorded 9-stage heavenly tribulation, and more stages of heavenly tribulation were totally unheard of. What 10-stage heavenly tribulation? He had never heard of such a thing. But even though the cloud with so much energy above his head might look a little smaller, it was genuine, and it might be even stronger than the previous cloud. He knew clearly that to truly break through to the 10th stage realm, he must take on this test. Huang Siluo fell into Bai Liufeng's arms, as though she had suffered extreme shock. She kept muttering irresolutely, 10-stage heavenly tribulation, 10-stage heavenly tribulation, could it really exist? Her voice might be soft, but everyone there was a first-rate practitioner. Even though they couldn't understand the logic, but when they heard what she said, all of them started to ask relentlessly. "Madam Bai, do you know what's going on? Could it be that there's really the 10-stage heavenly tribulation?" Huang Siluo sighed deeply and shook her head. "I don't know as well, it's just that I had once taken a glance at a tattered, incomplete ancient record. It said that even in God realm, only those geniuses in every few 10,000 years would experience the 10-stage heavenly tribulation. Moreover, there was only one ancient record with this content. In the past, I used to think that it was just a legend. Today, I've finally witnessed it with my own eyes." She lifted her head and looked at Li Moying in the distance, and her emotions started to become complicated. Her son-in-law, Li Moying, had been handpicked by her daughter, Huang Yueli. Originally she was a little worried, not knowing how good Huang Yueli's foresight was. Whoever knew that her foresight was ridiculously accurate? She picked casually and chose such an unsurpassable, excellent genius as her husband. Moreover, he happened to be from the Cloudy Qilin clan. Everyone looked at Li Moying, feeling a mixture of emotions. Shock, admiration, worship, praise. His power was practically out of everyone's expectations. Every single time everyone assumed that he had reached his limit, he would reflect an even stronger side of him, which made everyone unable to believe in their own eyes. They stayed in a daze for a short moment but regained their senses shortly after. because the small tribulation cloud in the sky continued to descend. Although the speed wasn't very fast, every single time it descended, it would absorb the surrounding heaven and earth profound chi, containing it into its energy field. Hence, the energy field's energy kept on increasing, and it was also becoming brighter and brighter. Like a burning ball of shooting stars, fleeting across the horizon. Huang Siluo and the others weren't able to take on this suppression, and out of no choice, they could only choose to leave instantly. Before they left, Bai Lufeng did not forget to turn back and beckon to Huang Yueli. Lastly, why are you still there? Quickly come along with us, and leave this place. If you're slightly slower, it will be too late. Huang Yueli didn't say a word and hugged Li Moying's waist tightly. She even buried her face into his arms. When Bai Lufeng saw that, he grew anxious and said, lastly, what on earth are you doing? You heard it for yourself, this is Li Moying's heavenly tribulation. If he wants to break through to the 10th stage realm, he must go through this stage. This is a test that he must face alone. You can't help him at all. Li Moying grabbed her shoulders and tried to push her away. His voice was filled with anxiety and frustration. Lear, quickly go. You're only in the 9th stage realm, you really can't help me. Don't worry, your husband isn't that weak. It's just a test to break through to the 10th stage realm, I will definitely be able to do it safely. Alright, you'd better leave quickly. I really can't stay calm with you here. He swiftly said and didn't loosen his grip on her. He tried using the carrot and the stick, hoping that he could push Huang Yueli out of the energy field's boundary. But Huang Yueli spoke in a whisper, don't think that I don't know. You've suffered such a serious injury earlier, and the only half-god relic that you have is also damaged. Based on your current state, are you intending to advance to the 10th stage realm? Just one bolt of heavenly thunder, and it is enough to strike you to death. You want me to watch you die? Li Moying's breathing took a pause. He didn't expect Huang Yueli to be so sensitive, to be able to tell his genuine situation just by looking at him. He had obviously acted very naturally. He didn't give himself away at all, did he? How on earth could she tell? In reality, it was just like what Huang Yueli had said. He didn't have the certainty that he could pass through the 10th stage realm. Or to be precise, he had no assurance at all. Even though he didn't see it with his own eyes, but just thinking about it, he knew that it was a major thing for God Realm's geniuses to attract 10th-stage heavenly tribulation. They should be the peerless geniuses which the large powerhouses sought to nurture. To help them pass through the toughest test, there would be numerous God relics, medicinal pills, and other resources. There would also be many guardians, and they would never allow the genius to take on the challenge alone. But Li Moying's situation was on the extreme end of the extreme. Based on his current state, it would be a miracle if he could pass through the 10th-stage heavenly tribulation. Li Moying's eyelids drooped as he gazed at the young lady in his arms. His Adam's apple slid up and down, finding it hard to open his mouth. Lear, I have my way. You'd better leave this place as soon as possible. Based on your current cultivation, you totally can't help me, and you will distract me instead. Hearing that, Huang Yueli bit her lips and showed an obvious upset look. Li Moying felt sour, but he didn't know if he could pass through this tribulation. Perhaps he might be separated from Huang Yueli once again. Originally, he didn't want to disappoint her in this kind of moment, but if she still won't leave, she wouldn't be able to live. Just as the both of them were tangled, the tribulation cloud in the sky was descending faster now. The distance between it and their heads was only a few thousand meters away. Under such a short distance, the surrounding air had already turned into a rampant energy vortex. Moreover, it was taking in more and more energy. This kind of energy was already enough to make a 9th-stage realm peak practitioner throw up blood and die immediately. Even Bai Lufeng was unable to block it off. He forcibly carried Huang Siluo, who was unwilling to leave, bringing her far, far away. Huang Yueli's body had been strengthened by a great deal after she merged with the Sky Phoenix ring. She was even more robust than many 10th stage realm practitioners in God realm, otherwise, she would have exploded long ago. Even so, her complexion turned pale and her chest kept heaving up and down, as though she couldn't take it any longer. The situation was grim and Limoying felt extremely anxious. Lear, listen to me, quickly leave. He had no other choice now. For Huang Yueli's safety, he couldn't care about anything else. His hands locked onto Huang Yueli's slender waist and were prepared to push her away with brute force. Even if he accidentally hurt her, it would be better than letting her die in this place. But when he was just about to make his move, a sharp cry appeared from the sky. This sound seemed to tear the air apart, making everyone's eardrums rupture. At the same time, the suppression that they were feeling instantly increased multiple times. The small tribulation cloud in the sky suddenly descended. Like a bolt of lightning, it crashed right onto their heads. Limoying was caught off guard, and he could only use his instinct to expand the thunder domain. Intense thunder-attributed energy kept expanding swiftly, forming a light screen that was made out of energy. It crashed right into the impending powerful energy. Even though they were pressed for time, Limoying was able to control his profound energy at will. He quickly worked it up and unleashed the remaining energy that he could muster. To protect the young lady in his arms, he had already used up all his ace, which he had accumulated over the 2 lifetimes. Millions of energy exploded around him. Rumble. A deafening ear-splitting explosion was heard. Limoying's thunder-attributed energy and the tribulation cloud collided, giving off continuous explosions. Under the immense energy clashes, the entire northern ice field went from light to dark several times. Rampant energy wrecked the place, making it like a living hell. Limoying had barely blocked off the first wave of energy from the tribulation cloud, not allowing it to crash down on them immediately. But 2 bursts of energy were in a stalemate. The tribulation cloud's energy was endless, as though there was no limit to it. It kept on charging downwards. Limoying had to try his best to keep blocking the impact from the sky. If he were to relax slightly, the tribulation cloud would immediately drop on the ground, wrapping him and Huang Yueli in it and tearing them apart. But Limoying's profound energy wasn't abundant. The previous 9-stage heavenly tribulations had already exhausted a great deal of his physical strength and profound energy. He was even injured seriously. If not for his strong determination, he might already have fallen. Moreover, he didn't have so many medicinal pills like those God realm geniuses to replenish his physical strength. The only pills he had were given by Lu Bian, and it had all been eaten long ago. Under such circumstances, he would not last for more than 20 breaths. This short amount of time was not enough to protect the young lady in his arms, not to mention that crossing this heavenly tribulation. Not long after, Limoying sensed his energy depleted completely. His spine started to bend over as though it was about to break. His eyes flashed past a gloomy look and suddenly raised his hand and slid past his forehead. His fingertips broke the skin between his eyebrows. In an instant, blood started to flow down towards his erect nose bridge. Limoying was burning his inherent fated blood essence. When an ancient god clan's blood essence was exposed to air, it would immediately turn into an icy blue color. Moreover, it burned fervently, agitating him so much as though his entire brain was about to explode. Following that, a buzz sound was heard. In everyone's mind, it seemed like a heavy hammer that came crashing down on them. It made all of them feel a wave of dizziness. As for Limoying's profound energy fluctuations, it grew several times in an instant. His thunder domain expanded and swiftly absorbed thunder-attributed energy from the surrounding 100 miles. Right behind Limoying was a 10 feet tall Qilin manifestation that floated in midair. Bai Lufeng and the others looked at this scene in astonishment. Originally they assumed that Li Moying would not be able to hang on. No one knew what they should do at that moment. Whoever knew that based on a few drops of inherent fated blood essence, Li Moying actually displayed such great power? Huang Siluo gasped in astonishment. This is the Qilin manifestation. It really is the Qilin manifestation. Oh my god, Li Moying is a long-lost descendant of the Cloudy Qilin clan. It wasn't surprising if she was previously suspicious of what Huan Yueli had said, or perhaps she felt that Li Moying was only an ordinary bloodline of the Cloudy Qilin clan. But now that the truth was right in front of her, it totally changed all her previous perceptions. To be able to call out the Qilin manifestation, this was the same as Huan Yueli being able to call out the sacred phoenix reflection. Li Moying's ancestors should be very important figures in the Cloudy Qilin clan. Only those with the most powerful bloodline will be able to display this. The Qilin manifestation slowly congealed and practically turned similar to a real body. Immediately following that, it bared its fangs and dashed into the clouds towards that tribulation cloud. More explosions rang consecutively. The Qilin manifestation's attack was ferocious, and it was entwined with electric currents. Under its pressurizing steps, the tribulation cloud's energy was blocked in midair, totally unable to drop down further. Sovereign is really, really too awesome. He indeed has the bloodline of the ancient Cloudy Qilin clan. Song Piu gasped in admiration. Lu Bian also clenched his fist tightly. Quickly, muster the spurt of energy, and strike the tribulation cloud. That's right, stinky brat. Isn't the Cloudy Qilin clan very powerful? Quickly pass through this heavenly tribulation and protect Lastly properly. Bai Lufeng didn't even dare to blink, as he watched the Qilin manifestation scuttling among the clouds, hoping that it would splat the tribulation cloud with one claw. Even though everyone prayed, the reality was different from what they anticipated. Although the Qilin's manifestation kept charging at the tribulation cloud, the cloud was like a black hole that kept absorbing the void space's energy. Every single time the Qilin's manifestation used up a part of the energy, it would be recharged in a short amount of time. The tribulation cloud's energy was boundless, whereas Li Moying's inherent fated blood essence was limited. After persisting for a quarter of an hour, the blood essence in him was about to burn out and he wasn't able to support the energy which the manifestation needed. The Qilin's manifestation became fainter and translucent as time passed. Everyone could tell that the Qilin's manifestation was swiftly depleting. Li Moying's forehead was full of sweat. His exhaustion had already reached an extreme, but he was still fighting hard to hold on. Even if he had to burn up all his life force, he would protect his Leer. For that one instance, he even considered 3D to self-explode his primordial spirit. But just as he was about to do so, he felt the young lady in his arms loosening her grip. He felt her leaving his arms and lowered his head to check on her. Then he saw her raising her hand and made a slit in between her brows as well. She was burning her inherent fated blood essence as well. Li Moying's pupils contracted rapidly and cried out in alarm. Leer, have you gone mad? She had just advanced into the 9th stage realm and the intensity of her inherent fated blood essence naturally couldn't be compared with Li Moying's. Under this kind of pressure, the amount of time her blood essence could last would be extremely short. Moreover, the price for this, if she was lucky, it would just affect her future cultivation. If she was unlucky, it may cause her to fall into a life-threatening situation. Li Moying wanted to stop her badly, but most of his energy was spent on trying to ward off the tribulation cloud's might. Hence, he did not have the time to check on what Huan Yueli was doing. By the time he realized what she had been doing, it was already too late. A burst of powerful fire-attributed energy exploded from her body. On the icy surface of the northern ice fields, the flat ground spewed out multiple flames, forming an intense, fiery domain. Fire and thunder domain superimposed and fused together, displaying a much stronger might. A huge phoenix, with 10 feet long wings, appeared behind Huang Yueli. It also cried and soared into the skies. With the sacred phoenix reflection's aid, the tribulation cloud's descent was instantly restrained. Following its elegant moves, the flames on the phoenix's wings turned the entire sky into a red-hot color. Li Moying was momentarily stunned, not knowing how he should react. His Lear was always like this. Every single time he met with danger or was in a difficult situation, she would always ignore her safety to protect him. Even though her ability was weaker than him, but Lear had never felt that she was any weaker. Sacred Phoenix Reflection's impact might be powerful, but it didn't take long before the tribulation cloud's energy was replenished. Very soon, the huge phoenix was suppressed as well. Li Moying knew that every single second that the sacred phoenix reflection lasted, it was burning Huang Yueli's inherent fated blood essence as the price. It made him extremely anxious, and Jis' heart ached. Lear, that's enough. You cannot continue any longer. Huang Yueli grabbed his collar, and before he opened his mouth again, she suddenly tipped her toes and put her arms around his neck. Leaning forward, she planted her lips over his. Li Moying had not expected her to do this, and for a second, he forgot to react. When their lips touched, Li Moying suddenly sensed his primordial spirit resonated. Following that, his entire body was filled with a soothing feeling as though he was soaked in warm water. It seemed as though he had returned to the time before he was born, soaked in a nothingness. The young lady in his arms seemed to burn up and immediately stuck close to him. This mysterious sense of belonging for both of them seemed to be linked through the breath in between their lips. It was so in sync, and it kept spiraling. Their energy zones kept on strengthening, and profound energy fluctuations were rising rapidly. Bai Lufeng and the others, who were standing a distance away, looked at the two who were locked in an embrace, feeling extremely stunned. What is going on? Lu Bian frowned and asked. Bai Lufeng wanted to give the stinky brat who took advantage of his daughter a good beating, but there was nothing he could do. Gritting his teeth, he said, they used to share primordial spirits, and later on, they did dual cultivation to let their primordial spirits merge as one. So when their auras are fused, both parties would gain a great increase in their strength. Dual cultivation, doesn't that mean? Song Pijun seemed to have thought of something and almost said it out loud. But very quickly, he realized that something was wrong and immediately changed his tone. Cough cough, their current situation, wouldn't it be the strongest state? Bai Lufeng naturally understood Song Pijun's meaning, and his lips twitched. That's right. Although there is a reason to do so, I will kill that stinky brag if he really does that. I don't give a damn if he's a 10th stage realm god clan genius or whatsoever. Song Pijun's meaning was obvious. Since this was double cultivation, the might displayed would be the strongest because it had to go through intercourse. This was easiest to imagine. As compared to that kind of situation, kissing or whatever were just chicken feet. The power they display would also be limited. After a reminder from Song Pijun, Bai Liufeng's heart was suspended and he felt extremely complex. Of course, he didn't wish for his daughter to not have enough strength and be heavily injured or even die because of the heavenly tribulation. But his daughter was being taken advantage of by his son-in-law. This, he simply couldn't stand it. Luckily, Bai Liufeng's worries did not materialize. Huang Yueli and Li Moying's aura fused, and very soon, they achieved a small consummate state. A phoenix imprint appeared in between Huang Yueli's eyebrows. This phoenix imprint became extremely clear in a short period of time. Later on, it flew out from her eyebrows and swiftly grew bigger when enveloped by the raging flames. Sky Phoenix Ring. That's the Sky Phoenix Ring. Lu Bian cried out in alarm. Huang Silua was originally worried about her daughter and she didn't even dare to pant loudly. But now upon seeing the Sky Phoenix Ring, she started to heave a sigh of relief. That's right, Lastly still has the god relic, Sky Phoenix Ring, as her ace. Sky Phoenix Ring was something that a life-profound realm practitioner used. Using it to block the heavenly tribulation means nothing at all. But I didn't expect Lastly to be able to control such a high-tier god relic when she only has 9th stage realm cultivation? Based on the Sky Phoenix Ring's grade, even if Huang Yueli had broken through to the 10th stage realm, it was very difficult for her to control it. In the past, when the Sky Phoenix Ring was still incomplete, she was unable to use it for attack or defense. She could only use a part of the space. But now that the Sky Phoenix Ring had already been restored by chance, so the difficulty in using it would increase greatly. So, Huang Siluo didn't consider the possibility of using the Sky Phoenix Ring to pass through the 10th stage heavenly tribulation. Now, Huang Yueli activated the Sky Phoenix Ring, and this was simply out of her expectations. At the same time, she was slightly afraid. Based on 9th stage realm cultivation to drive an ancient god relic, that was like a child lifting a big hammer and waving it around. If one was not careful, one would be injured. In actual fact, Huang Yueli, who was now in the center of the pressure, was facing a huge crisis right now. She knew clearly that based on her energy, there was no way to control the Sky Phoenix Ring. Hence she made use of the fusion of their aura through the double cultivation method, which she read some time ago from the Drifting Cloud Scroll, to summon the Sky Phoenix Ring. When their primordial spirit fused, Li Moying's profound energy and hers influenced each other and exploded with a great amount of energy that had surpassed their profound energies. Obtaining Li Moying's profound energy, Huang Yueli finally made the Sky Phoenix Ring materialize successfully. But she instantly felt the strong suction coming from the Sky Phoenix Ring, which kept drawing energy from her. If it wasn't for Li Moying's support, she would have lost all her strength within one breath. Luckily, their auras were interconnected and formed a new energy field which slowly restored its balance. The fire and thunder domains kept interweaving, and a dazzling light screen dashed right into the sky. The Sky Phoenix Ring was pushed up by the light screen. In the process of ascension, a small little piece of jade started to grow bigger, resembling a phoenix being reborn as it gave off an intense glow. Whereas for Sacred Phoenix Reflection and Qilin Virtual Image, it stood on both sides of the Sky Phoenix Ring. In the end, the Sky Phoenix Ring and the Tribulation Cloud clashed heavily in the sky. Earth-shattering crashing sound which emitted throughout the entire northern ice fields. Huang Yueli and Li Moying's profound energy were rapidly drawn by the Sky Phoenix Ring. When it crashed, their profound energies were instantly sucked dry. Both of them fell lethargically as their eyes saw black and almost fainted. Huang Yueli bit her lips hard as she was extremely anxious. If the Sky Phoenix Ring was unable to deal with the 10th-stage Heavenly Tribulation's tribulation cloud, then she and Li Moying would probably die here today. Luckily, her worries did not come true. As the sky was about to turn dark, in the next moment where there were no stars in the dim sky, a ray of sunlight suddenly appeared. That ray of sunlight seemed to shine through the fog and stubbornly rain down. It made everyone in northern ice fields feel a slight stroke of warmth. Very soon, more rays of sunlight fell. Huang Yueli squinted her eyes and lifted her head to look into the horizon. The tribulation cloud had a huge impact on the Sky Phoenix Ring. As though it could not fight against this ancient god relic's power, it was thrown back into mid-sky again. Sky Phoenix Ring was originally floating above the tribulation cloud, and it gave off a gentle and stable ray. Like the morning sun, it gave rise to an unforgettable scenery. The tribulation cloud's energy was dispersed and it seemed to turn smaller. It shrank in midair for a while and started to absorb heaven and earth, profound chi again. With the Sky Phoenix Ring in the way, every single time it absorbed a little, the energy would be intercepted by the ring. The Sky Phoenix Ring was of excellent grade and it had a natural gravitation towards heaven and earth, profound chi. The profound chi formed a ball-like faint glow around the Sky Phoenix Ring, wrapping it in the middle. As the tribulation cloud was unable to replenish its power, it started to grow dimmer and dimmer, and the outer energy was starting to disperse in the void space. Around a quarter of an hour later, the tribulation cloud started to split from the center into bits and pieces of floating cloud, slowly merging as one with the sky. The gloomy dark clouds were gone. Northern ice-field skies resumed back to their usual brightness as the warm bright sun shone on everyone's heads. Sky Phoenix Ring originally relied on Huang Yueli and Li Moying's profound energy as support. By this moment, all the energy had been depleted, and with a plop, it started to descend from the sky. Heavens! Be careful! Everyone started to cry out in shock, deeply worried that the Sky Phoenix Ring would shatter into pieces when it fell onto the ground. But this worry was unfounded. The Sky Phoenix Ring descended in front of Huang Yueli and stopped. Then, making a little turn, it started to shrink and plastered itself onto Huang Yueli's forehead and fused into her body. However, before everyone could heave a sigh of relief, they saw her face turning pale as she started to fall backward. Driving the Sky Phoenix Ring required simply too much energy. Even though she obtained a huge amount of profound energy from Li Moying, but the side effect from having her energy drawn by the Sky Phoenix Ring was evenly spread out between the two of them. The difference between her ability and Li Moying's was rather huge, hence the damage she suffered was naturally more serious. At this moment, she had already reached her limit. Upon seeing him passing through the heavenly tribulation, the anxiety in her was finally eased and she instantly fell. Lear! Li Moying's expression abruptly changed and he took a step up, hoping to hold on to her. But before his outstretched hand had touched Huang Yueli, he suddenly felt his body turning light. His feet had left the ground and he was floating in the air. He went into a daze and tried to use the last remaining amount of energy in him to push himself onto the ground. But this repulsion force came from the entire soaring heavens continent. It wasn't something that he could fight against alone. No matter how powerful he was, he simply could not fight against the heavenly law's force. So no matter how Li Moying struggled, he could only see himself getting further and further from the ground and leaving his beloved Lear. Lear! Lear! He started to cry out anxiously in the sky. Huang Yueli was still unconscious. She went into a coma to help him pass the heavenly tribulation. So how could he possibly be assured and ascend to God realm on his own? But he had no way to make himself stop. Luckily, Bai Lu Feng and the others immediately dashed over after the tribulation cloud was dispersed. Lu Bian bent down and did a simple check on Huang Yueli's pulse. Then he took out all his valuable 9th-level medicinal pills and stuffed them into her mouth. She wasn't seriously injured. The main reason for her coma was because she had overexhausted her profound energy. After swallowing the best medicinal pills, she regained consciousness soon after. Huang Yueli slowly opened her dazed eyes. Her vision was still slightly blurry, and she started to search for Li Moying among the crowd. Lear! Lear! Huang Yueli was still a little dazed, but on hearing Li Moying's voice, she immediately regained consciousness. She propped herself up and lifted her chin to look into the horizon. Li Moying was almost disappearing into the void space. Her body shivered and she looked at him in the eye. The both of them gazed at each other from afar. Even though they were separated by such a great distance, they were able to see the unwillingness and worry in each other's eyes. They really did not expect their separation to come so quickly and so suddenly. But this moment was unavoidable in pursuit of the peak in the art of cultivation. No matter how uncomfortable or how unbearable, they had no choice but to let go. Let the other party pursue their dreams in a broader world. Li Moying felt the heaven and earth profound chi around him getting denser and denser. But the void space's energy fluctuation was also becoming more and more rampant. He knew that he would be warped completely into the void space soon. He tried to open his eyes wide, to see Huang Yueli for one last time. At the same time, he shouted, Lear, I'll be waiting for you in God Realm. You must come and look for me. Huang Yueli held back her tears and nodded furiously. Don't worry, I will definitely go and look for you. If you dare to look for a vixen in God Realm, I will not let you off by then. Li Moying didn't expect her to say this, and he almost burst into laughter in a daze. If he was ever smitten by any vixen, it would be her, the little fox vixen. Other than her, it was impossible for him to have any interest in any other woman. Thoughts kept racing in his mind. He had a lot of things to say, but his time was up. Li Moying left the boundary of Soaring Heaven's continent and was sucked into void space. The void space airflow held him instantly, sending him into the dangerous space tunnel. In the instance the void space's entrance opened up, rampant energy started to seep out. Even though it was just a sliver of it, that was enough to make those at the bottom feel a dull sensation around their chests. After the discomfort disappeared, everyone exchanged glances with worried looks on their faces. Heavens, was that the void space's energy? How could it be so strong? Song Put-jun couldn't help but frown. Sovereign is stuck inside, so he must be facing an extremely dangerous situation. I wonder after he ascends, what kind of scenario would he meet? Thousands of years ago, those practitioners in Soaring Heaven's continents who ascended to God Realm were basically from large families or large sects. These large powerhouses got together and after every few hundred years, they had practitioners ascending. Moreover, there would be corresponding powerhouses in God Realm to take in their disciples. So when the practitioner ascended, there might be a little danger, but in conclusion, the situation was still controllable. However, Li Moying's situation was totally different. Soaring Heaven's continent had been shut off for thousands of years by the demonic qi. All ancient times' inheritances were basically shut off. Ninth stage realm practitioners were not able to ascend and they would die when they were around 1,000 years old. Those who had witnessed practitioners ascend had all died. Li Moying had no seniors he could refer to, so he was totally clueless towards the God Realm. Under these circumstances, no one could be sure of what was going to happen to him after his ascension. Song Put-jun realized that he said the wrong thing and immediately shut his mouth. At the same time, he carefully looked at Huang Yueli, who was still seated on the ground. Li Moying's ascension already made Huang Yueli, who was still in Soaring Heaven's continent, worried. Song Put-jun felt that what he said would only provoke her further. With that thinking in mind, he hurriedly changed his words. Grandmaster Huang, don't worry, although this God Realm's situation is unknown, but Sovereign's innate talent is so high. No matter which powerhouse it is, they would all try to win him over. Moreover speaking, he's a disciple of the Cloudy Qilin clan, an ancient God Realm clan, so his status should be very high. Huang Yueli didn't say a word and merely shot a glance at him. Then she stood up from the floor. Everyone present was worried about her. On seeing her about to walk away, they immediately followed suit. Bai Lufeng asked, carefully in hushed tones, lastly, how is your condition? Do you need to rest a little more? Although he doesn't see Li Moying eye to eye, he could not help but admit that his daughter and Li Moying had deep feelings for each other. After the stinky brat had ascended, he wondered if his lastly would be overly depressed. Lu Bian also said, yes, junior sister. You're still very weak, so it's best not to walk about everywhere. Moreover, where are you going? Huang Yueli stopped walking and turned around to face them. This place is about to become ruins, so why are we staying here for? Don't tell me you guys like to stay in such a dirty and messy place? Everyone was stunned to hear her say that. They assumed that Huang Yueli was feeling very upset, so she kept walking forward with her head lowered, not knowing where they should go. No one expected her to say such logical stuff at all. It was so logical that none of them could rebuke. It made the few of them seem very dumb instead. Huang Yueli lifted her head and looked into the sky. Her lips curled and she urged, "Looks like it's not early anymore. Northern ice fields night falls earlier. If we don't leave here and find another place, we will have to sleep here today." Right. We have to grab hold of time." Everyone seemed as though they were awoken from their dreams and hurriedly chased up to Huang Yueli. After the freezing zone was wrecked by the blood moon and Li Moying's heavenly tribulation, the ice mountain had already been flattened. In the past, there were several high-grade magical beasts living in the freezing zone. But now they have gone missing. Their entire journey out of the place, as compared to several months ago when they tried to enter here, was much easier. As long as they pinpointed the sun's direction and headed south, that would do. By the time the sun was setting, they had already reached the freezing zone's boundary. From afar, they could see Blue Profound Sect's snow cloud skyship hovering in midair. There were continuous changes in the freezing zone, and the disciples in the snow cloud skyship were worried about the sovereign's safety. They wanted to scout the situation, but were unable to break through the snowstorm's barrier. Hence, they could only fly in the exterior. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the snow cloud skyship. They quickened their pace and ran towards the flying ship. After such a long period of suspense, it was a great enjoyment to be able to enjoy a hot meal on the snow cloud skyship peacefully and have a hot shower. Huang Yueli waved her hand when everyone had returned to the flying ship. "All right, let's rest earlier today. Tomorrow morning, we'll set off to Sky Emperor City." After she finished talking, she realized that everyone was staring at her. But none of them went back to their rooms. Huang Yueli was stunned. "What's the matter? Why are you looking at me? Li Moying has ascended, so shouldn't everyone listen to me, the sovereigness?" Hearing that, everyone's gazes seemed even stranger. What Huang Yueli said wasn't wrong, but at this juncture, she still had the mood to say such things. They exchanged looks and finally, Huang Siluo stood up. She carefully checked her daughter's expression and said, "Lastly, don't worry. Moying's innate talent is outstanding. So even if it was in God realm, he would be safe." Huang Yueli blinked and said, "Mother, are you thinking too much? I'm not worried about Moying at all." Her mother was stunned, and continued to say, Then are you worried that you will be separated from Moying for too long, so you're not sure when you two can reunite? Don't worry, your innate talent isn't any weaker than Moying's. Now that the space barrier has been cleared, the intensity of soaring heaven's continent's profound chi has been raised. You will definitely be able to cultivate quickly. It wouldn't take any time before you head to God realm to look for him." Huang Yueli blinked, then she revealed a smile. "Mother, I understand all these that you are saying. You're really thinking too much. I'm not unhappy, so there's nothing to worry about. Moying has gone to God realm and does the things that he always wanted to do. This is a good thing, so of course, I will support him. Moreover, I also believe that I will be going to God realm very soon as well. On the other hand, all of you must cultivate properly. Otherwise, after Moying and I have ascended, no one will be left to take care of you." Bai Lufeng was originally very worried for his daughter. But seeing her in this easygoing state, and she even teased them about this, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but snort. "Young lass, are you looking down on your parents? We are 9th stage realm peak practitioners, whereas you've just been newly promoted into 9th stage realm. Our cultivation disparity is so huge, but you seem rather confident that you'd be the first to ascend to God realm?" Huang Yueli giggled, "That is hard to say. In order to be able to see my Moying sooner, I will work extremely hard." His daughter had so much innate talent and was so hard-working. This originally was something that made everyone happy. But she kept putting Li Moying, that stinky brat, in the first place. This made Bai Lufeng feel sour once again. No wonder the elderly always say daughters would side with outsiders. As a father, he kept feeling that he had lost favor. Huang Yueli finished her explanation, then she turned around and walked back into her bedroom. Bai Lufeng looked at her back, feeling a little despondent. When Huang Siluo saw his reaction, she was amused. Alright, our daughter is already married. It's a good thing that the couple's relationship is so cordial. Why do you always look as though you're jealous? Bai Lufeng said begrudgingly, I only feel that I've let Lastly down. When she was young, I wasn't able to stay by her side and made her suffer so much. Now, we have finally reunited, but she's already married. Moreover, she doesn't need me to protect her. Huang Siluo shook her head in amusement and said, no matter if she's married or not, she's still our daughter. Based on Lastly's innate talent, she's destined to soar in God Realm's skies. Having this daughter is our fortune. Of course I know this, but, Bai Lufeng tugged his lips. Who could understand a father's misery? His wife laughed and grabbed his arm. Alright, just let Lastly do whatever she wants. We only need to worry about ourselves, and that will do. Over the next 2 weeks, the snow cloud skyship flew steadily in the sky. They didn't make any stops and directly flew towards the Sky Emperor city. Huang Yueli was in a rush to return to Blue Profound Sect. On one hand, it was because they had left for too long. On the other hand, the space barrier had been opened up and Soaring Heaven's continent's profound Chi's intensity had been raised. Such a major change would definitely cause a wave in Soaring Heaven's continent. Under this abnormality, it would be chaotic. By then, the entire Soaring Heaven's continent would be affected. If no one could suppress the situation in Blue Profound Sect now, perhaps they might be at a disadvantage during the change. In actual fact, Huang Yueli's worries were not unfounded. The snow cloud skyship moved steadily and 15 days later, they entered Sky Emperor City's boundary. Arriving at Blue Profound Sect skies, Huang Yueli could see a pile of people gathering at the mountain's entrance. It looked extremely disorderly. Everyone on the snow cloud skyship had a change of expression when they saw the scene. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Lu Bian asked in astonishment. Frowning, Song Piu looked downwards and identified those groups. These people look like they're from mythical Flame Palace. Those two are Cloud Ocean Sect's Grand Elders, and it was said that they had gone into seclusion for many years, not bothering about what was happening in the world. And those people there, that's the previous Palace Lord from the Seven Stars Palace. TSK, these are all peerless super experts from various sects. They brought a huge gang of disciples to Blue Profound Sect. Whatever are they trying to do? Song Pijun couldn't help but sneer, what else? They're definitely here to look for trouble. They must think that we don't have any top experts in the sect. Huang Yueli naturally understood this and frowned. She had thought about this long ago. Blue Profound Sect might be in a crisis when they were in the northern ice field. But she did not expect various powerhouses' top experts to gather here together. This time, various powerhouses present are all Grand Elders level. These people have much stronger abilities as compared to the current sect Masters of Elders. All of them are almost reaching the limit of 1,000 years, and their strength is unfathomable. To tell the truth, if not for Soaring Heaven's continent space barrier, a few of them might already have ascended. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed past Huang Yueli's eyes. She finally understood the reason for these people's appearance. A cold smile curled and she said, these people indeed haven't learned their lesson. We've just left for a few months, and they're up to no good again. Men, let's stop the flying ship in front of them. I want to see how bold they are. The flying ship's disciples heard her command and immediately made the snow cloud skyship descend steadily. At this moment, a large gathering of top experts from various large powerhouses had already seen the snow cloud skyship in the air, and all of them revealed a joyous look. They had their motives to come to Blue Profound Sect. Previously at Li Moying and Huang Yueli's wedding, various sects' top experts were present, wanting to show Li Moying who's the boss. But in the end, not only were they not able to teach him a lesson, these top experts were locked up, and until now, their predicaments were still unknown. Some of them included the palace lord Qi Xiaojiao. With so many top experts locked up, various powerhouses were severely impacted. The losses in power were secondary. The crucial thing was various powerhouses' reputations were severely trampled by Blue Profound sect. In this period, 6 sacred lands kept provoking Li Moying, and they were harshly dealt with. This news had already spread all over the entire Soaring Heavens continent. This time around, all Soaring Heavens continent's practitioners only knew that Blue Profound sect was a top-rate powerhouse. The usually arrogant 6 sacred lands had been turned into a laughingstock. Even practitioners from the 4 sky regions dare to mock the disciples from the 6 sacred lands. This situation was naturally something that the 6 sacred lands practitioners could not accept. They wanted to earn their reputation back. At the very least, they had to save their sect mazers and elders who were locked up. But when Li Moying was in Blue Profound sect, no one dared to challenge them. So they could only remain as cowards. But now, Li Moying left, and they instantly felt that their chance had come. Various Sacred Land and Sky Emperor cities' powerhouses were secretly in contact with Lord Zhan. They already received news that Li Moying and the others had left Blue Profound sect for Northern Ice Fields. There were only ordinary elders standing guard now, so their power was greatly reduced. Of course, they didn't dare to go to them at the beginning. After all, Li Moying had only temporarily left. If he suddenly came back, no one would be able to take on his furious revenge. But later on, the Northern Ice Fields had an astonishing change. First, the blood moon ascended to the sky, and back then, it wasn't just Northern Ice Fields that was affected. The entire Soaring Heavens continent skies had turned into a blood-red color at the same time. Heaven and Earth's profound chi were led towards the north. As Soaring Heavens continent's top experts, they were sensitive towards the profound chi's movement. They immediately knew that something had happened in the freezing zone. After one entire day, the blood moon's cloud finally disappeared. Heaven and Earth resumed back to their normal peace. Various powerhouses started to send their disciples to Northern Ice Fields, hoping to investigate the truth. However, before they could get any findings, the second abnormality struck. The entire Soaring Heavens continent was stirred up. Heaven and Earth, profound chi, had once again gathered towards the north. Moreover, this time around, a genuine miracle appeared right in front of them. There was no need to probe at all. The space barrier which enveloped Soaring Heavens continent for thousands of years, shattered. The entire sky was filled with spiderweb-like cracks, and later it started to collapse and disappear. The thick Heaven and Earth profound chi had once again descended onto Soaring Heavens continent. All the practitioners who bathed in the profound chi almost shed happy tears. From then on, Soaring Heavens continent would no longer be their cage. To various large powerhouses, the unparalleled old people, the disappearance of the space barrier was great news for them. Among many of them, they had been trapped in ninth stage realm peak for years and were unable to ascend. Seeing their lifespan depleting, they were prepared to die. Now that the space barrier had disappeared, it gave them new hopes. Moreover, Heaven and Earth's profound chi had swiftly been raised. Many of their cultivations had been raised within a short span of 10 days, and they had an evident rise of a small realm. The upgrade of their power gave them a misperception of self-confidence. In order for Lord Zhan draw these old fogies' loyalty, he revealed to them that he was going to hold a sacrificial ceremony to break through the Soaring Heavens continent space barrier. It was exactly because of this which made them verify that the space barrier had disappeared, because Lord Zhan's sacrificial ceremony had succeeded. The entire continent would belong to Lord Zhan from then on. Since that was so, they didn't have to worry about a mere Li Moying. He was so bold to seek trouble with Lord Zhan in the Northern Ice Fields. Wasn't that inviting trouble for himself? Now there was a 99% chance that he was dead. So those experts from the 6 sacred lands and some large powerhouses gathered again, hoping to claim back the leadership. Unfortunately, by the time they rushed to the mountain entrance, they discovered that Blue Profound Sect had already activated their mountain protection array. Song Pahun was exceptionally alert. Adding on to Song Piyu's previous experience, he immediately summoned a large number of disciples after the space barrier shattered. After that, he made a firm decision to protect himself. The truth showed that his decision could not be more correct than ever. Although various powerhouses' grand elders had extraordinary power, they were only in 9th stage realm peak practitioners. Moreover, none of them were versed in array skills. A bunch of them spent many days, but still weren't able to find a chance to break through. What should we do now? Blue Profound Sect's mountain protection array was said to be left from ancient times, which is extremely strong. Could it be that we can only stand at the door and look? A wrinkled woman said furiously, striking her crutches on the ground. She was a grand elder from Celestial Heaven's Gate, and she was Ling Qingyu's biological grandaunt, who pampered Ling Qingyu since young. That year when Ling Qingyu schemed against Huang Yueli, she had a part in inciting her niece. Hence the minute they obtained the Sky Phoenix ring from Huang Yueli, that was equivalent to establishing great merit. She received several longevity medicinal pills, and the entire Celestial Heaven's Gate also benefited from it. She did not expect Huang Yueli to make a comeback after so many years. She also captured her beloved niece, not knowing how Ling Qingyu was tortured. Another black-robed guardian from the Sky Devil sect sneered. "Old Madam Ling, don't be so anxious. No matter how powerful this mountain protection array was, doesn't it rely on spirit jades and magical beast core to supply the energy? We should just keep attacking continuously, and I want to see how many resources Blue Profound Sect has. Surely they can't be cowards and hide in the tortoise shell forever, right?" Hearing that, all the practitioners started to laugh. Lord Yen is right. Aren't they all cowards? TSK, Blue Profound Sect scums, aren't they very arrogant and conceited? Why are they hiding in their tortoise shells now? They're really a bunch of rubbish. They don't even dare to fight. What cheek do they have to claim that they're the #1 sacred land? Bah! I'm really about to die from laughter. Everyone laughed willfully and commanded their disciples to keep attacking the array. Focus everyone. After we enter Blue Profound Sect, you can kill all those disciples who always trample on you. By then, we will split up the treasures in Blue Profound Sect's treasury, including all those cultivation methods and inheritances. Hearing that, the disciples attacked with even more vigor. Although they claimed to be saving those top experts from their sects, everyone knew that even if these people were saved, they would most likely become tortured beyond recognition. They were definitely crippled. They were merely using this excuse as a cover-up. More importantly, they were interested in Blue Profound Sect's inheritances. Blue Profound Sect was able to become the #1 sacred land and nurture batches of awe-inspiring top-rated experts in Soaring Heaven's continent because they relied on many ancient cultivation methods, manuscripts, and resources. Everyone felt excited just from thinking about these. It was as if these inheritances were already theirs. But no one expected Blue Profound Sect's mountain protection array to be so solid. Everyone busied themselves for several days, and the entire team had practically used up all their strength. However, they weren't able to shake the array at all. It remained still and rigid, as though it was ridiculing these attackers for overestimating themselves. Damn it, what on earth is going on? Are Blue Profound Sect's cowards really intending not to come out? Just as everyone was at a loss, someone unintentionally lifted their heads and saw the snow cloud skyship coming close. That person couldn't help but scream. Old Madam! Old Madam Ling, quickly, look at that. Why are you stammering? Old Madam Ling hit her crutches on the ground and berated angrily, what did you see? What's there to make a fuss about? As she spoke, she raised her head and took a look. Then her eyes widened and revealed an extremely shocked look. Snow Cloud Sky Ship. That's Blue Profound Sect's Snow Cloud Sky Ship. Could it be that Lemoying is back? On hearing the name Lemoying, every practitioner jolted with shock. Their faces revealed an extremely shocked look. Earlier, all of them spoke so arrogantly as though they looked down on Lemoying. But in actual fact, that was just a fa. Who in the entire continent did not fear him? When they heard that Lemoying was back, just seeing his ship alone was enough to scare everyone stiff. In an instant, all of them turned from a ferocious tiger into a trembling little kitten. How is this possible? Lemoying, how could he possibly appear at this place? Earlier that Lord Yen, who cursed Blue Profound Sect's disciples as cowards, felt his legs turning into jelly when he saw the crystal white flying ship and almost fell on the ground. Could it be that even Lord Jean can't do anything to him? Finished, we're done for this time. We besieged Blue Profound Sect and he even caught us right in the act. I wonder what he will do to us. No way, we Seven Stars Palace will back out of this deal. Lemoying is back, so before the flying ship lands, we'd better leave quickly. A state of chaos left the crowd in shock. All they had in mind was to slip away. Just at this moment, old Madame Ling coughed hard and spoke loudly, "Everyone, don't be in a hurry to leave. Lemoying might be terrifying, but Lord Jean's power is something that everyone has witnessed. He has much more power than Lemoying. After all, he's no longer Mu Qingqing from 20 years ago. His power is limited and everyone has to think through this carefully. Based on his current ability, how could he possibly escape from Lord Jean's clutches?" When they heard what she said, they all stopped and realized what the old lady said was reasonable. But some of them were still terrified. "Old Madame Ling, don't get us into trouble. Only Sovereignly can command the use of the Snow Cloud Sky Ship. Now that it's already appeared, could Lemoying possibly not be on the ship?" Old Madame Ling laughed dryly. Her voice was hoarse and her entire wrinkled face creased together. "We only saw the flying ship and not the person, isn't it? If Lemoying dies, Blue Profound Sect's disciples couldn't possibly keep driving the ship in northern ice fields, can they? They would definitely come back. How do you know if Lemoying was indeed on the ship?" As compared to the other Sacred Lands practitioners, as Ling Qingyu was Lord Jean's capable assistant, so towards Snow Phoenix Palace's situation, she knew slightly more than everyone else. As the survivor to the ancient god clan, Sacred Phoenix race's total power surpassed the entire Soaring Heavens continent's Sacred Lands. Even Blue Profound Sect wasn't able to compare to them. No matter how formidable Lemoying was, he just could not win Lord Jean. Old Madame Ling spoke with so much assurance. The other practitioners might be worried, but they couldn't help but become puzzled. Old Madame Ling hurriedly added, "Whichever powerhouse wants to leave should leave now. But after we break into Blue Profound Sect, those who left can forget about getting a share of the inheritances or treasures. Surely you can't expect us to risk our lives while you gain all the benefits after, right?" This was extremely reasonable. Those powerhouses, which intended to stay, all started echoing in agreement. Those who wanted to leave became hesitant when they heard that. Old Madame Ling gave a mysterious smile when she saw that. She said, "The Snow Cloud Sky Ship descending might not be a bad thing. Instead, it is a good thing. As long as Lemoying isn't on the ship, based on our abilities, we can just capture everyone on the ship as hostages. Think about it, if Tsang Pahun saw so many Blue Profound Sect's disciples in our hands, do you think he would leave them be? Or deactivate the mountain protection array for us?" Everyone immediately laughed heartily when they heard that. Old Madame Ling's move was indeed malicious. But the effect was very well done. When they thought about the mountain's tempting inheritances, everyone's last bit of terror disappeared. They immediately chased up to old Madame Ling and crowded around the snow cloud skyship's location. The crystal, snowy white flying ship stopped on a piece of vacant land. It looked like a masterpiece. Some of them even started having designs on this flying ship. Number 1 Armament Master Huang Yueli's peak masterpiece. Not only did it fly swiftly, but it could also attack and defend. The rarest of all was its stylish and eye-catching exterior. If they were able to obtain this, it would definitely be comparable to a manuscript that had been left behind from ancient times, which could be considered as a form of status. Just as everyone was letting their thoughts run wild, the snow cloud skyship's cabin door opened with a patter and the gangway was lowered. Seeing that, everyone was first stunned, then surprised. They assumed that the people on the ship would not dare to alight after seeing such a disorderly sight. So they were still thinking of how to break the defensive array on this flying ship. No one expected the people on board to alight. Why were these people so bold? Don't they know that after they alight, they would fall into the enemy's hands? Or could it be that Li Moying was actually on board the ship? Under everyone's shocked gazes, a few figures appeared on the deck. The first two to alight were Song Pijun and Song Piyu. As blue profound sex guardians, they would usually clear the way for their sovereign. Everyone's hearts thumped when they saw them. Song Pijun and Song Piyu were first-rate top exponents in blue profound sect. Moreover, their status and positions were very high. All the Sacred Land sect masters were considered to be on the same level as them. Only Li Moying was able to make the two of them bow, so could it be? But the next figure that appeared made everyone slightly surprised. Lu Bian and the two guardians were just half a step away, and he got off the gangway. Following that was Huang Yueli's graceful figure. There was a couple next to her, with exceptional looks and bearing. Those practitioners present who did not attend Li Moying and Huang Yueli's wedding did not recognize Bai Lu Feng as Li Moying's father-in-law. So they didn't know about his astonishing ability. As for Huang Siluo, she was much easier to recognize. She and Huang Yueli had a close resemblance, so many of them subconsciously could tell that she was Huang Yuel's mother. So in that manner, many of them also guessed that Bai Lu Feng should be Huang Yueli's father. This group of people got off the gangway and everyone's actions were calm, composed, and unhurried. Initially, those practitioners were extremely vigilant. But by the time everyone got off the ship, they realized that Li Moying really didn't appear, so all of them silently heaved a sigh of relief. But they were still slightly terrified. So they gazed at old Madame Ling to stand out and say something. Old Madame Ling gave a cold harumph as she silently sneered at these cowards. But thinking that her grandniece was still suffering in blue profound sect, she had no choice but to stand out. Guardian June, Guardian Yu, we haven't met for ages. I heard that you followed sovereignly to northern ice fields. How was it? Everything went smoothly? Old Madame Ling's tone was rather gentle, but how would Song Pijun and the others possibly not tell her probe? Song Pijun lowered his head and said, everything's rather smooth. This subordinate is under sovereign's orders to send sovereigness back to the sect. Saying that he and Song Piyu took several steps back until they were behind Huang Yueli. This stance seemed as though Huang Yueli was their leader. All the powerhouse's practitioners were exceptionally surprised to see that. When Li Moying revealed his identity as Mu Qingqing's reincarnation at his wedding, he didn't reveal Huang Yueli's identity. He merely claimed that he had gone into Qi deviation and reincarnated because of the Sky Devil reincarnation skill. In everyone's eyes, Huang Yueli was just the young lass, Bai Ruoli, from South Sky region. Although her innate talent was very high and it was compatible with Li Moying, she was still young after all. Her overall cultivation wasn't very high, but how could she possibly order the two ninth stage realm, peak guardians? Li Moying was not here right now. Song Pijun and Song Piyu did not need to listen to a young lass like her. Moreover, she was not only able to order them around, but they were also truly sincere in addressing her as sovereignness. For a moment, everyone was tongue-tied when they saw her. Old Madame Ling was slightly embarrassed by this. Seeing Song Pujun's reaction, it was obviously because she was disrespectful to Huang Yueli, so he didn't even want to speak to her. But as Celestial Heaven's Gate's Grand Elder, greeting Song Pujun and the others already made her feel that her dignity was lowered. What more to start a conversation with Huang Yueli? However, old Madame Ling didn't say a word, so Huang Yueli didn't say anything as well. She merely looked at the practitioners with a sneer. She gave off a noble bearing and one could feel the pressure that was emanating from her. In front of them were these famous fogies. They subconsciously felt a cold chill running down their backs. This young lady was not simple. But very quickly, the practitioners all regained their senses and felt that they had lost their self-control. What was wrong with that? This young lass was not even 20 yet. If not for an abnormally powerful husband, who would bother about her? They were all awestruck by Mu Qingqing's past name, hence they developed hallucinations, to feel that this young lass was unfathomable. Illusion, it was definitely an illusion. Old Madame Ling coughed hard as she opened her mouth and spoke impolitely, "You're Betrayal? Do you know who I am? I'm Celestial Heaven's Gate's Grand Elder, also called as Fairy Ling by others." Saying that, she lifted her chin and waited to see Huang Yueli's shocked expression, for her to come fawn on her. However, Huang Yueli merely shot a cold glance at her and didn't say a word. She recognized old Madame Ling. When she was besties with Ling Qingyu back then, she had seen this tiger lady many years ago at Celestial Heaven's Gate. Back then, she felt that this old lady often looked at people with slanted eyes. From the looks of it now, it seemed that she was indeed a terrible role model. When she was acting shameless, young people just couldn't catch up to her. Old Madame Ling saw her cold attitude and felt that she was disrespected. She screeched again, "Betrayal, did you hear what I say?" Huang Yueli's lips curled up slightly and she turned to face Lu Bian and smiled. "Senior brother, do you hear anyone talking?" Lu Bian's eyes were cold and he spoke with a superficial smile, "Is there anyone?" "Junior sister, surely you're not developing a kuasm at such a tender age, right?" "There's no one talking at all. All I hear is a dog barking." "Junior sister, if there's a problem with your ears, we should get master to administer treatment for you." Huang Yueli smiled and said, "Senior brother, you've been thinking too much. There's nothing wrong with my ears. There indeed is a dog barking, and it's an old dog. Even the mosquitoes do not dare to stop in front of it, but it insists on calling itself a fairy." "Just how thick is the skin?" Lu Bian blinked his eyes puzzledly. "The skin is indeed very thick. But why don't the mosquitoes dare to stop in front? What does this mean?" Huang Yueli replied indifferently, "The entire face is full of wrinkles. So when the mosquitoes stop, they might be squashed to death by those folds. Although they might be small insects, they also value their lives very much." Lu Bian couldn't stop himself from bursting out in laughter on hearing that. Not only him, Song Pujun and Song Piyu also laughed very loudly, just short of rolling on the floor with laughter. Even various large powerhouses who came to sought trouble with them started to snigger as they stole a glance at old Madame Ling. When she was young, she was indeed one of the famous beauties in Sky Emperor City. Hence, that was why she had the nickname Fairy Ling. But that was when she was young. Now that she's already a few hundred years old, she still claims that she's a fairy, so that made everyone shocked by her shamelessness. When old Madame Ling heard the repeated laughter, her embarrassment turned into anger. She pointed at Huang Yueli and berated, "I've heard of you. You're still so young, but managed to rely on the #1 sacred land sovereign. You're indeed scheming. But now Limoying isn't around and there's no one to protect you. So you'd better learn your place. Otherwise, I don't mind giving you a lesson on what is called respecting your elders." She had just finished her sentence when Song Pujun's face turned cold. He shouted, "Presumptuous!" Song Pujun imbued profound energy into this shout. Although it was just one word, it was sonorous and made all the practitioners shiver. Old Madame Ling's eyes widened as she did not expect to be interrupted so brazenly. However, Song Pujun totally couldn't be bothered about her. He continued to say, "Old Madame Ling, who gave you the right to insult our sovereigness? Do you really think there's nobody in our sect?" His voice was harsh and it caused old Madame Ling to go into a fluster. After all, Song Pujun's ability had already surpassed hers. Facing such a top exponent, she was still rather afraid. However, old Madame Ling wasn't willing to be embarrassed, so she acted tough. "What? Did I say something wrongly? No matter what, I'm still your senior. A young lass like Bairuoli actually mocked me? I'm already so old, so what's wrong with teaching her about how to be respectful? Your sovereignly didn't teach her well, that's why an old woman like me has to help him." Her words were indeed shameless. To put it nicely, she was trying to sell her knowledge. To put it blindly, she was poking her nose into her face. Even all the other powerhouse's practitioners heard that and found it ear-piercing. But they didn't forget their motive in this visit, so they were determined to stand on old Madame Ling's side, to speak up for her. That's right, old Madame Ling is a respectable senior in the art of cultivation. She personally came to visit Blue Profound Sect. Never mind that you don't serve her properly, you even insulted her. That's simply acting like a bully. She's just a lass who's gotten Sovereign Li's favor. Does she really treat herself as the sovereigness? Without Li Moying, what would you be? The practitioner's hooting was getting louder. Initially, everyone was rather afraid. But under old Madame Ling's gaze, they braced themselves and continued with the abuses. But while scolding, they realized that Li Moying really seemed like he wasn't on the snow cloud sky ship. Otherwise, when he heard these abuses toward Blue Profound Sect and his fiancée, Li Moying would definitely not be able to sit still. They would already have become dead people. But now, there was no sight of Li Moying at all. Evidently, he didn't come along with Huang Yueli and the rest. That proved that he had definitely died in the northern ice fields. Everyone was invigorated when they thought of this. It seemed like they were right in coming today. They must grab hold of this chance and lay their hands on Blue Profound Sect's inheritances. Sky Devil Sect's guardian Yan immediately stood out and shouted, "Where's Sovereign Li? Where did he go to? Invite him out quickly. His wife had insulted a senior, so we'd like to ask him to give us an explanation. Otherwise, we will ask for it ourselves." Hearing that, everyone echoed in agreement. That's right, ask Sovereign Li to give us an explanation. Looking at everyone's indignant looks, Huang Yueli's lips curled up coldly. If Li Moying was here and they wanted him to give an explanation, it would definitely be throw them all into the snake pit to feed the snakes. These people knew this point and they could tell that Li Moying wasn't around, hence they dared to say such things. They aimed to push all the responsibility to Blue Profound Sect. They said Huang Yueli was disrespectful to the senior first and Li Moying refused to make his appearance to explain. In this way, no matter what excessive things they did, it was only logical. They were acting like bitches, but still pretending to be innocent. This kind of behavior was utterly shameless. Unfortunately for them, these tricks were equivalent to digging their graves when they met Huang Yueli. She took a few steps up and walked out from Song Pujun's back. She said in a cold but calm tone, "You wish to meet my husband?" "That's right." Guardian Yan stared at her gloomily and said, "Please invite Sovereign Li to come out." Old Madame Ling also snorted, "Does Sovereign Li know that he's in the wrong, hence he doesn't dare to show himself?" Huang Yueli's lips curled upwards, and she spoke slowly, "Just based on your innate talent and cultivation, you might never get a chance to meet my husband for your entire life." Everyone was stunned. After a moment later, old Madame Ling snorted coldly, Why? Why can't we meet him? Why put things in such a roundabout manner? Just be frank. Li Moying has already died in the northern ice fields. He dares to oppose Lord Jean, so he's getting his just desserts. She had already affirmed that Li Moying was dead. So when she heard what Huang Yueli said, she didn't think too much and just understood it in the way she thought it was. Liu Bian and the others were rather speechless on hearing her say that. This old woman was really trying to dig her own grave. Huang Yueli had already said it so clearly, but she still can't understand. Moreover, she dared to curse Li Moying? Whoever didn't know that Huang Yueli hated people to say that Li Moying was dead the most. This old woman's finished. As expected, Huang Yueli's expression sank and a gloomy look was seen in her eyes. She said sharply, Presumptuous. Earlier Guardian June had already warned you, and on account that you are old, he decided to let you off. Whoever knew that you still dared to spout rubbish in front of me? Men, slap her. A loud slap resounded. Song Piyu took a step forward and struck the old woman's wrinkly face without warning. This slap was just too sudden and no one had responded to it at all. Even old Madame Ling was still in a daze after she was slapped. No one expected Huang Yueli to be so overbearing. Li Moying wasn't here, but she dared to strike an established practitioner like old Madame Ling. The most miraculous part was a top-rated expert like Song Piyu actually followed her unreasonable command without thinking. But no matter how stunned everyone was, all this had really happened. Moreover, Song Piyu didn't just stop at one slap. He continued slapping old Madame Ling. Pa 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 pa. Dull thud sounds reverberated in front of the mountain entrance. None of the stunned practitioners dared to stop him. Old Madame Ling wanted to fight back, but when she retreated, Song Pijun blocked her from the back and restrained her meridians. These two blue profound sex guardians had higher ability than her. When the both of them struck together, she totally had no chance to fight back. After a moment later, Huang Yueli said coldly, Enough, old Madame Ling is so old already. Just a small lesson will do. Let's not pursue this any longer. We Blue Profound sect respect our elderly very much. Everyone almost spat out blood when they heard that. She taught the other party a lesson and still dared to say that they respect the elderly? Song Pijun and Song Piyu answered with a yes and retreated behind Huang Yueli. It was until now did the practitioners wake up from their dreams. They turned their heads towards old Madame Ling. She was already in a daze and her face was very swollen. Her skin was originally filled with wrinkles and now after it swelled, it looked like a sedge paper that had been soaked in water. Her looks were really horrifying and anyone who saw her felt like throwing up. You guys. Old Madame Ling was so angry that she wanted to curse at them. But the minute she opened her mouth, she felt a sweet feeling in her throat, and with a plop, she spat out a mouthful of blood. A few yellowish teeth also fell out along with the blood. Old Madame Ling lowered her head and she almost jumped up in fury. Those were her remaining few teeth. Usually, when she ate, she relied on those few teeth to bite, but now it was all gone. Based on her age, her lifespan was already at its end. So no matter how good the medicinal herbs were, there was no way to grow them back. In the future, she would only be able to drink porridge. You all, damn it. Wretched lass, you're simply a big bully. With her teeth, that old woman couldn't even curse properly. Huang Yueli swept her a cold glance. Why? Still haven't learned to know your place? Do you want me to give you a few more slaps? Old Madame Ling was so angry that her face flushed red, but yet she could not say a single word at all. She dared to hoot so brazenly earlier because Huang Yueli was still young. She felt that the latter would not dare to disrespect her. Whoever knew that Huang Yueli was so vicious? She totally had no misgivings to strike at all. This kind of guts and bearing made everyone feel that they were looking at Li Moying himself. Old Madame Ling stared at Huang Yueli fiercely, but she didn't dare to say a word. She looked at Guardian Yen instead, hoping that he would stand up for her. Everyone came together, but she was given such a harsh slap. If the allies from various powerhouses don't fight back, wouldn't they become the laughingstock in the entire Sky Emperor city? Whoever knew that Guardian Yen was so shocked that he didn't even take a look at old Madame Ling. He wasn't so upset like old Madame Ling, and he knew how to tell what was right or wrong. Hearing Huang Yueli's words, he already formed a terrifying guess in his mind. Thinking of the past few days where there was extremely powerful profound energy fluctuation and adding on to the shattering of the space barrier, that was enough to shake the earth. The thunderous scene left Guardian Yen horrified. No, Madame Li, what exactly do you mean? Sovereignly where exactly has he gone to? Huang Yueli swept everyone a glance and said lightly, half a month ago, my husband Li Moying had already broken through to the 10th stage realm in northern ice fields. He had already passed through the heavenly tribulation and ascended to God realm. She did not plan to conceal Li Moying's ascension from everyone. After all, Li Moying did not show himself, and that would definitely attract various rumors. It would only attract various sects' endless probing if they used some excuses, like go into closed-door cultivation or whatsoever. Since that was so, why don't they just announce to everyone that he had already ascended to God realm? They could also let everyone know that Li Moying was indeed the #1 top expert on the continent. In this way, it would raise Blue Profound Sect's reputation further. Huang Yueli's words were like a bolt of thunder that came crashing down on their heads, causing all of them to be stunned. Even old Madame Ling, who was brandishing her claws, also became dumbstruck and remained rooted to the ground. After some time later, Guardian Yen finally found his voice. Sovereignly, he really ascended? Why, how is this possible? There had been no practitioners from soaring heaven's continents who could ascend to God realm in the past tens of thousands of years. Huang Yueli said indifferently, practitioners weren't able to ascend because soaring heaven's continent was enveloped by the exterior demonic qi which formed a space barrier. That made the entire continent's heaven and earth profound qi extremely scarce and also prevented practitioners from ascending. Now you should be able to sense that the space barrier has already shattered. Heaven and earth profound qi are much denser than before. Moying was already on the verge of advancing. Of course, he could ascend so quickly. Hearing this explanation, most of them started to believe in her. Everyone could feel heaven and earth profound qi becoming dense. Based on Li Moying's innate talent, which had surpassed everyone, it wasn't strange for him to ascend. But even so, this news still left every practitioner stunned. They totally could not regain their senses. Ascend to God realm. Li Moying really ascended to the God realm. This original fact that was recorded in ancient manuals had not been witnessed by anyone in the real world. Even if a handful of practitioners present were already in 9th stage realm peak, but ascending to the God realm was a miracle which they didn't dare to imagine. Moreover, Li Moying was just 23 years old. A 23-year-old 10th stage realm practitioner, just thinking about it made one's knees go weak. For a moment, everyone went silent. They thought about the mighty Li Moying, then thought about their abilities, and they were filled with complicated emotions. Just at this moment, old Madame Ling started to screech. No, it's impossible. This wretched lass, by Ruoli is lying. How can Li Moying possibly ascend to God realm? Northern ice fields is Lord Zhan's turf. No powerhouses could fight against an ancient god clan. The one who broke through the space barrier should be Lord Zhan, so the person who ascended must be him. Li Moying must have been killed by Lord Zhan. Don't be deceived by this wretched lass. Everyone went blank for a moment, then instantly regained their senses. Yes, Lord Zhan was still around. He wanted to kill Li Moying long ago. How could Li Moying possibly fight against sacred phoenix race? Even if he didn't die, how was it possible for him to ascend? A 23-year-old 10th stage realm, how could there be such a ridiculous story? Many practitioners were originally shocked by Li Moying's ability and achievements. But thinking in this way, their hearts started to flutter again. An old voice followed suit. That's right, what old Madame Ling said is right. This is indeed suspicious. After all, Li Moying is not the former Mu Qingqing, and his cultivation is not the same as before. How could he possibly escape from Lord Zhan's clutches? Madame Li said he has ascended. What proof do you have? The person who spoke was Grand Elder, he from the Seven Stars Palace. Huang Yueli sneered. Proof? Why do I need to show you any proof? Whether you believe it or not, what's it got to do with me? When various powerhouses' disciples had scouted the news from the northern ice fields sometime later, they would naturally know who was the victor of that battle when they realized that Snow Phoenix Palace had been razed to the ground. But now, Huang Yueli didn't have any proof. Even if she had, there was no obligation for her to prove to those people. However, many people misunderstood when they heard what she said. They subconsciously felt that Huang Yueli must have told a lie to scare them off. In an instant, all the practitioners who were still half-hearted all started to feel confident again. They recalled their purpose in coming to Blue Profound Sect. Grand Elder Ho fiddled with his beard and said, Madame Li, I know that you've just got married and also lost your husband, so you must be overly upset. But you can't tell a lie because of that. Huang Yueli, Song Pajun, and the others looked at the group as though they were retards. But Grand Elder, he assumed that they were feeling guilty and afraid because they did not refute. Hence he paused and slowly said, Madame Li, we practitioners have come with kind intentions to help you. I believe that you are clear now about the consequences of going against Lord Zhan. One would not come to a good end. We still have some say in front of Lord Zhan, so we can plead on your behalf, to ask him to forgive your misdeeds. Guardian Yan, old Madame Ling, am I right? Guardian Yan immediately understood his meaning and nodded. He echoed, that's right. We can't bear to see Blue Profound Sect's many years of inheritances being destroyed by Lord Zhan in a moment of fury, so we've come. I believe that Madame Li wouldn't want to die without a valid reason. It's better to cooperate with us. When old Madame Ling heard that they were going to cooperate, her eyes widened. All she wanted to do now was to kill Huang Yueli, and not proceed with some cooperation. When Grand Elder Ho saw her reaction, he was worried that old Madame Ling would talk rubbish and spoil their plans. So he hurriedly coughed and spoke before she did. Madame Li, in order to resolve Blue Profound Sect's crisis, you'd better deactivate the array. Let's all proceed into the sect and have a detailed discussion. Guardian Yan nudged old Madame Ling and also said, that's right. This is a serious matter, so we'd better proceed to Levitation Sword Palace for a discussion. Hearing Grand Elder Ho and Guardian Yan's words, all the practitioners' mouths were agape, silently giving a thumbs up to the both of them. They were utterly shameless and sinister. Attacking the mountain protection array by force would result in a huge amount of effort to blast it open. But now, all they needed to do was to coax Li Moying's widow, and they would be able to enter Blue Profound Sect effortlessly. By the time all these practitioners entered Blue Profound Sect's doors, it wouldn't be up to Huang Yueli by then. Grand Elder, he and the others were secretly delighted, as they suppressed their urge to burst out laughing. Then they swept a glance at Huang Yueli. In their minds, Huang Yueli was still young and her husband had just died. On hearing her enemy's name, Lord Zhan, she might be frightened to death. Even if she could remain calm, she would definitely be manipulated by them. However, on hearing their request, there was no terrified look on Huang Yueli's face. On the contrary, her lips curled upwards and she revealed a faint smile. Her smile was filled with an obvious taunt. Are you done? She spat out these words, coldly. Grand Elder, he was stunned and he couldn't react properly. Yes, I'm done. Huang Yueli laughed coldly. Do you guys think I'm silly or dumb? What's the difference between inviting you guys into the mountain and luring the wolf into the house? Kind intentions? I wonder what your heart looks like. Grand Elder, he was exposed and his expression changed in a second. All the amiable looks that he put up immediately disappeared without a trace. By Ruoli, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Li Moying is already dead. Just based on you, you can't protect Blue Profound Sect's inheritance. If you know what's good for you, choose to cooperate with us. We 6 sacred lands can still leave Levitation Sword Palace for you, and also Blue Profound Sect's name intact. We're also willing to let your disciples live. If you must work against Lord Zhan, then what? Huang Yueli didn't even bat an eyelid as she asked coldly. Grand Elder, he took a deep breath and his expression turned malicious. If you insist on going against Lord Zhan, that means you will be the 6 sacred lands' common enemy. By then, Blue Profound Sect's inheritances would still land in our hands, whereas your disciples would all die. Anyway, we will be entering the Blue Profound Sect today, regardless of Madame Li's decision. Grand Elder, his words were a blatant threat. He had already said things to this extent, so various practitioners also realized that Huang Yueli wasn't as innocent as she looked. They couldn't coax and deceive her. In this way, the only way out for them would be to use their abilities to coerce her to listen. These people finally gave up their acts and revealed their true faces. Huang Yueli was not shocked at all. She smiled coldly. Then, in that case, you're intending to declare war against Blue Profound Sect. Old Madame Ling finally had a chance to speak, so she barked, "That's right. You dare to disrespect your cultivational seniors, so we shall show you some colors today." Huang Yueli said coldly, "Since that's the case, we Blue Profound Sect will accept it." She had just finished her sentence when a wave of swords being unsheathed was heard. Blue Profound Sect Snow Cloud Skyship's disciples all unsheathed their swords and prepared for battle. Blue Profound Sect's disciples have never been afraid of any challenges. My husband's temper has been very mild in recent years, so you guys have all forgotten about that year. Now, I shall carve this into your memories. There is only one consequence for those who dare to challenge Blue Profound Sect. Huang Yueli spoke in an unhurried manner and her tone was extremely peaceful. But when she spoke, her profound energy fluctuations started to rise swiftly, as a powerful wave of pressure was instantly unleashed. When she finished talking, the air was already filled with scorching fire-attributed energy. Tremendous suppression made those old fogies feel suffocated. For those junior disciples with weaker cultivations, many of them started to spit out blood. Everyone's eyes widened, staring in disbelief at the petite, young lady who was standing in front of them. When Grand Elder, he declared that they would enter a battle with Blue Profound Sect, various powerhouses practitioners all made the necessary preparations to fight. Li Moying wasn't around, so most of them were rather confident of their abilities. Although Lu Bian, Song Pijun, and Song Piyu were famous top experts on the sky chart, they had more manpower on their side. Even if Huang Yueli's parents were also 9th stage realm peak top experts, they had the absolute confidence to win them. So everyone was silently defending against Song Pijun and the others, worried that they would suddenly sneak an attack on them. No one expected the first to strike to be Huang Yueli. Moreover, within a short span of 10 breaths, Huang Yueli's surrounding aura rose to such a degree. Furthermore, it was still increasing steadily. How could this be possible? Wasn't Li Moying's petite wife a world-famous armament and pill refining master? In terms of cultivation, she had just advanced into 6th stage realm a couple of months ago. How could she have such a shocking aura? Everyone's memories still remained at the times when she just came to Sky Emperor City. Never in their wildest dreams would they imagine that Huang Yueli had already ascended into the ninth stage realm within a year. Moreover, based on the ancient god clan's blood flowing in her, her ninth stage realm had surpassed the human race's 10th stage realm. Huang Yueli's profound energy suppression was too strong. Following each step of pressing nearer, various sect practitioners started to retreat. Grand Elder, he also subconsciously took a step back. But he quickly halted and after a shiver, he regained his consciousness. Why did he need to retreat? Bairuoli's ability wasn't very strong and that was something that the entire Soaring Heavens continent knew about. No matter how much innate talent she had, she couldn't jump from 6th stage realm to 9th stage realm, right? Not to mention to have the ability to scare 9th stage realm peak practitioners off. So, although the young lass's profound energy fluctuations were very strong, that might not necessarily be her true ability. Even if she had eaten some kind of potential invigorating pill, she couldn't possibly be so strong. She should have cultivated some kind of secret technique in order to hide her ability and deceive everyone. Thinking of this, Grand Elder Ho raised his voice and shouted, "Everyone stop, you're not allowed to retreat. No one is allowed to back down anymore. Bairuoli doesn't have such a strong ability. She's just pretending, don't be deceived by her." Hearing that, everyone was stunned. Old Madame Ling was a top expert and she immediately regained her senses. Stopping in her tracks, she sneered. The younger disciples also came around it. Although they felt the chi in their chests swirling, they tried hard to bear with the discomfort and stopped retreating. That's right, we were almost deceived by this wretched lass. I wonder where she learned such an evil skill. Does she think we are all idiots? How would we be tricked by such petty tricks? Old Madame Ling shrieked loudly. Oh? You think this is trickery? Huang Yueli's lips curled nonchalantly as she took another step forward. Her aura instantly rose again. Following another step forward, Elder He and the other top experts felt their chests pounding and their meridians had already suffered a serious impact. Whereas for those younger disciples behind them, it was already very tough for them to stop retreating. Now the pressure increased and several of them fainted after they spat blood out. You. Old Madame Ling's face turned pale when she saw Huang Yueli walking towards her. At this moment, those old fogies also realized that Huang Yueli's ability was indeed not simple. After all, aura might be falsified, but the damages to their meridians could not be faked. Only real profound energy could injure top experts like them. But, how is this possible? How on earth did she do it? Grand Elder, he silently clenched his teeth and suddenly, he charged towards Huang Yueli instead. At the same time, he roared, "Everyone, stay calm. Although we don't know why this lass has such a strong ability, her foundation is not stable. If we really engage in a fight, she wouldn't be able to display her power at all. Let me take her down. The rest of you, cover me and block off Song Pijun and the others." All the top experts had the same idea in mind. Without thinking too much, they followed Grand Elder He's instructions and dashed out. Even if Huang Yueli's suppression had given them a shock, but no one would ever believe that a young lass like her had sufficient power to crush all of them. No matter what, there should be something wrong somewhere. As long as they managed to capture Bairuoli, the truth would be revealed. All the practitioners charged forward. Grand Elder He and Old Madame Ling dashed towards Huang Yueli while the others aimed for Song Pijun, Song Piyu, and Lu Bian. However, before they could reach their target, they saw an eye-piercing red glow flashed past their eyes. A loud boom was heard. In the loud sound, a huge fire domain with Huang Yueli in the center instantly broadened. Powerful fire-attributed energy was like surging waves, sweeping towards the top experts. Scorching fiery flames covered the skies and earth. There was a surging rampant wave of energy. Old Madame Ling and the others instantly sensed danger, and all of their expressions abruptly changed. They hurriedly tried to defend, but it was already too late. They totally could not stop and dashed right into Huang Yueli's fire domain. Blazing flames raised. Miserable cries were heard from the fire domain. Amid the blazing screen, they could only see blurry figures, which were twitching. That scene left those junior disciples, who were hiding at the back, so shocked that they almost forgot to breathe. Some of them even fainted. Grand Elder, he and the others, who were trapped in the fire domain, were 9th stage realm, peak top exponents after all. Even though they were seriously injured, after they managed to respond, they wouldn't be willing to wait for death. So all of them used their ultimate life-saving skills to escape from the fire domain. However, Huang Yueli's Sky Phoenix ring had been rarefied, and the fire domain which she unleashed was the genuine true Phoenix fire. Those top exponents spent a lot of effort before they made a narrow escape from this ancient deviant flame's encirclement. But all of them were already badly burnt. Various high-tiered profound armaments had also melted or shattered under the scorching true Phoenix fire. There were a few who died on the spot, and were swallowed by the true Phoenix fire. All this happened too quickly. Various large powerhouses' top exponents who were raving to kill her were lying on the ground half dead in such a short time. The blazing flames extinguished and Huang Yueli's figure was seen in the flames. She looked so petite and frail with a palm-sized face that looked extremely innocent. Her sparkly big eyes seemed to contain a little childish nature. But when all the practitioners looked at her, none of them dared to slight her with disdain. Instead, it was all filled with shock and terror. In a blink of an eye, she caused such serious injuries to so many soaring heavens continents established top exponents. This kind of ability, and this kind of horrifying method, was comparable to Mu Qingqing from 20 years ago. Huang Yueli withdrew her surrounding aura and walked forward slowly again. This time, even though she didn't unleash any profound energy suppression, the junior practitioners all started to retreat. Some were so scared that their knees went weak and they fell to the ground. Huang Yueli didn't bother about those minions and stopped right in front of Grand Elder, he, and the other top exponents. These people had lost their earlier imposing manner and all of them looked at Huang Yueli with terrified gazes. There was no doubt that she had absolute power. No matter who it was, no one could understand how she managed to advance so quickly. But that shocking fire domain was something that everyone witnessed with their own eyes. These practitioners didn't know that Huang Yueli could instantly explode such powerful strength was mainly because of the Sky Phoenix ring in her body. Otherwise, even if she had the sacred Phoenix race's bloodline, it was impossible for her to be so heaven-defying in such a short time. The Sky Phoenix ring might be exceptionally powerful and it was already invincible in Soaring Heaven's continent, but based on Huang Yueli's current cultivation and profound energy, she could only control the Sky Phoenix ring for a very short amount of time. Once she went past 30 breaths, the profound energy in her would be sucked dry. Luckily, those practitioners who charged at her were shocked by Huang Yueli's fire domain. Even for those strongest few, they also forgot to fight back. All they could think of was to escape. Huang Yueli saw the time was almost up and started to retract her fire domain, which also allowed these people another chance to live. If not for so, if she could control the Sky Phoenix ring, these people would have all died. But even with the current scenario, the power she exhibited was enough to leave everyone stunned. Grand Elder, he lifted his head and stared at Huang Yueli blankly. His teeth were chattering from fright. Madam Li, Mare, mercy, please show me mercy. This is all a misunderstanding. Yes. Madam Li, we know our mistake now. We beg you, please let us off. Madam Li, please let us off. We were really blind to have misjudged you. In future, we will not dare to do this again. Various pleading voices rang. The 9th stage realm top exponents were already filled with terror, not to mention those junior disciples. All of them realized that this young lady was not the same as what they had imagined. She was apt in planning and scheming, a top exponent who was not any inferior to Limoying himself. It was the biggest mistake in their lives, to challenge someone as strong as her. They might possibly die because of this. Huang Yueli blinked and looked down on them from above. Her eyes were filled with an icy cold murderous intent. Everyone was feeling the chills from her gaze, and they plead even harder. But Huang Yueli seemed as though she didn't hear their voices. She raised her right hand and said, "Guardian Jun, Guardian Yu. This subordinate is here." Song Pijun and Song Piyu responded at the same time. Huang Yueli said coldly, "Didn't some people say earlier that they came to Blue Profound Sect out of kind intentions? Alas, I am a highly suspicious person by nature, so I don't quite trust them. Why not? Let's dig their hearts out and take a look. If they are really kind-hearted, then we shall release all their disciples. If not, we should bury all of them in the rear mountain to be the medicinal fertilizer." Madam is right. Whether they're kind-hearted or bad-hearted, we can only dig it out to check before we can be sure, since words mean nothing at all. Song Piyu's lips curled into a strange smile, as his gaze swept past everyone. All the practitioners were scared stiff upon hearing her words. Many of them were still hoping that she was a lady after all. Although her ability was very strong, she might be kinder than Limoying. Although they offended her, everyone had been burnt by her fire domain. So as long as they beg hard for mercy, she might relent and they would be able to save themselves. Whoever knew that Huang Yueli actually came up with such a vicious method? Momentarily, all the practitioners seemed to have gone mute as no one said a single word at all. Song Pijun and Song Piyu proceeded to the group without any hesitation. Grand Elder, he started to tremble when he saw Song Pijun nearing. "Madam. Li, Guardian. Jun, please, show mercy. If you show us mercy, I am willing to be Madam Li's servant." Grand Elder, he knew that his earlier, kind intentions came from him, and Huang Yueli was going to use this to punish them. So he would absolutely be the first person to be killed. Grand Elder, he was already scared stiff, so all he had in his mind was to save his own life. To do that, he would say anything to beg for mercy. He was in the middle of his sentence when he let out a miserable cry. Song Pijun only felt that he was like a mosquito that kept buzzing around his ear. He didn't bother and just lifted Grand Elder. Grand Elder, he was seriously injured. His ability wasn't as high as Song Pijun, so naturally, he had no resistance power at all. He was like a little bird which was held high up by the tall Song Pijun. Guardian Jun struck out his palm on his chest and directly hit his heart. Grand Elder, he could not even scream in time. His eyes rolled back and died. Later on, Song Pijun pulled out a dagger from his waist and slit open his chest. Then he took out Grand Elder, his heart. A gush of warm blood spurted out from Grand Elder, his chest, and spilled onto Song Pijun's clothes. Accompanied by the sharp dagger and the beating heart, it made him look like a vicious ghost that came from hell. No one could bear to look straight at him. Some slightly timid practitioners were so scared that they were foaming at the mouth. However, Song Pijun didn't even flinch. He merely turned his head to Huang Yueli's direction and said, "Reporting to Madam, this fellow's heart is indeed bad. He isn't kind-hearted at all, he's just trying to deceive you." Huang Yueli slowly took a look at that heart and nodded, "Indeed a bad heart. How dare he lie to me? Capture all his 7 Stars Palace's disciples and bury them in the rear mountain." All the practitioners were stunned by Song Pijun's vicious ways. Now upon hearing Huang Yueli's instructions, all of them were frightened out of their minds. Especially the disciples from 7 Stars Palace, many of them just fell to the ground. No one knew if they had been scared to death alive. Those with brains would know that when Grand Elder He's heart was pierced by Song Pajun earlier, there was no kind heart. This had nothing to do with Grand Elder He at all. It was totally an intentional act, by Blue Profound sect. But under Huang Yueli and the others' overwhelming ability, who dared to debate on this? Everyone shrank their necks, hoping that they could shrink themselves into a ball and roll far, far away from Huang Yueli's line of vision. They were worried that the next one to have their hearts dug out would be themselves. Alas, no matter how they tried to shrink, they were after all a living person. How could they possibly disappear? Huang Yueli looked around for a moment and gazed past everyone. Whoever met her gaze all shivered. Finally, her eyes set on old Madame Ling. Today, the person who kept repeating such malicious words to slander her and Blue Profound sect was her, old Madame Ling. This old woman had already coveted Blue Profound sect's inheritance many decades ago. Moreover, she had already colluded with Lord Jean for many years. Based on her cultivation and age, she should have died long ago. She should have taken a great number of pills, which were refined using young practitioners' blood essence, to be able to live until today. Detecting Huang Yueli's gaze, old Madame Ling trembled. Don't assume that she brandished her claws and looked so arrogant. When it came to a life-and-death situation, she didn't have any backbone at all. Old Madame Ling immediately started to beg for mercy, and she didn't forget to pull her comrades down as well. Madame Li, please show mercy on me. I really didn't intend to offend you. It's all because of Grand Elder He. He instigated me to do this. I've already told him long ago that this wouldn't do. Blue Profound sect is such a large sect and is a major support pillar in Sky Emperor City. How can we take advantage of you when you're down? But they refused to listen to me. Right, and that Guardian Yin, he's the real mastermind. If you have a grudge, just look for him. Seeing Song Pajun walking near, old Madame Ling pointed to Guardian Yin immediately, hoping to make him a scapegoat. When she said that, Guardian Yin immediately spat out blood. His eyes widened like full moons, and it was bloodshot. Old woman, what do you mean by that? You're the one who came to persuade us. You said that Li Moying was dead and Blue Profound sect's top exponents must have died in northern ice fields. Now there's only one Song Pahan left. You asked us not to miss this opportunity and come to Blue Profound sect together to share the benefits. Initially, several powerhouses refused to join in and I didn't either. You were the one who visited me and convinced every one of us. Nonsense. Old Madame Ling got anxious when Guardian Yin tried to expose her. She hurriedly explained, I was the one who just asked, but all of you agreed to it. Everyone was interested to gain Blue Profound sect's inheritance, so why would I need to convince all of you? Now you're trying to blame me? Old woman. Huang Yueli listened to their bickering expressionlessly, and she started to become impatient. Song Pajun and Song Piyu were apt in observing one's reactions, so they naturally wouldn't allow these two people to continue arguing, in case their sovereignness was frustrated by them. The two of them struck out simultaneously and dealt with both old Madame Ling and Guardian Yin together. These two culprits' hearts were also dug out, like Grand Elder He. Song Pajun and Song Piyu were extremely skilled. With one slash, blood spilled all over the ground. Having seen a reenactment of the same scenario, all the practitioners from the various powerhouses didn't even dare to breathe loudly. If one had to say terrified, they had already been terrified to the max limit. They were totally numb by this now. These people were only just sitting ducks. Their only wish was that Huang Yueli would give them a quick death. They lowered their heads and could feel Huang Yueli's soul trace weaving past their heads. Her frigid gaze swept past them as though she was selecting the next sacrificial lamb. The air was deadly silent. Just as everyone felt that they were definitely dead for sure, Huang Yueli spoke once again. Now, the culprit has already been exterminated. Those who dare to challenge Blue Profound Sect had already seen what your ending would be like. But, she suddenly changed a topic, I also know that you junior disciples are mostly here on your elders' commands. So you have no choice. I'm not someone who loves to kill recklessly. If you're willing to swear your allegiance to me, I can spare your lives. Everyone was stunned to hear that. Did Huang Yueli mean that she wasn't going to kill them? In an instant, everyone couldn't believe what they heard. Those who had seen Huang Yueli's shocking power and decisive methods would doubt that she had sufficient power and force to kill every single person present. No one expected her to let everyone off. But the practitioners merely hesitated for a short moment and they began to come around it. Their knees turned weak and knelt on the ground. They kept on kowtowing and repeatedly said, Madam Li, we are willing to swear our allegiance towards Blue Profound Sect. Will Madam Li please take us in? We are willing to be the lowest level slaves, to serve all Blue Profound Sect's disciples. Madam Li, please take us in. Earlier they felt that they were dead for sure. But now they suddenly had a chance to escape death. Such a huge reverse made those usually proud and talented disciples from large powerhouses totally messed up. They lost their usual arrogance and backbones. Huang Yueli looked at them coldly and only nodded after everyone's forehead was bruised from the continuous kowtowing. I don't need you to become the lowest level slaves. You just need to take these pills, that will do. Huang Yueli took a few porcelain bottles from her sleeve and indicated for the Snow Cloud Skyship's disciples to distribute it. These pills are something that all of you should know. It's the 5th grade medicinal pill, the Necrophorus pill. Those who take this pill will need to come to Blue Profound Sect to claim your antidote every month. Otherwise, your brains will be invaded by the Necrophorus and you will die. The vile medicinal pill, such as the Necrophorus pill, was naturally very famous in Soaring Heaven's continent. All the practitioners there, no matter if it's the old fogies or the junior disciples, had heard of this. It was said that if one did not take the antidote in time, the pain when the Necrophorus invaded the brain was enough to make one insane. One might even eat sit. Moreover, one wouldn't die immediately. That person would have to suffer from insanity for at least half a month before one died. When they heard that they received such a vile poisonous pill, all the practitioners were shocked, and a hesitant look appeared on their faces. Huang Yueli didn't urge them, just merely waiting quietly for them to make their decision. Lastly, everyone shut their eyes and swallowed the Necrophorus pill. After all, as compared to instant death, everyone was willing to live a little longer. Huang Yueli nodded on seeing that and said, all of you need not be worried. As long as you show your loyalty towards Blue Profound Sect and pass my assessment, not only will I cure those with good performances, I will also impact you with Blue Profound Sect's inheritance manuscripts. Everyone was stunned and a glimmer of joy flashed past their eyes. The reason why they came to create trouble at Blue Profound Sect was because of their inheritances. Now, Huang Yueli said that if they showed good performance, they would be able to openly obtain Blue Profound Sect's inheritance. Who wouldn't try their best for this? When they swallowed the pills earlier, most of them were struggling within. But now, they felt extremely fortunate. In a moment, everyone forgot the pain of becoming a slave. All of them started to sing Huang Yueli's praises. She looked at them neither warmly nor coldly, and her lips curled up slightly. She knew that after Li Moying left, there would be some scum who would covet Blue Profound Sect, because there were no top experts to suppress the situation. So she intentionally did this today so that she could show them Blue Profound Sect's ability. She wanted to let the entire continent know that even without Li Moying, Blue Profound Sect was still the insurmountable #1 sacred lands. She used the most vicious and bloody method to kill old Madame Ling and a few mastermind practitioners. That was because she wanted to let the entire continent know that she was not a merciful person. If various powerhouses thought that she was a woman and she would show mercy to those who offended the sect, they had gotten the wrong idea. But she didn't intend to kill everyone other than those main culprits. It wasn't that she was being merciful, but she was planning for the future. Now that the space barrier was gone, there would be some practitioners who would ascend from soaring heaven's continent within these 10 years. Blue Profound Sect's top experts, including the 3 guardians, were all top-rated exponents on the sky chart. So it wouldn't be long before the 3 of them ascended. By then, Blue Profound Sect would no longer have such an overwhelming advantage. If they were to kill all the practitioners from various powerhouses, they might end up in a never-ending cycle of enmity. If the other party came to exact revenge by then, there was nothing she could do when she was in God Realm. But if she were to take in these junior disciples for her use like now, that would end up in a completely different ending. As long as the necrophorus pill's antidote was with them, even if she, Song Pajun, and the others weren't around, the remaining disciples would still be able to control these people. As for Blue Profound Sect's inheritances, Huang Yueli was not joking about it. If these slaves perform well, she would impart part of the inheritances to them. Actually, to the other powerhouses, the number 1 sacred land's inheritances were practically very awesome and made everyone covet it. But to Huang Yueli, it was nothing much. Bai Lufeng and Huang Siluo had plenty of ancient inheritances. These were left in Blue Profound Sect. These manuscripts and cultivation methods were even better than the ones that Blue Profound Sect had. The original inheritances paled in comparison, so it wasn't that important any longer. Using those to bribe the other powerhouse's disciples for her use wasn't considered a waste. Huang Yueli's train of thought was very clear. She displayed both kindness and prestige. Within a short span of 1 hour, she managed to resolve Blue Profound Sect's major crisis. Moreover, she even fooled the entire continent's practitioners, having them twirling around her little fingers. Song Pajun and the others admired her totally, and they submitted to her cheerfully. Initially, they were just being respectful to her, because she was Li Moying's wife. But now, everyone had to admit that after Li Moying's departure, she was the most suitable person to control Blue Profound Sect. Those practitioners who gathered in front of the mountain entrance were chased away in batches after they swallowed the necrophorus pill. At this moment, Blue Profound Sect's mountain protect array suddenly gave off a glaring glint. All the array patterns instantly lit up and slowly disappeared. The array was deactivated, and immediately following that, Song Pahun led Blue Profound Sect's elders and core disciples to welcome them. Welcome Sovereigness's return to the sect. Seeing all the familiar figures, Huang Yueli nodded slightly. All of you, dispense with the formalities. You've all had it tough when Moying and I weren't around. Every single time Li Moying left, the person guarding the sect had a huge responsibility. Song Pahun's prudence this time allowed them to evade a major crisis, so Huang Yueli praised him for it. Song Pahun felt guilty over this and kept repeating that Madam had overpraised me. He and the few elders exchanged glances and couldn't help but ask in a careful tone. Grandmaster Huang, earlier you said that Sovereign had already ascended to God Realm. Is that true? He had already heard Huang Yueli announcing it, but Song Pahun and the others were still in disbelief. Song Pahun naturally believed in Li Moying's ability. But he had witnessed how strong Lord Zhan was for himself. The last time at Northern Ice Fields, they were almost trapped in the Blood Moon Great Array. This time when Li Moying left Levitation Sword Palace, his ability did not improve much. Moreover, the Northern Ice Fields had encountered such a huge change. Even the space barrier shattered suddenly. Song Pahun remained in Blue Profound Sect and gazed at the abnormality and profound energy swirling in the north. He had a bad premonition. But now, he finally saw the snow cloud skyship appearing in front of the mountain entrance. Song Pahun was extremely surprised, and he thought that he would be able to see Li Moying. In the end, everyone had alighted the ship, but there was no sight of Li Moying anywhere. Even though Huang Yueli said that he had ascended to the God realm, but the situation back then was so special. So whether what she said was the truth or just purely to scare old Madame Ling and the others was really hard to tell. She took a look at everyone and said in a calm and steady tone, "Guardian Hun, elders, don't worry. Moing had indeed ascended to God realm 2 weeks ago. This is really true. Sovereign he really broke through to the 10th stage realm. Heavens, that's really too incredible. In the past 10,000 years, Sovereign is the first person to ascend to the God realm." Blue Profound Sect's disciples all started to scream. They revealed joyous looks and started to discuss this. Huang Yueli had high prestige in Blue Profound Sect, so if she said so, it would definitely not be fake. Song Pahun and the others were pleasantly surprised. But to them, just knowing the result still wasn't able to make them feel relieved. Grandmaster Huang, what exactly happened? When Sovereign left, wasn't he only in 9th stage realm 7th level? Why did he suddenly break through to 10th stage realm? And Lord Zhan is in the northern ice fields. When Sovereign ascended, he didn't come to create havoc? Huang Yueli smiled and said, "That's a long story. Anyway, Lord Zhan is already dead, so you don't need to worry about any more troubles in the future. As for the rest, let's go in and talk. I'm so tired from the long journey." Hearing that, Song Pahun leaped up, yes, it's this subordinate's negligence. Grandmaster Huang, please come this way. This subordinate has already made the necessary arrangements. After dinner, she briefly explained the whole scenario to Song Pajun and everyone went back to their rooms to rest. When they were in the northern ice fields, they almost died several times. They could finally heave a sigh of relief now. Only Huang Yueli felt frustrated when she laid on the big bed in the room. Looking at the red curtains, she just couldn't sleep. The last time she left Levitation Sword Palace, she and Li Moing had just got married. So the bedroom still had the wedding night's decor. The double happiness sticker on the window was still around. But now, the man beside her was already in God realm whereas she was lying here alone. Sad, not really. But she felt a little melancholic. Li Moing, wait for me. I will advance swiftly and look for you in God realm. You must be good, and you're not allowed to attract butterflies. Based on Li Moing's innate talent and looks, even if he was in God realm, he would be the goal of admiration for many ladies. Although she also knew that Li Moing had resolute determination and would never betray their relationship. But when she thought of the fact that she could not stay beside him, to declare her ownership of him, she felt extremely deflated. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli could no longer lie still. She just sat up on the bed and started cultivating. She had to return to Li Moing's side as soon as possible. Moreover, she had to appear in her strongest form. To let everyone know that the only one compatible with Li Moing was her. The event that happened in Blue Profound Sect's mountain entrance had spread throughout the entire Sky Emperor city. At the same time, it also spread out at a shocking speed to the Four Skies region. It shouldn't take long before everyone in Soaring Heaven's continent heard of this. As the first practitioner in Soaring Heaven's continent to ascend to God realm in the past thousands of years, Li Moing's reputation soared to the peak while Blue Profound Sect became a genuine peerless sacred land. 1 month later, those disciples from various sacred lands who were sent out as scouts to the northern ice fields returned to Sky Emperor City one after another. The news they brought made everyone stunned. The entire northern ice fields was already in ruins, and the Snow Phoenix Palace, which was in the center of the freezing zone, became a deep pit of barren land. Nothing was left. As for the almighty Lord Zhan, who was so powerful that no one dared to look straight at him in the eyes, there was no sight of him at all. There was a possibility that even his skeleton had already disintegrated. When this news was reported to Sky Emperor City, it caused a huge shock in various large sects. Those people, who weren't convinced about the news where Li Moing had ascended to God realm, had no choice but to be convinced right now. Even the descendant of an ancient god clan was nowhere to be found, he probably had died under Li Moying's hands. Then his power was naturally not to be doubted. Adding on to the powerful ability which Huang Yueli displayed that day in front of Blue Profound Sect, those powerhouses weighed the pros and cons and could only submit to them. All of them chose to pledge their allegiance to them. In the next few months after that, Sky Emperor City's large powerhouses prepared lavish gifts and paid a visit to Blue Profound Sect, indicating their willingness to submit to them. Even the other 6 sacred lands also automatically suggested removing their titles as one of the sacred lands for the reason that they did not dare to compare with Blue Profound Sect. For Sky Region's large powerhouses also traveled afar to swear their loyalty to them. In a short moment, Blue Profound Sect's reputation rose to the highest peak ever in its history. But those powerhouses who came to visit Huang Yueli did not manage to see her at all. Ever since she returned to Levitation Sword Palace, she had been in closed-door cultivation. All she had on her mind was to break through to the 10th stage realm. All the sect's affairs were handled by Tsang Pajun. After a short period of observation, Huang Yueli was very pleased with Tsang Pajun's performance. Hence, she specially gathered all the various elders in the sect and told them that she wanted to let Tsang Pajun become the new sovereign. Guardian Jun had joined Blue Profound Sect since young. For so many years, he had remained loyal and always tried his very best. Even my husband also praised him greatly. But now, my husband has already ascended to the God realm, and there's no way for him to return. Blue Profound Sect cannot do without a sovereign. Guardian Jun's power, experience, and ability are more than enough to take on the role of sovereign. Hence, I'd like to nominate him to all elders. The elders were shocked to hear that, and they appeared extremely astonished. After Li Moying ascended, Blue Profound Sect's disciples had treated Huang Yueli as their new sovereign. The scene that happened in front of the mountain entrance had already won her enough prestige. Tsang Pajun and the others treated her with the same kind of loyalty that they treated Li Moying. In actual fact, there was no way to budge her status at all. The only reason why they didn't hold the sovereign conferring ceremony was because as the previous sovereign's wife, her status was already high enough. Moreover, everyone knew that she and Li Moying were deeply in love. They were afraid that they might accidentally remind her about the sad things, hence, they didn't dare to suggest this at all. Under Huang Yueli's guidance, Blue Profound Sect's development moved rapidly. All the disciples were extremely satisfied, and no one had ever thought that she would nominate another person to become the sovereign. Tsang Pajun was the first to react. His expression abruptly changed, and he immediately knelt. "Madam, why do you say such words? This subordinate had already sworn my loyalty to sovereign many years ago. Since sovereign has ascended, this subordinate is willing to serve you and will never dare to think of usurping the power. Will madam please reconsider?" Hearing Tsang Pajun's terrifying words, Huang Yueli immediately shook her hand and explained, "Guardian Jun, don't be mistaken. I'm very sincere in asking you to become the new sovereign." Before she could finish her sentence, various elders started to voice their objections. "Madam Li, everything is fine in the sect now, so is there a need to suddenly change the sovereign? Isn't that so? Madam Li, although you're still young, your innate talent is very high and you are very powerful." None of the disciples are unconvinced. "That's right. Guardian Jun is indeed very good, but we prefer to serve Madam Yu." In the past 20 years, those elders who had once thought of betraying Li Moying had long been cleared when the latter dealt with the 6 sacred lands previously. Those who were still holding their positions as elders were loyal to Li Moying. Originally, even if Huang Yueli was some frail young lady who knew nothing, they would also persist in supporting her. What more that she was showing such astonishing ability? Everyone naturally wasn't willing to make the change. Hence they voiced out their opinions hoping to change her mind. Huang Yueli raised her hand, indicating for everyone to keep quiet. Those ninth stage realm peak practitioners instantly kept their mouths shut. The whole palace became silent. She smiled and said to Tsang Pajun, Guardian Jun and everyone here, I've never thought of becoming Blue Profound Sex Sovereign. My only aim in working hard to cultivate is because I want to ascend to God realm as soon as possible, to reunite with my husband. I really have no mood to bother about the sex affairs. Tsang Pajun immediately said, Madam, this subordinate can help to take care of the sex affairs. But you're still Blue Profound Sex Leader. This fact cannot be changed. Don't worry, this subordinate will not trouble you with minor issues that will affect your cultivation. The other elders also echoed in agreement, indicating that she didn't need to do anything. All she needed was to replace Li Moying and lead them. Huang Yueli was a little hesitant upon seeing their sincerity. If it wasn't that she had no choice, she really wanted to help Li Moying take care of his fruits of labor. She knew that after Li Moying left Soaring Heaven's continents, other than her, the next thing that he was most worried about was Blue Profound Sect and his subordinates. But the most important thing that she wanted to do was to look for Li Moying. After spending the last 3 months in Levitation Sword Palace, she realized that her cultivation speed was not fast enough. She had merely advanced into the 9th stage realm 2nd level, raised by only one small realm. The advancement difficulty to advance into the next few small realms would increase. From 9th stage realm peak to 10th stage realm peak was a deep pit to pass through. If her luck was low, she might not be able to break through without spending a few years. If she were to continue like this, she might have to spend 8 or 10 years before she could reunite with Li Moying. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli no longer hesitated and said firmly, Elders, I understand and appreciate your kind intentions. But to me, the most important thing is to ascend to God realm as fast as I can. I plan to break through to the 10th stage realm within 1 year, so I cannot continue to stay here. 10 days later, I will set off on a journey to various parts of Soaring Heaven's continents to go for an experience. What? Hearing that, all the elders were shocked and their jaws almost fell to the ground. 1 year? Breakthrough to 10th stage realm? Madam, will it be better for you to consider it a little longer? Cough cough, we know that you and Sovereign are very much in love, but surely it needn't be so urgent, right? After all, you're still young. Once you break through to the 10th stage realm, you will have a few thousand years of longevity, so you're not short of these 3 to 5 years. Those elders finally found their voices and started to persuade her again. Even though everyone was confident of her innate talent, hearing her say it still sounded ridiculous. Breakthrough to 10th stage realm within a year. Did she think the 10th stage realm was some cabbage growing by the roadside? Something that could easily be obtained? How many practitioners had lived close to 1,000 years old but still weren't able to find a chance to break through? Hence, they were stuck at 9th stage realm peak. Whereas for Huang Yueli, she was only 17 and now she was saying that she wanted to break through to the 10th stage realm within a year. Those elderly men here really wanted to shed tears. Moreover, no one believed that she could do it. Even Li Moying spent an entire year. From 9th stage realm 1st level, he gradually rose and smoothly ascended. Moreover, Li Moying advanced so quickly mainly because he and Huang Yueli's primordial spirits had merged. So he obtained a huge amount of energy, breaking through the bottleneck instantly. If it wasn't for this, Li Moying wouldn't have ascended so soon. Even Lu Bian, who was sitting by the side, frowned. Junior sister, you needn't be this hasty. For cultivation, more haste less speed. So it's better to take it slow. Huang Yueli sat on the main seat in the hall and after she was done listening to their persuasions, she nodded. I understand everyone's intentions, but I've already made up my mind. There's no need to persuade me any longer. I will go according to my plan to go on experience learning. Perhaps I might meet with a chance to ascend and not return to Sky Emperor City. So everyone must select a new sovereign candidate today. The crowd spent a lot of time persuading her, but she had already made up her mind. Other than Li Moying, no one else could persuade her. Helpless, everyone could only agree to Song Pujun taking up the position as sovereign. With that, the appointment ceremony was to be held 5 days later. Although the preparation time was a little too short, the number 1 sacred land's position was right there. Song Pujun's appointment ceremony was rather grand. Various large powerhouses' presidents attended the ceremony, offering generous gifts, which they had specially selected. At the appointment ceremony, Song Pujun fondly recalled the days when he was under Li Moying and also expressed that Blue Profound Sect's sovereign position was just a term. All the guardians would still treat Huang Yueli as their mistress. Huang Yueli merely smiled and didn't say a word. On the contrary, the other powerhouse's practitioners were exceptionally surprised. When they heard that Blue Profound Sect's newly appointed sovereign was not Huang Yueli but Song Pujun, many of them were secretly guessing that the both of them had conflicts. Song Pujun made use of his prestige in Blue Profound Sect to gain victory over Huang Yueli, hence ascending to the position of sovereign. There were quite a number of people who were itching to do something. They felt that they might be able to take advantage of the internal strife within Blue Profound Sect. However, when everyone saw this, they realized that things weren't as they had thought. Huang Yueli and Song Pujun's relationship was still very good. Then why did she give up the position of sovereign to him? Could it be that she also wanted to aim for the 10th stage realm? But she's only 17? Many practitioners just started to surface this idea but denied it immediately after. A 17-year-old aiming for the 10th stage realm was something impossible. Even in God realm, such a peerless talent did not exist. No matter how other people guessed, Blue Profound Sect did not give any explanation. As for Huang Yueli, she was prepared to leave after the appointment ceremony. Toward her departure, Bai Lufeng and Huang Siluo were extremely ill at ease. The two of them went to visit Huang Yueli every single day. They had just acknowledged this intelligent and adorable daughter of theirs. Especially for Huang Siluo, she had just spent time with her for only 2 months, and they were going to separate again. Hence, she felt exceptionally reluctant. Huang Yueli didn't hide anything from them, and directly told them where she was heading to, the Sacred Phoenix Race's Inheritance Tower. That year, when she was still in the South Sky region, she obtained the map of the Inheritance Tower from the mechanism that Bai Lufeng left for her. Coincidentally, she managed to enter the Inheritance Tower and also obtained a large number of resources and Phoenix blood. Back then, the Tower Spirit Guardian once told her that after she breakthroughs to the 9th stage realm, she can go into the Inheritance Tower again. The tower had refinement trials for 9th stage realm practitioners. If they passed, there was a 99% chance of ascending. An ancient god clan's inheritance was not something that ordinary sects or powerhouses could compare with. Huang Yueli wanted to break through to the 10th stage realm as soon as possible, so the first thing she thought of was to go to the Inheritance Tower to take part in the last refinement. Bai Lufeng kept holding back and finally, he couldn't endure it any longer. Lastly, don't go to such a dangerous place for an experience journey. Based on your innate talent, you will be able to break through the 10th stage realm even if you cultivate in Blue Profound Sect. Why must you go there within a year? Let that stinky Bratly survive on his own in God realm. If he dares to do anything to betray you, I will find a better man for you. Huang Yueli didn't know if she should laugh or cry. Her father usually looked normal, but whenever something had to do with her, he would immediately turn very childish. She could only try her best to pacify Bai Lufeng. Father, don't worry. I believe that Moying would never have a change of heart. I want to break through earlier, not only because I want to look for him, but also for myself. A practitioner's highest potential only lasts a few decades. If I can ascend earlier, it will be very good for my future achievements. How would Bai Lufeng not know what Huang Yueli was saying? But he just couldn't bear for his daughter to part with him so soon. Huang Yueli told them that she was going to Sacred Phoenix Race's Inheritance Tower. Entering such a dangerous place like the Inheritance Tower, no one knew what would happen. There was a risk that her life might be in danger, so how was he going to set his mind at ease? Huang Xiluo shook her head upon seeing this and touched his furrowed brows, easing the tense lines on his forehead. She opened her mouth and said, "Oh Lufeng, Lastly is already grown up and she has her thinking. So why don't you let her do as she wish? Moreover, soaring heaven's continents heaven and earth, profound Qi, is getting scarcer. In the past 1,000 years, the Inheritance Tower rarely appeared. Even if it does, the location would always change and it's very difficult to find it. Even my brother wasn't able to enter the Inheritance Tower. Lastly was able to enter by mistake, so that proves that she has exceptional genius luck." Bai Lufeng didn't dare to go against his wife and only snorted. However, he did not rebuke any more. This kind of chance doesn't come by so easily, so she should go. But the Inheritance Tower is very difficult to find. Are you certain that you will be able to find it this time? Huang Yueli smiled when she heard that. Mother, there's something that you don't know. The Inheritance Tower shifts according to a certain array regulation and I roughly have an idea in my heart. Moreover, the space barrier in Soaring Heaven's continent is already broken so the energy in the Inheritance Tower should be replenished. Perhaps, it wouldn't move that often now. Huang Xiluo was suddenly enlightened, that's right. The current Soaring Heaven's continent is no longer the same as before. The current heaven and earth, profound Qi, were abundant and all the powerhouses were thriving. But several people still weren't able to come around it. In this case, I can relax, Huang Xiluo nodded. She continued to ask for detailed information related to the Inheritance Tower before she barely eased her worries. She and Bai Lufeng took out a lot of treasures and medicinal pills which they had been saving and passed everything to Huang Yueli for protection purposes. Initially, she didn't want to take it. But upon thinking that when she was going to break through to 10th stage realm, there was a chance that she might not be in Blue Profound Sect. So by then, if she wanted to get past the heavenly tribulation peacefully, the more treasures and medicinal pills she had, the better. So she kept all of it. She wanted to ask Huang Xiluo to go along to the Inheritance Tower for refinement, but the tower spirit Huang Zixia once mentioned that only younger generation geniuses between 15 to 20 years old could take part in. Huang Xiluo had already passed the age, hence she could only give up this idea. The next morning, Huang Yueli left Blue Profound Sect from the rear mountain. She didn't want everyone to send her off, but those people who were concerned about her silently gathered at a tall area in the rear mountains, sending her off with their watchful eyes. Sigh, I wonder when will I ever meet junior sister after this departure, Lu Bian felt despondent. Huang Xiluo shot him a gaze, perhaps, we can only meet in the God realm. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. What? What God realm? Bai Lufeng was the first to come around it. His face darkened and said, what do you mean? Could it be that after Lastly ascends, she will no longer be able to return? Huang Xiluo nodded and she looked a little sad. Only those heaven grade and above geniuses who have perfectly passed through the 2nd stage refinement will be able to enter the 3rd stage of the Inheritance Tower. I heard that the 3rd stage is extremely dangerous. But once they passed, they would be able to ascend immediately. So. She paused, but her underlying meaning was obvious. Bai Lufeng immediately jumped up. What? Xiluo, such an important matter, you actually hid it from me. If I were to know that Lastly would never return, I will never allow her to go. No way, I must get her back. Bai Lufeng got up and wanted to chase after her. But Huang Xiluo pulled him from the back. She rolled her eyes at him and said, I knew you would say that, that's why I didn't tell you. I'm warning you, you're not allowed to go disturb Lastly's cultivation. Her innate talent is so good, I'm sure she will become the sacred phoenix race's top-rated expert in the future. Don't you dare obstruct her. But Lastly is still so young. Moreover, we haven't spent much time with her. Are you willing to part with her? Bai Lufeng said with a bitter expression. Huang Siluo sighed, of course I can't bear to. But when a phoenix in the embryo is going to soar, it will spread its wings and fly into the skies. We can't stop her. All of us should work hard at cultivation and acquire the chance to ascend to God realm as soon as possible. In this way, we will be able to reunite as a family. Hearing that, everyone fell silent. Lu Bian clenched his fist and he put on a determined expression. That's right, even junior sister is going to ascend, how can we be so far off? Song Pijun and the others all set their minds secretly that when they ascend in the future, they would continue to stay by Li Moying's side. On the other hand, Huang Yueli rose on a 9th-tier violent cloud thunderflame colt and sped towards South Sky region alone. She had left South Sky region for around 2 years. That year in Celestial Light Sect, she met Luo Jiyun, Mo Air, and the others. Now all of them had joined Blue Profound Sect. Even the slaves like Su Qingyue, Yu Xinyang, and the others who she took in, had all came to Blue Profound Sect one after another and became Blue Profound Sect's outer disciples. As for the remaining Celestial Light Sect's disciples, most of them were incapable, so she didn't want to interact with them. So even though the Inheritance Tower was near Celestial Light Sect, Huang Yueli didn't stop by and directly headed to the plains to look for the tower. Based on her experience and the deduction based on her past memories, she quickly set her sight on a piece of land. But she went one big round and didn't manage to see the Inheritance Tower. Huang Yueli wasn't very anxious, so she set a small tent near the tower and started to cultivate. The last time when she came into the Inheritance Tower, she had once heard Huang Zixiao mention that the Inheritance Tower would only be activated every 49 days. But now that the intensity of the heaven and earth profound chi has changed, so no one could tell what exactly would happen. She started to work up her cultivation method. Very quickly, she entered a state of anatta and silently cultivated. Little Phoenix was feeling bored and flew around to seek food. At the same time, it also acted as Huang Yueli's cover. 20 days later, on a dark and windy night, the little phoenix, which had just filled its tummy, was dozing off when it suddenly shivered and woke up. In the dark night, a cold glint shone dimly. The tall peak appeared indistinctly and gave off a powerful, yet mysterious aura. Little Wang Kai's eyes shone and it started to flap its wings. Female devil, quickly wake up. Wake up. The Inheritance Tower has appeared. Huang Yueli had already sensed it and woke up from her meditation. When she saw that familiar tower again, she let out a smile and jumped up. Let's go. This time, Huang Yueli was very clear of the Inheritance's exterior array. Hence she didn't waste any time and directly let out blood from her finger. It flowed down onto the ground and she followed it to the center. Standing at the Inheritance Tower's tightly shut door, she pressed her bloody finger on the door and it suddenly started to open. Huang Yueli stumbled and almost fell. Eh? Strange? Why did the door open up so quickly? Her eyes opened wide in astonishment. She remembered the last time she came, she almost let out all her blood before the door opened up. But now, she seemed to just stain a few drops of blood on the door. Just as she was feeling puzzled, a familiar voice was heard above her head. Welcome back to the Inheritance Tower, Huang Yueli. The tower's arrays stored the memories of your blood, so that's why you're able to come in so easily. She lifted her head and took a look to see the Inheritance Tower spirit, Huang Zixiao, who was stepping on empty air. He was floating in the center of the Inheritance Tower. She couldn't help but smile. Senior, it's been a long time since we last met. Long? Huang Zixiao gave a strange expression. It has only been 2 years since your departure. This bit of time is simply too short. I didn't expect you to return to the inheritance tower so quickly. Speak, what purpose have you come back for? Huang Yueli was originally very anxious, so she just told him frankly, Senior Huang, I remember that when I was here on experience learning previously, you once mentioned that those heaven-grade geniuses who had passed through the 2nd stage perfectly will be able to advance into 3rd stage after we ascend to 9th stage realm. Am I right? Huang Zixiao was stunned and nodded, that's right. But, why are you asking this? He frowned slightly and stared at her for a moment. Suddenly he shook and said in disbelief, could it be, you've already... Huang Zixiao was simply too stunned that he couldn't even complete his sentence. He could only point his trembling finger at her. Her eyes opened wide and she spoke with a calm and innocent expression, Senior Huang, I've already advanced into the 9th stage realm 2 months ago. Recently my cultivation had stabilized, but I still feel that my cultivation speed is too slow. So I'm thinking of taking part in the 3rd stage. You really broke through to the 9th stage realm. Huang Yueli was interrupted by the agitated spirit guardian. She nodded and said, yes, so can I. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted again. How can this be possible? The last time you passed through the 2nd stage refinement, you were just in the 3rd stage realm. Later on, you merely broke through to 4th stage realm after soaking in the Phoenix bloodbath. It's only been 2 years, and you're telling me that you've already surpassed 5 big realms, reaching the 9th stage realm? Huang Zixiao had a "you're kidding me" expression on his face. Huang Yueli said helplessly, Senior Huang, based on your cultivation and experience, surely you'd be able to tell what cultivation I have, right? Moreover, why should I lie to you? Have you got nothing better to do? I also know that my advancement speed is a little fast, but, surely you needn't be this surprised, right? It was until now that Huang Zixiao finally calmed down. He stared at Huang Yueli and shook his head. You really broke through to the 9th stage realm. Do you exactly know what kind of speed this is? Huang Yueli asked, curiously, what kind of speed? Huang Zixiao continued, the last time you came to the inheritance tower, wasn't the 1st stage to test your innate talent grade? Back then, the highest grade that the inheritance tower could assess was heaven grade. But heaven grade genius wouldn't have such cultivation speed like yours. Only God grade geniuses could attain such speed. Huang Yueli smiled when she heard that. No wonder. Even my mother says that my innate talent is at God grade genius standard. Your mother? You found your mother? Huang Zixiao asked in amazement. He remembered that when Huang Yueli first came to the inheritance tower, she didn't know anything at all. Evidently, she had been separated from her clansmen from a very young age. That was why when he wanted to find out more about the current situation of the descendants of the sacred phoenix race in Soaring Heaven's continent, but wasn't able to get any answers. This time, Huang Yueli nodded, that's right. I've already found my mother and also went to the Snow Phoenix Palace in northern ice fields. But when she recalled the shocking and tragic scenes in the northern ice fields, Huang Yueli couldn't help but go silent. Huang Zixiao realized that something was amiss and hurriedly asked, only what? Huang Yueli lifted her head and took a look at him. She hesitated for a moment and told him everything about the events and what Lord Zhan did. Huang Zixiao kept listening and initially he was rather stunned. But by the time she finished her story, he had already regained his usual calmness. From what you said, that Huang Zixiao is at least a heaven-grade genius standard. Based on his innate talent, he was trapped in this barren Soaring Heaven's continent, so his cultivation could not take any step forward. In the end, he succumbed to insanity, but that isn't any strange thing. Only thing was, it was a pity for our sacred phoenix race, Holy Maiden's division. Since ancient times, there had been multiple heaven-grade geniuses, but now, it seemed that everyone had died because of that sacrificial ceremony. He sighed for a moment more and later shifted his gaze onto Huang Yueli. But luckily, a god-grade genius like you is still alive. You're the treasure of the entire Holy Maidens division. Now that the space barrier has already opened up, you will only need to pass the third stage of refinement and you should be able to return to God Realm's sacred phoenix race. She looked at Huang Zixiao's calm attitude and first went into a blank, but subsequently understood what had happened. As the Tower Spirit Guardian, he had existed for several centuries, at least 80,000 years. He had also experienced sacred phoenix race's most flourishing times. A genius like Lord Zhan was forced into insanity because there was no hope for advancement. To Huang Yueli and the others, he might seem very perverted and there were very few people like him. But to Huang Zixiao, he might have seen many cases like him previously. As expected, after Huang Zixiao listened to the story, he didn't think much about it. Instead, his brows lifted in excitement. Since you've already acknowledged your mother and know that you're a god-grade genius, then have you already ditched your useless fiancé? Huang Yueli didn't expect him to ask this and was stunned. What? What fiancé? Huang Zixiao noticed her hesitation and assumed that they had already broken up. He said indifferently, 2 years ago when you came, didn't you mention that you're already engaged with a man? Now, do you know that he's not worthy of you? Your mother must have lectured you and told you to cancel the engagement, right? I've told you this long ago. There will be plenty of talented disciples in God Realm who will be vying to woo a genius like you. You'd definitely regret finding a useless husband in the lower realm. Saying that, his face revealed a conceited look, as though he had great foresight. Huang Yueli blinked and opened her mouth to speak, but I've already got married to Moying. Huang Zixiao was stunned for a moment as though he was trying to digest the meaning of her words. He started to stutter, why? You. What did you say? You got married to that lower realm man. How can this be possible? How about your father and mother? No one stopped you from doing that? Huang Yueli thought about Li Moying and her face naturally surfaced a blissful smile. My father and mother know that we're already married. Moreover, they like my husband very much. Senior Huang, I respect you very much, but if you are going to talk bad about my husband again, I am going to get angry. He's not useless trash like what you say, but a top-rated genius. Huang Zixiao's eyes opened wide as though he didn't believe her. Sacred Phoenix Race's clansman could actually accept a lower realm practitioner, someone who was the clan's god-grade genius. In actual fact, Huang Yueli and Li Moying's marriage indeed had not gotten the clansman's blessings. But she had never treated Lord Zhan and the others as her clansmen, so as long as her mother appreciated Li Moying, she felt that it was perfect. Huang Zixiao stared at her as though his expectations had been let down. Why? You little lass. Do you know how important is the use of a practitioner's dual cultivation partner in the art of cultivation? God Realm has several god-grade dual cultivation manuals. So finding a partner with equivalent innate talent will allow both of you to shorten your cultivations. Especially for the first partner, he is extremely important. You simply got married so casually in Soaring Heaven's continent and it will affect your chances of remarrying in the future. No matter what, you will no longer be able to replenish this. Huang Yueli instantly showed an unhappy look as her tone also turned cold. Senior Huang, I've already said this earlier. Please don't badmouth my husband. I will absolutely not remarry. Also, my husband really isn't some trash. He also has god-grade genius innate talent. Before she could finish her sentence, Huang Zixiao already snorted. God-grade genius? What joke are you cracking? Do you know what is the concept of a god-grade genius? In the entire God realm, if you add up all the various large families, there might not even be one within 1,000 years. Soaring Heaven's continent itself has very scarce, profound chi. It is already a miracle to have one like you, but you're still dreaming that there are two? Huang Yueli explained in dissatisfaction. Even when my mother met him, she also said that his innate talent is no lesser than mine. Moreover, he had already broken through to the 10th stage realm some time ago, and had already ascended to the God realm. Hearing that, Huang Zixiao was truly stunned. What? Ascended to the God realm? The space barrier in Soaring Heaven's continent has just been opened, and he has already ascended? Huang Yueli nodded and said, in reality, when Lord Zhan used the Blood Moon Great Array as a sacrificial ceremony, it only created cracks in the space barrier. The real reason for it to shatter was that my husband advanced into the 10th stage realm and attracted the 10th stage heavenly tribulation. Its power was too huge, hence it completely shattered the space barrier into pieces. 10th stage heavenly tribulation. Huang Zixiao's body trembled and almost fell from the sky. Are you sure you saw that clearly? Is it really the 10th stage heavenly tribulation? Have you seen it wrong? Even for God-grade geniuses, not everyone could attract 10th stage heavenly tribulation. Huang Yueli shrugged and said, of course I saw it clearly. So as I was saying, my husband is a genius, and he might be more powerful than me. But even if he's more powerful than me, I will not allow him to flirt around. Huang Zixiao totally didn't hear what she said and kept mumbling to himself, 10th stage heavenly tribulation. 10th stage heavenly tribulation. Apparently, hearing the 10th stage heavenly tribulation gave him a big blow, and he was not able to regain his senses even after some time. Initially, Huang Yueli waited for him patiently. But after a while, seeing that he was still in a trance, she could only step up and give him a reminder. Cough cough, I say, Senior Huang. I've already told you all the things you wanted to know, so is there anything else that you want to ask? If there's none, can you hurry up and bring me to take part in the 3rd stage trial? Huang Zixiao regained his senses and said, young lass, you're still so young, so can you have some patience? What will happen if you wait for another 2 hours or so? Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at him. You've already heard what I said, my husband is someone who could attract the 10th stage heavenly tribulation God-grade genius. He ascended to God realm alone, and I'm really not assured. I have to break through to the 10th stage realm as soon as possible, and reunite with him in God realm. Hearing that, Huang Zixiao showed an enlightened look. That's right, you're absolutely right. You must use marriage to tie this kind of top-rated genius to sacred phoenix race. You're right, we have to grab hold of time quickly. Come over with me now. You must cultivate properly and quickly pass through the 3rd stage trial. Saying that, he impatiently got up and beckoned to her. Come with me. Huang Yueli saw his swift and decisive reaction and was rendered speechless. Wasn't he the one who said there was no rush? Didn't he ask her to ditch Li Moying? Why was it that after he heard about his overpowering innate talent, he was in such a hurry to make her hold on to him? Looks like as compared to Soaring Heaven's continent, God realm was indeed a place where they looked at abilities. Only the strong would be able to gain respect from others. Huang Yueli hastily followed Huang Zixiao, and they passed by a light screen to a well-hidden secret room. When she reached there, Huang Yueli immediately sensed the dense profound qi inside. It was much higher than outside. The heaven and earth profound qi had already condensed into a substance, and there was a mist inside the entire secret room. In the middle of the room was an exquisite drawing. Even though the surroundings were misty, Huang Yueli's sight was instantly attracted by the drawing. A huge phoenix was depicted right in the middle of the scroll. It looked lively, and every single feather, each veined pattern, could be seen clearly. The huge phoenix spread its wings and raised its neck into the sky to cry, as its surroundings were blazing with flames. Huang Yueli stood in front of the drawing and could already sense the powerful fire-attributed energy coming from it as it dispelled out. Her eyes revealed a sense of astonishment. She had not expected the third stage refinement location to have a drawing like this. One should know that drawings and calligraphies like these were different from normal array patterns. Theoretically speaking, it shouldn't attract the outer world's profound qi, nor could it attract profound energy fluctuation. But now, the profound qi in this secret room evidently revolved around the drawing to form a profound energy vortex. This strange scene made Huang Yueli remain stunned on the spot. Moreover, she could sense a scorching warm feeling in between her brows. As though the sky phoenix ring in her body had formed a resonance with the drawing, both seemed to be responding to each other. Huang Yueli spent a great amount of effort to quieten the sky phoenix ring. At the same time, she felt extremely shocked. This drawing could create resonance with a god relic like the sky phoenix ring. It must be something extraordinary. She wondered what was the background of this drawing. Just at this moment, Huang Zixiao's voice rang from her back. You see this mythical 9 skies phoenix drawing? This is the contents of your third stage trial. Mythical 9 skies phoenix drawing? What's that? Huang Yueli blinked and asked. Huang Zixiao knew that she didn't grow up in sacred phoenix race, so she did not know much. Hence he didn't waste any time and simply started explaining. I don't know if you heard of this. Several thousands of years ago, there was once when the sacred phoenix race had a peerless strong practitioner. Even in a place like God Realm where the experts there are plentiful, he was able to crush all 12 families and push sacred phoenix race to the peak. This clansman not only refined the sacred phoenix race's crown treasure, the sky phoenix ring. Moreover, in terms of his full-blown ability, he also created this mythical 9 skies phoenix painting, fusing all the fire-attributed conceptualization and principles that he had comprehended into this. Huang Yueli finally understood what was going on. So, this mythical 9 skies phoenix painting was actually born from the same person. No wonder the two items could sense each other. Hearing his words, she went into a blank and asked, conceptualization? Principles? What are those? Huang Zixiao looked at her in surprise and asked, You don't even know what conceptualization and principles are? He sighed and continued, no wonder. This originally is something that only practitioners of 10th stage and above could grasp. After soaring heaven's continents had been isolated by the space barrier, practitioners could no longer ascend to God Realm. Hence this slowly became lost. That's such a pity. If you were to be born when sacred phoenix race was in full blossom, you might have reached an even higher cultivation path, and it might be much higher than now. He thought for a moment and explained, to put it simply, practitioners can display destructive energy mainly because they had communicated with the heaven and earth's profound qi and utilized these energies. To ordinary entry-level practitioners, absorbing heaven and earth profound qi to turn into their own profound qi was the most basic thing. To high-level practitioners, they could use their profound qi to influence the surrounding profound qi, thereby pulling out even more power and form their own domain. Huang Zixiao looked at Huang Yueli and said, You've already advanced into the 9th stage realm, and your innate talent is so high. I believe that you've already comprehended your own fire domain? Huang Yueli nodded upon hearing that. Forming a domain in soaring heaven's continent wasn't a scarce thing. When Li Moying was in the 6th stage realm, he had already formed his own thunder domain. Although Huang Yueli wasn't as incredible as him, she also formed her fire domain after advancing to the 7th stage realm. For ordinary practitioners, as long as they break through the 9th stage realm, they would only form their domains. Huang Zixiao indicated, Unleash your fire domain and show me. She nodded and her right hand started drawing up a hand gesture. In an instant, the secret room's fire-attributed profound qi was all pulled by her, corresponding to the fire-attributed profound energy in her body into a huge fire domain. The entire secret room was scorching hot with blazing flames, as though it was about to swallow the both of them. Huang Zixiao was totally not affected by the blazing flames. He took a look at it and asked for her to retract her fire domain. At the same time, he gave an approving look. Not bad, no matter in terms of fire, attributed energy saturation degree or explosiveness, it's all first-rated. Your comprehension toward the fire domain is rather perfect. He paused for a moment and said, then do you know that in terms of domain, there are even higher-level domains? That is the fire-attributed conceptualization and principle. Huang Yueli blinked and delved into her thoughts. An even higher-level comprehension. Actually, when Huang Zixiao was talking about these, she already had a faint guess in her mind. Toward the use of the fire domain, she was already very experienced in it. Both lifetimes' battle experience was sufficient for her to control her fire domain. But when the fire domains might reach a limit, she started to wonder if there was any other stronger energy to replace it. In the past, she had discussed this question with Li Moying. My husband once said that the fire domain can only control the surrounding existing fire-attributed energy. The power depends on the surrounding profound chi's intensity. Moreover, the boundary is only limited to the perimeter of one's surroundings. If one increases their comprehension of the fire attributes, does that mean that we will be able to create energy? Furthermore, the power and boundary could also be widened. Could this be the conceptualization and principle that you were talking about? Huang Zixiao was stunned to hear her say this. This is what your husband said? No wonder you said he is a genius. As a lower realm practitioner who had never touched with conceptualizations and principles to have this kind of comprehension, it could be said that the distance to forming his own conceptualization is only a step away. The thing he talked about is conceptualization. If a 10th stage realm practitioner can comprehend conceptualization, then among the same level practitioners, one would already not lose. But the principle is a stronger kind of energy. So basically, as long as you break through to the life-profound realm, you will be able to comprehend it. Huang Yueli had basically understood what was going on, so her face revealed a joyous look. So to speak, as long as I can comprehend the fire-attributed conceptualization, my ability will take a huge step forward, right? Then what should I do? He smiled and nodded his head, then said, that's right. Actually, the third stage trial in the Inheritance Tower is for you to comprehend your fire-attributed conceptualization. To tell you the truth, even if it is in God realm, it's practically impossible for those practitioners who had newly ascended into the 10th stage realm to comprehend the conceptualizations. But starting to comprehend it earlier is an advantage. Even if there's no way to complete the conceptualization, at least it will raise your ability by quite a bit. Saying that, Huang Zixiao pointed at the mythical Nine Skies Phoenix painting in the center of the secret room. In this mythical Nine Skies Phoenix painting, that powerful former clan leader's entire life's conceptualization and principles are recorded inside. So this third stage refinement is to enter the drawing and accept the conception's inheritance. Of course, although the former clan leader had recorded his conceptualization inside, it's really up to you to see how much you can comprehend. She hurriedly nodded and said, I understand this. No matter what, the drawing that the former clan leader left behind was meant as a way to give pointers to the juniors. Taking the path of a senior would result in them going in a roundabout way. Otherwise, based on one's own comprehension, Huang Yueli didn't know how much time she had to spend on it. Moreover, in God realm, various large clans would have their own inheritances. She had to rely on her comprehension, so it would cause her to be left behind by a huge notch. Luckily, there was a sacred phoenix race's inheritance tower in Soaring Heaven's continent, which gave her the chance to comprehend conceptualization. She thought over it for a moment and asked, then, what should I do now? Huang Zixiao said, you only need to sit in front of the mythical Nine Skies Phoenix painting and try to establish a spiritual connection with the drawing. Once the connection is successful, you will be able to feel the conceptualization of this painting. Huang Yueli said in an enlightened manner, I see. Seeing her jubilant face, which looked as though she was itching to have a good at it, Huang Zixiao hurriedly added, but I have to remind you beforehand. Comprehending the conception is much more dangerous than your second stage refinement. After you enter the drawing, the conceptualization that is shown to you will increase in difficulty. If you are not able to comprehend it, it might cause a huge impact on your soul trace. So the minute you realize that you are no longer able to comprehend after a long time, or you're suffering from too much stress, you must immediately retreat out. Otherwise, your soul trace might suffer a serious impact. Hearing that, Huang Yueli frowned and asked, then if I retreat from the painting, will I still have a chance to continue comprehending? Huang Zixiao said, impossible. Everyone only has one chance to comprehend. If you retreat from it, there is no way to enter again. Oh, it's like this, Huang Yueli muttered. Huang Zixiao could tell what she was thinking, and he immediately said strictly, Huang Yueli, you'd better not disregard my words. Even in God realm, where there are elders to guard against this, there would be many practitioners every year who were seriously injured when they were comprehending the conceptualization. Those with lesser injuries would result in their cultivations dropping. As for those serious cases, they might become retards. So don't you ever take your future as a joke, just because you wanted to try comprehending a little more. Huang Yueli knew that he was saying these out of good intentions, so she hurriedly nodded, yes, thank you Senior Huang for your pointers. But I'm just merely asking. Huang Zixiao started to relax, and pointed out to her to sit cross-legged in front of the mythical Nine Skies Phoenix painting. Now, shut your eyes, and congeal your senses. Release your mental power and attempt to establish a connection with the drawing. While he said that, he stared at Huang Yueli's side view, observing and examining her. He didn't tell Huang Yueli that in God realm, the speed of the connection between the practitioner and the mythical Nine Skies Phoenix painting was an important standard of the practitioner's comprehension assessment. The higher comprehension a practitioner had, the faster they would enter the painting. The weaker the comprehension, the longer they might have to sit in front of the painting. Of course, the most miserable thing was some people might sit in front of the drawing but could not enter it. Hence, they could only give up the chance to comprehend. Huang Zixiao felt that the last possibility would not happen to Huang Yueli. After all, she was a god-grade genius, and her comprehension wasn't that bad. But the speed of establishing a mental connection had a huge link with the practitioner's cultivation. A majority of practitioners would break through to 10th stage realm before they gained a chance to comprehend the mythical Nine Skies Phoenix painting. Due to her outstanding innate talent, she came to comprehend it at 9th stage realm. In this way, the disadvantage was extremely obvious. Her speed might not even match up to a 10th stage realm heaven-grade genius. If she can enter the drawing within 20 breaths, it is already very. What? Huang Zixiao was muttering to himself when his eyes suddenly widened. In a blink of an eye, Huang Yueli had gone sluggish. At the same time, a gold-colored imprint appeared above her forehead. This was an obvious sign that her soul trace had already entered the mythical Nine Skies Phoenix painting. Huang Zixiao simply could not believe his own eyes. This cannot be true. How much time did she just spend? 1 breath? 2 breaths? How can it be that fast? He had gone into a trance earlier, so he wasn't able to verify the exact timing. But no matter if it was 1 or 2 breaths, the speed was simply too fast. He had never heard of anyone who was able to enter the drawing in such a short amount of time. Huang Yueli sat in front of the drawing, shut her eyes, and released her profound energy. Following that, she sensed her soul trace attracted along by an incredibly powerful strength, pulling her towards the drawing. All these happened so fast that even Huang Yueli couldn't react in time. By the time she regained her senses, she realized that she was standing in a desert. Everywhere was red as rocks dissipated a scorching hot air. No matter which direction she looked at it, it was always boundless, as if there was no end in sight. Just when she went into a daze, a burst of fiery flame suddenly rose from her feet. A huge fire domain enveloped her inside. She instantly sensed a tremendous wave of pressure. As the owner of a fire domain, she was usually able to control her domain very well and easily control the fire-attributed energy. But now, she wasn't enveloped in her fire domain, and the fire-attributed elements within it kept scuttering around rampantly, totally not listening to her commands. Not only that, as time pushed forward, the fire domain's boundary slowly constricted. The intensity of the energy within the domain started to increase. Scorching flames seemed to be burning her entire skin into ashes. Even her breathing became difficult as her body was drenched in sweat. She looked extremely disheveled right now. Facing this situation, Huang Yueli was not flustered at all. She slowly shut her eyes and unleashed her mental power, attempting to establish a connection through her soul trace with the surrounding profound qi. Senior Huang said that the energy within this drawing is the former clan leader's conceptualization power. So I might not be able to break through this if I do it by force. I must try to comprehend this energy, what exactly is. The fire domain continued to shrink and the temperature became higher and higher. The corners of Huang Yueli's clothes also started to burn. Finally, she opened her eyes. Outside the drawing. At the corner in the secret room, Huang Zixiao hugged his arms and stood upright. He looked at Huang Yueli silently. Little Wang Kai had already transformed into a human and was squatting by his feet. He propped his chubby face with both hands and gazed around in boredom. That Tower Spirit Senior. We're already here for 10 days, but why is the female devil sitting so still? She doesn't even have any reaction at all. How long will it take for her to complete the 3rd stage refinement assessment? The last time she took the 2nd stage, she spent more than 20 days. Will it be longer this time? Huang Zixiao originally didn't move. But when he heard little Wang Kai's question, he swept him a glance and said, 20 over days? Your thinking is too simple. I gauge that Huang Yueli's refinement this time should take around 3 years. What? 3 years. Little Phoenix's bun face instantly turned dull. His mouth turned into an O shape and wasn't able to retract his senses for some time. What? It actually takes such a long time. Isn't it just looking at a piece of drawing? He pouted and grumbled in dissatisfaction. Huang Zixiao snorted coldly. Ordinary people don't need that long. But your master had very strong innate talent, so that's why I assumed that she would persist at least 3 years and above. You're hoping that Huang Yueli will come out in a few days? Then she's even worse off than ordinary grade geniuses. Oh, the longer one is in the drawing, the better it is. Little Wang Kai finally understood and a shock grew. Huang Zixiao nodded slightly and explained further. Did you think that it's just an ordinary drawing? Do you understand what I said earlier? To tell you the truth, this drawing contains 9 stages of different fire-attributed conceptualization. Every single time you comprehend one stage, the next stage will appear. The difficulty in every stage will become higher and higher. Most ordinary practitioners couldn't even take the 1st stage of conceptualization and would choose to leave within a few days. For heaven-grade geniuses with outstanding innate talent, most of them would be able to comprehend 2nd or 3rd stage conceptualization. Just that alone will save 1 to 2 years of cultivation time. Huang Yueli's comprehension is much higher than heaven-grade geniuses, so I'm guessing that she should be able to comprehend 4th stage and above. Spending 3 years is already considered Godspeed. Hearing his explanation, little Wang Kai's face grew darker. His female devil's power of comprehension was something that he didn't doubt. But in that way, wouldn't it mean that she had to stay in the drawing for a very long amount of time? The more little Wang Kai thought, the more resentful he got. He couldn't help but bow his head and ridicule. Isn't this just a phoenix's painting? What's there to look at? Spending 3 days is already an exaggeration, what more for 3 years? Isn't it better to look at me? Little Phoenix teared up. Female devil had to sit here for 3 years. His roasted chicken drumsticks, fried drumsticks, braised drumsticks, scallion cooked drumsticks, those were going to be separated from him for the next 3 years. He really couldn't bear to leave those little devils. Huang Zixiao looked at little Wang Kai's teary face, and his brows rose. He said, "What's so good about your appearance? A stunted young bird like you, how can it be compared to the former clan leader's painting?" Little Wang Kai puffed up its little chubby chest and revealed an unreconciled expression. Which part of me is stunted? I am still growing. I'm telling you, my brother is an extremely eye-catching huge phoenix, and he's much more formidable and powerful than this phoenix in the painting. I will not lose out to him in the future. Huang Zixiao lowered his head and looked at the little brat who was only at his knee level. Then he delved into his thoughts. Little Wang Kai felt that he was looking down on him and puffed his chest even higher. I'm telling you. My bloodline is very noble. Today you're treating me with such disrespect, tomorrow I will make sure I'm out of your league. Huang Zixiao's eyes flashed past a cold glint and he said, "That's right. Speaking of this, your bloodline is indeed not bad and you seem to be part of the Phoenix's royal family. You've got good eyesight." Little Wang Kai's face surfaced with a delighted smile. Huang Zixiao hurriedly added, "Too bad, this lass really doesn't know how to rear a phoenix. Last time I remember I passed her a Guide to Raising a Phoenix book, but in the end, she didn't study it properly. Furthermore, she lets you grow so fat, totally not releasing your potential. Surely this young lass wasn't only concerned about her relationship, right? No way, I can't let her delay a noble phoenix's future." Little Wang Kai felt his hair rising on end when he heard that. "Wait, although I don't understand what you are mumbling about, why do I have a bad premonition? What do you want to do?" Ever since Huang Yueli received the Guide to Raising a Phoenix, she did train little Wang Kai excitedly in the start. Alas, little Wang Kai was very lazy and he was determined not to give up on his benefits. So every day when it was training time, he would resort to all kinds of trickery and throw all sorts of tantrums, refusing to cooperate with her. Huang Yueli initially thought of many different ideas, hoping to train him properly. In the end, Li Moying suddenly fell ill, so she totally had no time to look after little Wang Kai at all. He took the opportunity to let loose of himself. After he did that, there was no way to pull himself back. Huang Yueli was grateful to it for saving her, so she felt embarrassed to coerce it. In that way, her training plans had gone down the drain once again. He stretched out a hand and picked little Wang Kai up. "As a member of the Phoenix's royal family, all you do is eat chicken drumsticks all day. It's simply a disgrace to your noble bloodline. If your brother were to know about it, he would probably cry to death. It's all your master's fault for not raising you properly. That lass must be too soft-hearted. She can't even train a young bird well. Let me, her senior, do it on her behalf then." Little Phoenix was shocked and instantly started to struggle violently. Its 2 short legs kept kicking in midair. "No way, you have no right to coerce this lord. Female devil doesn't even bother about me, what right do you have to do so? Let me down, quickly let me down. I am determined not to join whatever training you say. I want to accompany female devil, I want to eat drumsticks, and I want to sleep." However, Huang Zixiao picked him up by the back of his collar and he was much taller than little Phoenix. No matter how little Wang Kai struggled, he had no way to escape from his clutches. Little Phoenix turned anxious and started screaming, "Female devil, save me! Quickly save me! Someone wants to abduct your adorable little phoenix and turn me into child labor, menial labor. I'm going to be tormented into a non-phoenix shape. Quickly save me. Hey, female devil, what's the matter with you? Little Phoenix's eyes suddenly widened and let out a shocked scream in a weird tone. Huang Zixiao's lips tugged and laughed coldly. Don't even try to use this kind of lowly tricks to deceive me. I've lived for 80,000 years, so I've seen all sorts of tricks. Save your energy. Little Phoenix shook its head furiously. No, it's true. Quickly take a look, female devil, will she be all right? Huang Zixiao snorted, but since he was worried about her, he turned back and took a glance. Following that, his brows creased into a knot. Not knowing when it started, her forehead started to profuse sweat. Her face also flushed red and her body started to shake slightly. There were only two possibilities for this scenario to happen. One possibility was that Huang Yueli was about to comprehend the first stage conceptualization and was on the verge of breaking through. The other possibility was that Huang Yueli could no longer take on the tremendous pressure of powerful conceptualization from the painting and she was about to break. But even for heaven-grade geniuses, those who wanted to break through the first stage conceptualization would take at least 3 months and above. Although Huang Zixiao had never met any other god-grade geniuses, thinking in that line of thoughts, she would need at least 1 to 2 months. Whereas now, the time from Huang Yueli's start of comprehension was only 10 days. No matter how genius she was, would she be able to comprehend successfully in such a short amount of time? Apparently not. So his conclusion was the second option. Could she no longer stand the painting's conceptualization? But this made Huang Zixiao rather surprised as well. He thought Huang Yuel's innate talent was very high, so her power of comprehension should naturally be very strong. Especially when she just entered the drawing, she only used 2 breaths and that gave him a disillusion that her power of comprehension was equally outstanding. Whoever knew? His brows furrowed as he totally could not comprehend what was going on. However, Huang Yueli's sweat grew even more and her expression turned worse by the minute. Huang Zixiao saw that and he grew anxious as well. He shot up and stood behind her, preparing to lend her a helping hand at any moment. Looking at her, it was evident that she was almost at her limit. But she still refused to give up, persisting on. Even though Huang Zixiao wasn't willing to believe that a god-grade genius's power of comprehension was that weak. But under this irrevocable truth, he still wished that she wouldn't hang on endlessly, absolutely not because of her reputation, which would in turn cause damage to her soul trace. Young lass, don't be rash. Sigh, it's all my fault. I know that she grew up in the lower realm's ordinary sect and she's not the same as those practitioners who grew up with the clan, whereby they all understood what conceptualizations were. She abruptly entered the drawing and the impact was too huge. Even if her power of comprehension was very good, it might be because she wasn't fully prepared, hence she suffered such a huge impact. I should have given her more time to understand the situation first. Huang Zixiao felt extremely frustrated. She was a god-grade genius that the clan might not even see within a few 100,000 years. If she really sustained permanent damage because of the lack of preparation in the 3rd stage refinement and affected her future cultivation, he would become the entire sacred phoenix race's sinner. Huang Zixiao's heart pounded hard, but he couldn't forcibly cut off the mental connection between Huang Yueli and the mythical 9 Skies Phoenix painting, so he could only keep a tight watch beside her. In the instance when Huang Yueli's soul trace was going to be rebounded by the drawing, he would protect her and help her take on the rebounded force. This was the best solution that he could think up. Little Phoenix squatted by her side anxiously as well. He stared at Huang Yueli, deeply worried that something would happen to her. The two of them were on tenterhooks for some time when they suddenly realized that her breathing started to ease up. Her complexion also started to return to normal. Initially, Huang Zixiao was still worried and did not dare to walk off. But after a period of observation, he discovered that she actually returned to the same state when she just entered the drawing. She didn't move, as though she felt nothing at all. Alright, everything's alright now. Huang Zixiao stood up and looked at her in disbelief. Looks like she was too anxious earlier. That was why she almost got injured when she was inside the painting's conceptualization for such a short amount of time. Luckily, God-grade geniuses are indeed God-grade. She should be starting to ease up. Little Phoenix heaved a sigh of relief and patted its little chest. That's great, I was so scared earlier. If female devil's in trouble, what should I do? However, before it could take a breather, its neck suddenly tightened and it was lifted into the air again. Little Phoenix cried out in shock, Why, you? What do you want to do? Since the young lass is fine, then we should continue to discuss your training plans for the next 3 years. I can't watch you idle away like this. When the young lass comes out, I must show her what is a genuine phoenix young bird. Your master will be ridiculed in God realm if you show yourself in this state. Huang Zixiao lifted it and started walking out of the secret room. Help! Help! Female devil. Quickly look, female devil looks like she's in trouble again. Little Phoenix kept crying randomly as it struggled. Unfortunately, Huang Zixiao wasn't tricked this time and directly brought it out. Henceforth, Little Phoenix started on its difficult journey of training days. On the other hand, inside the painting, Huang Yueli's forehead was full of sweat as she sat on the ground. Panting, she looked at the blazing flame slowly disappearing. Actually, the fire domain earlier wasn't considered very powerful to her. If she relied on profound energy to block it off, it was possible to fight against it. But as she was inside the drawing and the conceptualization in the drawing were reflected based on the painter's conceptualization, so the fire domain's energy was boundless. It wasn't something that she could consume just based on profound energy. The fire domain's energy had boundless replenishment while her profound energy was limited. Hence when the time dragged on, it was impossible to get rid of the fire domain. So, Huang Yueli found the crux in decoding the fire domain. That was to find the regulated operation of the fire domain. Hence, that was why she didn't move from the start. She allowed the fire domain to slowly gather, and lastly when it enveloped her entirely into the domain, she finally comprehended the regulation in it. Immediately following that, she used a burst of profound energy and struck the fire domain's center. It immediately exploded. At the same time, these splattered flames turned into multiple runes and veined patterns which kept reflecting in midair. It slowly merged with her soul trace. Huang Yueli's original fire-attributed energy became even turbulent. Without the need for her to draw it, it automatically started to flow within her body. Flame spirit. These 2 words appeared in her mind. Even though she lacked the experience, Huang Yueli could still instinctively sense that this should be the fire-attributed first-stage conceptualization. She was exceptionally glad that she could comprehend it in such a short time. She immediately sat in a cross-legged position and started to take in a large amount of information that was surging into her brain. Fire-attributed first-stage conceptualization was mainly describing the origins of flames. There were numerous kinds of species, and the deviant flame's power was exceptionally strong. Although it was ever-changing, the origin was from the same source and it started to grow and change slowly. In Huang Yueli's mind, the image of a flame started from a small spark and it slowly grew into a blazing flame. The entire process kept repeating itself in her mind. At the same time, her consciousness slowly sunk in deeply. As she was comprehending it, the profound energy in her body swiftly moved. Every time it moved, it would increase by a certain standard. Huang Yueli sat in the secret room inside the inheritance tower. The room's heaven and earth profound chi's intensity was extremely high, and it originally was designed for sacred phoenix race's top-rated geniuses' advancement. Under the encirclement of the pure heaven and earth profound chi, Huang Yueli's profound energy accumulated slowly and was on the verge of breakthrough. Ninth stage realm, 3rd level. Huang Yueli cultivated in Levitation Sword Palace for more than 2 months and barely raised her level from 9th stage realm, 1st level to 2nd level. But now, in the Inheritance Tower, she merely used 10 days to raise a small realm. Although Huang Yueli's soul trace was still in the drawing, she could still feel the changes in her body clearly. Her speedy advancement made her heart pound with joy. It seemed that comprehending the fire-attributed conceptualization was a major benefit to her cultivation and ability. As long as she comprehended it well, there was hope for her to break through to the 10th stage realm within a year. Thinking of this, she started to work harder to comprehend. Not knowing how much time had passed, Huang Yueli's mind's shattered runes started to disappear, turning into a part of her ability. She slowly opened her eyes and started to muster up her cultivation method. She stretched out her right hand and waved it gently. A burst of profound energy flew out from her fingertips, slicing through midair. A fire spark shone slightly and gradually grew bigger. It finally turned into a huge ball of blazing flame. She had perfectly reenacted the flame spirit conceptualization in her mind, and her lips surfaced a satisfactory smile. However, before she had time to be happy, she suddenly sensed the surrounding air turning hot again. Moreover, the temperature kept on increasing. Huang Yueli's brows furrowed and she lifted her head to take a look at her surroundings. She saw a new fire domain rising from the boundless skies, slowly gathering towards her. Her expression congealed. A new assessment was about to start. Unknowingly, 2 months passed by. In this period, the usually serene Inheritance Tower would emit horrifying cries from a little brat. Save me! Someone's bullying a phoenix, torturing a phoenix, murdering a phoenix. Boo hoo 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 hoo. Huang Zixiao's lips twitched. Shut up. I'm just asking you to fly around to improve your endurance. What's there to cry about, and furthermore, crying that miserably? Those who don't know might think that I'm skinning you alive to eat you. Ah well, I knew it, you want to eat this lord's flesh. You're devoid of conscience. Little Phoenix raised its voice and cried out even miserably. Huang Zixiao knew that it was faking its cry, but his head was splitting over it. He finally realized why Huang Yueli wasn't able to tame this little phoenix. This wasn't an infant phoenix, it was their ancestor. But he had lived for 80,000 years after all. No matter how difficult the brat was, he had absolute confidence to deal with it. Raising his brows, he allowed little Wang Kai to throw his tantrum, leaving it to cry as much as it wanted. In the end, little Wang Kai felt very tired because crying and throwing a tantrum was an exhausting thing. It took a deep breath and stopped bawling. Then it snuck a glance at Huang Zixiao. The man happened to look in its direction, and he sneered, "What's the matter? Had enough of crying? Then continue to fly. You're not allowed to slack off. If you don't shed off the extra fats and hit the standard weight this month, your exercise routine will double next month. You can't eat meat and can only eat vegetables." Huh? What? Little Phoenix almost fainted from the shock. But under this evil force's coercion, it had no choice but to flap its chubby wings as tears streamed down its eyes. Then it continued to fly around the Inheritance Tower. Little Phoenix flew and stared at Huang Yueli's tightly shut secret room entrance, as though it was going to burn a hole through it. Boo-hoo, female devil, quickly come out and save me. I've misjudged you in the past, you're my best master ever. As long as you quickly come out to save this bird, I will never call you a female devil again. Perhaps little Phoenix's grievance was too heavy. As it chanted silently, the secret room's entrance suddenly emitted an evident profound energy fluctuation. Little Phoenix's eyes lit up. Ah! Female devil. Quickly look, my female devil is about to come out. Huang Zixiao followed its gaze and looked at the secret room's door. The original wavy-shaped entrance was now showing signs of rippling, and it looked extremely beautiful. Huang Zixiao's lips curled up, and he said, "Stop dreaming. That's not signs of her coming out, but her advancing." To advance at this moment means she had already comprehended the first stage conceptualization. She only spent 2 months to comprehend the first stage conceptualization, indeed very outstanding among the heaven-grade geniuses. He paused for a moment and didn't continue speaking. But he was lamenting in his heart. Huang Yueli was a god-grade genius. Huang Zixiao had high hopes for her. In the end, her performance was almost on par with the top-rated heaven-grade geniuses. Although she was already very outstanding, perhaps, it was because she was just too young or her cultivation wasn't sufficient. After a short moment of bemoaning, he didn't think too much and reverted his attention onto Little Phoenix. Little Wang Kai had secretly hidden into a corner, hoping that Huang Zixiao would forget about him after he was distracted by Huang Yueli. Unfortunately, things did not go according to its imagination. "All right, enough of the rubbish. Quickly continue to train. The training for today is to fly around in circles for 2.5 cycles and go on a free fall." Chirp. Little Phoenix rolled its eyes and banged into the wall. In the drawing, Huang Yueli was sitting cross-legged while painfully comprehending. The pain and difficulty that she was experiencing weren't any lesser than Little Phoenix. At this moment, Huang Yueli was totally different now as compared with the first time she entered this place. Her clothes were shabby and torn with several burnt holes on them. Her hair was dry and yellow while her face had several signs of being scorched by flames. She was in a disheveled state and was totally different from her usual elegant look. But when she sat there, her back was upright and she had a cold yet dignified expression. A fearless aura could be seen between her brows. Huang Zixiao didn't know that the profound energy fluctuations that both he and Little Phoenix felt were already not the first. Previously, it had already happened 3 times. But he was too concentrated on training Little Wang Kai, hence he didn't notice it. It was until the 4th profound energy fluctuation when he sensed it. Huang Yueli had already gone through 4 advancements, raising her cultivation from 9th stage realm 2nd level to 9th stage realm 6th level. As for the comprehension of conceptualization, it was not like what he had imagined. She was not in the 1st stage conceptualization, but the 3rd. Fire-attributed conceptualization's 1st stage is flame spirit, which talks about the birth process of a flame. Fire-attributed conceptualization's 2nd stage is plundering flame, and that talks about the process of using fire to attack. Fire-attributed conceptualization's 3rd stage is. Huang Yueli sensed the revolving shattered runes swirling around in her mind and tried her best to organize the complicated information. 100 defense. It uses fire for defense. The might of the flames not only will burn the enemy, but it could also be used to resist against any kinds of attacks. The comprehension of conceptualization made Huang Yueli's ability rise swiftly. In terms of her cultivation, the observation in the changes could be seen directly. Comprehending the 1st and 2nd stage conceptualization allowed her to raise her cultivation by a small realm. When she comprehended the 3rd stage conceptualization, it allowed her to rise by 2 small realms. The reason was that this 3rd stage conceptualization was rather tough for her. She had to endure the pain of being scorched by raging flames multiple times and almost swallowed by the fire. In the end, under critical pressure, she finally comprehended the conceptualization within. Moreover, based on her current cultivation, when the 3rd stage conceptualization's shattered piece entered her soul trace, she felt extremely uncomfortable. For a moment, she felt as though her brain was filled to the brim and was on the verge of an explosion. Huang Yueli lacked the basic understanding of conceptualization, otherwise, she would have known that comprehension was split into 3 sections. Every 3rd stage conceptualization would be counted as one section. The third stage conceptualization was the last section, for the first stage conceptualization. The difficulty in comprehension was much higher than the previous two stages. To most practitioners, this was an extremely difficult checkpoint to surpass. Even for heaven-grade geniuses who were taking part in comprehending conceptualization for the first time, it was not an easy task to comprehend the third stage conceptualization. Huang Yueli didn't know about these, so she thought that something had gone wrong in her process of comprehension, or perhaps her determination wasn't enough. That was why she continued to persist. The pain in her brain grew intense, and if this went on, it might cause permanent damage to her soul trace. Just as she could not continue to endure it, the sky phoenix ring in between her brows suddenly lighted up. The phoenix imprint suddenly lifted its head. Opening its mouth, it made a swallowing action. A majority of those complicated runes were swallowed by the sky phoenix ring. Huang Yueli instantly felt relaxed. Although she wasn't clear about the situation, Huang Yueli decisively grabbed hold of the chance and instantly started to meditate and cultivate while comprehending the remaining runes in her mind. Not knowing what was going on, the remainders happened to be the simplest runes. Huang Yueli focused totally on comprehending, and very soon, she managed to refine those runes, merging them into her soul trace. As a large portion of runes started to disappear, the phoenix imprint opened its mouth again and spat out another portion of runes. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment and immediately understood the situation. So she started to comprehend the new runes again. To practitioners who found it hard to mount the high wall in comprehending the third stage conceptualization for the first time, Huang Yueli managed to conquer it smoothly through this orderly fashion. Her cultivation was also raised by 2 small realms. It was because of this which caused a much greater stir of profound energy fluctuations when she advanced, and that in turn was discovered by Huang Zixiao and little Wang Kai. By the time she completely comprehended the third stage conceptualization, Huang Yueli slowly stood up, feeling fearful. I didn't imagine the third stage to be so difficult. Even if I manage to find the crux and decode the fire domain, I still have to face the impact of overloaded information on my soul trace. If it wasn't for the Sky Phoenix ring, I'm afraid that I might already be seriously injured. Sky Phoenix ring, how on earth was it able to help me comprehend the conceptualization? Huang Yueli thought over it for a moment and finally had a bit of an idea. That's right, Senior Huang said this earlier. The person who refined the Sky Phoenix ring and mythical 9 Skies Phoenix painting is the same. Perhaps it's exactly because of this, which is why the Sky Phoenix ring and this drawing have a certain link. That's probably why the rune in the drawing has limited control over it. Just as she was thinking about this, a new fire domain started to congeal in the faraway plans. Huang Yueli looked at that rising flame and squinted her eyes. Earlier, when she was comprehending the third stage conceptualization, she had already decided to comprehend that stage and leave. Based on her current rewards, it shouldn't be a major problem to break through to the 10th stage realm after cultivating for a little while more. Hence, there was no need to get herself killed just because she wanted to comprehend a little more. After all, based on what Huang Zixiao said, she would have plenty of other chances to comprehend the other conceptualizations or rely on her own conclusion and enlightenment. But now that she knew the efficacy of the Sky Phoenix ring, she felt unwilling to leave. With this abnormal god relic's aid, not to mention the 4th stage conceptualization, even if it was the 5th stage or 6th stage, she felt assured to give it a try. She creased her brows and thought for a while more. Shortly after, she carried her zither and put on a fighting stance. She thought of trying to see where her limit of comprehension would end. Another few months passed by. Outside the secret room, Little Phoenix was still flapping its wings, flying up and down in circles. But its size was totally different from half a year ago. If Huang Yueli were to awaken and see it, she would probably not be able to recognize Little Phoenix. It was no longer the size of a fat chicken, but had a defined figure. Its body and wings had grown by a bit, and the feathers on its head and back were sparkling brightly. Its movements were smooth and suave. Although it was still small, there was a kind of luxurious beauty to it. "All right, now use your fastest speed and go round the inheritance tower once. You must avoid all the obstacles in the surroundings." Huang Zixiao's voice rang in the vast inheritance tower. Little Phoenix flapped its wings and increased the speed according to his instructions. Following Huang Zixiao's continuous hand gestures, various kinds of obstacles kept surfacing. Moreover, each time there was no regulated structure to it. But Little Phoenix was able to use its agility to fly past all those obstacles, avoiding every single one of them. This scene made Huang Zixiao reveal a satisfied smile. "Not bad, you've completed the first phase of training very well. Today we shall take a break. Tomorrow, we can start the second phase of training." Little Phoenix was flapping its little wings with a delighted expression. But when it heard this, it started turning stiff. "Wait. This is just the first phase? And there's still a second phase?" It screeched sharply. Huang Zixiao shot a faint glance at it. "Why? Weren't you the one who said you were part of the royal phoenix family, with powerful and valiant strength? Do you think you're powerful just because you avoided a few obstacles? To tell you the truth, the first phase of training is especially aimed at infant stage phoenixes. You're already in the toddler stage, so you should have started the second phase training long ago. So all those trainings are considered as supplementary classes." What? You're abusing phoenixes. When I go to God Realm with Female Devil, I must go find my relatives and tell them how the sacred phoenix race mistreated little phoenixes. Little Wang Kai cried out furiously. Huang Zixiao's expression did not change at all. "Enough, hurry and go find your phoenix clan. Let's see what the other phoenixes will say. I'm telling you, in the Phoenix clan, the royal family's training is much more difficult than mine by 10 times. Trash like you will be beaten hands down by some mixed-blood baby phoenix. By then, your relatives would only blame the young lass for not training you well. They would definitely force you to stay and train you properly. Just wait and see. You, don't you think of deceiving me? 10 times more difficult training. How is that possible? I don't believe you." Little Phoenix was sweating profusely from the fright, but it forced itself to remain calm as it showed a look that seemed as though it did not believe him. Huang Zixiao could see through this little brat, so he didn't bother to explain further. "You will find out by then." Little Phoenix started to become conflicted as it propped up its chubby face. Was what he said true? If it was true, then wouldn't it be too miserable? No way. When he reached God Realm in the future, he had to think of a way to make Female Devil stay as far away from the Phoenix clan as possible. Just at this moment, the secret room's entrance seemed to emit another wave of profound energy fluctuations. Huang Zixiao's eyes lit up. Oh? Did she break through again? Could it be that the young lass had already comprehended the third stage conceptualization? This is a very good achievement. The last time Huang Yueli comprehended the third stage conceptualization, he didn't know the truth and assumed that she had only comprehended the first stage. Later on, there were another 2 rounds of profound energy fluctuations. From what Huang Zixiao thought, this meant that she had comprehended another 2 rounds, and was comprehending the third stage conceptualization right now. This result, even for a 10th stage realm heaven grade genius, was rarely seen. Moreover, most geniuses would spend at least 3 years comprehending the third stage conceptualization. But now, Huang Yueli only used 10 months. Her speed was astonishingly swift. Initially, when she just entered the mythical 9 Skies Phoenix painting, Huang Zixiao felt that her comprehension wasn't very good because she was almost injured on the 10th day of comprehending the conceptualization. He had not expected her comprehension to go faster as time went past, so her performance made him feel extremely satisfied. He silently nodded his head. Indeed, a rare god-grade genius. This young lass's power of comprehension isn't too bad. Looks like she's probably not used to it initially. 10 months to comprehend third stage conceptualization. If she were to spend a little more time, she might be able to comprehend the fourth stage conceptualization. Huang Zixiao muttered to himself for a moment and started to shake his head. Sigh, the possibility isn't very high, perhaps I've thought too much. The difficulty in comprehension from fourth stage conceptualization onwards has a fundamental upgrade. It's just too difficult for this young lass to comprehend it successfully at ninth stage realm. If her cultivation is a little higher, perhaps. Little Phoenix wanted to go to rest, but at the same time, it perked its ears to listen to Huang Zixiao talking to himself. Hearing that, he couldn't help but pout. He voiced out unhappily, "Uncle, don't you belittle her. My female devil's innate talent is extremely high. It's just a fourth stage conceptualization, how difficult could the upgrade be? To female devil, it's just an easy feat. Not to mention fourth stage, even if it's fifth stage, she would be able to comprehend it easily. By the time female devil comes out from her training, I must get her to exact revenge for me." Little Phoenix kept shaking its head while talking, and the smugness on its face was apparent. It started to daydream once again. Actually, it knew that whatever he said probably wouldn't materialize. Huang Zixiao's age and years of experience were so rich, so if he said it's impossible, it would probably not happen. But it had been training under Huang Zixiao for the past few months so miserably. So it had to grab hold of the chance to disagree with him. Huang Zixiao's mood wasn't too bad, and after it swept a glance at little Wang Kai, he started to explain patiently. Mythical Nine Skies Phoenix painting is originally an important treasure of the sacred phoenix race. In the past, when it was placed in God realm, various 10th stage realm heaven-grade geniuses in the clan had the right to take part in the comprehension. Among so many practitioners who entered the drawing for the first time, there were slightly over 20 geniuses who managed to comprehend the fourth stage conceptualization. Moreover, all of them had 10th stage realm and above cultivations. None was in the 9th stage realm. Only a god-grade genius managed to comprehend 5th stage conceptualization, and of course, he was also in 10th stage realm. Although your master is also a god-grade genius, she only had 9th stage realm cultivation. Relying on her innate talent isn't enough to cover the disadvantage. So how is she going to comprehend the 5th stage conceptualization? He paused for a moment and said, "Moreover, I heard that the former clan leader's spiritual imprint had been retained in this mythical Nine Skies Phoenix painting. It can link to God Realm Sky Phoenix race descendants. If any practitioner managed to comprehend the 5th stage conceptualization for the first time, then the spiritual imprint would be triggered. The entire God Realm would know about this news." Hearing that, little Phoenix blinked and asked, curiously, "What?" This inheritance tower had been abandoned for so many years, but it can still communicate with God Realm? Huang Zixiao said helplessly, "In the past, soaring heaven's continents heaven and earth profound chi was too scarce, and there wasn't enough energy. The communication method with God Realm should have lost its effectiveness. But the connection of the spiritual imprint is one of the strongest links. Perhaps it hasn't lost its effectiveness. Moreover, the space barrier has already been destroyed, so perhaps it is possible to connect again? Wow. In this way, wouldn't my female devil be famous? Before she goes to the God Realm, her legend is already spreading around." Little Phoenix felt very excited just thinking of it. So it couldn't help flapping its wings and circling in midair, chirping delightfully. Huang Zixiao shot a glance at it and sneered, "Fat hope. Too bad, triggering that spiritual imprint is just too difficult. Without 10th stage realm cultivation, it is impossible to comprehend 5th stage conceptualization, even for god-grade geniuses. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp cry came from the entrance of the secret room. The entrance, which kept bobbling, suddenly opened wide, as a virtual image of a phoenix snuck out from it. Although it was just a virtual image, it contained an indescribable amount of energy. The appearance was dazzling, and it made everyone unable to look straight at it. The phoenix's virtual image went a semicircle in mid-air and suddenly gushed up to the roof of the inheritance tower. It disappeared in an instant, as though it had flown into the clouds. Little Phoenix's eyes opened wide in astonishment and asked, "What is this? It's so powerful. It's actually even more powerful than a genuine phoenix like me. Is it a mechanism within the inheritance tower? My female devil, will she be all right?" However, Huang Zixiao didn't make a single sound. "Uncle Huang?" Little Phoenix thought it was a little strange and turned its head to look at him. He discovered that Huang Zixiao's face was filled with shock. His eyes widened like full moons, and he kept staring at the tower's roof, not saying a single word at all. After some time later, he muttered irresolutely, "This. Could it be the former clan leader's spiritual imprint?" Little Phoenix was extremely surprised to hear that. So it asked shockingly, "What? What spiritual imprint? Didn't you say earlier that it's impossible to trigger the former clan leader's spiritual imprint?" "Yes, that's right. By right, this spiritual imprint shouldn't be triggered," Huang Zixiao frowned. But no matter how he pondered over this, he couldn't get it. Unless the young lass has comprehended the fifth stage conceptualization. He paused for a moment, seemingly considering the possibility of this. But very quickly, he shook his head. Of course, this is impossible. Even if she has such great innate talent, it has only been 10 months. Could it be that the mythical Nine Skies Phoenix painting has a problem? Then we'd be in trouble. Huang Zixiao thought over it, and his expression suddenly changed. "No way, I have to go in and take a look." He stood up and walked swiftly into the secret room. Little Phoenix was worried about its master, so it hurriedly followed behind. One man and one phoenix walked through the array barrier at the entrance into the secret room. The moment they entered, they were hit by the powerful energy inside. Little Phoenix almost stumbled and retreated by a few steps. What powerful energy! Huang Zixiao also felt uncomfortable and hurriedly worked up his cultivation to block it off, slowly calming down. He took a look to find that Huang Yueli was still seated in front of the drawing, not moving at all. Her clothes were practically drenched in sweat. Her long, messy hair was stuck on her face, and she looked rather disheveled. But the imprint on her forehead did not disappear. Her cross-legged posture was very standard, and that showed that she was still in the process of comprehending. However, endless fire-attributed energy was dissipating from her body. Moreover, her profound energy fluctuations also became exceptionally strong. It was totally different from when she first entered the secret room. Huang Zixiao sensed Huang Yueli's profound energy, and his face instantly revealed an astonished look. 9th stage realm, 9th level. Heavens! How is that possible? Shouldn't she just be at 9th stage realm 5th level? When did her cultivation suddenly rise by so much? I had no idea at all. Little Phoenix also looked at its own master with its mouth agape. It was shocked by the profound energy might emanating from her. Female devil actually advanced so quickly. What on earth is going on, uncle? She looks a little terrifying. Will there be any problem? It had been training hard recently, and little Phoenix finally realized that Huang Yueli was such an adorable mistress. When it found out that she might be in danger, it was burning with anxiety and extremely worried. Huang Zixiao didn't say a word but quickly walked next to her. He stood in front of her and observed her in detail. A little gold-colored flower would appear on the forehead of every single practitioner who entered the comprehension state. Not only did it mean that they had a spiritual connection with the mythical Nine Skies Phoenix painting, more importantly, the imprint would also change according to the conceptualization level that they had comprehended. Every single time they entered another comprehension stage, the gold-colored flower petal would increase by 1. Initially, Huang Zixiao was busy training Little Phoenix, and he assumed that he knew everything within the Inheritance Tower. So he didn't enter the secret room as he was worried that he might disrupt Huang Yueli's cultivation. It was only at this moment that he finally realized something was not right. So he started to observe in detail. His eyes widened into full moons from this one look, and he felt dizzy. The gold-colored flower on Huang Yueli's forehead actually had 5 complete petals. Moreover, there was a faint sign of the 6th petal as a pale gold outline could be seen. This meant that Huang Yueli had already comprehended the 5th stage conceptualization and was currently comprehending the 6th stage conceptualization. Moreover, she already had a rough awareness of the 6th stage conceptualization. She might just comprehend at any moment now. This scene was simply too astounding. Even an experienced tower spirit like Huang Zixiao was completely stunned. He could not believe that such a ridiculous thing could have happened. Impossible, it can't be. Huang Zixiao's lips were twitching so much that he could not even make out his words clearly. Little Phoenix also ran over and asked worriedly, "Uncle, what are you saying? What's impossible?" "Female devil, surely nothing will happen to her, right?" "No, quickly think of a way to save her." Huang Zixiao had yet to recover from his shock and totally could not take in what Little Phoenix had said. He only cared about observing Huang Yueli's situation. No one knew better than Huang Zixiao on the difficulty of the 5th stage conceptualization. For the past 80,000 years, he had been multiple geniuses experiencing various assessments before they obtained the chance to comprehend the mythical Nine Skies Phoenix painting. The number of practitioners who comprehended 5th stage conceptualization the first time they tried could be counted with one hand. For those in the 9th stage realm, Huang Yueli was the only one. He had not expected the petite and frail-looking young lady actually had such horrifying power of comprehension. He thought that he was dreaming. After a while, Huang Zixiao finally accepted this reality. Little Phoenix was still stomping its feet as it hugged Huang Zixiao's thigh. Uncle, you can't just leave her in the lurch. Female devil is a member of your sacred phoenix race." Huang Zixiao heaved a deep sigh and stretched out his hand to pat its head. She's not in danger, but she had really comprehended the 5th stage conceptualization. Little Phoenix's mouth turned into an O shape. "Ah? How is that possible? Didn't you just say earlier that female devil will definitely not be able to comprehend the 5th stage conceptualization? What on earth is going on?" "You're asking me what's going on? How would I know? This is simply a miracle." Huang Zixiao muttered irresolutely. Until now, he still felt as though he was in a dream. Little Phoenix was jumping and screaming beside him. "I knew it, female devil is a genius. It's all because this lord has taught her well." When Huang Zixiao heard that, his lips twitched and he really admired Huang Yueli from the bottom of his heart. She could actually hold herself back from whipping this brat. But immediately following that, his gaze shifted towards the top of the tower, towards the direction where the former clan leader's spiritual imprint had disappeared. Now that Soaring Heaven's continent space barrier was gone, he wondered if the spiritual imprint had transmitted to God Realm. If the descendants of God Realm's sacred phoenix race knew that such a peerless genius had appeared, he wondered what kind of reactions they would show. God Realm. Sacred Phoenix race was a huge clan with a long history in God Realm. Their clan's disciples were distributed all over the 12 continents. But the clan's core structure was located in Sacred Phoenix Continent's center position on the top of a steep mountain. This ice moon summit was isolated by steep mountains. Only Sacred Phoenix Race's disciples who were well-versed in driving flying magical beasts, and their cultivations were above 10th stage realm could climb up. For numerous years, Sacred Phoenix Race had repeatedly built palaces on this apex, and set up numerous mechanisms and arrays, hence becoming one of God Realm's sacred lands, which everyone looked up to. In the core of the Ice Moon Summit was the clan leader's palace. At this very moment, various elders had gathered here. All of them had anxious looks on their faces, as they were having hushed discussions. The current clan leader Huang Tianhao, who was seated on the host seat, coughed and said in a heavy tone, "Elders, I believe that everyone has already received the news. Last year, a descendant from the Cloudy Qilin clan ascended from the lower realm, and he was said to be a god-grade genius who had not appeared in the past 3,000 years. Cloudy Qilin clan had always been our mortal enemy, and this matter is of utmost importance. Hence, this clan leader gathered everyone here to come out with a strategy." He had just completed his sentence when a white-haired elder started to talk. "Clan leader, this incident is a hot topic in God Realm, but is it really true? This elder thinks that it is very suspicious." The other middle-aged lady also voiced her concerns. "That's right, those scums from the Cloudy Qilin clan had always been sinister and sly. In the past 1,000 years, their forces had been expanding swiftly, and they seemed to have a hidden tendency to override the other god clans. Perhaps they came out with this fake god-grade genius lie to scare the other god clans, just because they were trying to expand their forces." The middle-aged woman's words quickly earned the other elders' agreement. "That's right, what Elder Chu said is correct. How would they come across a god-grade genius so easily? God Realm hasn't even seen any in the past 3,000 years. Cloudy Qilin clan claimed they have one? Moreover, that person ascended from the lower realm. Simply treating us like idiots. God Realm's direct descendants' bloodlines are pure and they have always enjoyed the best resources since young. Yet there is no god-grade genius at all, so how would a lower realm branch possibly come out with one?" "Correct. Moreover, I heard that the Cloudy Qilin clan had been aggressive in the past few years, but their younger generation disciples' innate talents are extremely ordinary. It could be said that their talents are close to zero. After the older generation's strong experts have retired or died, they would find it hard to continue. So, Cloudy Qilin clan also knows they have this flaw and that's why they intentionally came out with this lie?" "That's right, it must be fake." Huang Tianhao sat on the main seat and kept silent. He listened to the elders discussing this, and when most of them were done, he let out a long sigh. "Elders, this clan leader's initial thoughts were almost the same as everyone here. I also think that it's not that easy for a god-grade genius to appear, not to mention from the lower realm. However, the news that our scouts, who had been spying on Cloudy Qilin clan's turf Cloudy Qilin continent, sent back gave me a huge shock. According to reliable news, Cloudy Qilin clan has a god-grade genius. Moreover, to groom him, they had already set up the heaven altar at Yunhua Mountain. They even used the valuable Qilin's blood core on him." Huang Tianhao's words were like a bolt of lightning that blasted down on them. Originally, many elders were pretty calm. But after hearing this, all of them couldn't sit still. "This? Clan leader, is the news reliable? Everyone knows about Cloudy Qilin clan's rules. Only after they have confirmed the next clan leader would they set up the heavenly altar and also use the Qilin blood core. Those ancient spiritual beast cores had been handed down in various god clans since ancient times. So the less they use, the more they would have. Many clan leaders don't even have the right to use the blood core. Actually, I've heard a little about this too, saying that the Cloudy Qilin clan intends to set up a heavenly altar. I thought that it was just a rumor, but in the end, it was true. Setting up a heavenly altar for a newly ascended lower realm practitioner, maybe the rumor is true. If he isn't a god-grade genius, I really can't think of a reason that can make the clear-eyed Cloudy Qilin clan's descendants treat him with such importance. Everyone had a round of discussion, and they recalled all the various rumors and analyzed it together. In the end, they came out with a result which they were least inclined to hear. Looks like Cloudy Qilin clan has already appeared one god-grade genius. This, what kind of luck is this? Cloudy Qilin clan's standard of nurturing the younger disciples is no better than ours. For the past few thousand years in the God Realm tournament, Cloudy Qilin clan would always be in last place. But now, they suddenly have a god-grade genius, furthermore from the lower realm. Heaven has no eyes. Our sacred phoenix race had exhausted so many resources, but we were still unable to nurture any god-grade geniuses. All the elders felt melancholic, and the atmosphere in the main hall was rather depressing. Huang Tianhao looked at them and added, "There's another piece of bad news." There was more bad news? All the elders pricked up their ears as their hearts palpitated. Huang Tianhao said, "I heard that this god-grade genius who came from the lower realm had never gone through the regulated inheritances there. So his overall innate talent was not reflected correctly. After he was initiated with the Qilin blood core, his Cloudy Qilin clan's bloodline was purified and his abilities soared like crazy. He comprehended the thunder-attributed 9th stage conceptualization in one go and mastered it comprehensively. So he directly skipped past Dream Profound Realm and advanced into Heart Profound Realm. Moreover, it was said that his cultivation methods in the lower realm were extremely ordinary. So now, Cloudy Qilin clan is using all of their resources to help him cultivate the new cultivation methods. It shouldn't take long before his cultivation improves again." Upon hearing Huang Tianhao saying, all the elders couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. It was common knowledge in God Realm that after every practitioner broke through to 10th stage realm, their next target would be Dream Profound Realm. Dream Profound Realm was split up into early phase, mid-phase, and end phase and was closely related to the practitioner's comprehension of the conceptualization stages. Comprehending the first to third stages of conceptualization was known as Dream Profound Stage Early Phase, while fourth to sixth stages was Dream Profound Stage Mid-Phase. End phase was from 7th to 9th stage. So when all 9 stages of conceptualization had been comprehended, it would be considered as a full cycle of the realm. But if anyone wanted to break through from Dream Profound Stage to Heart Profound Stage, just relying on comprehending all 9 conceptualization stages wasn't enough. One also needed to fuse all 9 stages of conceptualization to form one's own understanding. Otherwise, those conceptualizations would merely belong to others and not that practitioner. There would also be a limited increase in one's ability. Once all 9 conceptualization stages had been merged, the practitioner would enter a whole new realm, the Heart Profound Realm. Heart Profound Realm practitioners, even in God Realm, were considered as outstanding top experts. Some small powerhouses sect masters' cultivations were merely at Heart Profound Realm, but they could already control a small portion of forces, attracting several followers. Even towards God's clan's practitioners, it was a tough hurdle to cross over from Dream Profound Realm to Heart Profound Realm. Even for God-grade geniuses, they had to spend between 20 to 30 years of hard work before they were able to fuse all 9 stages of conceptualization to form and turn it into their own power. But now, the mysterious God-grade genius from Cloudy Qilin clan only used 1 year to complete the crossover. This was simply unheard of. Compared with the few heaven-grade geniuses in Sacred Phoenix race, those elders turned green when they thought of this. There was just no way to compare human beings. That's terrible. Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix race had always been on loggerheads. Recently, they have been targeting us. Originally, I thought that we would be able to make use of the God Realm tournament that will be held 1 year later, so teach those trash from Cloudy Qilin clan a lesson. But from the looks of it now, even if we really meet in God Realm tournament grounds, we will be the ones to run into bad luck, and not them. I wonder what background that Cloudy Qilin clan's brat has. Why is he able to cross over from Dream Profound Realm within a year? By next year, what cultivation would he reach? It's just terrifying to even think about it. We're done for. When Cloudy Qilin clan grows even stronger and becomes even more arrogant in the future, will there still be a future for our sacred phoenix race? Everyone looked miserable as they were unable to voice out their grievances. If this god-grade genius came from any other god clan, they wouldn't feel that bad. Unfortunately, the genius had to come from their most hated Cloudy Qilin clan. The more everyone thought, the more melancholic they were. However, there was nothing that they could do. Huang Tianhao was in a bad mood. He originally thought of sharing this with the elders, to see what ideas could they come up with. However, other than saying depressing stuff, there were no constructive suggestions at all. But when he thought about it, unless a god-grade genius also befell onto sacred phoenix race. Otherwise, no matter what they do, they couldn't think of any ideas. Huang Tianhao kept racking his brains, and could only say helplessly, no matter what, we can't let Cloudy Qilin clan occupy all the limelight. Everyone must do your nest in the God Realm tournament that will be held 1 year later. Even if we can't win their god-grade genius, we should at least let them know that we, sacred phoenix race, aren't soft targets. Especially for those god-grade geniuses who are below 100 years old, all elders must groom them carefully. Whoever gets into the top 10 ranks will obtain a huge reward. Hearing that, all the elders seemed rejuvenated and all of them gave an enthusiastic reply. The God Realm tournament, which was held once every 30 years, was an event which various large powerhouses valued very much. It was a major occasion that allowed the younger generation disciples to show off their prowess. In turn, those masters whose disciples managed to get a good ranking would also be valued by the clan. Various elders had made preparations long ago, and most of them practically had 1 or 2 students whom they were proud of. These people would be asked to join in the tournament to show off their skills. If it was a few months earlier, upon hearing Huang Tianhao's reward, they would be very delighted. But now, when everyone heard of Cloudy Qilin clan's god-grade genius, no matter what Huang Tianhao said, they just couldn't lift their spirits at all. Anyway, no matter how hard they worked, it was impossible to fight against the god-grade genius. Huang Tianhao also understood this point. So even though he beautified his words, he was feeling very desperate. Alright, we shall end the meeting here today. Everyone, please start making preparations after you go back. He waved his hand and was preparing to declare the end of the meeting. Just at this moment, in the corridor of the main hall's entrance, a shuffle of flustered footsteps was heard. That caused the elders to turn their heads back to take a look. At this moment, a middle-aged man with an excited and agitated expression dashed in before Huang Tianhao could say anything. Then he knelt down on one knee. Huang Tianhao's brows creased slightly as he was about to berate this man. The middle-aged man couldn't wait to speak. Report to clan leader, sir. We have a piece of good news. A piece of shocking good news. Huang Tianhao was still displeased. Steward Zhuang, what's the matter with you? No matter how wonderful the news is, you can't just barge into the elders' meeting like this. This is basic manners. Yes, please forgive this subordinate for my wrongdoing. But this is really a great piece of news. Steward Zhuang was so agitated that he could not care about anything else and hurriedly shouted, Clan leader, sir, in the abandoned inheritance tower in Soaring Heaven's continent, the spiritual imprint from the mythical Nine Skies Phoenix painting has been triggered. This news was sent directly to the peak of Ice Moon Summit. Huang Tianhao's eyes widened in shock upon hearing that. What did you say? Steward Zhuang was worried that Huang Tianhao did not understand what he was saying, so he hurriedly explained, Clan leader, sir, do you still remember about this? The mythical Nine Skies Phoenix painting left in Soaring Heaven's continents was something that the former 1520th clan leader left. It contained the fire attributed 9 conceptualization stages. It is for the clan's heaven grade and above geniuses to comprehend. According to the Inheritance Tower's rules, if anyone manages to comprehend the fifth stage conceptualization in the mythical Nine Skies Phoenix painting on their first try, the spiritual imprint would be triggered. Hearing what Steward Zhuang said, all the elders revealed an enlightened look. Mythical Nine Skies Phoenix painting was once a treasure that was used by sacred Phoenix race to nurture the younger generation disciples. Later on, a certain clan leader left it in Soaring Heaven's continent's Inheritance Tower. Following the isolation of the continent due to the demonic qi, the conceptualization drawing was soon lost. But many people had heard about this mythical Nine Skies Phoenix painting, and there was a little impression about it. Now that Steward Zhuang reminded them of this, all of them started to recall this. That's right, it really seems that way. I didn't think that the spiritual imprint would still be effective. So many thousands of years had passed, so I thought that it had already lost its effectiveness. That clan leader back then was a life-profound realm top exponent. Not to mention a few 10,000 years, even if it was a few 100,000 years, the spiritual imprint that he left behind wouldn't be erased so easily. Everyone was whispering to each other, as they didn't get the main point. But Huang Tianhao immediately found the gist of this. When he spoke again, his voice started to quiver. You mean to say, only those who comprehended the mythical Nine Skies Phoenix painting's fifth stage conceptualization for the first time would trigger the spiritual imprint? Steward Zhuang nodded in affirmation. That's right, that's exactly so. Some of the elders slowly understood what the commotion was about. So in this case, it's really not easy to trigger the spiritual imprint. Those 10th stage realm practitioners in the clan would be able to comprehend in the life-profound realm top exponents' conceptualization drawing. Generally, only heaven-grade geniuses who comprehended it for the first time would only stop at third stage conceptualization. Someone managed to comprehend the fifth stage at one go? Although the mythical Nine Skies Phoenix painting was left behind in Soaring Heaven's continents, sacred Phoenix race had some life-profound realm practitioners who left their conceptualization drawings behind for the younger generation practitioners to comprehend. These conceptualization drawings represented each life-profound realm practitioner's understanding of the fire-attributed conceptualizations, so every single one was different. But in general, the underlying principle was the same. Moreover, younger generation practitioners would add in their understanding in the process of comprehending. When they advanced into heart-profound realm, they would need to fuse all 9-stage conceptualizations based on their understanding. Among the sacred Phoenix race's descendants, generally only Earth-grade geniuses and above who had reached 9th stage realm, had the right to apply to comprehend the conceptualization drawings. But as there were limited conceptualization drawings, everyone needed to queue up based on their innate talent grade and potential. So those who started to comprehend the conceptualization drawings at 9th stage realm might have been only those top-rated heaven-grade geniuses. The others would all be arranged to take it until they advanced to the 10th stage realm. Those elders present were all a few thousand years old. They had seen countless young disciples, but never had they witnessed anyone reach 5th stage conceptualization on their first try. Hence when they heard what Steward Zhuang said, all of them started to become excited. Steward Zhuang nodded his head solemnly and added, "Elders, you seem to have forgotten about this. Soaring Heaven's continent is the lower realm. Practitioners who have reached the 10th stage realm would be thrown out of there and ascend to God realm. So, the practitioner who managed to comprehend the mythical 9 Skies Phoenix painting is probably a practitioner in the 9th stage realm or below." The middle-aged elder Chu cried out in shock, 9th stage realm cultivation? This is impossible, right? Comprehending conceptualization starting from the 10th stage realm. Only the best heaven-grade genius can comprehend 5th stage conceptualization on their first try. Now you're hinting to us that the practitioner who triggered the former clan leader's spiritual imprint is actually in the 9th stage realm? Isn't this a little too ridiculous? The others heard about it and felt that this wasn't very reliable. So they silently frowned. yes, is this kind of thing credible? If it's really as what you say, then hasn't our sacred phoenix race come out with a god-grade genius? How can god-grade genius possibly be this easy to appear? In the entire god realm, we haven't had one in the past 3,000 years. Cloudy Qingqing clan has just come out with one, and now, our sacred phoenix race has another too? Could the mythical Nine Skies phoenix painting be damaged? Or was there an error in the news we received from Soaring Heaven's continent due to the space barrier? All the elders' first reaction was disbelief. This kind of genius was indeed shocking news. Just thinking of it alone left everyone stunned. If this kind of genius were to appear in God realm, everyone would feel better. But the genius was said to come from the lower realm, a continent which was isolated by the space barrier, where profound chi was scarce. This was really unacceptable to everyone. But Steward Zhuang said solemnly, "Elders, I also thought that I saw it wrongly at first, or perhaps there might be a mistake in the news. But before I came to report to clan leader, I've already checked it carefully. The space barrier in Soaring Heaven's continent had recently been broken some time ago. The former clan leader's spiritual imprint is also complete. There's a 99% chance that this news is correct." Steward Zhuang was Huang Tianhao's most trusted manager, and he had always been reliable in his work. If these words came from him, the credibility of it was extremely high. For a moment, all the elders were stunned. Apparently, they were unable to digest this piece of shocking news. After some time, Huang Tianhao was the first to come back to his senses. "Steward Zhuang, are you certain? If what you said is true, doesn't it mean that sacred phoenix race has also come out with a god-grade genius? This kind of innate talent, this kind of comprehension. Only a god-grade genius was capable of achieving it." Steward Zhuang hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed to Huang Tianhao. He hurriedly replied, "This subordinate does not dare to be careless in this matter. It is absolutely true. Congratulations, clan leader." Huang Tianhao received the confirmation and a smile broke out on his face. He was so excited that he didn't know what to say for the time being. Good. This really is great news. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect our sacred phoenix race to have such good luck. We were just about to be suppressed by the Cloudy Qingqing clan, but in the end, we received a god-grade genius. Heaven is simply helping us. Now that we also have a god-grade genius, let's see how long will Cloudy Qingqing clan be smug for. Huang Tianhao felt overjoyed, and he couldn't help but stand up as he walked around the main seat. So what if Cloudy Qingqing clan has a god-grade genius? What's so great about that? We, Sacred Phoenix race, also have one. This clan leader doesn't believe that based on our resources and inheritance, the god-grade genius that we nurture would be weaker than the Cloudy Qingqing clan's trash. Hearing his words, the elders below all regained their senses. All of them revealed a shocked and joyous expression. God-grade genius. It really was a god-grade genius. Their sacred phoenix race also had a god-grade genius. Moreover, at such a timely moment. Earlier when the elders heard about the god-grade genius in Cloudy Qingqing clan, they were extremely depressed. But now, they were extremely elated. This person was really Sacred Phoenix race's lifesaver. The clan having a god-grade genius meant that as long as this god-grade genius did not die, there was a 99% chance of advancing into Life Profound Realm. Life Profound Realm top exponents were very rare in God Realm. For thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, Sacred Phoenix race only had one peerless top exponent and all the clansmen were under his protection. That's great, that's really great. I knew it. We, Sacred Phoenix race is the real God clan which is favored by heavens. How could we possibly be suppressed by the Cloudy Qingqing clan? Let those people from the Cloudy Qingqing clan continue to be smug. By then, they would definitely be taught a lesson by our god-grade genius. We Sacred Phoenix race hadn't seen a god-grade genius in the past 10,000 years. Now, we actually found one from the lower realm. This could only mean that Sacred Phoenix race's luck is finally here, and we will be able to soar into the skies. Everyone was discussing this excitedly. All the dark clouds above their heads were gone, and all that was left was cheers and laughter. Huang Tianhao discussed with the elders and suddenly thought of something. Hence, he gave a slight cough. Everyone quickly quietened down and looked at the clan leader, waiting for him to talk. Huang Tianhao paused for a moment and said, "It's great that our Sacred Phoenix race has come out with a god-grade genius. But this genius is after all born from the lower realm. Although Soaring Heaven's continent has the inheritance tower, in the past 10,000 years, heaven and earth profound chi is extremely scarce and no one knows how much is left in the inheritance. God-grade genius in the lower realm must have limited accumulation of it, so I think that genius cannot be compared to the practitioners who grew up in God realm." "That's right, it indeed is so." The elders all nodded in agreement. Huang Tianhao continued to say, "This god-grade genius had just comprehended the 5th stage conception, so his cultivation should improve soon. I believe he would ascend to the god realm very soon. Then our next step is very important. We must quickly receive this genius back to Ice Moon Summit and use all the clan's resources to nurture him. There's less than 1 year to the god realm tournament. Who knows if he can catch up to that Cloudy Qilin clan's god-grade genius's cultivation." Hearing that, the elders all realized the seriousness of this matter. "Isn't that so? There's only 1 year to the God Realm tournament. With such little time left, it'd be a miracle if he can advance to Heart Profound Realm, isn't it? Whereas for Cloudy Qilin clan's brat, he's already at Heart Profound Realm. He'd definitely advance even further 1 year later. If we were to count like this, there's not enough time. But no matter what, he is, after all, a god-grade genius. Perhaps our Sacred Phoenix race's genius has much higher innate talent than the Cloudy Qilin clan's genius. Moreover, we have many resources in our clan. They have the Qilin blood core, but we also have the Sacred Phoenix race's blood core. But we can't just waste time like this. We have to hurry and get him back." All the elders agreed in unison, and Huang Tianhao had the same thinking in mind. But his considerations were even more. He frowned for a moment and said, "When lower realms practitioners ascend, they will need to go through the 12 continents Soul Connection Ocean first. If one wanted to cross the Soul Connection Ocean with 10th stage realm cultivation and find the path to Sacred Phoenix continent, that person would meet with a lot of difficulties. Spending a few months is rather normal. This bit of time would be enough to complete 1 round of initiation." Huang Tianhao muttered irresolutely, "We cannot afford to waste this amount of time. So, this clan leader has decided to send an experienced elder to receive this god-grade genius. Once you receive that person, bring him back to Ice Moon Summit directly. In this way, we can save a lot of time. I wonder, which elder is willing to volunteer?" The entire hall suddenly quietened down upon hearing his words. Everyone exchanged looks, but did not say a single word. It wasn't because they didn't want to volunteer for this, but rather, everyone wanted to go. Those present were all people who had lived for thousands of years. Everyone knew that it was a wonderful task to receive this god-grade genius. No matter what level the lower realm practitioner was, as soon as he came back to God Realm's direct descendant branch, he would definitely join that branch and acknowledge that elder as his master. Moreover, when lower realm practitioners came to God Realm, they would be unfamiliar with the place. They were also different from those geniuses who originally come from different branches. So it could be said that whoever offered a helping hand to that lower realm practitioner would be able to take him under their wing. The elder who was sent to pick up the god-grade genius could be said to be the first link to the god-grade genius. That elder was also the first to express his kind intentions. By then, the god-grade genius would most likely choose to join that elder's branch. This was a profitable deal. God-grade geniuses would definitely become Sacred Phoenix race's greatest reliance. So by then, his master would definitely rise in power as well. With the god-grade genius's support, the elder might get the opportunity to take up the position of clan leader in the future. Who wouldn't want to fight for such a wonderful task? As expected, after a short moment of silence, all the elders started to promote themselves. Clan leader, our branch is the closest to Soul Connection Ocean, and I understand the ocean very well. So I'm the most suitable person to go. Clan leader, although our branch is slightly further, it's an honor to offer our services for the clan. We're not afraid of the distance. Clan leader, we. Everyone started to talk, and none of them were willing to be left behind. They were deeply worried that they might miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Some slightly bad-tempered elders couldn't help arguing with those people around them. The scene suddenly went out of control. Huang Tianhao had a headache from seeing this scene, so he quickly coughed and raised his voice. All right, will everyone please quieten down? This clan leader understands your intentions, so stop arguing. Seeing everyone finally turning silent, he frowned and started to look at all the elders from left to right. In the end, he picked an elderly man who was standing on the left front row. Elder Sanbai, can I trouble you to make this trip? All the elders originally were looking intently at Huang Tianhao, preparing to raise objections to his choice so that they could fight for the benefit. But when Huang Tianhao pointed out to that elderly man, everyone turned silent. Elder Huang Sanbai's rank was much senior to clan leader Huang Tianhao by 2 generations. He was the most experienced elder in Sacred Phoenix race's history and was a respected figure within the clan. In terms of prestige, very few people could compare with him. The most crucial thing was Huang Sanbai's eldest grandson was the most outstanding heaven-grade genius among the younger generation in Sacred Phoenix race. Unfortunately, just a few months ago, he died while trying to complete a dangerous mission for the clan. Heaven-grade geniuses were very rare and not every elder had such outstanding grandchildren. Moreover, Huang Sanbai's eldest grandson was one of the famous genius practitioners among the heaven-grade geniuses. Huang Sanbai's only hope for their branch was all focused on him. However, he died accidentally when he was in 10th stage realm cultivation. This blow, to Huang Sanbai's branch, was extremely serious. Very few clansmen talked about this, and they were extremely quiet over this. Now that Huang Tianhao chose Huang Sanbai to make this trip, he probably meant it as a sense of compensation. Moreover, based on Huang Sanbai's experience, very few people would be able to snatch this opportunity from him. When Huang Sanbai heard that, he immediately revealed a delighted look. Quickly cupping his fists, he said, "Thank you, clan leader sir, for trusting me. I will do my best to complete this task. Today, I will set off to the Soul Connection Ocean. As soon as the God-grade genius ascends, I will definitely bring him back." Huang Tianhao nodded his head and smiled. This clan leader is most assured about Elder Sanbai's ability. In this way, the matter of receiving the God-grade genius was settled. A few elders were still not resigned to this, and kept trying to find various ways to fight for this chance. They weren't able to change Huang Tianhao's mind. Huang Sanbai was also very enthusiastic. He didn't dare to waste time and hurriedly headed towards the Soul Connection Ocean in the night. On the other end, Soaring Heaven's continent. In the Inheritance Tower secret room, Huang Yueli was still seated in front of the Mystic Nine Skies Phoenix painting, totally absorbed into comprehending the conceptualization inside the drawing. She naturally didn't know what kind of commotion she had stirred up among the God Realm's Sacred Phoenix race branches. Even if she did know about it, she had no energy to pay any attention. To Huang Yueli, her comprehension was at an extremely critical juncture. Inside the drawing, the raging flame soared to the sky. Huang Yueli's petite frame was engulfed within. She was like a little boat in a storm, facing the danger of capsizing at any moment. Whereas the fiery blaze around her was not just giving off eye-piercing red glows. Sometimes, different colors could be seen sparkling as well. In actual fact, these colors represent different attributes. When the other attributed energy and fire attributed energy were mixed, they mutually repelled and mutually fused together. It gradually formed into an even stable and powerful energy flow. Huang Yueli stood in the surging flames with her eyes tightly shut, as she kept trying to sense the roving energy within. Wind, water, metal, earth, a portion of these various energies could merge with fire attributes. But this fusion is very limited. Only by grasping the different attribute structures ratio would I be able to make it display even stronger energy. A fusion of the various attributes of energies. This is fire-attributed sixth-stage conceptualization, return. An epiphany suddenly appeared in Huang Yueli's mind, and she waved her right hand. A shockingly powerful flame appeared from her body, with its usual aura, charging towards the fiery blaze around her. The flames, which were formed by various energies, were totally not a match for this flame. It started to shatter, turning into shattered pieces of runes that float around. It surged towards Huang Yueli's mind. Huang Yueli shut her eyes tightly, sensing the various complicated information that was flowing into her brain. This time, the complexity of the runes was much stronger than in previous times. Her mind buzzed, and she sensed an intense wave of dizziness. Her complexion also started to turn pale. Sixth-stage conceptualization runes were just too complicated. It had surpassed her expectations by a lot, and it made her feel unbearable. It almost impacted her soul trace, causing a serious injury. Huang Yueli didn't dare to slow down and immediately activated the Sky Phoenix ring, taking in a large portion of the runes. But even so, her mind was still dizzy. Those runes kept swimming around her eyes, which made her unable to cool down and think. At this particular moment, Huang Yueli was feeling remorseful. She had underestimated the sixth-stage conceptualization difficulty. She assumed that she had the Sky Phoenix ring with her, so she didn't stop and started to comprehend the runes without any rest or intentions of easing the flow. If it wasn't for her good luck and also a rather powerful soul trace, she might be injured this time. Looks like I have to be more careful next time. I cannot afford to be so rash again. Luckily, the sixth-stage conceptualization has already been taken in successfully, so I can slowly comprehend it. The difficulty of the seventh-stage conceptualization is too high. After I finish comprehending the sixth-stage conceptualization, I should prepare myself to leave this place. Huang Yueli silently thought to herself on her next course of action while comprehending the runes. She didn't know that she had just created a miracle and didn't intentionally risk her life to break some record. In comparison, she was willing to steadily advance within the acceptable range. After all, the most important thing to her at this current stage was to ascend to God Realm and reunite with Li Moying. As long as she could reach the 10th stage realm, she would be able to think of ways to raise her ability when she went to God Realm. God Realm's resources should be much better than Soaring Heaven's continent? Huang Yueli made up her mind and sat cross-legged on the ground. She was totally focused on the process of comprehension and quickly went into a state of an état. Outside the drawing, Huang Zixiao and little Wang Kai were watching Huang Yueli, who was still seated in front of the mystic Nine Skies Phoenix painting intently with their eyes wide open. They didn't even dare to blink at all. Ever since she comprehended the fifth stage conceptualization and triggered the former clan leader's spiritual imprint, the two of them had not left at all. Huang Zixiao was truly shocked. A ninth stage realm on her first try in comprehending conceptualizations had comprehended fifth stage conceptualizations. This meant that when she ascended to God Realm, she would immediately advance to Dream Profound Realm mid-phase. So, this was the abnormal existence of God-grade geniuses. After experiencing God-grade geniuses' true ability, Huang Zixiao did not dare to slack off. He was worried that Huang Yueli might fall into a situation when he wasn't paying attention. So he simply stayed by her side, waiting for the moment for her ascension. Whereas for little Wang Kai, it was glad that Huang Zixiao had no time to bother about it. So it could be lazy. However, as little Phoenix was worried about Huang Yueli, it chose to stay next to her, hoping to give her some encouragement. Female devil, you can do it. Quickly bring me to God Realm to find my brother. Perhaps little Wang Kai's prayers were effective. An obvious profound energy fluctuation suddenly started to stir up in Huang Yueli's body. Huang Zixiao immediately noticed this and ran up to her. He agitatedly stood right next to her. While she was comprehending the 5th stage conceptualizations, she had already reached the 9th stage realm. Moreover, her profound energy was speedily rising. Very soon, she entered 9th stage realm peak. Now, there were evident signs of upgrade in her profound energy. This meant that she was already standing on the doorstep of the 10th stage realm. Little Phoenix also ran over excitedly. It propped its cheeks with both arms and looked at her side view in anticipation. Huang Yueli's profound energy fluctuations were getting stronger by the minute. At the same time, the sweat on her forehead was dripping down quickly. Her body temperature also increased gradually. The secret room's heaven and earth profound chi's intensity was originally much stronger, by 10 times the outer world. Right now, the intensity of the profound chi was being led along and gathered around her. It formed into a profound chi vortex, enveloping her in between. This kind of thick heaven and earth profound chi became Huang Yueli's best aid in advancing. As compared to the time when Li Moying was advancing into the 10th stage realm, she had it much easier. Huang Zixiao also controlled the arrays within the inheritance tower, trying his best to ensure that the heaven and earth profound chi in the secret room would keep accumulating, to help Huang Yueli advance. It only took 1 hour and a distinct sacred phoenix reflection could be seen behind her back. This virtual image was much larger and luxurious than the previous 2 times when she advanced. It totally occupied the inheritance tower space. Little Phoenix sensed the familiar energy contained in the sacred phoenix reflection and couldn't help but flap its wings to fly towards the reflection. However, Huang Zixiao wasn't having it easy. He looked at Huang Yueli, who sat still all this time, and his face revealed an anxious look. Because until now, Huang Yueli was still maintaining a connection with the mystic 9 skies phoenix painting and her soul trace was still trapped within the drawing. He was well aware of the situation. It was evident that Huang Yueli was still comprehending the conceptualization. He didn't know if she couldn't bear to come out or was it because she had reached a critical point in her comprehension process with no way to break it off easily. But no matter what the reason was, maintaining the current state was an extremely dangerous matter for her. She was about to advance, so even if she was at an important juncture of comprehension, she should immediately leave the drawing. Otherwise, even if she could advance successfully, she would have to face the heavenly tribulation immediately. Heavenly tribulation wasn't a joke. Even if her innate talent was very high, she had to use all her efforts to fight against it. If her soul trace was still within the drawing, it was no different from digging her own grave. Huang Zixiao's brows grew tighter and tighter. The distance between his hand and Huang Yueli's shoulder was only an inch away. But he just couldn't decide if he should forcefully disengage her from the drawing. This was his first time encountering such a situation. Perhaps this was his first time encountering a 9th stage realm practitioner who was comprehending the 5th stage conceptualization of the mystic 9 skies phoenix painting at her first try. Because of this, there had never been any other practitioner encountered an advancement while they were in the middle of comprehension. Following the passing of time, Huang Yueli's body temperature rose, and the entire secret room radiated scorching fire-attributed energy, as though it was about to burn up. Huang Zixiao was burning with anxiety. On seeing Huang Yueli's impending advancement, he had no other choice but to prepare himself to interrupt her comprehension. But just as he was about to stretch out his hand, Huang Yueli's body suddenly swayed. Immediately following that, Huang Yueli opened her eyes. That usually sparkly eyes unleashed a kind of substantial powerful essence. Huang Zixiao exchanged a glance at her and was instantly shocked. It took him a couple of minutes before he came back to his senses. He said joyously, "Lass, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Huang Yueli didn't say a word but weakly nodded. Huang Zixiao heaved a sigh of relief. "That's great. There's not much time left. You should have sensed it already, you're almost going to break through to the 10th stage realm. Let's get past this hurdle in front of you then chat." Actually, without his reminder, Huang Yueli could also sense the tremendous change in her body. Previously when she was in the Mystic Nine Skies Phoenix painting, even though her soul trace was inside the drawing and she had already left her physical body, but she instinctively took in a lot of heaven and earth profound qi during her advancement. It was so full that it was enough to burst her meridians. Following the rapid flow of her profound energy in her meridians, a scorching aura rose from her dantian and charged to her head. It caused her consciousness to be impacted. Whereas now, it was the crucial moment when she was comprehending the 6th stage conceptualization. Originally, her soul trace was already having a hard time trying to accommodate the 6th stage conceptualization runes. Her brain kept twitching in pain and now, under the flourishing impact of profound energy, it caused her a splitting headache. This time, even if she was in the drawing, Huang Yueli knew that her physical body had met with an extremely dangerous crisis. Helpless, she could only choose to stop comprehending and forcibly give up. Luckily, in the world of the mythical Nine Skies Phoenix painting, everyone was structured based on the former clan leader's consciousness. So the rules in the drawing were not affected by the outside world. Huang Yueli silently chanted, "Give up" in her mind, and it only took a blink of an eye before her soul trace was rebounded and returned to her body. By the time her senses resumed back to the original place, Huang Yueli then realized that she had unknowingly reached the step of breakthrough to the 10th stage realm. Before she could even feel happy, she sensed the uncontrollable profound energy within her body. It was just about to lose control as it crazily impacted her dantian. In this way, not only would she not be able to break through smoothly, her chest was even feeling a twitching pain which almost caused her to throw up blood. She tried her best to contain the discomfort and sat cross-legged on the spot, which was a standard cultivation pose. At the same time, she congealed her senses and focused all her attention as she started to work up the 9th turn in the 9 Phoenix transformation cultivation method. She managed to control the rampaging profound energy and gathered it once again. Through her hard work, the profound energy in her meridians started to flow as per normal. Under her willpower, she congealed it and started to charge towards the 10th stage realm. Huang Zixiao was relieved to see that. He shuffled back so that he would not disrupt her. He sat quietly waiting to see the birth of the youngest 10th stage realm practitioner in the entire Sacred Phoenix race's history. Half of the sky in the Inheritance Tower was occupied by the huge Sacred Phoenix reflection. It opened its wings and rummaged. Following the flapping of its wings, the powerful fire-attributed energy kept unleashing and slowly gushed towards Huang Yueli, merging into her meridians. Finally, her surrounding aura reached a critical point. Sacred Phoenix reflection raised its head and gave off a shrill cry. The intense profound energy fluctuation caused the entire Inheritance Tower to shake slightly. Huang Zixiao looked at Huang Yueli, whose forehead was full of sweat, and she looked slightly disheveled. His lips curled into a satisfied smile. This lass, she had finally advanced. Huang Yueli sat upright for a moment to allow the scattering profound energy to go back to its place. Her aura gradually settled down and went back to normal. She opened her eyes and smiled at Huang Zixiao, who was standing by the side. "Senior Huang. I didn't expect that sitting in front of the Mystic Nine Skies Phoenix painting for such a short while would enable me to advance into the 10th stage realm. This is indeed a God Clan top-rated refinement. I benefited so much from it. Huang Zixiao gave a dry laugh and said, "That's right, you have indeed benefited a lot from it. Young lady, you will have a great future ahead of you." What did it mean by benefiting a lot? She had simply gained all the advantages from it, all right? Did this young lass even know how much she had benefited from this closed-door cultivation? Huang Zixiao was still hesitating if he should give this talented young lass with no common sense a lecture when he suddenly heard her asking a question. "That's right, Senior Huang, why do I look so dirty, and even my hair is also knotted and stinky? And, oh my, it's grown so much. What on earth is going on? How long have I stayed in the Mystic Nine Skies Phoenix painting?" Once one soul trace entered the drawing, there was no difference between day and night within. Moreover, Huang Yueli totally devoted herself to comprehending, so she didn't notice how much time had passed. Hence, when she just came out, she had this perception that she had just entered the drawing not too long ago, as though it had only been a few days. When she saw how disheveled she looked, it was then when she realized that the truth was not so. Huang Zixiao swept her a glance and said, "Not too long, almost a year or so. No, to be accurate, it should be 11 months and 19 days. Huang Yueli was so shocked that she almost jumped up. "What? It's already been a year. I actually stayed in the drawing for such a long time." After her shock, she appeared rather vexed. Originally she had intended to break through to the 10th stage realm within a year after Li Moying ascended to God realm. In the end, if she were to calculate the duration, she had spent half a month to reach Sky Emperor City after Li Moying left. Later on, she spent another 2 months dealing with Blue Profound sex affairs, and now, almost 12 months had passed. It had long surpassed her pre-calculated time frame. Huang Yueli's vexed expression was simply too obvious and too eye-piercing. Huang Zixiao's original perturbed feelings were spiked under this situation, and he could no longer control himself. "Lass, what kind of expression is this? It's not even 12 months and you call that long? It's simply too short, okay? Just this bit of time, ordinary practitioners might not even break through to second stage conceptualization. But you've already broken through to the 5th stage conceptualization. Your speed is almost like flying, so what are you dissatisfied with? Moreover, when you were comprehending, you were merely in the 9th stage realm. Do you know what that means?" Huang Zixiao had enough of this senseless young lass. Moreover, it was possible because she was too genius, so not only did she not have any common sense, she also often unknowingly agitated others. After all, to Huang Yueli, an ordinary matter that was easily done was as difficult as mounting the stairs to heaven to those ordinary or even heaven-grade geniuses. Unfortunately, she totally did not realize this at all, so the words she said often make people exasperated. Huang Zixiao felt rather out of sorts, and he glared at Huang Yueli with a "try talking rubbish again and see what happens" look on his face. Huang Yueli finally came around it, and after she thought over what he said, she finally realized that her comprehending speed was already very fast. But she still felt vexed over being separated from Li Moying for such a long time. Speaking of this, ever since they reunited from their past lives, this was the first time they had been apart for such a long time. Moreover, what made her even more melancholic was that her advancement came so suddenly. She was originally about to comprehend the 6th stage conceptualization, but in the end, she could only give it up. Sigh, it was just a little bit more, and I would be able to comprehend the 6th stage conceptualization. Why did I have to advance at this moment? It's like a big joke on me. Since there's no way to ascend within 1 year, wouldn't it be better to let me comprehend a little more? No matter how senseless she was, she knew that the chance to enter into a comprehension state was extremely rare. It was such a waste that she was in such a good frame of mind, so comprehending to the very end would be the most efficient way. Once it was interrupted, it would be a difficult thing to try and look for that feeling again. Earlier, she had lost an extremely good chance to upgrade herself. Huang Zixiao heard what she said and couldn't keep it in. If it wasn't because he was a spiritual body and there was no blood in him, he might have spat out a mouthful of blood. So, this lass was almost about to comprehend sixth stage conceptualization and was interrupted because of the impact of advancement. Sixth stage conceptualization, what concept was that? As Dream Profound Realm mid-phase was the last conceptualization in that section, the comprehension difficulty was much higher than fifth stage conceptualization. Comprehending fifth stage conceptualization was enough to strike the entire God Realm's God-grade genius in awe. If she could comprehend sixth stage conceptualization. Huang Zixiao's lips twitched, feeling that this world was so mythical. But Huang Yueli didn't notice the interesting expression on his face. She was still lamenting over the lost opportunity. But just as she was feeling gloomy, she suddenly sensed an abundant feel in her soul trace, and her head was slightly bloating with pain. Following that, she looked at the shining runes in her mind. These runes seemed very familiar to her. She was suddenly enlightened and remembered about it. Weren't these those shattered runes, which she was comprehending halfway in the earlier? Huang Yueli assumed that once she left the drawing, these runes would automatically disappear. She didn't expect the Sky Phoenix ring to have preserved it. Huang Yueli's heart started to surge with joy. The Sky Phoenix ring was indeed an incredible god relic. It could even bring out the conceptualization drawing from another person's conceptualization, and that was really unimaginable. Although she was interrupted in the midst of her comprehension earlier, it didn't affect her from continuing to comprehend. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli turned back into her happy self again. Huang Zixiao saw her initial bitter face and thought that she was still upset over being interrupted in the middle of her comprehension. He couldn't help but start to persuade her. I say, young lady, you shouldn't try to bite off more than you can chew. Did you think that sixth stage conceptualization is so easy to comprehend? Not to mention you, even if it was heaven-grade geniuses who were already in 10th stage realm, they had to spend a minimum of 8 to 10 years before they could comprehend it. Of course, your comprehension skills are simply too extraordinary. But if you are overly self-confident and insist on proceeding with it, it would be a huge loss if you end up injuring your soul trace. Huang Zixiao nagged on, hoping to make this young lass gain some common sense. However, Huang Yueli seemed as though she wasn't paying any attention to his words. She suddenly curled her lips and smiled. Huang Zixiao's face instantly turned black. Hey, young lass, are you listening to me or not? What I said earlier is very important, do you know? Huang Yueli was still thinking about her own stuff and just nodded her head casually. I know, I already know. Huang Zixiao was dissatisfied with her perfunctory attitude, but he could do nothing about it. Seeing that Huang Yueli was going to become the more precious baby in their sacred phoenix race, he couldn't do anything to her even if she didn't listen to him. So thinking about it, he unwillingly emphasized, in the future when you go to God Realm, you will definitely have more chances to comprehend the other conceptualization drawings. So you need not be so anxious right now. You've just advanced to the 10th stage realm. After your ascension, you have to stabilize your cultivation before considering upgrading. No matter what, Huang Zixiao was still one of the top exponents in God Realm. His cultivation and experience were much higher than Huang Yueli's. Listening to his stern tone, she nodded her head seriously. Senior, don't worry. I understand. Just at this moment, Huang Yueli felt a tug on her clothes. It seemed like something was hooked onto her clothes, and she was being pulled back. She went into a short blank and looked down to find a beautiful little phoenix that was flapping its wings. Its little beak tugged her dress, as though it was trying to attract her attention. Huang Yueli's eyes widened and stared at this sizable and well-contoured little phoenix. A look of praise appeared in her eyes. Little Wang Kai noticed female devil's gaze and worked even harder to spread its wings. He lifted its neck and made itself look more luxurious and muscular. In this short period, it had suffered under Huang Zixiao's torment. Every single day, it had to follow the contents in the book to train hard. It could not eat any chicken drumsticks and had to exercise every day in the entire process, so little Phoenix was full of grievances. But he had no choice but to admit that after this special training, little Wang Kai had indeed turned beautiful by several times. The current outlook was no longer a plump little chicken but struck a glamorous pose from an ancient spiritual beast's infant. Toward this, little Wang Kai was rather proud and decided to display itself well in front of her. Seeing her blown away by him, little Wang Kai was even prouder. Just at this moment, Huang Yueli suddenly opened her mouth. Wow! Senior Huang, did you rear this infant phoenix? It's really, really too beautiful. So, the inheritance tower also rears a phoenix here? Is this my reward for passing the third stage refinement? If it isn't, I'll use little Wang Kai to trade with you. Little Phoenix was instantly stunned. After a while, little Phoenix came back to its senses and its fragile heart shattered into pieces. What? You fickle-minded cheater. You actually saw another prettier phoenix and wanted to abandon the phoenix which you reared since young. You're simply too much. I don't want to live any longer. I want to kill myself. Don't anyone pull me back, I'm going to commit suicide. Little Wang Kai turned back into a little brat and wailed like a ghost. As he had successfully slimmed down, its human form wasn't as plump as before. It had a balanced body shape and other than his adorable little face still having a bit of baby fat, his tummy had shrunk and his arms were no longer flabby. His attractiveness index had gone up by several notches. Huang Yueli looked at its human form and was evidently surprised. Her eyes widened and she said, wow, even its human form is so cute. Much stronger than my Wang Kai, by so much. I knew it. You've already gotten sick and tired of me, so you've long wanted to get rid of me. Poor me, I've been staying home working hard and now I've become a haggard little phoenix, whereas you just keep looking for new love. You only care about the new phoenix's smiles and forget about the old phoenix's cries. I want to bang my head against the pillar, don't stop me. Little Phoenix was crying, don't stop me, while it flew towards a white jar sculptured pillar head-on. But its speed was simply too slow. If it wanted to use this speed to bang against the pillar, not to mention die, there was a probability that it wouldn't even drop a feather. Little Wang Kai was flying and noticed that no one came to stop it. It was broken-hearted and it started to wail even louder. Sob sob, you heartless people. Seeing it getting addicted to creating a ruckus, Huang Yueli didn't know if she should laugh or cry. She always felt that this phoenix of hers was a little narcissistic, but from the looks of it now, little Wang Kai wasn't just narcissistic, he was also dramatic and was very good at acting. Huang Zixiao couldn't stand it any longer. He had been spending the past year battling little Wang Kai in wits and courage and had long lost his patience against this brat. He coughed heavily and said, enough. Stop fooling around. You're a phoenix, why are you acting like a ruffian? Who taught you these? If you dare to cry again, you can forget about ascending to the god realm with your master, just stay in the inheritance tower instead. Little Phoenix instantly turned stiff and was so scared that it forgot to cry. If he continued to stay in the inheritance tower, wouldn't that mean that he would become Huang Zixiao's slave? Didn't that mean that it would no longer be able to eat its favorite chicken drumstick? If that was so, it might as well really die. But if it wanted to leave the inheritance tower... Little Phoenix looked at Huang Yueli with a begrudging look, its female devil didn't recognize him. Looking at little Wang Kai's aggrieved look, Huang Yueli couldn't help but burst out laughing. She shook her head and said, all right, let's stop fooling around. I'm just teasing you. You're my contracted spiritual beast, how would I possibly not recognize you? Actually, she didn't recognize Little Phoenix from his appearance in the beginning. After Huang Zixiao's Spartan training, Little Phoenix had indeed changed, and its looks were totally different from the original state. But she and Little Wang Kai had a spiritual link, so it only took a breath's time for her to realize who it was. Little Phoenix heard her explanation but still refused to forgive her. He felt that he had a huge psychological effect and kept harping on this for a very long time. Huang Yueli said the wrong thing and couldn't blame it, so she could only try to persuade Little Phoenix. Little Wang Kai had enough of throwing his tantrum and lifted its little chin, looking at her delightfully. Now, do you know the importance of this lord? If you want this lord to go to God Realm with you, then you'd have to agree to my requests. I want to eat 5 drumsticks every day. And I also want to wake up on my own. And Huang Yueli was getting more and more sullen, and in the end, she simply couldn't bother to continue listening. Enough, your requests are too much and I can't satisfy you. For your health, I think it's better for you to stay in Soaring Heaven's continent. What? Little Phoenix was dumbstruck. He assumed that once he raised his own value, Huang Yueli would be crying to ask him to go with her and agree to all his requests. However, she actually asked him to stay behind? Huang Yueli said with a sad look, although I really can't bear to part with you, I really can't delay you any further. Since I can't give you happiness, then I choose to let go. Saying that, she flicked her sleeves and stopped looking at Little Phoenix. Little Wang Kai started to burn with anxiety and jumped up as he screamed. Wait. Don't give up so fast. There's still room for negotiation. Why not this? I can eat 2 chicken drumsticks a day, otherwise, 1 will do. And Huang Zixiao saw the two creating this farce, and his lips couldn't help but twitch continuously. He somehow understood how an ancient spiritual beast had been led astray by Huang Yueli. No way, he had finally corrected Wang Kai's bad habits, so he absolutely would not allow Huang Yueli to let it run loose again. Thinking of this, Huang Zixiao coughed again. All right, both of you be quiet. It's not time for you to squabble right now. His eyes suddenly turned to Huang Yueli and said, you should have sensed it already. You broke through and reached the 10th stage realm, and the heavenly tribulation will be coming very soon. Now, the tribulation clouds are already starting to gather above the inheritance tower skies. Hearing that, Huang Yueli kept away her smile and nodded solemnly. That's right, I'm already starting to sense a little bit of pressure. As she had once witnessed Li Moying's ascension process, so Huang Yueli had a rough understanding of the heavenly tribulation. When a practitioner broke through to the 10th stage realm, the tribulation cloud would start to gather above the place where that person was. The quantity of the heavenly tribulation would vary among individuals. The gathering time and size of the tribulation cloud were also different. Huang Zixiao said, if you are going through the 9th-stage heavenly tribulation, then with the inheritance tower's protection, you will be able to pass through it safely. But now, your innate talent is too heaven-defying. So I can almost confirm that you will be facing the 10th-stage heavenly tribulation. 10th-stage heavenly tribulation's power is something that even early historical remains, like the inheritance tower, could not handle. Hence when you advance, there would be a certain risk. You must not treat it lightly. Huang Yueli solemnly nodded her head. I understand. After she experienced Li Moying's heavenly tribulation process, she knew clearly how powerful the 10th stage heavenly tribulation was. But she didn't feel that she wouldn't be able to pass through it. Back then, Li Moying didn't have any profound armament on him, not any arrays or mechanisms for protection. He relied entirely on himself and managed to ascend. Now, she was in the inheritance tower, and she had several life-saving items. so there would be no problem at all. Huang Zixiao wasn't as optimistic as she was. After all, this was his first time meeting a god-grade genius. So he had no intuitive grasp of their power. Frowning, he said, "Luckily the 10th stage tribulation clouds gathering time takes much longer than ordinary tribulation clouds. We must catch hold of time quickly to get you prepared. First of all, let me pass the 3rd stage refinement reward to you." "Yay, there's a reward." Huang Yueli's heart jumped with joy. She had already forgotten about the reward because the number of benefits that she had got from the Mystic Nine Skies Phoenix painting was already a handful. She originally thought that comprehending the conceptions in the drawing was the reward itself. So she did not expect there to be any other rewards. Huang Yueli excitedly urged, "Reward. What reward is it?" "The last time I came to the Inheritance Tower, the reward for passing the 2nd stage was to soak in the Phoenix blood pool, and that upgraded my ability by a lot. Now that I've passed the 3rd stage, which is much more difficult than the previous, surely the reward would be much better, right?" Saying that, her eyes opened wide as she looked at Huang Zixiao in anticipation. He went into a blank on seeing her expression. It looked so pure and innocent, and when it was paired with her gorgeous looks, he totally couldn't tell that she was a peerless genius with such abnormal innate talent. But after her words sunk in, Huang Zixiao's lips couldn't help but twitch. The last time Huang Yueli soaked in the Phoenix blood pool, the Phoenix blood had reduced by a great deal for no particular reason. Originally, after so many thousands of years, the Inheritance Tower's Phoenix blood had diminished by less than 10%. However, after she soaked in it, it reduced by 30%. Back then, Huang Zixiao couldn't understand the reason for it. Now that he got reminded of this incident, could it be that god-grade geniuses' physique was too valiant, hence they needed to consume so much Phoenix blood to transform their bodies? Speaking of Phoenix blood. Hearing him hesitating with a pained expression if he should broach on this topic or not, Huang Yueli suddenly recalled that she had previously used the Sky Phoenix ring to steal a large amount of Phoenix blood, and her heart thumped hard. She almost forgot about the misdeed that she had committed. Why did she even bring this up? Luckily, Huang Zixiao had not anticipated that she would have such a special tiered god relic like the Sky Phoenix ring on her, and he did not examine the items that she had. Therefore, he totally was not aware that he had been duped by this young lass. He paused and said, "Although Phoenix blood has an exceptional effect to change a practitioner's physique, you've already soaked in it once, so the effect isn't that obvious. Moreover, there's not enough time, so I'd better give you some other rewards, which is much better than Phoenix blood." Huang Yueli was already sick of soaking in Phoenix blood, so she hastily nodded and said, "Yes, I also think so too." Huang Zixiao nodded his head and lifted his right hand, waving it lightly in the air. The next moment, 3 different profound armaments, which were individually enveloped in a hazy glow of light, appeared in midair. Huang Yueli instantly turned her head to take a look. Following that, her ace revealed an unconcealable gasp of surprise. 3 profound armaments appeared in front of her. The first was an exceptionally sharp dagger, the second was a delicate light armor, and the last item was a lush green jade bracelet. These 3 profound armaments were different, but they shared something in common. All of it was subtle, but the power of the cold light contained in it slowly emitted from the inside. Huang Yueli was an expert in the research of profound armaments, so she could tell from one glance that these 3 profound armaments were all exceptional treasures. Even though based on her current armament refining standard, she might not be able to see through the depth and true power of these 3 profound armaments. But thinking of how powerful the sacred Phoenix race was, it was an epiphany for Huang Yueli. These 3 items, could it be the legendary god relics? Huang Zixiao's lips curled into a smile and he said, "God relic?" According to Soaring Heaven's Continent's profound armament tier standard, these high-tiered profound armaments from God Realm can indeed be termed as God Relic. But in God Realm, these God Relics are segregated into different tiers. This piqued Huang Yueli's curiosity greatly. The armament master immediately asked, "May I ask Senior Huang, how are the god relics tier segregated?" Huang Zixiao didn't keep her in suspense and immediately gave a brief explanation. First to ninth tiered profound armaments in the lower realm is also called profound armaments in God realm. The higher tiered ones, those in between ordinary profound armaments and God relic, are termed as half-God relics in the lower realm. But in God realm, we call them supreme profound armaments. Huang Yueli blinked and recalled the amethyst light sword which she gave Li Moying previously. They had always assumed that the sword was a half-God relic. In the end, it was even destroyed when Li Moying was trying to cross the heavenly tribulation. She did not expect it to only be termed as supreme profound armaments in God realm. Supreme profound armament and God relic sounded almost the same, but the existence of it was the difference between a profound armament and God relic. For an expert like Huang Yueli, she could acutely tell the difference between these two items. Half-God relic meant that this treasure was already very close to God relic. It was only short of a little more work. But the name Supreme Profound Armament meant that it was essentially still a profound armament. The gap between it to becoming a God relic was a few thousand miles away. Having thought through this point, Huang Yueli grew even more curious. Don't assume that she was already the #1 armament master in Soaring Heaven's continent, and that was already an incredible feat if one were to ask her to refine a supreme profound armament like the amethyst light sword. She didn't have the confidence to refine it at all. That even higher-tiered, genuine God relic was naturally an existence that she couldn't hope to attain. Looks like God realm doesn't only have higher intensity heaven and earth, profound chi. The other skills are something that the lower realm cannot compare with. She sighed and looked forward to heading to God realm to pick up this knowledge, the method of refining a genuine God relic. It would definitely be a beautiful and mysterious art. Huang Zixiao gave a soft harumph. That's of course. All the genuine geniuses from the lower realm have all gathered in God realm. Moreover, there are several 100,000 years of inheritances. No matter in which aspect, they could deal with the lower realm with an instant kill. Now, let's talk about this God relic. Above the supreme profound armaments are the God relics. The lowest tier is called the spirit armament. Those disciples in God realm's large clans would be able to collect their own spirit armament once they advance to the 10th stage realm. A slightly higher tier than that would be treasure armament. A treasure armament is extremely expensive, and ordinary practitioners totally cannot afford to use it. Even some heart-profound realm practitioners might not be able to afford it. As for those armament masters who could refine treasure armaments are known as heavenly treasure armament grandmasters, and their statuses are extremely noble. However, these are not the most incredible ones. Huang Zixiao paused when he said to this point. Huang Yueli was totally absorbed in this conversation. On seeing that he had stopped, she immediately urged, "What else? What else is there? What's more incredible than God relics?" Huang Zixiao originally wanted to hold her in suspense, but seeing that her tribulation clouds were already congealing, he could only abandon this idea because there was not much time left. He explained, the most incredible God relic is also called holy armament. Holy armaments are true God relics, which could communicate with spirits. Those armaments are practically indestructible and immortal. Holy armaments aren't just refined based on the armament master's skills. Only life-profound realm top exponents can refine it successfully using their inherent fated blood essence. Each life-profound realm practitioner would at most refine one piece in their entire lifetime. Moreover, with the birth of each holy armament, it will cause a bloody storm in the entire God realm. Huang Zixiao seemed to have thought about something, and a complicated look appeared on his face. But he quickly regained his senses, and swiftly said, "Anyway, holy armaments are very far away from everyone, so stop thinking about this first. Let's talk about spirit and treasure armaments. Those are also split up into 5 grades. Taking spirit armament as an example, it is split up into standard grade spirit armament, low grade spirit armament, mid-grade spirit armament, high-grade spirit armament, and supreme-grade spirit armament. It's the same for treasure armaments. The difficulty of refining various god relic increases with the different grades. You can slowly find out once you reach God Realm. Huang Yueli nodded her head obediently to express that she understood what he said. Huang Zixiao pointed to the 3 god relics, which were floating in midair again. These 3 items are all high-grade spirit armaments, which had been refined by experienced armament masters in God Realm. Each piece is a 10th stage realm practitioner's dream weapon. You can pick one from the 3. Huang Yueli was originally very excited, but she immediately became disappointed when she heard what he said. What? These are merely high-grade spirit armaments? Moreover, I can only pick one? She couldn't help but shout in surprise. Hearing him exaggerate about this, she assumed that the Inheritance Tower's reward would at least be a treasure armament or something similar. Huang Zixiao's lips twitched. This lass, she's really could infuriate someone without any qualms. Every passing moment talking to her might result in a serious agitation. It took him a long time before he managed to suppress his rampant impulse. He said dryly, the best profound armament in the Inheritance Tower is high-grade spirit armament. In God Realm, only the clan elder's direct disciples can obtain one. Of course, you're a god-grade genius, so there will be a lot of resources waiting for you in the clan. So now, you can only make do with this. Saying that, he casually introduced the 3 god relics. The first item is the lutetium silver dagger. It is refined using God Realm's rare material, silver lutetium ore, and a fire-attributed array is engraved on its surface. It can drastically increase fire-attributed profound skills and attack power. The second item is the rainbow silk light armor and is weaved with God Realm's magical beast's 1,000 rainbow silk threads. It can increase your defense dramatically. One would be able to last for 5 breaths under the attack of a Dao Profound Realm practitioner. The third piece is the Jadeite Stream Bracelet. This is refined with top-quality cobalt stream jade and is an extremely rare spatial spirit armament. One can plant half hectares of spiritual grass inside the jade bracelet. After Huang Zixiao was done with the introductions, he looked at Huang Yueli and said, "All right, you'd better hurry up and choose one of these. Following this, there is another reward." When she heard that there was another reward, she immediately got excited. Lifting her head, she looked at the 3 god relics enveloped in the flowing lights, and very quickly made her choice. She pointed to the rainbow silk light armor in the middle and said, "I'll take that protective vest, then." When Huang Yueli made her choice, she thought Huang Zixiao would immediately pass the rainbow silk light armor to her. Whoever knew, she waited for a while, but didn't receive anything. Huang Yueli turned around and looked at him curiously, only to find that he had a bitter look and was deep in thoughts. "Senior Huang, what's the matter? Can't I choose this protective vest?" Huang Zixiao hesitated for a moment and asked, "Are you sure you want to pick this rainbow silk light armor?" Huang Yueli nodded and said decisively, "I'm sure." He thought for a moment and said, "Originally I shouldn't be guiding you to make your choice. But you're a rare god-grade genius in our clan, and letting you pick a high-grade spirit armament is already an unfair treatment. I can't let you take a disadvantage." Saying that, he pointed to the Jadeite Stream Bracelet on the right and said, "I suggest for you to choose this Jadeite Stream Bracelet." Huang Yueli blinked and asked, "Oh? Why?" Huang Zixiao said, "You've used space profound armaments in the past, and you should know that in spatial profound artifacts, you can only store dead animals. It's impossible to put in livestock, not to mention growing medicinal plants. However, the Jadeite Stream Jade is one of the rare items which can store livestock and rare treasures. Don't belittle this Jadeite Stream Bracelet. You can harvest medicinal farms in it, and the space is an entire half-hectare. In God Realm, even heart-profound realm practitioners will plunder for this. As for the rainbow silk light armor that you picked, it is a high-quality spirit armament, but it is only a protective vest after all. Huang Zixiao's meaning was very obvious. The jadeite stream bracelet was a rare treasure that couldn't be found easily. Although the three spirit armament grades were the same, the degree of rarity was different. Huang Yueli looked at him gratefully after she heard his explanation. This Inheritance Tower's Tower Spirit Senior had always treated her well. Not only did he help her train Little Phoenix, he even told her the key point in selecting spirit armaments. Alas, she had no interest in that jadeite stream bracelet at all. It was merely half a hectare. She would only be able to plant a few stalks of medicinal herbs in such a small space. Huang Yueli already owned the Sky Phoenix ring. Ever since she managed to refine it successfully, the space inside had broadened by 10 times its original size. The end of the field could not be seen in one look. She had already planted plenty of medicinal herbs inside, so towards the other spaces, she wasn't interested in it at all. In comparison, Huang Yueli felt that the rainbow silk light armor was much more practical in use. After all, she was about to go through the heavenly tribulation. She thought in that way, but was still rather alert and did not mention the Sky Phoenix ring at all. She only gave a brief explanation to Huang Zixiao. Senior Huang, my choice remains the same. I'm going to go through the heavenly tribulation shortly, and when I reach God Realm, I will meet even more top exponents. For safety's sake, I think it's better to pick the protective vest. You. Huang Zixiao stared at her, but was speechless. He had already said it so clearly, but this lass still chose the protective vest. No matter how good the protective vest was, it was merely used for defense. Once her ability was raised, this low-grade protective vest would be phased out, unlike the spatial spirit armament, jadeite stream bracelet, which could plant medicinal herbs. It would last forever. Young people were indeed short-sighted and always refused to listen to advice. Young lass, you will definitely regret choosing the rainbow silk light armor in the future. He tried to persuade her once more. But Huang Yueli's attitude was very firm. He could only listen to her choice. Retrieving the rainbow silk light armor, he passed it to her. She delightfully received it and flipped it around to take a closer look. The materials and method of refining spirit armaments in God Realm were very different from the lower realm. Holding this protective vest in her hands, she could feel a burst of abundant, profound qi. It even felt cool to the touch. As she was pressed for time, she had no time to securitize it carefully and quickly put it on. This clothing looked very soft, as though it had no shape at all. But it could automatically adjust its size. After she put it on, she felt that it was very sitting and it did not hinder her movements at all. Huang Yueli nodded satisfactorily and turned to ask Huang Zixiao. Senior Huang, earlier you said that you have another reward for me? What is it? Quickly, bring it out. I already spent a lot of time earlier, and I feel that my heavenly tribulation is about to descend very soon. Huang Zixiao was speechless as he dissed silently about who was the one wasting time. If it wasn't for this young lass who kept asking about things, and also picked a lousy spirit armament, he might have already finished awarding the reward earlier. But Huang Zixiao didn't spend any time lecturing her. He said, there are 2 kinds of reward next. He waved his hand and 2 balls of light appeared in midair. One of them was a book, while the other was something like a porcelain bottle. Huang Zixiao first passed the book to her and said, this is one of Sacred Phoenix Race's valuable top-rated profound skills, and it is an extremely powerful attack profound skill. It could instantly double up the fire attributed profound energy in your body and also invoke astonishing power. If you use it properly, you might even be able to instantly kill opponents of similar strength. But this profound skill can only be cultivated after comprehending 4th stage conception. Those practitioners who take part in the refinement basically can't use it. You're the only one who can. Huang Yueli's eyes lit up upon hearing his introduction. She quickly took the Cultivation manual and casually flipped through it. That's great. I was just feeling that my attack power isn't enough. With this profound skill, it can fill in the gap. Every time she saw Li Moying making his move, that indestructible power made her feel that she was as weak as a kitten. Now that she had obtained a god-grade attack profound skill, she would definitely show off to Li Moying when she reached God Realm. Huang Yueli's lips curled up and she suddenly thought of something. That's right, Senior Huang. Earlier there were 3 choices to pick from the high-grade spirit armaments, but why is there only one profound skill book? Could it be that there are no other choices? Huang Yueli lifted his chin and looked down on her. Originally, there were indeed 3 books to choose from. Huang Yueli asked, curiously, then where are the other 2 books? She was very satisfied with this, but she wanted to know if the other choices were better. Huang Zixiao snorted coldly, based on the fact that you have no foresight and no common sense, you totally can't differentiate the value of spirit artifacts and cultivation methods, so I made the choice for you. That's in case you pick useless stuff again. Huang Yueli was dumbstruck as she had nothing to retort. He seemed to be despising her again. She could differentiate which spirit armament was better, all right? But her situation was a little special. Huang Yueli couldn't voice out her difficulties, so she could only accept the label that she was a country bumpkin lass with no common sense. Her eyes shifted onto the porcelain bottle in midair. She hurriedly diverted the topic. That's right, Senior Huang, that's the porcelain bottle too. Is that my reward as well? Huang Zixiao lifted his hand and the clear jade-like porcelain bottle landed in his palm. This bottle was very small, just half the size of his palm, and the exterior was translucent. However, they could not see the item inside. Huang Zixiao carefully caressed the bottle and from his expression, he seemed as though he couldn't bear to part with it. Earlier when he passed the God-grade profound skill manual and high-grade spirit armament to Huang Yueli, he didn't appear to be so careful. So this piqued her interest. The item inside the porcelain bottle was definitely something valuable. Huang Yueli asked, Senior Huang, what's inside this porcelain bottle? Could it be that it's some kind of medicinal pill in God Realm that allows the person to comprehend one stage of conceptualization after swallowing one pill? Huang Yueli's eyes widened like full moons as she started to delve into her imagination. Ancient god clans, god pill that was kept away. The medicinal effect of it should be very good, right? Huang Zixiao's lips twitched again as he swept her a glance and said irritably, Fat hope. Where would you find such a miraculous medicinal pill in this world? After you break through to the 10th stage realm, it is extremely difficult to even raise your cultivation by a small realm. Taking this pill and you will be able to advance, in your dreams. After his mockery, he held the bottle in his hand and eased his tone. But the item inside this porcelain bottle is a rare treasure that can help lift your cultivation. These are 10 drops of Phoenix inherent fated blood essence. Phoenix's inherent fated blood essence? Huang Yueli screamed in shock. When he saw her shocked look, his traumatized heart was slightly comforted. Finally, there was something in his hand that could shock this senseless young lass. Phoenix's inherent fated blood essence is different from ordinary phoenix blood. A phoenix is larger and it has a lot of blood. The phoenix blood contains a phoenix's power and energy, but there's still a limit to it. However, a phoenix's inherent fated blood essence is similar to a practitioner's inherent fated blood essence and is very valuable. It contains a huge amount of powerful energy within. Even in God Realm, this is an extremely valuable resource. The clan's heaven-grade geniuses often fight over a single drop of Phoenix blood essence. Saying that he passed the porcelain bottle to Huang Yueli. There are 10 drops inside. From the day since the Inheritance Tower existed, you are the only one who obtained this reward in the past thousands of years. You must remember to make use of each drop carefully. If you use it well, just based on these phoenix blood essence, it is sufficient for you to advance into heart-profound realm. Huang Yueli happily received the porcelain bottle and she felt extremely excited. This reward was simply too awesome. This was the true blue rare treasure, something that even mountains of gold could not exchange for. Sacred Phoenix race was indeed an ancient god clan that was capable of accumulating this. But she didn't open it up. Instead, she only took a look and carefully kept it away. Now that she was about to ascend, there was no time to refine these phoenix blood essence. Once she opened it, who knew how much energy would be lost? So she had to wait for the right moment to open it up. She still had this little bit of common sense. Huang Zixiao looked as though he was reluctant to part with it. Sighing for a moment, he said, "These blood essences were hard to come by. That year, it was only through a coincidence that we managed to obtain it. In the past thousands of years, the clan no longer had any fresh phoenix blood essence, so one drop used is one drop lost." Huang Yueli beamed and said, "Since it's so valuable, then it should all be used on a god-grade genius like me, am I right to say that?" Looking at her delightful look, Huang Zixiao was speechless. She said it with such good logic that he could not retort to it. After a moment later, Huang Zixiao thought of something and said, "But phoenix blood essence isn't the best resource in the clan. I heard that the essence of a phoenix's energy is mostly gathered in the phoenix's blood core." "Phoenix blood core? What's that?" she asked curiously. Huang Zixiao explained, "It's similar to a magical beast core. The blood core is the core energy within an ancient spiritual beast. Ordinary magical beast cores can be used to aid in cultivation and are extremely valuable, what more for ancient spiritual beast cores?" Huang Yueli said in enlightenment, "I see." At the same time, she was a little amazed. Sacred Phoenix race's god clan's descendants are still collecting phoenix blood cores? This is too incredible, isn't it? Without Huang Zixiao making any further explanation, she knew how valuable this resource was. Don't think that a phoenix was so big and the blood could fill several phoenix blood pools. But an ancient spiritual beast core isn't any bigger than any ordinary magical beast cores. At most, it was only the size of a palm. Moreover, ancient spiritual beasts were originally scarce and its character was extremely proud. If it wasn't willing to offer its blood core to sacred phoenix race, even if they were to forcibly hunt phoenixes, it would rather self-explode itself before its death than leave its blood core for its enemy. Huang Zixiao looked satisfactorily at her astonished look. Ancient god clans' accumulation will far surpass your imagination. You will find out once you reach God realm. But the phoenix blood core is really too scarce, so even if it was the patriarch, he would not dare to recklessly utilize it. But if it was a god-grade genius like you, perhaps there might be an exception. By then, Huang Zixiao was afraid that she would still be so senseless to offend others when she reached God realm, so he took the opportunity to teach her about some basic knowledge. But he was in the middle of his sentence when he suddenly sensed a crisis approaching and trembled. Immediately following that, a vigorous tremor was emitted from the top of the inheritance tower. The entire tower body shook vigorously and the tiles and rocks on the wall started to fall. Huang Yueli stumbled and almost fell. Little Phoenix simply fell flat on the ground as it rolled to the side of the wall. At this moment in time, those practitioners in South Sky region and ordinary citizens saw this extremely shocking scene. The clear blue sky was suddenly covered by a huge, fiery red cloud. The color and luster of this cloud were dazzling, like a blazing flame that floated in midair. Heaven and earth, profound chi, were attracted by this fire cloud and started to gather around it. Fiery red clouds also started to expand. It grew larger and even more beautiful, dissipating energy from its cloud layers. Even though it was just a little, but it was so powerful that it made people tremble and shake with fear. They didn't dare to lift their heads to look straight at it. South Sky Region, Sky Cloud City. Various large sects' top experts came towards the fire cloud's direction at the same time. Ninth stage realm and above practitioners could sense it. Following the buildup of the fire cloud, the profound energy in their bodies was also affected as it crashed about rampantly in their meridians. As South Sky Region's largest sect, Celestial Light Sect had the most number of ninth stage realm practitioners. At this moment, the sect's elders had all gathered and all of them looked in shock and envy at the dazzling fiery red cloud. From the look of that cloud, it seems to be a tribulation cloud. Could it be that some practitioner in our South Sky region is about to break through to the 10th stage realm and ascend to God realm? What joke are you cracking? Although the space barrier in Soaring Heaven's continent has vanished, only Blue Profound Sect sovereignly had ascended to God realm in the past year. Sky Emperor City has so many 9th stage realm, peak sky chart top exponents, but there was no sight of them ascending. So how could it possibly be a practitioner from the South Sky region? That's hard to say. Sovereignly also came from our Celestial Light Sect, isn't it? Speaking of that, he's considered as a practitioner from Celestial Light Sect. This is true. Celestial Light Sect's people had long forgotten the reason for Li Moying's departure from South Sky region. Now, Li Moying was Blue Profound Sect's sovereign and he even ascended to God realm. So, Celestial Light Sect had been using his name to boast. Sometimes, even those elders who knew about the truth had a misperception that their Celestial Light Sect was that incredible to nurture someone like Li Moying. Now, the mere mention of Li Moying's name made the elders gain confidence. That's right, who says that South Sky region doesn't have any strong practitioners? Perhaps some are even more powerful than those top experts on the sky chart. But they're just unwilling to go to Sky Emperor City. Instead, they like to stay in South Sky region? That's right, it must be so. Quick, let's head over and take a look. Many 9th stage realm practitioners also had the same view in mind. Not long after, a large number of 9th stage realm practitioners in Sky Cloud City were mobilized and all of them hurried to the location where the fire cloud appeared. Witnessing a 10th stage realm practitioner pass through a heavenly tribulation wasn't just for the mere sake of taking part in the commotion. During the heavenly tribulation, heaven and earth principle would descend on the lower realm. 10th stage realm practitioners' profound energy would fluctuate and it would cause the ordinary practitioners to be impacted. From there, it would help them in grasping even high-leveled realm of cultivation. To 9th stage realm practitioners, this was a good opportunity to cultivate and upgrade themselves. Inside the Inheritance Tower, Huang Yueli wasn't aware of the large-scale commotion that she had drawn in the entire South Sky region. The tower shook for a relatively long period. She hastily tried to maintain her balance and at the same time, she knew that her heavenly tribulation was about to descend. The first stage heavenly tribulation wasn't very strong. When Li Moying was going through the heavenly tribulation, the first stage was nothing to him, hence he managed to throw it back easily. So for her, it naturally didn't pose any difficulty as well. However, she was rather surprised because the first stage heavenly tribulation had already landed, but she totally didn't feel any pressure. At most, she just couldn't stand firm. Of course, this was because she was inside the Inheritance Tower. She did not expect this ancient god clan's early historical remains to be so firm. It could practically block off the heavenly tribulation power on the outside. With the Inheritance Tower's protection, she would definitely have an easier time passing through the 10th-stage heavenly tribulation as compared to Li Moying in the northern ice fields. She was just feeling surprised when her eyes suddenly went blurry. By the time she came back to her senses, she realized that she was no longer inside the Inheritance Tower. WH. What's going on? Huang Yueli was surprised. Immediately following that, she sensed something heavy falling onto her thigh. Huang Yueli lowered her head to take a look and discovered that it was little Wang Kai. Her little phoenix had already been kicked out of the tower. Senior Huang, are you all right? What on earth is happening? Huang Yueli frowned and raised her voice to ask. Huang Zixiao's voice was heard from the inheritance tower. Lass, your heavenly tribulation is here, so cross it safely. Don't stay inside the tower any longer. Our inheritance tower is an antique from several thousands of years ago, so it can't take the torment of the heavenly tribulation. So you'd best work hard. Saying that, he seemed to have done something, and the inheritance tower simply disappeared with a whoosh. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment and finally came back to her senses. She was kicked out by Huang Zixiao? What happened to the promises of taking care of the rare god-grade genius, and the nurturing? He changed his mind so swiftly. Wasn't this just a scheme? She was originally hoping that she could hide in the tower and easily smuggle past the 10th-stage heavenly tribulation. Alas, Huang Zixiao was determined to make her go through it on her own, so he made the entire inheritance tower disappear without a trace. Helpless, she could only perk herself up and deal with it cautiously. Shortly after, the 2nd-stage heavenly tribulation came striking down, and almost immediately came the 3rd. Fire-attributed heavenly tribulation wasn't quite the same as Limoying's heavenly thunder. Rampant fire-attributed energy came raining down from the tribulation cloud as though it was a raging fire plane. It razed all the grassland next to Huang Yueli, and in a second, the entire place was turned into a sea of fire. If it was any other ordinary 9th-stage realm practitioner standing here, that person would be turned into a charred corpse in a few breaths. But to Huang Yueli, this flame was not enough to hurt her. She didn't even use any profound weapon and casually flicked her sleeve to disperse these 2 stages of heavenly tribulation. Following that, the surrounding raging fire was also kept away by her, turning into her profound energy. After the 3rd stage, heavenly tribulation, the tribulation cloud turned lighter and started to accumulate energy once again. Huang Yueli quickly used this short time to sit cross-legged on the ground, working up her cultivation method and adjusting the flow of her profound energy. It didn't take long before the energy in the tribulation cloud turned stronger again. Fiery red luster painted the entire sky red. Heaven and earth seemed to have turned crimson. The feeling of scorching heat enveloped the entire grassland. Huang Yueli stood up again and took out a long sword from the sky phoenix ring. Her expression was solemn as she looked up into the sky. Then she took a defensive stance and waited prudently. She witnessed how Limoying passed through his heavenly tribulation and was well aware that after every 3 stages of heavenly tribulation, the might of it would increase by 10-fold and above. The earlier 3 stages of heavenly tribulation did not threaten her, but following that, she might not find it so relaxing as before. Huang Yueli perked up her senses and waited for the 4th stage heavenly tribulation to descend. A loud rumble was heard. A huge fire dragon descended from the sky and charged towards Huang Yueli's head. The fire dragon was still a distance away from her, and the dried grass on the ground was already lit up by the scorching heat and started to burn. Huang Yueli struck with the long sword, unleashing a burst of profound energy on the fire dragon. Break! Under a soft cry, the surging fiery blaze was split apart by her to become 2 sections. Huang Yueli did an incantation gesture with her left hand while her right struck out with the long sword and easily divided those flames, then gathered them in her hand. The terrifying 4-stage heavenly tribulation didn't take much effort to iron out. She felt a little surprised herself. Strange, the last time I saw Moying going through his heavenly tribulation, his 4-stage heavenly tribulation was already very strong and it caused him a lot of trouble. Why do I feel that mine isn't as powerful? She pondered for a moment, seemingly having a thought flash past her mind. However, before she could carefully think through it, the 5th stage heavenly tribulation came crashing down. Rampant fire-attributed energy rose from the sky once again. The fifth stage heavenly tribulation might have increased from the previous stage. Fire-attributed energy was enveloped with other attributed energies to form a dazzling fireball which came crashing down on her. Huan Yueli shivered and raised the long sword in her right arm, drawing a circle shape in midair. A bolt of fire formed a burst of fire ring following the tip of the sword. This fire ring expanded swiftly, and it was expanded with the wind which swiftly enveloped Huan Yueli's surroundings by several miles, forming an extremely powerful fire domain. Fifth stage, heavenly tribulation crashed on the exterior of Huan Yueli's fire domain and gave off a deafening explosive sound. At this present moment, Sky Cloud City's various large sect practitioners had all come forward to the place where Huan Yueli was advancing. South Sky Region's 9th stage realm top experts were normally very limited. This time, it seemed as though they had turned out in full force. Various large sects elders coincidentally met in the outskirts, but all of them knew what the other parties were here for. After the space barrier disappeared, the first to ascend was Li Moying. No matter what, that was affiliated to the South Sky region. Now, the second practitioner to ascend was going through the heavenly tribulation in the South Sky region again. No matter what that person's background was, it would be South Sky region's glamour if the news of this went around. The practitioners couldn't be bothered to exchange pleasantries and hurriedly rushed towards the direction of the tribulation cloud. But the nearer they got, the higher the temperature was. Moreover, it was increasing at an extremely swift speed. Their distance to the tribulation cloud was around 20 to 30 miles away, but everyone felt as though they were standing at the entrance of a volcano that was about to erupt. The surrounding air started to boil, and those with slightly weaker cultivations had already gone limp. They totally could not take another step forward. This is too terrifying. I can't even take it from this distance. How does it feel to stand right below the tribulation cloud? It's simply unimaginable. This is the difference between a real peerless top exponent and us. I originally thought that I am a 9th stage realm top expert, and that's really awesome. But as compared to the one who is going through the heavenly tribulation, I'm really. The person who said that was a celestial light sect elder. He was already over 300 years old, and his face was filled with wrinkles and his beard was all white. Isn't that so? I wonder which top exponent is going through the heavenly tribulation. He must be some unsurpassed top expert on the sky chart, right? That might not be so. The sky chart's top exponents are mostly the younger generation. Some old fogies have stayed hidden for a long time and they are not in the sky chart. Those practitioners with the ability to ascend to God realm should be those esteemed top exponents who had cultivated for hundreds of years. That's right, those youngsters are not quite there yet. Everyone kept discussing this and started to work up their cultivation methods to fight against the scorching fire-attributed energy around them. Then they moved forward. They had already come to this place, so everyone wanted to find out who was that person who was going through the heavenly tribulation. But just at this moment, a fire dragon suddenly descended from a tribulation cloud, and it came crashing down at an astonishing speed. Under the tribulation cloud, a huge fire domain instantly appeared and charged towards the fire dragon. This scene was simply too shocking and too imposing. It seemed as though the entire heaven and earth's energy was gathered right in front of everyone's eyes. Two rays of dazzling flames were so powerful and beautiful that these people felt suffocated. The practitioners present were shocked by this, and all of them stared straight blankly. Before they had even come to their senses, an abnormality happened. Two bursts of energy exchanged blows in midair and gave off a vigorous explosive sound. At the same time, bursts of powerful fluctuations with dissipated fire-attributed energy charged right at the crowd. Oh no! Quickly evade it. Damn it, this energy is too strong. We will die if we face it directly. Luckily, they were still a distance away and there was still ample time to escape. So everyone frantically took out various defensive, profound armaments and barely blocked off the first wave of impact. But many of the practitioners present were affected by the scorching heat and their faces were blackened by the heat. Where had their demeanor, a top expert, gone to? They had finally got through this wave and everyone's expression turned solemn. Celestial Light Sect's current Great Elder was the most experienced and esteemed person among these people. He immediately said, "Everyone, be careful. Looks like we can't get too close. The remnant fluctuations from this heavenly tribulation are simply too powerful, and if we're not careful, we might." Before he could complete his sentence, a ray of eye-piercing light flashed past his eyes, and he couldn't see a thing at all. Immediately following that, a roar came from midair again. Bursts after bursts of heat waves came charging in his direction. Even though the Great Elder was in 9th stage realm 4th level and had extraordinary skills, he was still thrown back by the impact without any chance to resist or defend himself. He flew for several meters before crashing heavily onto the ground, creating a human-sized pit. Cough cough, cough cough. Great Elder tried his best to climb up, feeling that his entire body was extremely sore. Luckily, the grass was very soft and he didn't incur any serious injuries. But when he tried to speak, he discovered that his mouth was full of boiling fumes that almost burnt his throat. This is, really, too horrifying. The other practitioner's situation wasn't any better than his. All of them had stumbled all over the ground. Everyone finally managed to help each other stand up. When they recalled the scene where they were sent flying by the impact, everyone was triggered by this event. Heavens, that's too terrifying. I totally haven't even reacted and was already sent flying. If I had been a little closer, I believe I'd be dead by now. Isn't that so? It's simply too dangerous. Should we go a little closer or not? Even if it's the remnant fluctuations from the heavenly tribulation, we also can't take it. What if the next stage of heavenly tribulation grows stronger? Wouldn't all of us be finished? Everyone was worried and they stood in the same spot for a very long time. Some of them even set up a simple defensive array as they were worried that the next heavenly tribulation might just start again. But they waited for a long time and there was no explosion at all. Even though that huge fire cloud was still suspended in the sky, but it was slowly accumulating power. Everyone looked at one another in dismay and couldn't decide. So in the end, they all turned to look at Celestial Light Sect's Great Elder. Great Elder, your cultivation is the highest among all of us. What do you think our next step should be? Grand Elder paused for a moment and said, "If we just want to feel the heaven and earth code that the heavenly tribulation brings, then we can just sit here and cultivate. There's no need to continue getting closer. But I want to find out which senior is about to ascend. So I'm preparing to move forward, to at least take a clear look at who this senior is." If they couldn't even take a clear look at who was ascending, how would they be able to say that the person who ascended was South Sky Region's practitioner in the future? Everyone understood this logic as well, so their curiosity got the better of them. But the explosion earlier really made most of them feel frightened. But Great Elder, this is simply too dangerous. If the heavenly tribulation descends again, we will not be able to retreat in time and the consequences might be dire. Great Elder fiddled with his beard and said, "I did an observation earlier. From the first stage, heavenly tribulation, until now, 6 stages had already passed. It is recorded in Celestial Light Sect's ancient records that the majority of the practitioners who ascend would go through at least 4 to 5 stage heavenly tribulation. If one went through 6 stage heavenly tribulation, they are already considered as a top-rated exponent. 7 stage and above heavenly tribulations, only those geniuses who are nurtured in God realm will achieve it. We are just a small soaring heavens continent, so how is it even possible for us to go through so many stages?" Hearing him say that, everyone was assured. What Great Elder said is logical. Great Elder said, "Now, this senior has already gone through 6 stages of heavenly tribulation, so he will most probably ascend very soon. Let's hurry over now, otherwise, we might not be able to get a chance to meet him." Right, let's head over now. I want to witness the grand scene when the senior ascends with my own eyes. Everyone felt that it was safe and they ran towards the direction of the tribulation cloud. They were all 9th stage realm top exponents, and their speed was pretty swift. It didn't take long for them to reach a distance of around 2 to 3 miles away from Huangyueli. Everyone stopped and looked at the figure in front with respect and awe. As Huangyueli had been through the Inheritance Tower's refinement, advancement, breaking through the tribulations, her face was smeared with ashes, and she looked really dirty. From the outside, one simply couldn't tell that she was the peerless beauty who had once caused a commotion in the entire soaring heavens continent, Blue Profound Sex Sovereign Li's fiancé. Most of them couldn't even tell her age and merely gauged that she was a woman from her tattered dress. I didn't expect the person to ascend this time, to be a female senior. Everyone looked at that figure with the utmost admiration. At the same time, they tried to recall how many powerful female top exponents were there in soaring heavens continent. Those who needed to ascend would at least be 300 years old, wasn't it? But after thinking over so long, they still weren't able to verify it, so they could only look at the Great Elder from Celestial Light Sect. Great Elder assumed that he was the leader of the pack, so he could only brace himself to walk forward. He bowed down respectfully, almost his forehead was almost touching the ground. After that, he raised his voice and said in a bright and loud voice, "This senior, we juniors are practitioners from South Sky region. All of us sensed that old madam is going through the heavenly tribulation in South Sky region, so we've come to offer some of our treasures. Please accept these." Huangyueli had just passed through the 6th-stage heavenly tribulation. She was adjusting her inner flow of energy while the tribulation cloud was re-accumulating its energy. The previous 6th-stage heavenly tribulation power was much weaker than what she thought. At least, she could still handle it. Thinking of the time when Li Moying passed through the 6th-stage heavenly tribulation, he suffered a light injury. But for Huangyueli, she only felt a huge amount of pressure and did not sustain any injuries at all. Taking the time to adjust her breath, she thought over it carefully and understood the reason for it. When Li Moying was going through the tribulation, he had increased his profound energy through his own effort to advance into the 10th stage realm. He also didn't have any profound armaments to aid him, hence, his pressure was naturally larger, which caused him to be injured easily. But Huangyueli advanced because she had comprehended and even grasped the 5th stage conceptualization. After comprehending the conceptualizations, she was able to tell the small little flaws in the heavenly fire. Hence, she used the most minimal effort to crush it. In comparison, Li Moying relied on his powerful profound energy to fight against the heavenly tribulation, hence the amount of energy he spent was naturally more than hers. Having thought through this, Huangyueli was much more relaxed. From the looks of this, the difficulty of the remaining 4 stages of heavenly tribulations should dramatically decrease. While Huangyueli was resting with her eyes shut, she was aware that people were approaching her. But she didn't bother too much about it. Now, she was in the middle of her heavenly tribulation and the power of it grew with each passing stage. It did not matter to her what their motive was. Whether if it was just a pure coincidence that they happened to pass by, or if the curiosity in them was piqued, or even if they were attempting to scheme on her. In front of the heavenly tribulation's might, they were only looking for trouble. So Huangyueli didn't even bother to open her eyes, because she was fully concentrating on recuperating her strength and adjusting her breathing. Rather than letting these absurd people divert her attention, she might as well take the time to quickly rest. The heavenly tribulation in front of her was the greatest crisis right now. But these bystanders did not run away from shock after they saw the tribulation cloud above her head. They even approached her quickly and took the initiative to talk to her. Huang Yueli, who was like a statue, finally swayed a little and frowned. Senior? Old madam? Did she really look that old? She was obviously still very young, like a flower bud, and she had just got married. She was actually greeted old madam by a wrinkly old man. How could she even take this lying down? Huang Yueli was originally intending to ignore him. But when she heard what he said, she couldn't take it and opened her eyes, and she shot an angry gaze at him. She suddenly realized that she had met this old man several times previously. In the past, when she was in Celestial Light Sect, this great elder would always flaunt his seniority. He would treat Li Moying with disrespect. What more for her? When she saw him, she couldn't help but frown. Celestial Light Sect's great elder? Why is it you? What are you doing here? Great Elder didn't expect this senior top exponent, who was about to ascend, to recognize him. It made him feel overwhelmingly flattered. Even those practitioners who were standing next to him also showed envious expressions on their faces. What honor it was to be recognized by such an incredible senior. Celestial Light Sect was indeed South Sky Region's #1 sect. Great Elder felt delighted from being recognized, and his joy could be seen on his face. Of course, he found that it was slightly strange. Somehow, he seemed to find the senior's voice slightly familiar. But he didn't think too much about this, and hurriedly bowed. Senior, all of us happened to see the abnormality in the sky today. The tribulation clouds have gathered, and we know that some top expert must be going through the heavenly tribulation and ascending to God realm. So we especially came to partake in Senior's glamorous moment. Will old madam please? Huang Yueli's lips twitched and twitched again. She simply could not bear to continue hearing what he said. Enough, I understand what you mean. But I don't need your help. You also don't need to give me any gifts. If you want to comprehend the heaven and earth laws, you can do some comprehension on your own further away. Just make sure you don't disturb me. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The next few stages of heavenly tribulation will get stronger and stronger. Based on your cultivation levels, you might die a horrible death if you're not careful enough. Huang Yueli was an intelligent lady, so of course, she knew what Great Elder and the others' intentions were. Thinking that they didn't have any malicious intentions, she couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to them. She only wanted to get rid of them quickly. So this time, she said a little more, and those practitioners seemed to realize that something wasn't quite right. This voice, it sounded a little too young. Rather than saying that she was a 300-year-old senior, it sounded like a young lady's voice. Everyone felt that something was amiss, but under this powerful top exponent's might, all of them didn't dare to lift their heads, and they were almost stifled to death. Great Elder, whose status was called out by this senior, felt that she should have some links to Celestial Light Sect. So he felt rather confident about it. So on hearing Huang Yueli trying to chase them away, he didn't immediately leave. Instead, he took a few steps forward and said, Senior, old madam you. Before he could finish his sentence, Huang Yueli hissed at him in anger. Who are you calling old madam? If I ever hear you calling me that again, don't blame me for ignoring our past ties and beating all of you up. Leave right now, as far as you can. Hearing the young lady's exasperated voice, no matter how retarded one was, they would feel that it was not normal. Great Elder plucked up his courage and lifted his head to take a look with reverence and awe. His eyes instantly widened and a look of disbelief spread all over his face. You, aren't you? Great Elder was tongue-tied. He was so shocked that he almost fainted. He should be having a dream? Was this a dream? Or, a dream? Why did he suddenly feel that this senior in front of him seemed like someone he had met previously? A talented young lady who had once stayed in Celestial Light Sect for a while, and that person was young Sect Master Li's fiancé. Later on, she followed Li Moying to Sky Emperor City. That year when Bairuoli was still in Celestial Light sect, she was indeed one of the sect's top-rated talented geniuses. But, if he didn't remember wrongly, this young lass was still very young. She's probably not even 20 years old yet. No. Impossible. I must have seen wrongly. Yes, I must have seen wrongly. Could it be, because it's too hot here, that's why my senses are not clear? Great Elder was so shocked that he started to mutter irresolutely to himself. Huang Yueli had already lifted her head impatiently. She said with a cold expression, "Great Elder, we haven't met for a long time. Back then when we were in Celestial Light sect, Moying and I have always been in your care." Hearing that, Great Elder jumped up. This senior actually mentioned Li Moying. Could it be that she really was Bairuoli, that young lass? You are Bairuoli? Great Elder thought through it and asked in a trembling voice. Huang Yueli nodded her head composedly, "That's right, it's me." Boo, but how is this possible? When you left Sky Cloud City, weren't you only in 5th stage realm? Great Elder couldn't suppress the shock in him and practically screeched. This way, all the surrounding practitioners heard what he said and they were all stunned. What? This senior is she's Bairuoli, who used to be in Celestial Light sect. What joke is this? When Bairuoli left Celestial Light sect, she seemed to be only 15 years old. Then now, isn't she just 18? How could there be such a ridiculous matter? There must be a mistake somewhere. It must be some old witch trying to impersonate her. But take a careful look. She looks exactly like Bairuoli. Everyone's eyeballs almost fell onto the ground. All of them couldn't help but start to talk about this. In the past when Huang Yueli was in Sky Cloud City, her reputation was rather well known as well. Not only was she one of the top geniuses in the South Sky region, but she also had a peerless fiancé like Li Moying. She had always been in the limelight in the past few banquets and experience learning sessions that Celestial Light sect had organized. Because of this, all the practitioners in the 9th stage realm had seen her a couple of times. She was exceptionally beautiful, so most people couldn't forget about her looks after they saw her. Everyone stared at her for a long time and couldn't help but admit that although she looked a little disheveled right now, the lady in front of them seemed really to be Bairuoli. This discovery made everyone stunned and surprised. At the same time, it was a huge blow on them. These 9th stage realm practitioners were considered as top-rated exponents in South Sky region. They had always been imposing and felt good about themselves, thinking that their innate talents were very powerful. Even though their cultivation levels couldn't be compared to the peerless top experts from Sky Emperor City, but all of them would comfort themselves by saying that South Sky region's resources were limited. Hence, that had delayed their development. But now? She also came from South Sky region and was only 18. But, she's about to ascend? Li Moying was at least the reincarnation of the previous #1 top expert Mu Qingqing, so everyone could at least accept that fact. But Huang Yueli's identity had never been exposed. So in everyone's eyes, she was just a young lass who had only cultivated for a couple of years. Yet now, she was actually about to ascend? As compared with a genius like her, they seemed to have wasted their lives to become old men and women. Perhaps it was because they had a huge blow, no one said a single word at all. Everyone just stood stiffly on their original spots. Huang Yueli lifted her head and saw the tribulation cloud almost completing the gathering of energy. Then she looked at the dazed crowd and suddenly thought of something. Originally I was just thinking that I should just directly ascend, but since I've met someone I know, she paused for a moment and turned towards Celestial Light sect's Great Elder. That's something that I need to trouble you to help me settle. Celestial Light sect's Great Elder had a pampered expression on his face and respectfully bowed. Will Senior, oops no, will young Miss Bike please instruct? He almost called the wrong convention again. On thinking that Huang Yueli didn't seem as though she liked to hear the word senior, he hurriedly swallowed back his words. Huang Yueli swept a glance at him and said, after I passed through the tribulation cloud, I will directly ascend and there's no time for me to inform my relatives and friends. After I ascend, can I trouble you to go to Sky Emperor City and inform Blue Profound Sect's current sovereign, Song Pajun, as well as my parents? Just tell them that I've successfully ascended and I will be waiting for them in God Realm. Tell them not to worry about me, do you understand? Yes. I understand it loud and clear. Celestial Light Sect's Great Elder hurriedly agreed to it and even proudly stuck out his chest. He had already recovered from his shock at this very moment. A peerless top exponent who broke through to the 10th stage realm was really from Celestial Light Sect. Moreover, she even passed him such an important task to complete. This was the entire Celestial Light Sect's honor. Although he couldn't understand why Huang Yueli could ascend at only 18 years old, he felt the envious look from those practitioners around him and felt as if he was floating on air. Huang Yueli waved her hand after she was done instructing him. All right, quickly retreat right now. Leave right now, at least 30 miles away. The 7th stage heavenly tribulation is about to descend. If you want to live, then listen to me and move further away. The tribulation cloud was almost done gathering and it wouldn't take much longer to strike. After Huang Yueli finished talking, she didn't bother about the rest and started to congeal her senses and breathing again, prepared to take on the next round. As for the surrounding practitioners, when they heard her last sentence, all of their eyes widened. They had finally awoken from their shock, but she gave them another piece of shocking news immediately, which thoroughly stunned them. 7th stage heavenly tribulation. There was a 7th stage heavenly tribulation? Didn't Celestial Light Sect's Great Elder mentioned earlier that only those peerless geniuses from God Realm's large clans would be able to attract heavenly tribulations of 7th stage and above? Everyone looked at one another in dismay, feeling that they were in a dream. But just at this moment, the surrounding temperature started to spike once again. Not too long after, the boiling heat wave started to spread and it made all of them feel that they were inside a furnace. Their chests were being pressured by the heaven and earth profound chi, as their blood chi was surging to the point of almost throwing up blood. Great Elder's expression abruptly changed. Everyone, quickly run. Heavenly tribulation is about to descend. Even without his reminder, everyone had already realized that a crisis was right in front of them. All of them couldn't care about the others and quickly turned around to escape for their lives. Right behind them was a huge fireball that dropped down from the sky. The air seemed to have congealed. That suffocating feeling made everyone's hair stand on end. The profound energy in their bodies were tugged and their meridians seemed as though it was about to burst immediately. All the practitioners had already used up all their energy and risked their lives running forward. But it was already too late by the time they reacted. Rumble. A deafening explosion was heard right behind them. Other than Celestial Light Sect's Great Elder and a few others who swiftly escaped, the others were impacted by the remnant fluctuations of the explosion. They were sent flying one after another. Among those who were in the very back, they fainted from the explosion and were unconscious. Great Elder and the others turned green. It's too scary, really too scary. So, this is the 7th stage heavenly tribulation. I thought I heard wrongly earlier. I really didn't expect there to be a 7th stage heavenly tribulation. Bairuoli's innate talent is really out of one's expectations. Luckily, I'm most apt in body movements, profound skills, so I run faster than other people. Otherwise, I would probably end up in a miserable state. We are so far away, yet all of us end up in such a terrible state. Young Miss Bai is standing right below the tribulation cloud. How much pressure is that? She looks so frail and soft, can she really take this? Hearing that, all of those escaping people secretly turned around to take a few more looks. Under the rampant tribulation cloud, the young lady's petite figure stood against the wind like a proud little plum blossom that wasn't afraid of the frost or snow. Although her clothes were stained with dust, she didn't look too bad and was still so elegant and graceful. Earlier, that heavenly tribulation which made all of them end up in a miserable state didn't seem to cause any injury on her. If it was said that everyone was still puzzled by Huang Yueli's ability, then the truth was right in front of their eyes right now. So no one had any more doubts about her. They were completely crushed by a young lass in her teenage years. Whereas for Huang Yueli, she could no longer bother about those practitioners. All her attention was placed on the remaining 3-stage heavenly tribulations. After she got through the 7-stage heavenly tribulation, she looked alright on the outside. But in fact, she had sustained a bit of internal energy, and her chest was starting to feel uncomfortable. She realized that she had just entered a difficult phase. Now was the real crucial moment to test her ability. She could not afford to be distracted. There wasn't any pause in the 8th and 9th stage heavenly tribulations at all. Huang Yueli adjusted all her profound energy to unleash her fire domain to the maximum limit. At the same time, the sacred phoenix reflection behind her back could be seen clearly. After she broke through to the 10th stage realm, Huang Yueli's sacred phoenix reflection became more and more powerful than the previous. It also became clearer and gave off an astonishing powerful suppression. Those practitioners hiding far away, secretly observing her going through the heavenly tribulation, were stunned by this. Based on their cultivation and eyesight, they totally couldn't tell if the sacred phoenix reflection was an illusion or the real deal. All of them stared with their mouths agape at the ancient phoenix, which was flying in the sky while unleashing various deviant flames. Heavens, what did I just see? What did I just see? This time I am definitely sure that I am dreaming. This is the legendary ancient spiritual phoenix beast, right? Wasn't it said that phoenixes were exceptionally rare spiritual beasts in God realm and it might possibly be extinct already? How could it possibly appear in soaring heaven's continent? Young Miss Bai even has a phoenix. SSH. Is she even human? Amid the various shocking cries, Huang Yueli had already unleashed all the profound energy in her to go up against the 9-stage heavenly tribulation. Rumble, rumble. The explosive sound this time sounded like thunder continuously, which lasted for a relatively long period of time. Huang Yueli couldn't help but spat out a mouthful of blood under the impact of the heavenly fire. Her 9th-tiered profound weapon was also shattered into pieces. But a smile could be seen on her face. Although the 9th stage heavenly tribulation was indeed powerful, she had successfully passed through it after all. As for now, Great Elder and the others were already overwhelmed by what they saw. 7th stage, 8th stage, 9th stage. If I didn't count wrongly, Bairuoli had already gone through 9 stages of heavenly tribulations. 9 stages. Didn't Great Elder say that even God Realm's geniuses only go through 7 stages of heavenly tribulation? A young lady from our soaring heavens continent actually went through 9-stage tribulation. Am I really not dreaming? Why do I feel that everything I saw today doesn't feel normal at all? Huang Yueli's innate talent had already surpassed everyone's imagination. Even the word heaven-defying could not describe it. Everyone would rather believe that this was just a dream. At least they would find it more acceptable. Celestial Light Sect's Great Elder was the one who was most surprised by this. He was well aware of Huang Yueli's background among all those people here. This young lass wasn't even from any large sects in Skycloud City. She came from a small country along the border and merely passed through the selection process in Celestial Light Academy before gaining the chance to enter Celestial Light Sect. When she just arrived in Skycloud City, her cultivation wasn't very outstanding among Celestial Light Academy. But later on, she grew at an astonishing speed which made everyone see her in a new light. She suddenly grew and developed at lightning-fast speed. But it only took her a few years, and she'd already become a... She is simply a pervert. The elderly man who had always professed himself to be a calm and steady person couldn't help but speak in a boorish manner. So, lower realms practitioner can also attract 9-stage heavenly tribulation. Why did those ancient records not have any related entries? Could it be that only this young lass is capable of doing it? Isn't this a little too ridiculous? Wait a minute, what's that? Great Elder screamed loudly and pointed to the sky. Everyone was shocked by him and quickly looked in the direction where he was pointing at. Originally the 9th stage heavenly tribulation had ended, so the tribulation clouds also started to dissipate. Hence everyone thought that everything was finally over. No matter how heaven-defying or how abnormal Huang was, it was already 9 stages of heavenly tribulation. 9 stages. She was already heaven-defying to the max. Surely there weren't any more shocking matters any longer, right? Whoever knew that this young lady had just passed through the 9th stage heavenly tribulation, but there were no signs of her ascending even after some time. Not only so, the original half-tribulation cloud that had dissipated suddenly started to gather again. Moreover, this time, although the tribulation cloud looked much smaller, the heaven and earth profound chi contained in it was much stronger by several folds than the previous few clouds. Even though all the practitioners were standing a great distance away from Huang, they still couldn't take this pressure. All their faces turned pale and they started to shuffle back disheveled and awestruck. Huang could sense her profound energy in her being triggered by the tribulation cloud's energy. It almost immediately started to surge. The last trial was about to come. She didn't dare to slack and hurriedly stuffed several handfuls of profound energy replenishment and blood chi medicinal pills into her mouth. At the same time, she used all her energy to unleash the fire domain and sacred phoenix reflection in her. Moreover, for safety's sake, she could no longer bother about any other things, and directly unleashed the sky phoenix ring in her. A phoenix imprint appeared in between her eyebrows, and gradually grew darker. Very soon, it turned into a bolt of golden ray and flew out from her forehead to merge with the huge, magnificent sacred phoenix reflection in the sky. The sacred phoenix gave off a sharp shrill and instantly turned into a dazzling gold color, as though its body was enveloped in golden flames. Just at this moment, the tribulation cloud in the sky had completed its congealment and the 10-stage heavenly tribulation came raining down on the ground. As though it only took an instant, the entire heaven and earth had turned into a world of flames. Everywhere that they could see, everything was enveloped in the sea of fire. Great Elder and the others didn't even have the time to make a sound and immediately choked and fainted. Huang also sensed her soul trace and meridians being impacted vigorously. The powerful fire-attributed energy kept coming at her once and again. It seemed as though it would not end and burnt every single inch of her body. It was so painful that she almost cried out loud. Her mind turned dizzy from this. But she quickly bit the tip of her tongue and forced herself to stay sober. She had to try her best to use up all her determination to control the sacred phoenix reflection in the sky. An ear-piercing phoenix cry rang again. The sacred phoenix reflection in gold-colored raging flames flapped its wings and scuttered in the sea of flames. Every single time the phoenix's wings flapped, the sea of flames seemed to have shrunk a little. Not knowing how long had passed, the boisterous raging fire was finally extinguished by a large portion, leaving only a few sparks left. The sacred phoenix reflection also seemed to have used up all its energy and started to turn smaller. It also started to turn more transparent. With a flapping sound, it disappeared completely and turned into a bolt of golden light. Like a bolt of lightning, it shot right into the spot in between her eyebrows. Huang was totally drenched in sweat right now. Lucky. It was so dangerous earlier. She did not expect the 10th stage, heavenly tribulation, to be so powerful, so much more powerful than her imagination. It didn't matter that she was a true blue god-grade genius who had comprehended 5th stage conception, or that she was armed with top-tiered spirit armaments, protective vest and ancient god relic, the Sky Phoenix ring. It was a fact that she almost died in this place. Thinking of it now, the last heavenly tribulation that she passed through with Li Moying, she couldn't sense the 10th stage heavenly tribulation's real might because Li Moying had blocked off 90% of the energy. Hence she had a misconception that the heavenly tribulation wasn't that powerful after all. But luckily, everything was finally over. The tribulation cloud above her head was completely gone and the sky had turned back into its usual blue color. There were no clouds in the sky at all. She looked up into the sky and before she could heave a sigh of relief, she felt her body turning lighter and lighter, as though an invisible strength was holding on to her body. She couldn't stay on the ground and kept floating up, higher and higher. Huang Yueli finally understood that this meant she had passed through the heavenly tribulation successfully and she was about to ascend to God realm. Thinking of this, her eyelids drooped and she looked reluctantly at the land below her feet. She had lived 2 lifetimes in this soaring heavens continent's lands. It was a total of several decades and in the future, she probably wouldn't have any chance of returning at all. At the same time, a joyous feeling swiftly gushed in her heart. She had finally ascended successfully. Moying, my husband, we will be meeting very soon. God Realm, Cloudy Qilin Continent. Cloudy Qilin clan controlled the best continent of the 12 continents in God Realm. All the direct descendants stayed in the core of Cloudy Qilin Continent, Amethyst Paramount Palace. Amethyst Paramount Palace occupied a large area and one could not see the top in one glance. But it had always been shrouded in purple lightning and surrounded by 81 lightning-attracting towers, where electric currents hovered above the skies. As long as one stepped into the radius of a few hundred miles of the Amethyst Paramount Palace, one would be able to see how majestic this palace was. On the deepest end of the Amethyst Paramount Palace was where the refinement ravine with the densest thunder-attributed energy could be found. Bolts after bolts of electric currents flashed past and miserable roars from magical beasts could be heard continually. Even though this refinement ravine was one of the most dangerous zones in the entire Amethyst Paramount Palace, but plenty of young ladies kept walking around the exterior of this place. The female attendants would walk past this place trip after trip. Whereas those luxuriously dressed rich young ladies often used the name of Cultivation to sit around this place, refusing to leave. Everyone's gaze would subconsciously shoot towards the ravine's entrance, seemingly waiting for something. Shortly after, footsteps were heard and a cold voice rang from a distance away. Ha ha, what's going on? Why is the refinement ravine so crowded? What are all of you doing here, instead of cultivating? The clan spent so many resources nurturing you, just to let you sit here and admire the scenery? All the young ladies shivered upon hearing this voice, and they hurriedly turned their heads around to take a look. They saw a young lady with exceptional beauty, dressed in a light purple dress, walking gracefully towards them. Her little face was exquisite and perfect, but there was an ice-cold expression on her face. This lady was Cloudy Qilin clan leader's niece, Li Liyun, and she was also one of the heaven-grade geniuses with the highest innate talent in the clan. She was not even 30 years old and was already at the peak of Dream Profound Realm. She had already comprehended the 7th stage Thunder Attribute conceptualization. Even in God Realm, there were only a handful of practitioners who had this cultivation at this age. Originally, Li Liyun was the most valued genius among the entire Cloudy Qilin clan's direct descendants. She had obtained the entire clan's utmost nurturing and they placed all their hopes on her. That was, before Li Moying came to Cloudy Qilin clan, which caused a tremendous change of events. But no matter what, Li Liyun's innate talent was there. None of the other young ladies present could compare with her. Whereas in Cloudy Qilin clan, they basically used the nurturing method of raising parasites. The strong had innumerable special authority. So even if they were to bully the weak, no one would bother at all. Who asked you to be so weak? The clan did not need the existence of weaklings around. Moreover, Li Liyun was the clan leader's niece. So when they saw a genius like Li Liyun, a majority of them were pretty scared. Hence they stood up and curtsied to her. Greetings, young Miss Liyun. It's our fault for slacking off. Thank you, young Miss Liyun, for the reminder. We'll leave right now, immediately. Will young Miss Liyun please don't take offense against us? The young ladies were preparing to leave dejectedly just as they were speaking. Whoever knew that Li Liyun shot a cold glance at them and suddenly said, slacking off in cultivation and roaming about everywhere. All of you, go to the disciplinary hall, to be punished, with 10 lashings. When the young ladies heard that, all of them showed a terrified expression on their faces. At the same time, a sense of unwillingness welled up in their hearts. She said that they were slacking off in their cultivation and roaming about everywhere? Then what about herself? Didn't she come because of that person in the refinement ravine? All of them didn't dare to argue and left dejectedly with a bitter look. Just at this moment, a female voice was heard coming from the end of the refinement ravine. I was just thinking who it was, so it's Sister Liyun. No wonder you sound so powerful. You've really scared the sit out of these ordinary disciples. Hearing that voice, all the young ladies didn't heave a sigh of relief. Instead, their faces revealed looks of despair. A young lady dressed in a red long dress walked out from the end of the corridor. Her beautiful face was of a totally different style from Li Liyun. But she was also one of the valuable heaven-grade geniuses in Cloudy Qilin clan. Her innate talent was just slightly short of Li Liyun's. As the Cloudy Qilin's disciplinary hall elder's direct granddaughter, Li Zijuan's status wasn't any lower than Li Liyun. On the contrary, as the disciplinary hall grade elder was Cloudy Qilin clan's #1 top exponent and he was also god-grade genius Li Moying's receiver, Li Zijuan was also extremely popular. Without exception, these two people were the cream of the crop in Cloudy Qilin clan. No one expected them to fall for the same man. These two people were not easy to deal with. Thinking of this, many young ladies were extremely frustrated. They originally didn't dare to fight for young Master Moying's attention, only wanting to sneak a peek at him. Whoever knew that they would meet with these two ladies right here? Li Liyun heard Li Zijuan's voice and instantly frowned. Her voice turned even colder. What are you doing here? Li Zijuan sneered, since you can come, why can't I? This refinement ravine doesn't belong to your family, does it? Any heaven-grade genius who passed the inner Zen Hall's test can come to the refinement ravine for training. I happened to pass by. On the other hand, you should have finished your time for entering the refinement ravine, isn't it? What are you doing here? It's so amusing that some people think that she is so gorgeous and insists on pestering young Master Moying. In the end, he almost chopped you up like a magical beast. Li Liyun stared daggers at Li Ziyun, gnashing her teeth when she heard that. Shut your mouth. I'm just here to cultivate. Don't you appear here daily as well? What right do you have to say that about me? Young Master Moying didn't say a single word to you as well, isn't it? In his eyes, aren't you equivalent to heir too? Li Zijuan clicked her tongue and said, at least I still have refinement time and that's why I came. I'm unlike someone who has already used up her time, but still insists on sticking to him. Cloudy Qilin clan's heaven-grade geniuses were ranked accordingly. They would be distributed a designated duration to come to the refinement ravine to cultivate. But as the resource was limited, everyone's allocated time was fixed. Once it had been used up, they would need to wait until the next month. Li Moying was the only one who could use all of Cloudy Qilin clan's resources without any restrictions. Li Liyun secretly admired Li Moying. So every single time he came to the refinement ravine, she would come over as well, hoping to get a chance to win his heart. Whoever knew that he didn't even bat an eyelid even when a living beauty like her kept showing up in front of him. He was totally absorbed into cultivation and wasn't distracted at all. Li Liyun didn't believe that he was not interested in her at all, so she came up with several methods, hoping to attract Li Moying's attention. But no matter if she offered her concern, took action to help him, or helped him to treat his injuries, Li Moying simply evaded her. She passed by Li Moying while being chased by a magical beast, and pretended to be injured. But he seemed as though he did not see her at all. On the contrary, Li Liyun herself fell for her own trick several times and was almost injured badly by magical beasts. Not only did she learn a lesson after so many times, she even squandered all her allocated cultivation time. She wouldn't be able to enter the refinement ravine in the next half-month. Just at this moment, Li Zijuan appeared. In comparison, she was much more subtle. She knew that Li Moying was extremely focused during his cultivation, hence she didn't try to fight alongside him. Instead, she would always station herself nearby and wait for Li Moying to enter or leave the refinement ravine, then pretend to have a coincidental meeting with him. Li Liyun and Li Zijuan had always been at loggerheads and often fought over everything. Now that the two of them fell for the same man, she couldn't wait to teach him a lesson. Li Zijuan could tell that Li Liyun was extremely infuriated and she couldn't help but feel delighted. She didn't forget to rub it in and said, "Speaking of this, why isn't Sister Liyun cultivating properly in the day? Instead, you came here, so isn't this considered as slacking off as well? According to what you said, shouldn't you also be heading to the disciplinary hall to receive your punishment as well if you don't know how to head there? Why don't you ask those young lasses to bring you along when they're on their way?" The young ladies around heard what she said, and everyone started to sweat profusely. They were so scared that they almost fainted, deeply afraid that Li Liyun would throw her temper on them. Whoever knew, Li Liyun spoke through gritted teeth, but didn't fly into a rage. Instead, she sneered and said, "Thank you for your concern, Sister Zijuan. But I came today because I have something important to handle. I'm not as free as you." "Oh?" Li Zijuan was slightly surprised and was just about to ask, "What do you?" Just at this moment, a blinding gold ray shot out from the entrance of the refinement ravine. Following that, a tall figure appeared in front of the ravine. Everyone's gaze instantly shot towards the ravine. Even Li Zijuan stopped abruptly, forgetting all her unfinished questions. "Young Master Moying. It's young Master Moying, he's out." Looking at him from this distance, he really looks even more handsome than what the rumors say. I feel like I'm going to suffocate. I've never seen any man who is more handsome than young Master Moying in my entire life. I believe that there isn't a second person in the entire Cloudy Qilin clan. When Li Liyun heard those young ladies' excited gasp of admiration, her heart was filled with contempt towards them. What ignorant bumpkins. They probably hadn't left Cloudy Qilin continent in their entire life. Not to mention a merely Cloudy Qilin continent, even if it was in God Realm's 12 continents, there probably wouldn't be anyone who could compare with Li Moying. Forget about his shocking and terrifying God-grade innate talent. Just his perfect exquisite face alone could instantly kill off all the talented disciples from God Realm's large clans. One would never forget his looks when they saw him. While Li Liyun was in a daze, she saw Li Zijuan already walking towards Li Moying. Li Zijuan was dressed in red and looked very attention-seeking. With the exquisite makeup on her face, she parted her lips slightly to give an alluring smile. She walked gracefully toward Li Moying and threw a careless glance at him. "Young Master Moying, it's such a coincidence that we meet again. I was just on my way to the refinement ravine to cultivate. Earlier when I was outside, I heard the magical beasts giving off miserable cries, so I was just guessing who was that powerful. So, it's really you. Only young Master Moying has that powerful ability." Li Zijuan kept looking at him affectionately as she spoke, trying to size up the man's perfectly sculpted features. This man, he's simply too good-looking. Moreover, he wasn't just handsome. What was charming about him was the noble temperament and a strong practitioner's might coming from him. An excellent genius with such innate talent like him did not need to flaunt his ability. The corresponding aura would be revealed on its own. Not only so, but he also had a celibate temperament and was always icy cold towards everyone, especially women. No matter how beautiful, how high the innate talent, or how respectable the young lady was, he had never looked at the person straight in the eye. Not only did Li Moying's aloofness not make those young ladies who were smitten with him back off. Instead, it even aroused these talented ladies' admirations. Towards those ladies who were already used to men fawning on them, Li Moying's mysteriousness and cold but powerful temperament was a fatal attraction to them. Li Zijuan's beautiful eyes stayed still on Li Moying without blinking at all, as she felt butterflies in her stomach. Alas, Li Moying wasn't even interested in looking at her. He treated as though there was no one around, walked straight ahead, and passed by Li Zijuan. When she saw that, she showed an aggrieved expression, but she clenched her teeth and chased up. She was just about to speak again. Suddenly, a slim figure appeared diagonally and stood in front of Li Moying. Li Liyun. Why are you still here? Li Zijuan looked at her love rival angrily. Li Liyun shot her a glance and on seeing Li Moying about to leave, she couldn't bother to provoke Li Zijuan and hurriedly went after him. Wait a minute. Young Master Moying, please stop. The young lady's voice was soft and melodious like an oriole. But she was still being ignored by Li Moying. Li Zijuan sneered and said, "What's there to be complacent about? You think that young Master Moying will see you in a different light?" Li Liyun was provoked by her sarcastic comment and was instantly angered. She forgot about the clan leader's repeated reminder to stay low profile and keep the secret. Then she just shouted out loudly, "Young Master Moying, I really have an important matter. Clan leader instructed me to invite you to the council chamber for a meeting. He said that it's an extremely important piece of news that is related to the Cloudy Qilin clan's future. So please come along with me." Hearing that, Li Moying stopped in his tracks. He turned around, looked at Li Liyun and his thin lips parted to ask, "Clan leader asked me to go over? What's the matter?" Li Liyun heard Li Moying actually talking to her. Although it was because she mentioned the clan leader, it was still the first time when he looked straight at her in the eye. Moreover, he even said 2 sentences to her. Li Liyun was so excited that she couldn't control herself. She took some time to calm down and said, "Clan leader said this matter is extremely secretive. All the elders in the clan are already in the council chambers and they are waiting for you." Li Moying nodded his head but didn't say anything else. He also did not take another look at Li Liyun and walked towards the council chamber. He could ignore all these non-important people in Cloudy Qilin clan, but he could not disrespect clan leader's orders. Ever since he came to God Realm, clan leader had been taking good care of him. Although it was all because of his innate talent, it had helped him very much after all. Li Liyun hurriedly chased up. "Young Master Moying, let me lead the way for you, we can go over together." Li Moying didn't make a sound but Li Liyun continued to walk beside him. From afar, it seemed as though the two of them were walking hand in hand. Li Zijuan was extremely angry to see this and her face flushed red with fury. Damn this Li Liyun. She actually used clan leader's orders to snatch him. She's simply despicable. Did she think that this would make young Master Moying interested in her? What wishful thinking. As she said that, she turned her head around and looked at those young ladies who had gathered here. These young ladies were totally in a daze from seeing Li Moying and they had forgotten how dangerous their current predicament was. Detecting Li Zijuan's gaze at this moment, they suddenly came back to their senses and retracted their gaze. Trembling, they lowered their heads. Li Zijuan stared at them viciously and hissed, "What are you waiting for? Quickly get to the disciplinary hall, to receive your punishment. All of you, scram." Li Liyun heard that clamor behind her and a smile surfaced on her lips. Li Zijuan wanted to fight with her? What a dream. She, Li Liyun, was the most talented young lady in the entire Cloudy Qilin clan. To maintain the purity of the clan's bloodline, Li Moying would marry her sooner to become her double cultivation partner. Li Liyun stood beside Li Moying and kept sneaking glances at his handsome side view. Li Moying's lips had always been pursed and the expression on his face was extremely cold. Not too long later, the two of them came to the council chamber. When he just walked in, clan leader Li Shihong's voice boomed as he welcomed him. "Moying, you're finally here, come on over. Men, bring young Master Moying to his seat." Not only him, but all the elders present also exchanged conventional greetings with him passionately, as though he was a moon around the stars. Li Moying did not show any expression at all and merely nodded. He looked relatively cold, but those famous elders did not show any displeasure at all. God-grade genius was the clan's future. They could afford to offend anyone but him. Seeing that Li Moying was already seated, Li Shihong coughed slightly with the intention for everyone to keep silent. "Everyone, I believe all of you are puzzled as to why I have suddenly gathered everyone over. The clansmen around the 12 continents in God Realm had suddenly sent back a shocking piece of news yesterday." He paused and said with a grave expression, "It's been rumored that a god-grade genius had also appeared in the sacred phoenix race recently." When he said that, all the elders were stunned. But following that, everyone broke the silence and started to cry out in surprise. "Sacred phoenix race also has a god-grade genius? It's impossible, right? I also feel that it's impossible. Where do you find so many god-grade geniuses? I have once stayed in the Sacred Phoenix continent for some time and I know their clan's situation very well. Sacred Phoenix race does have a few outstanding heaven-grade geniuses, but, god-grade genius? That's absolutely not possible." "That's right, could there be a problem with the information source? Perhaps Sacred Phoenix race had intentionally leaked out this fake news, hoping to fish in troubled water." The elders were very agitated and no one believed that this was true. Instead, they all thought in unison that Sacred Phoenix race was too shameless, and this was absolutely their plot. But after a while, everyone finally regained their composure and discovered that Li Shihong was listening to them talk, but did not voice out his opinion. It was until all the discussion stopped before he opened his mouth to speak. "I also wish that there was a mistake in the news, but the voracious Wyvern clan, who are on good terms with us, had obtained this news. They always had marriage unions between both clans, so the authenticity of this news shouldn't be wrong." Li Shihong had just stopped when an elder stood up and said, "But, how is this possible? We receive all the news on the geniuses in Sacred Phoenix race, and it's impossible to suddenly pop out with a god-grade genius that we don't know about, right? Surely it cannot be some kind of secret weapon which had been hidden for so many decades?" God Realm's clans were always engaged in intense competitions. All those clans had some outstanding talents, and to the other clans, it wasn't a big secret. Especially for the two clans with a deep feud, the Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix race. They would have found out all the news about each other in detail. It was extremely difficult to conceal the news from the other party. When Li Shihong heard that, he shook his head and said, "It's not that. I heard that Sacred Phoenix race's god-grade genius is also ascending from the lower realm." "What? Also from the lower realm? How could this be so coincidental? Could it be that the lower realm practitioner's innate talents had already surpassed God Realm's descendants? This is a little too fascinating, isn't it?" The elders were all stunned. Cloudy Qilin clan discovered a god-grade genius who had ascended from the lower realm, and that itself was already a stroke of luck from heaven. But now, Sacred Phoenix race also had one? Could there really be such a coincidence under this heavens? Just as everyone was stunned, they suddenly heard a crisp bang from the side. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly turned around to see shattered porcelain pieces next to Li Moying's feet. Apparently, he unintentionally dropped a teacup onto the floor and it gave off a sound of something breaking. Moreover, the expression on his face was very strange. Usually, no matter what incident he met with, he would always look undulated. But now, his usual calmness seemed to be broken. He frowned and a glow was sparking in profound eyes. His hands also uncontrollably clenched into fists. Everyone was a little surprised to see him in this state. Li Shihong's brows creased and he said, "Moying, what's the matter?" "Actually, you need not worry too much. We still don't know Sacred Phoenix race is telling the truth about their god-grade genius. I heard that this genius hadn't even ascended and was still in the lower realm. But he had broken a lower realm inheritance tower refinement record which triggered the inheritance tower's spiritual imprint. Hence it attracted the Sacred Phoenix race's descendants' attention. They deduced that he must be a god-grade genius." Hearing that, all the elders heaved a sigh of relief. "So it's like this. That person hasn't come to the god realm yet. Isn't it a little too early to talk about a god-grade genius? Perhaps, that person's innate talent might just be slightly above the heaven-grade genius." "That's right, I think it must be a heaven-grade genius. Sacred Phoenix race always blows their own horn. When that person arrives in God realm, it would be a slap on their faces." Cloudy Qilin clan had always despised Sacred Phoenix race, and they weren't willing to believe that Sacred Phoenix race would really have a god-grade genius. So once they caught a handle over them, they would magnify it unconditionally. Some of them even turned to look at Li Moying. "Young Master Moying, I think this is just a rumor. You are the only God realm's highest innate talented practitioner among the younger generations. Those scums from Sacred Phoenix race are not worth mentioning at all." "That's right. Those people from Sacred Phoenix race had better wait until their next life if they want to compete with young Master Moying. Sacred Phoenix race's people are really dreaming. But too bad, a counterfeit can't become real." Even Li Shihong smiled slightly and said, "What everyone said is right. Let's not say what kind of god-grade genius Sacred Phoenix clan has. Right now, they can't even ascertain that they really have a god-grade genius, let alone compared with Moying. Moying is only in his early 20s and has already advanced into heart-profound realm. Moreover, his ability is still swiftly increasing. In God realm's history, none of the god-grade geniuses had ever been capable of achieving this. Sacred Phoenix race's people simply couldn't chase up to him." Cloudy Qilin clan's elders also started to echo in agreement. Sacred Phoenix race having a god-grade genius indeed made them feel a little pressurized, but they weren't overly worried over this. So everyone was totally confident of Li Moying's ability and innate talent. If it wasn't because they had witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would ever believe that there was someone so talented in the art of cultivation like him. Surpass him? Not so easy. Li Shihong gathered everyone here out of habit. Everyone discussed this for a moment and after the initial shock, all of them started to calm down. Sacred Phoenix race was so lucky and it indeed made them feel displeased. But other than that, no one would ever believe that it could cause any threat to the Cloudy Qilin clan. After all, they had Li Moying. Whoever knew that just as everyone was prepared to leave, Li Moying suddenly sat up straight and opened his mouth to ask. "Clan leader, earlier you mentioned about the god-grade genius in Sacred Phoenix race. Do you know which lower realm is that person ascending from?" Li Shihong didn't think that he would suddenly raise a question. After a short blank, he said, "About this. This clan leader doesn't know. Earlier I've already said that Sacred Phoenix race had only received the lower realm's spiritual imprint feedback, but haven't seen that person yet. Who knows which lower realm does he come from? This would have to wait until that genius arrives in God realm before we find out, right? But I heard that Sacred Phoenix race had already sent out an elder to receive this God-grade genius at the Soul Connection Ocean. Looks like they really don't wish to waste any time at all in utilizing their full effort to nurture this person. Hearing that, some elders seemed to have thought of something and couldn't sit still. Clan leader, this matter is indeed extraordinary. Sacred Phoenix race sent out an elder to welcome that person, so this proves that their news is rather accurate. They should be able to confirm that this person is a God-grade genius. Moreover, they spared no effort in wasting time at all, so I believe they must be charging towards the God Realm tournament that will be held 1 year later, right? Li Shihong nodded his head and said, I'm afraid it is indeed for the God Realm tournament. That elder who spoke earlier continued, those scums from Sacred Phoenix race indeed have a great ambition. When young Master Moing ascended last year, as he was alone, so he wasted quite a lot of time. He came through the Soul Connection Ocean to our clan, otherwise, he would have more cultivation time and his cultivation would be much higher than now. Sacred Phoenix race must have learned a lesson from this. Hearing that, Li Shihong's expression turned grave once again. God Realm Tournament is said to be one of the most highly valued events for every single clan in God Realm. All suitable young practitioners would practically take part in it. This was the best opportunity to show themselves off to the entire God Realm, and there absolutely could not be any mistakes. Even if they had full confidence in Li Moing, but Li Shihong would not take any chances, and had to erase all influences which might affect them. He thought for a moment and said, looks like we can't belittle the Sacred Phoenix race. This matter, we have no choice but to put up a defensive stance to it. Why don't we do this? Since Sacred Phoenix race's so-called God-grade genius would be ascending to God Realm in recent days, we Cloudy Qilin clan should also send some people to check out the situation in Soul Connection Ocean. We can also probe on the opponent's background. This person will definitely be hidden by Sacred Phoenix race after they leave Soul Connection Ocean, and by then, it'd be much more difficult to find out the news about him. Various elders all echoed in agreement. That's right, we should do that. Li Shihong quickly set his mind on this and said, since that's so, which elder is willing to head to Soul Connection Sea to lead your men to find out on this news? This mission is really insignificant, but Sacred Phoenix race had already sent their elder there. So practitioners with lower abilities would not be able to find out any news at all. This is an important matter in the clan. If anyone could find out about the exact news, it would be considered as contributing merit for the clan. Li Shihong was worried that no one would be willing to go, so he emphasized the importance of this mission. However, he hadn't even said anything much when a voice immediately rang. I'll go. He quickly looked in the direction of the voice and was stunned. Moing? You intend to go to the Soul Connection Ocean? Li Moing nodded. That's right, I'll set off on the journey to the Soul Connection Ocean today. Li Shihong looked at him in shock and hurriedly tried to persuade him. Wait a minute, Moing. This mission is important, but it's better for you not to do it. Based on your current situation, the most important matter is to cultivate properly. You must raise your ability as much as possible before the God Realm tournament. It's better now to be distracted at this point by other matters. Don't worry, the clan's elders are willing to contribute their part for the clan. They would definitely find out all the information about your opponent. Saying that, he turned around and looked at the elders. Anyone willing to head to the Soul Connection Ocean to clarify this matter, the disciples under your wing would receive an increase of 30% in resources. An increase of 30%. The clan's resources were all given out based on individual innate talents grades, and those were fixed. Increasing a total of 30% would mean a dramatic increase in cultivation for their disciples. This temptation to the elders was simply too huge. In an instant, everyone was practically fighting over the chance to go to the Soul Connection Ocean. Li Shihong smiled and was extremely satisfied to see this. He lifted his hand and expressed for everyone to keep quiet, preparing to announce the candidate of his choice. However, Li Moying suddenly stood up from his seat. He took a look at everyone in the council chamber and without saying a word, he turned around and walked out of the entrance. Li Shihong was stunned and instantly called out to him. Moying, what's the matter? You. Where are you heading off to? Li Moying didn't stop as his clear, steady voice was heard from the door. I'm going to the Soul Connection Ocean. Li Shihong hadn't come around it and said, wait, earlier didn't I say, you? However, Li Moying walked very fast. Before Li Shihong could finish his words, he had already gone so far that he was no longer in sight. Li Shihong frowned and couldn't understand what was going on. What situation is this? He quickly lifted his hand to call a guard. Quickly send out a message to those guards at Amethyst Paramount Palace to stop young Master Moying. The guard ran out hastily but came back shortly after. Reporting to clan leader, young Master Moying is too fast and he has already left Amethyst Paramount Palace. This subordinate isn't able to stop him in time at all. Li Shihong frowned and he was both anxious and puzzled. What on earth is going on with Moying? Why did he insist on going to Soul Connection Ocean? Time is already so tight and we're just 1 year away from the start of the God Realm tournament. He actually ran out instead of cultivating properly at such an important timing? Those genuine outstanding talents were mostly unrestrained, so it wasn't a special thing for them to act based on their initiative. But Li Moying was different. Even though he had a cold character, he had been cultivating exceptionally hard ever since he came to Cloudy Qilin clan. Usually, he would be indulging in ascetic practice, like a monk who kept on cultivating to the point of forgetting to eat or sleep. Unless it was the clan leader's order, Li Moying would not waste any moment of his cultivation time at all. His ability was raised so quickly, not only because of his innate talent, but also because of his hard work. Such a model-talented genius had disregarded the clan leader's objection and left the Amethyst Paramount Palace? This simply left them surprised. An elder Chen, who was very good at coming out with strategies, fiddled with his grayish beard and smiled. Clan leader, you need not be overly worried. I feel that young Master Moying's reaction is perfectly normal. Oh? Why is that so? Li Shihong hurriedly asked. Elder Chan said, to genuine geniuses, what could possibly invigorate their passion? It's the same leveled opponent. Young Master Moying is a god-grade genius, so he's not able to find an opponent in the same generation. Few people among those senior practitioners are also a match for him. Invincibility is actually a very lonesome thing. Now that he heard that Sacred Phoenix race had the same god-grade genius who could be his opponent, it's understandable for the young man to be excited. Hearing Elder Chen saying this, Li Shihong and the other elders also nodded their heads in agreement. They assumed that they had guessed what Li Moying had in mind. So it's like this. But he can't just walk away in this way, right? Elder Chen persuaded, young Master Moying had been cultivating in the Amethyst Paramount Palace every single day, so I believe he must be really restrained. Letting him go on an experience learning trip isn't a bad thing. Li Shihong was helpless to this, and could only accept the truth. But to protect the valuable god-grade genius of the Cloudy Qilin clan, he ordered those guards who were allocated to Li Moying to chase after him quickly. On the other end, Sacred Phoenix Race's elder Huang Sanbai had already arrived in the sky of the Soul Connection Ocean on a flying ship. In God Realm, ordinary practitioners had no right to board an aviation treasure armament, no matter how rich they were. So it was a representation of status to be able to board a flying ship off to search for Li Moying. So when Huang Sanbai's flying ship landed, all the practitioners in Soul Connection Ocean crowded around him. They respectfully welcomed this important guest's arrival. By the time they realized that he was an elder from one of the sacred Phoenix race, one of the 12 continent clans in God Realm, the stewards in Soul Connection C were extremely astonished. They treated him with the utmost respect and brought him to the largest sentry post. The Soul Connection Ocean was the largest connecting point between God Realm and Lower Realm. Hence it was a checkpoint for those practitioners who ascended from the Lower Realm. But right now, the environment was extremely simple and crude. Forget about an inn in the town, there weren't even any tea houses. At most, there were just a few sentry points that allowed those newly ascended practitioners to have a short rest. Hence when they saw Huang Sanbai appearing, the stewards were extremely terrified. Elder Sanbai, may I ask, what can we do for you since you've graced us with your presence at the Soul Connection Ocean? If it's something that I can help with, please feel free to tell me. The terrified steward said. An ancient god clan in God Realm was of utmost nobility. Crushing them ordinary practitioners to death was akin to crushing an ant. So he couldn't help but feel anxious. Huang Sanbai didn't show him any attitude. Instead, he smiled and said, Steward Liu, there's no need to worry. I came here just to pick up a genius from our clan. It's just a small matter. All I need you to do is to help me pay attention to any sacred Phoenix race's practitioners ascending. Please inform me and I'll come over. There's nothing else that you need to worry about. Saying that he specially asked his guards to distribute some crystal jade to them as a reward. The stewards couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. It was common for God Clan's practitioners to make trouble for them. But they didn't expect this respectable elder Sanbai to be so easygoing, and he even rewarded them. We've really met with a saint. Sacred Phoenix race's practitioners indeed have the demeanor of a large clan. But this matter is a little strange. I wonder what kind of Sacred Phoenix race's clansman is ascending. Their elder actually came to pick them up personally. Isn't that so? I wonder what's the background of the person ascending. Surely it's not a heaven-grade genius, right? Everyone talked about it for a while, but couldn't comprehend the situation, so they went back to their area of administration. Actually, Huang Sanbai wasn't usually such a friendly person. But thinking that he could personally receive Sacred Phoenix race's rare god-grade genius, he was in a very good mood. No matter who he met, he found them pleasing to the eye. The steward naturally paid attention to the matter he told them after receiving a reward from him. Whenever a Sacred Phoenix race practitioner ascended, they would report to Huang Sanbai. But close to 2 weeks had passed and Huang Sanbai had continuously met with dozens of Sacred Phoenix race practitioners. Yet, he had not met with the legendary god-grade genius. Later on, he grew anxiously and could no longer stay seated in the sentry post. So he personally went to the Soul Connection Ocean. Making use of his fire wings, he floated in the sky above the ocean and observed every single practitioner who ascended. He had to find the whereabouts of the god-grade genius instantly. Steward Liu came up to fawn on him. Elder Sanbai, why have you come personally? Have you not found the person whom you're looking for? Huang Sanbai simply replied with a "Mn." Steward Liu said, It's been such a long time and you still haven't seen that person. If it was an ordinary practitioner, I might suspect if an accident had happened during the process of ascension. But if it's a Sacred Phoenix race's genius practitioner, it definitely wouldn't be an issue. When Huang Sanbai heard that, he frowned and interrupted anxiously. What did you say? Lower realm practitioners can get into an accident when they ascend? Steward Liu was shocked by his look and retreated a little. Then he spoke out meekly, Why yes. Elder Sanbai, didn't you know about this? When lower realm practitioners ascend, they need to pass through the voice space. Along the way, there would be various kinds of dangers, and it is also possible that they might die in the middle of their journey. Huang Sanbai was so shocked that his mustache stood up on end. What did you say? There's actually something like this. He didn't know anything about the ascension of practitioners. To ancient god clans, 99% of those geniuses who were ranked in the top were mostly direct descendants in god realm. Lower realms geniuses originally didn't have pure bloodlines, and moreover, they were lacking in resources. Even if they could barely ascend, they would be rather old and they wouldn't have much potential to drive out. So to the clan, these people were simply a negligible existence, and not many people would pay any attention to them. But in fact, it was a difficult task for practitioners to come from the lower realm. There was a 50% chance that some practitioners died on their way here. Steward Lu briefly explained the situation, and the more Huang Sanbai heard, the more shocked he got. At the same time, he was started to feel a little uneasy. This god-grade genius had triggered the spiritual imprint in the mythical Nine Skies Phoenix painting slightly over 2 months ago. Logically speaking, she should have ascended quickly. But until now, she had not appeared in the Soul Connection Ocean yet. Could there really be an accident? The more Huang Sanbai thought, the more suspicious he got. So he descended from the sky and floated right above the ocean to check the various teleportation points. He would also look afar into the void space, hoping to see the appearance of the clan's god-grade genius. If there was any danger, he could also help to nullify it. Steward Lu followed behind Huang Sanbai in fear and trepidation. When he saw how anxious and agitated he was, he realized that he had said the wrong things and hurriedly followed behind to explain. Elder Sanbai, don't worry about it. It would always be those ordinary human race practitioners who get into trouble. Ancient god clans practitioners have pointers from their clan elders so they wouldn't get into trouble so easily. Ever since my appointment here, I've only seen. Elder Sanbai, where are you going? Before he could finish talking, he already heard Huang Sanbai cursing out softly, no good. At the same time, he leaped into the void space. Steward Lu hurriedly followed after him to take a look. He saw a female figure appearing in the void space indistinctly. Her body was enveloped in a ball of golden red-colored flame and she was floating in the darkness. Her condition looked extremely terrible. There were cuts and splits on her clothes, and every single part of her was bleeding. Based on the speed of her blood flow, if it was an ordinary person, that person might already have been turned into a corpse. But this young lady was evidently still alive. Her chest was heaving up and down, and there was a strange protective, profound chi around her. If she had died, that protective profound chi would definitely have dissipated. Steward Lu took a few looks and immediately judged that this young lady was from the sacred phoenix race. There was a slight difference between the ancient god clan and the human race's refined profound energy. Although the practitioners cultivated in fire attributed cultivation methods, the flame that was unleashed from sacred phoenix race and human race practitioners were completely different. In God realm, those slightly experienced practitioners were able to differentiate that clearly. Actually, Steward Lu would see those half-dead practitioners ascending to God realm every day, and he knew that most of them weren't able to live. But this sacred phoenix race's young lady was very fortunate to have a sacred phoenix race's elder, Huang Sanbai, around. Moreover, he immediately made a move to help so she should be saved. Steward Lu thought in that way, and was just prepared to leave when he saw a huge meteorite fragment crashing towards that young lady. That meteorite fragment was the most dangerous existence in voice space. Moreover, it contained the power of nothingness. Even a fist-sized piece would corrode a practitioner's meridians. Moreover, that fragment charging towards that young lady was around 2 meters tall. Such a huge piece of meteorite fragment would cause that young lady to explode if it crashed on her. Based on the young lady's unconscious state, there was no way she could evade that piece of meteorite fragment on her own. However, Huang Sanbai was extremely far from her. Even if he were to dash towards her, it would still be too late. Steward Lu couldn't bear to see it and hurriedly cover his eyes. This young lady looked rather young, and since she could ascend to God realm, she must have some astonishing innate talent. But no one expected her luck to be so bad. She actually met with such a huge piece of meteorite fragment. Before she arrived in God Realm, she already. Steward Lu closed his eyes and waited for the explosive sound of that fragment to crash against the young lady. He waited for a long time, but the ear-piercing sound did not appear. Instead, Huang Sanbai gave off an astonishing remark as though he was extremely shocked. Steward Lu was stunned, and when he opened his eyes, it instantly widened like a full moon. A bright golden light appeared in between that young lady's brows. A phoenix's virtual image appeared on the surface of her body. That phoenix looked extremely luxurious and extremely strong. It merely gently waved its wing and shattered the meteorite fragment. The shattered pieces turned into multiple smaller fragments, and after they landed on the phoenix, they fused into the golden light. The huge phoenix slowly turned smaller and disappeared after the young lady was out of danger. In the end, the golden-colored imprint on her forehead disappeared into her body as well. Steward Lu was dumbstruck to see that, and he couldn't help but keep rubbing his eyes. Even though he was born in God Realm, he was merely a dream-profound realm mid-phase practitioner. But this astonishing scene was something that he had never seen previously. This young lass, she really seemed impressive. It looked like the person whom Huang Sanbai was waiting for, should be her. Thinking of this, Steward Lu turned around and anticipated to see the happy look on him. But just one look made Steward Lu shiver in fright. Because the expression on his face was simply too terrifying. This usually amiable and kind elderly man seemed to have changed into another man. There was a twisted, malicious expression on his face, and his eyes were radiating an icy cold glint. Terrifying, it's simply too terrifying. Steward Lu sensed that he wasn't able to move at all. What was going on? However, that expression only lasted on Huang Sanbai's face for a few seconds, and instantly disappeared. Steward Lu rubbed his eyes, and when he opened it again, Huang Sanbai had already reverted to his original expression. Moreover, he anxiously dashed towards that young lady. Steward Lu was slightly dazed and couldn't help but feel tangled. I must have seen it wrongly? I definitely saw it wrongly, sigh. I must have been too tired recently, so my eyes were playing tricks on me. Elder Sanbai is such a nice guy, how could he possibly show that kind of terrifying look? Huang Sanbai had already reached the young lady's side, and using his profound energy, he enveloped her within and sent her to the teleportation point. Steward Lu hurriedly headed up. Elder Sanbai, are you all right? This young lady, is she the person whom you are looking for? Is she injured? Do you need my help? Huang Sanbai looked at the young lady, and a cold glint flashed past his eyes. But when he turned to Steward Lu, he appeared to be very amiable and said, Thank you, Steward Lu, for your concern. If I'm not wrong, I believe that this young lass should be the person I'm looking for. She must have been injured by those meteorite fragments, and her meridians are damaged. But luckily she had a god relic to protect her, so she's fine. I've brought a lot of medicinal pills along. So Steward Lu, please continue with your work. I'll bring her over to the sentry post to have a little rest. When Steward Lu heard that, he instantly nodded and said, That's great. If you need anything, please feel free to inform us. After Steward Lu left, Huang Sanbai carried the unconscious young lady back to the sentry post. There were a few top exponents and guards from the clan who had followed Huang Sanbai. When they saw him carrying a person in, all of them swooshed and surrounded them. Elder Sanbai, you're finally back. Have you received the person yet? This person, whom you brought back, must be the legendary god-grade genius? What's the matter with her? Why is she unconscious? Is she injured? Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners crowded around them and started raising their questions. They couldn't wait to stretch out their necks to see what the abnormally talented practitioner looked like. In the end, all of them were stunned as they stood in a daze. After some time, someone said weakly, this, cough cough, Elder Sanbai, who is this? Why have you brought a young lady back? Although this young lass is seriously injured and she really looks pitiful, it's more important to pick up the god-grade genius, isn't it? Right, it's such an important matter, and this is related to our branch's future. Everyone started to broach this topic as they were extremely surprised. Huang Sanbai was one of the most steady elders, and he had always been dependable. Even clan leader Huang Tianhao also looked upon him as his right-hand man. He trusted him very much. Why would he suddenly put aside such an important task to save a young lass? Everyone didn't think about the possibility that this young lady might be the god-grade genius whom they were waiting for. It was because she looked really petite and frail. Moreover, her clothes were in tatters. As compared to those glamorous heaven-grade geniuses, the difference was simply too great. Huang Sanbai squinted his eyes, and after a short moment of thinking, he said, "This young lady should be the person whom we are looking for." Everyone was stunned, and after some time, they started to cry out in surprise. "Elder Sanbai, you are saying that this lady is the god-grade genius who ascended from lower realm? It's really her? How could this be possible? She looks so young and really doesn't look like that person." "That's right. Could there be a mistake somewhere? Is it because there was an error in the spiritual imprint? Or, have we recognized the wrong person?" Elder Sanbai shot a glance at these people and slowly shook his head. "You can stop guessing. Earlier, I have already checked her pulse, and I can confirm that her bone age is not even 20 years old. She's so young but able to ascend from God realm, she would at least be a top-rated heaven-grade genius. I just don't know how is her comprehension of conceptualizations. But no matter what, there couldn't be such a coincidental thing under this heavens. She is definitely the person whom we are looking for." Hearing Huang Sanbai saying that, everyone naturally chose to believe him. But they were even more stunned. This young lass was actually not even 20 years old and had already broken through to 10th stage realm. Even among the descendants in Sacred Phoenix race, there wasn't a second person who could achieve this. Indeed, a god-grade genius. This ability was really out of one's imagination. After a while later, someone finally came to their senses and said, "Elder Sanbai, since this lady is a god-grade genius, why is she so seriously injured? Will it be life-threatening?" Elder Sanbai shook his head and placed the young lass on a chaise lounge. "She must have met with the meteorite fragments during her ascension and her meridians are damaged. Lass Ling, come and take her pulse for her." A young lady walked up and sat next to Huang Yueli. Lifting her arm, she placed her fingers on her pulse and said, "There's no major problem. She's unconscious because of the damage to her meridians. But Elder Sanbai should have brought along the vascular Zen pill. Try feeding her 3 pills first. If there are no other issues, she should regain her consciousness during nighttime." Huang Ruiling was one of the younger famous medical geniuses in the clan, and she was also a famous genius under Huang Sanbai's wing. Hearing her words, everyone was at ease. They watched Huang Ruiling feed Huang Yueli the medicinal pill, and as they were worried about disturbing the god-grade genius from resting, they started to make their way out. In the dark night. On the Soul Connection Ocean, a great big moon hung above the skies, shining down on the ocean's surface. The 7 teleportation points formed into 7 energy vortexes. These 7 energy vortexes gave off a silverish gentle glow. The hazy light shone into one of the sentry post rooms, and the unconscious young lady suddenly frowned as though she was disturbed by the sudden bright light. "Lass Ling, is she awake already? What time is it already? Why isn't she awake yet? Didn't you say that she will be all right during the night?" An elderly voice rang from a distance. Another young lady's voice responded, "Elder, please don't be anxious. This young lady had floated in the void space for too long and she is extremely frail. She might need a little more time before she awakes. Please don't be overly anxious. How can we not be anxious? Everyone knows that she's an important figure in our clan. All the clansmen are waiting for me to bring her back. If I were to come out with any mistakes at this juncture, the entire clan would be very disappointed with me. Huang Sanbai's brows were tightly wound. Is she really all right? Do we need to give her any other medication? If the situation is really pressing, we must hurry back to the sacred Phoenix continent and find your master to treat her. Huang Ruiling muttered, I feel that there's nothing wrong with her pulse. So logically speaking, she should have awoken long ago, but... Before she could finish her sentence, they heard a whoosh sound coming from the room. The two of them hurriedly turned their heads to see the entire floor full of shattered porcelain pieces. Water also splashed everywhere. Originally, the young lady who was quietly lying on the bed had awoken some time ago. She was just sitting up with her hand stretched forward. There was an embarrassed look on her face. Cough cough, I'm sorry, I just wanted to drink some water. Huang Yueli discovered that her voice was extremely hoarse when she spoke. Huang Ruiling and Huang Sanbai were shocked for a moment, but immediately after that, Huang Ruiling jumped up like a cat whose tail had been trodden on. Why, you. Quickly lie down properly. I'll get you a glass of water. Thank you. Huang Yueli looked at these two strangers in front of her and felt rather suspicious. Her memories were still stuck in the period when she ascended. The vast void space was much more dangerous than what she had imagined. Even though Huang Yueli carried plenty of profound armaments on her, she still met with several critical moments. There was once when she met with a powerful current of meteoroid fragments which surged towards her. Usually, those shattered meteoroid fragments were the most difficult to handle. In the void space, heaven and earth, profound chi were practically in a dull state. She spent a lot of effort to mobilize a small amount of it. Based on that little amount of energy, it was totally insufficient to deflect all those shattered meteoroids. Huang Yueli persisted for a long time, but there seemed to be no end to it. It just kept gathering towards her, and she was unable to handle all of it. For a split second, she seemed to have an illusion that these shattered fragments seemed to be attracted to her. It gathered to her side, seemingly aiming for her. But very quickly, she denied this strange idea. She had already read from an ancient record from Huang Siluo that the void space's meteoroid fragments were distributed randomly, and when practitioners ascended, they would more or less meet with some obstructions. It really depended on one's luck. Thinking through this, the only possibility was that her luck was just too bad. Huang Yueli was burning with anxiety, but she didn't have any better way. During her last lap of struggle, her meridians were finally seriously damaged and she became unconscious. Just at the moment when she fainted, the only thought in her mind was, she wished that Li Moying had much better luck than her when he ascended, to reach God Realm safely. At that moment, Huang Yueli no longer had any hope. She felt that she would definitely not be able to arrive in God Realm. Whoever knew that when she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was two living people. Moreover, that girl's cultivation was not bad. As for the elderly man with white hair, there was an unfathomable aura on him. It seemed that his cultivation was much higher than hers, an existence which she could not hope to achieve. In the ordinary continent, there was absolutely no way for such a top exponent to exist. Could it be that she had actually arrived in God Realm, and she had been saved by someone? An astonishing thought flashed past in Huang Yueli's confused and dazed mind. Huang Sanbai then spoke in the next moment. Young miss, are you feeling better? You were attacked by those meteoroid fragments in the void space, and your meridians were seriously injured. I've already fed you the treatment pills, how do you feel now? Huang Sanbai looked kind and healthy in his old age, and facing the only god-grade genius in the clan, He showed his utmost patience, hoping to give her a good impression. Huang Yueli instantly understood his kind intentions, and the anxious feeling soothed a little. She thought over for a slight moment and said, "It's Senior who saved me. I am really grateful to you. This Junior will repay you for the debt in the future. May I ask, Senior, where is this place? Have I arrived in God Realm yet?" Huang Sanbai smiled and said, "That's right, this is the teleportation point in between God Realm and the voice space, the soul connection ocean." Huang Yueli immediately showed a smile. "That's great. So I arrived successfully to God Realm." Huang Sanbai nodded his head and laughed, "That's right. You met with many dangers in the void space, but you still arrived safely. Speaking of this, I haven't asked for young Miss' name?" Huang Yueli leaned against the bed frame and cupped her hands in greeting. "Senior is too modest. This Junior is a practitioner from Soaring Heaven's continent and my name is Huang Yueli." Before she could finish her sentence, Huang Ruiling's surprised voice was heard from the door. The young lady took a teacup and dashed towards Huang Yueli's bed. Your surname is really Huang. You must be born in the sacred phoenix race, right?" Huang Yueli was surprised by her agitated look and after a short blank, she nodded her head and said, Right. I am indeed from the sacred phoenix race. But there isn't a lot of sacred phoenix races bloodline left in Soaring Heaven's continent. I wonder if there's a way to contact the family's descendants after I come to God Realm." Huang Sanbai looked at Huang Ruiling's discomposed look and couldn't help but give her a stare. But hearing Huang Yueli's answer, he was exceptionally excited, hence he couldn't be bothered to lecture that young lady. "That's great. You're really from the sacred phoenix race." Seeing the happy looks on them as though they were about to faint, Huang Yueli was a little surprised. These two people, weren't they a little too strange? Although the ancient god clan's bloodline was extremely scarce in the lower realm, in God Realm, it was an identity of nobleness. But was it worth getting so shocked over it? Wasn't it a little over? This. I'm sorry to interrupt the two of you. I am from the sacred phoenix race, is there a problem with that? Huang Sanbai finally calmed down a little and when he saw her puzzled look, he laughed hastily and said, "Haha, I'm sorry. This old man has gotten a little too excited. It's because, it's a joyous occasion in our sacred phoenix race for the past 10,000 years. You're called Huang Yueli, right?" Just as she nodded her head, he immediately continued to say, "It's like this. Young Miss Li, I am Huang Sanbai, who is also from the sacred phoenix race. I am an elder in the clan." Before he could finish his sentence, Huang Yueli cried out in surprise, "Elder." Although she had never been to the clan, she knew that no matter what powerhouse it was, an elder was usually a respectable existence. Their power and prestige were indispensable. Since Huang Sanbai is an elder in the sacred phoenix race, his status within the clan was imaginable. She had never thought that the person who saved her to be such an important figure. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli couldn't sit still any longer. Huang Sanbai knew what she wanted to do and quickly held on to her shoulder to make her lie back on the bed. "Young Miss Li, don't be hasty and listen to what I have to say first. In actual fact, I didn't come here to the Soul Connection Ocean by accident. I'm here especially to pick you up and have been waiting for close to 2 weeks. Today I happen to see you in danger in the void space. Luckily, I managed to help you in time, otherwise, if you really got injured seriously, I will not be able to explain to the entire clan." Huang Yueli was getting more and more puzzled by the second. "Wait, Elder Sanbai, you mean, what's the meaning of this? Why can't I understand what you're saying?" Huang Sanbai smiled and said, "Then do you still remember that when you were in the lower realm, you had once comprehended a conceptualization drawing in the sacred phoenix race's inheritance tower? That painting should be called, Mystic Nine Skies Phoenix Painting." Huang Yueli blinked and a ray of enlightenment flashed past her mind. She seemed to have understood something suddenly. That's right, I've indeed comprehended the mystic Nine Skies Phoenix painting. At that time, the Inheritance Tower Spirit Senior said that this is the first time I comprehended the fifth stage conceptualization, so I've broken some record. Huang Sanbai heard her muttering the contents to herself and he was happy to hear it. He quickly said, that's right. A clan leader from several thousands of years ago left his spiritual imprint in the mystic Nine Skies Phoenix painting. The first time anyone comprehended the fifth stage conceptualization would trigger the spiritual imprint so that God Realm's descendants would receive the signal. So the clan already knew about a genius like you. Moreover, when you were comprehending in the lower realm, you should still be in the ninth stage realm, right? Based on ninth stage realm cultivation, comprehending the fifth stage conceptualization is definitely a God-grade genius for sure. Originally, many had doubts in the clan and they were also worried that the mystic Nine Skies Phoenix painting might have been in the lower realm for too long. Hence the inner portion of the spiritual imprint might not be accurate. The genius that triggered the spiritual imprint might not really have comprehended fifth stage conceptualization. Now that Huang Yueli told him about her level of comprehension of the conceptualization stage. As the information matched, it perfectly verified Huang Yueli's status and innate talent. This was a confirmed piece of good news, so why wouldn't it make anyone happy? She suddenly got the idea. That means that you received the news that I've comprehended the fifth stage conceptualization and that's why you specially came to Soul Connection Ocean to send me back to the sacred Phoenix race? But isn't that a little too exaggerated? There should be a lot of practitioners with the same innate talent as me in God Realm, right? How can I trouble Elder to come and pick me up personally? A lot? Young Miss Li, why would you have this misconception? Huang Sanbai's eyes widened as he looked at her in disbelief. Ah? Could it be, God-grade geniuses are really very rare? Huang Yueli asked, with a puzzled expression. Although Huang Zixiao had once told her that God-grade geniuses were first-rated genius in God Realm and they would receive the greatest degree of value and nurture from the clan. But Huang Yueli somehow preconceived the thinking that God Realm had a lot of geniuses. Moreover, it was just a mere soaring heavens continent and there were already two God-grade geniuses like Moying and her. Whereas in the vast universe, there were said to be 3,000 planes. According to the probability calculation, there should be quite a number of God-grade geniuses in God Realm. Huang Sanbai looked at her dazed and surprised look, so he could only explain the real scenario to her. Young Miss Li, you're really mistaken. Speaking of this, it has been close to 3,000 years since a God-grade genius appeared in God Realm. As for Sacred Phoenix race, we haven't had a God-grade genius in the past 10,000 years. Honestly speaking, no one expected the clan's descendants to be unable to nurture a God-grade genius, but one ascended from the lower realm instead. Anyway, based on your innate talent, the entire clan has high expectations for you. So in the future, you need not worry about the resources in Sacred Phoenix race. All you need to do is to work hard and cultivate. Huang Yueli then slowly came around this. So, God-grade genius was so scarce to this degree. Huang Zixiao's words were not exaggerated at all. Thinking that Sacred Phoenix race actually sent out those respectable elders to pick her up, she could imagine just how much the clan valued her. Even if it was in Soaring Heavens continent, she had never enjoyed such good treatment. Huang Yueli felt a little excited. Soaring Heavens continent's resources were scarce and the heaven and earth profound chi's intensity wasn't high as well. It had always been her greatest secret worry, and she was very worried that it might affect her future achievement in the art of cultivation. Now that she was able to receive the utmost nurture from Sacred Phoenix race, it was simply like a lifesaver. Huang Yueli was indulged in her excitement for a short moment and suddenly thought of a question. She lifted her head and looked at Huang Sanbai. Then she hesitated for a moment before she asked, "Right, Elder Sanbai, earlier, You said that God Realm hasn't had a God-grade genius in the past 3,000 years? Has there never been any God-grade genius until now? Am I the only one? She raised this question carefully and her heart started to pound wildly. There was an indescribable uneasiness in her heart. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be the only God-grade genius in God Realm. Li Moying's innate talent wasn't any weaker than hers. According to God Realm's standard, he should be a God-grade genius as well. But from Huang Sanbai's tone, there hadn't been any God-grade genius in the past 3,000 years. Then where had Li Moying gone to? Surely he didn't meet with an accident like her in the void space, and didn't manage to arrive in God Realm in the end, right? If this was the case, then she. Just as Huang Yueli was feeling anxious and terrified, Huang Sanbai gave a cold snort and spoke disdainfully, actually, that's not so. God Realm indeed did not have any new God-grade geniuses in the past 3,000 years. But at the end of last year, a God-grade genius suddenly appeared in Cloudy Qilin clan. Moreover, they had kept him well hidden. It was until this year that the other clans started to get news of this. Hearing the 3 words, Cloudy Qilin clan, Huang Yueli immediately knew that this person was Li Moying. Not only did her husband arrive safely in God Realm, but he had also returned to his clan. This news to her was simply too delightful. She was very happy with the news. Her waist was no longer sore, and her feet were no longer in pain. Hence, she directly sat up straight. Huang Yueli was just about to say something when Huang Sanbai spoke again. Those scums in Cloudy Qilin clan. You've never seen their scoundrel look. They think that they have a God-grade genius in their clans, and they're so great. They can suppress our sacred phoenix race by a great deal. What a dream. We sacred phoenix race has a God-grade genius like you too. Moreover, I heard that the God-grade genius in Cloudy Qilin clan didn't even comprehend conceptualizations in the lower realm. As compared with you comprehending the 5th stage conceptualizations, while you were in 9th stage realm is simply a world of difference. He can't be compared with you at all. Young Miss Li, you must cultivate hard. In the future, punch that Cloudy Qilin clan's so-called genius hard. Show them sacred phoenix race's power. Huang Sanbai apparently bore a deep grudge against the Cloudy Qilin clan for a long time. The more he spoke, the more agitated he got, and the more vicious his expression turned. Huang Yueli was just about to say something, but she immediately swallowed it down. At the same time, she was completely stunned and almost teared up. What was going on? Could it be that Sacred Phoenix race and Cloudy Qilin clan were really this hostile? She originally wanted to say hello to the clan, then rush off to meet her husband. Now that they were focused on nurturing their peerless geniuses, it should be considered as a match made in heaven. So everyone should be envious of their relationship. Whoever knew that Huang Sanbai said this. This time round, she and Li Moying were in big trouble. Back when she was in Soaring Heaven's continent, she had already experienced how bad the relationship was between the 2 clans when she entered the Cloudy Qilin clan's refinement grounds. In fact, they were totally at loggerheads. But she somehow felt that since that refinement historical remains had already been there for several thousands of years, both families might have already reconciled after such a long time. Hence, she didn't place too much emphasis on this. From the looks of this now, instead of reconciling, their grudge seemed to have deepened. Huang Yueli really wanted to cry after she found out about this. But she also knew that mentioning her marriage with Li Moying now wasn't a good choice. She wasn't even sure of the situation in the clan right now. No matter what, it was best to return to Sacred Phoenix race with Huang Sanbai and the others first, before deciding on her next course of action. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli adjusted the expression on her face and showed off an indignant look. Elder Sanbai, don't worry. This junior will definitely train hard. As a member of the sacred phoenix race, this junior will not let down the clan's nurturing. When Huang Sanbai heard that, he was very happy and kept fiddling with his beard. He said, "Good, good, that's wonderful. You're such a good child." When Huang Ruiling heard that, she couldn't remain seated and hurriedly jumped up to say, "So, young Miss Li is a god-grade genius. That's great, that's so fantastic. I must hurry and inform all the clansmen about this good news." As she said that, before Huang Sanbai and Huang Yueli could react, she already flew out like an excited little bird. When she stepped out of the room, a bright voice rang from the door. "Everyone, stop sleeping. Wake up right now, we have a piece of good news. Young Miss Li is already awake and we have verified her identity. We, Sacred Phoenix race, really have a god-grade genius." Her voice just stopped and a commotion burst out in the courtyard. Immediately following that, all the Sacred Phoenix race's disciples opened the door and rushed into the room where Huang Yueli was in. "Really? Young Miss Ling, has the god-grade genius already woke up? Has she really comprehended the 5th stage conceptualization when she was in the 9th stage realm? There's such a shocking presence in this world? God-grade genius, she's really a god-grade genius. Quickly let me through, I have to see it for myself. If I dabble some luck from her, perhaps it might raise my ability slightly." They were originally very excited over saving someone in the afternoon, and several of them couldn't sleep at all as they were curious if that unconscious young lady was really a god-grade genius. Now that they've confirmed it and even heard that she's awake, all of them were extremely agitated. Sacred Phoenix race practitioners swarmed together and they were about to dash into the room. Huang Sanbai frowned and coughed loudly. "Cough cough, everyone keep quiet. It's in the middle of the night and you're acting so rowdy. Whatever next?" Hearing his stern voice, all the practitioners didn't dare to create a ruckus. Even though they were excited, they didn't dare to enter abruptly and stopped right outside the door. Huang Sanbai said, "Young Miss Huang Yueli is already awake and she's feeling fine. After confirming her identity, she is indeed the god-grade genius that we are looking for. I will bring her back to Ice Moon Summit a few days later after she has recuperated. All of you should leave and not disturb young Miss Li from resting. When she recovers and returns to the clan, you will naturally get your chance to meet her." Those disciples exchanged looks and were unwilling to leave. The clan's only god-grade genius was there. What kind of status would she have? What kind of privileges and resources would she be able to obtain in the future? Everyone was thinking of using this opportunity during this mission to get on good terms with the god-grade genius so that they would be able to gain some benefits from her in the future. In the end, they were shut outside. But Huang Sanbai was very prestigious in the clan and no one dared to disobey his commands. So they could only agree and leave. At this moment, a luxurious and beautiful flying ship flew swiftly in God Realm's skies, passing by one after another continent. Bang bang bang. Someone knocked on the main cabin's door. A handsome man with his eyes shut was sitting in the middle of the spirit gathering array. He suddenly opened his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" The person outside the door respectfully said, "Reporting to young Master Moying, we have arrived at Sacred Phoenix Race's skies. They request that we make a roundabout because they don't allow any Cloudy Qilin clan's practitioners to pass through Sacred Phoenix Continent. Do you think we should pass through White Tiger Continent?" Li Moying's brows immediately creased as a hint of impatience flashed past his eyes. "No need. Send my instructions down that the flying ship will pass through Sacred Phoenix Race's skies directly. Ignore what Sacred Phoenix Race says, we must reach Soul Connection Ocean as soon as possible." God Realm's 12 continents were distributed among the 12 god clans and named after the god clan's name. Each continent is extremely large, and if ordinary practitioners were not taking the high-grade gem armament tier aviation god relic like what Li Moying did, it would take several months to travel by foot or ride on ordinary magical beasts. There was totally no way to pass through a large continent's boundary. Among them, Sacred Phoenix Continent was the closest continent to the Soul Connection Ocean. If they wanted to arrive at their destination at the fastest speed possible, passing through Sacred Phoenix Continent was the best choice. If they were to detour to the White Tiger Continent, it would be a roundabout and another 3 days would be wasted on the reroute. Li Moying was anxious to meet his Lier and he was burning with anxiety. He was also worried that it was Huang Yueli's first time to God Realm, so she wasn't familiar with anyone at all. He didn't want her to meet with any danger, hence he naturally wasn't willing to wait for another 3 days. The guard outside went into a daze, apparently not expecting Li Moying to give him this answer. Sacred Phoenix race and Cloudy Qilin clan had always been on loggerheads. Whenever both parties' disciples disagreed on something, they would just start a fight. Although Cloudy Qilin clan wasn't afraid of Sacred Phoenix race, Li Moying was still on the Sacred Phoenix race's turf. There weren't any other top exponents in the clan to protect him as well. So the safest way was to choose to reroute. There was no need to fight with the local tyrant. 3 days to high-leveled practitioners with long lives was nothing. The guard hesitated for a moment and tried to persuade him. Young Master Moying, Sacred Phoenix race had already spotted our flying ship and they would definitely keep watching us. If any accident were to happen, you're our clan's most important figure, so please do take care of your safety as a priority. This guard had stayed by Li Moying's side since he returned to Cloudy Qilin clan. Until now, it had been slightly more than a year. He knew his own master's character. He looked cold on the surface, but in actual fact, he's overbearing and powerful. He doesn't care about anyone else at all. Li Moying would never give in so easily because of Sacred Phoenix race's threat. But the guard couldn't try to persuade him. Before they set off, clan leader had especially reminded him that no matter what happens, the most important thing was to ensure that Li Moying would return to Amethyst Pole Palace in one piece. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Moying had already berated him impatiently. Enough, I know what I'm doing. Activate all defense mechanisms on the flying ship and move forward at full speed. We must go past Sacred Phoenix race at the fastest speed we can muster up and head to Soul Connection Ocean. If you dare to continue with this gibberish, don't blame this seat for disregarding the relationship we have. The guard jolted and with a shudder, he bowed his head low and did not say a word more. Then he relayed Li Moying's commands to the rest of the crew. Li Moying's thoughts started to fly far away upon hearing the guard's footsteps. His Lier, he had not seen her for more than a year. He wondered if this little fox had been listening to him and took good care of herself. But he guessed that she did not. To be able to improve from 9th stage realm first level to 10th stage realm in such a short time, he could just imagine how much effort she put into it. His little fox must have forgotten to eat or sleep properly, just focusing on cultivation and totally ignoring her body. She was so disobedient. When he picked her up, he had to teach her a good lesson, then try to think of ways to turn her into a fair and plump baby before he devoured her. Thinking of that lovable wife with a sweet smile on her face, Li Moying's icy cold expression instantly melted as a tender look started to flow out from his eyes. Lier, wait for me. Unknowingly, Huang Yueli had already stayed in the sentry post in Soul Connection Ocean for the past 3 days. Originally, Huang Sanbai was anxious to bring her back to Sacred Phoenix Continent. But after Huang Ruiling did another check on her, she felt that Huang Yueli's pulse seemed rather frail and wasn't suitable to go on a long journey. Hence, they stayed a few more days so that she could recuperate. This short span of 3 days made Huang Yueli deeply experience how high the status was for a god-grade genius. All those practitioners who followed Huang Sanbai here took the initiative to visit her. They also prepared various gifts, and when they talked, their tone revealed how much they admired her. Even though these clansmen were much older than her, their cultivations were much higher and their bloodlines were much purer, all of them treated her respectfully and addressed her as young Miss Li. No one dared to call her by her name. Them acting in such a manner made Huang Yueli feel rather embarrassed. I've said it before, can you stop doing this? I'm so not used to it. Everyone is in the same generation and I'm one of the youngest. Just call me by my name, that will do. Although my innate talent is slightly better, we're all from the same clan, so there's no need to do this. Alas, no one was willing to listen to her. The only person who was considered closer to her was Huang Ruiling, who did a checkup on her twice a day. After so many days of interaction, Huang Yueli finally understood that Huang Ruiling was only a few years older than her and her cultivation was already at 9th stage realm 7th level. Besides that, her master was also Sacred Phoenix race's most famous divine Dr. Mu, and she was also an outstanding divine pill master. This double status made Huang Ruiling have a respectable status in the clan. Moreover, this young lass's character was very lively and she was very good at striking up conversations. So she left a favorable impression on everybody. Huang Ruiling smiled and said, "Young Miss Li, don't make things difficult for them anymore. As a god-grade genius, your status in the clan is much higher than ours. In a large clan like us in God Realm, there are a lot of rules and the hierarchy is very clear. If anyone were to treat you with disrespect, they would be the one who will get into trouble." Is that so? Huang Yueli scratched her head in bewilderment. Huang Ruiling nodded and said, "You will know after you return to Ice Moon Summit. I heard that when the god-grade genius in Cloudy Qilin clan returned, they especially set up a heavenly altar to offer sacrifices to their ancestors. It was rumored that they would only set up the altar when they have ascertained the next clan leader. Anyway, god-grade genius to any clan are their future hope. Their status might even be higher than the clan's elders." "I see." Huang Yueli showed a sweet smile on her face. She was so happy, not because of the respectable status that she got, but because she heard about Li Moying's news. These few days, she had been trying to probe Huang Sanbai's words, hoping to find out more information about Li Moying's situation. But he apparently hated the Cloudy Qilin clan very much. So when he talked about them, he just said that Cloudy Qilin clan's god-grade genius was a pretentious fool who was only interested in reputation, so he wasn't worth mentioning at all. In this way, she couldn't get any valuable information from him at all. Now she finally heard from Huang Ruiling about how highly valued Li Moying was in Cloudy Qilin clan, and he was even looked upon as the next clan leader's candidate. This made Huang Yueli feel proud and delighted. Indeed Huang Yueli's husband. He was that handsome and that powerful. Just as she was feeling happy, Huang Sanbai walked in from the door and after exchanging a greeting with Huang Yueli, he looked at Huang Ruiling who was seated by the side. "Lass Ling, how is Lass Li's condition?" Huang Ruiling stood up and reported, "Elder Sanbai, young Miss Li's meridian's damage has already recovered to 90% and moving around isn't a big problem anymore. But it's better not to use profound energy. However, if it's to go on the journey to return to Ice Moon Summit, she should be able to set off any time." Huang Sanbai's face revealed a delighted expression. "That's great." Saying that, he looked at Huang Yueli. "Lastly, if you're not feeling discomfort anywhere, let's set off to Sacred Phoenix Continent tomorrow morning. Clan leader had been sending messages, urging me to bring you back quickly." Huang Yueli naturally had no objections. She also wanted to return to Sacred Phoenix race's turf as soon as possible. Hence she nodded and agreed to it. "Sure, I'll listen to Elder Sanbai's arrangements." A night without dreams. The next day, Huang Yueli woke up very early to wash up and prepare to set off. Of course, when she came to the courtyard, she only saw Huang Sanbai alone. Beside Huang Sanbai was a huge flying magical beast. That magical beast had a smooth body shape, and if they took a rough look, it was simply no different from a phoenix. But its feathers were all azure in color, from light to dark. Under the reflection of the sun, the glint it reflected was like a lush jade glow, and it attracted one's attention very much. Moreover, its body shape was much smaller than a mature phoenix. The shape of its wings and tail feathers were different as well. Huang Sanbai showed a passionate smile when he saw Huang Yueli. "Lastly, you're finally here. Let's set off right now." Huang Yueli looked around and asked in surprise, "Elder Sanbai, why didn't I see the other people?" Huang Sanbai smiled and said, "I came here by the clan's flying ship earlier. Although the speed of the flying ship is very fast, it cannot be compared with the spirit beast, Azure Luan 1. Alas, the Azure Luan is fast, but it can only carry 2 to 3 people at one time. In order to save time, both of us will fly back on this Azure Luan first. Lastly, and the others will take the flying ship and fly back slowly." "Azure Luan?" Huang Yueli's eyes widened and looked curiously at the spirit beast beside Huang Sanbai. "When I was in Soaring Heaven's continent, I've read from the ancient records about the introduction of the Azure Luan, and now, I've finally seen it with my own eyes. So, this is the Azure Luan. It indeed looks very awesome and it's very beautiful." Huang Sanbai nodded and smiled. "That's right. The spirit beast, Azure Luan, still has a bit of phoenix bloodline in it. So it also has a portion of the phoenix's ability. Not only can it fly swiftly, but it can also spew out azure flames to aid the practitioner in his battle. Azure Luan might not be as noble as a phoenix's bloodline, but it is still an extremely rare and valuable spirit beast. In our sacred phoenix race, there aren't too many of them. But in order to bring you back, clan leader only allowed me to bring one out. Everyone just can't wait to meet you." Hearing him say that, Huang Yueli felt rather awkward. Just at this moment, the Azure Luan seemed to be tired from standing, and it impatiently flapped its wings and changed its posture. Following its movement, the feathers on it shone against the sunlight to reveal a brilliant, dazzling luster, and it looked rather beautiful. Huang Yueli's eyes shone and her attention immediately shifted onto the Azure Luan. She quickly walked to the bird and asked, "Elder Sanbai, can I touch it?" Huang Sanbai's expression suddenly changed and he hurriedly said, "Lastly, no. You have to be see." Before he could finish his sentence, he already saw Huang Yueli stretching out her hand to touch the feathers on the Azure Luan. It took a glance at her from high up and gave up a gurgling sound from its throat. But it didn't move and stood on the spot, allowing Huang Yueli to feel it everywhere. Huang Sanbai watched that slender hand ruffling through the Azure Luan's feathers, and his eyes almost popped out. In an instant, everything he wanted to say was stuffed back into his mouth. Huang Yueli blinked and turned around curiously to ask, "Elder Sanbai, what were you saying?" His mouth twitched with a speechless look. After that, he gave a dry laugh and said, "Hee, nothing, nothing. Azure Luans are high-tiered spirit beasts and they had always been proud. Usually, they don't like strangers to touch them. Only those people who rear them can control them. Even for me, I also need to draw those array inscriptions on its back before it follows my instructions. I didn't expect this Azure Luan to like you so much. Indeed, a god-grade genius." Huang Sanbai sighed with emotions. Huang Yueli's eyeballs moved and quickly understood what he meant. Actually, this had nothing to do with whether she was a god-grade genius or a heaven-grade genius. The main reason why the Azure Luan was so friendly to her should be because little Wang Kai was inside her. Ever since the Sky Phoenix ring had acknowledged her, Huang Yueli had a natural affinity towards all flying magical beasts. Back then when she was in Soaring Heaven's continent, it was already very obvious. When her cultivation was still very weak, as long as she revealed little Wang Kai, all the 9th-tiered flying magical beasts would bow before her. Later on, when the Sky Phoenix ring was successfully re-refined, her mental link with little Wang Kai grew closed. Even if she didn't let it out, a little hint of sacred phoenix aura from her would attract a number of flying magical beasts. This azure one had evidently sensed the sacred phoenix's aura in her, and that was why it was acting so docile in front of her. Although Huang Yueli knew about this, she didn't highlight it out. Instead, she went along with what Huang Sanbai said. It really seems so. I didn't know that God-grade genius innate talent could subdue spirit beasts, too. Saying that, she caressed the azure one a few times again. She would often brush little Wang Kai's feathers, so she had an abundant amount of experience in this. She knew that no matter what size these birds were, they liked people to touch the long feather on their tails. Although the feathers on their tummy were very comfortable, they would only allow people whom they feel safe around to touch it. Under Huang Yueli's experienced caress, the azure one gave off a comfortable chirp and it started to soften down. It even shook its feathers like a little birdling that was reared at home. Huang Sanbai was totally dumbstruck as he watched her. After a while later, he finally came to his senses and hurriedly said, "All right, lastly, can you stop touching it? Aren't we in a rush for time? Since you like the azure one, when we return to the clan, you can request from clan leader to rear one. Based on your innate talent and status, asking for a azure one wasn't a difficult task." She smiled and nodded her head while retracting her hand. Huang Sanbai didn't waste any time and beckoned Huang Yueli to sit on the azure one's back. Later, he followed the method of the clansman who raised the azure one and struck a few hand gestures to activate the array inscriptions on the back of the azure one. A ray of silver light flashed past and formed a half-circle dome-like boundary, enveloping the both of them in the middle. Huang Sanbai whistled a few times, and the azure one suddenly squatted down. Then it spread its wings to the sides and kept flapping as it soared into the sky. Huang Yueli sat on the azure one's back and originally she thought she would fumble around. Hence, she especially grabbed onto one feather. However, the result was it was extremely stable and there was no feeling of shakiness at all. This naturally wasn't because the azure one's flying was stable, but because of the effect of the array around them. After activating that array, not only did they not feel the swaying, the array also blocked off all the bitter wind which was blowing at them in midair. Sitting on the azure one's back, it felt as comfortable as sitting on a huge and luxurious flying ship. Moreover, she could also see the blue sky, white clouds, and beautiful scenery in God Realm under her feet. Huang Yueli gasped with exasperation. After she admired God Realm's beautiful scenery, Huang Yueli's gaze turned and she started to look at the exquisite array inscriptions on the azure one's back. Then she silently pondered over it. She had always been very interested in God Realm's arrays when she was in Soaring Heaven's continent. Ice Serpent Valley in Northern Ice Field had an extremely huge ancient array and Huang Yueli had once fixed it for them personally. This ancient array was different from Soaring Heaven's continent's arrays. It should be drawn out using God Realm's array skills. Huang Yueli had deduced it for several years, but still wasn't able to decode this array. In the end, she was rather lucky and happened to tell that the array was short of some energy. Hence, she managed to coax and deceive Ice Serpent Valley's disciples to complete the mission to restore the array. In fact, if the Ice Serpent Valley's ancient array was really damaged, she couldn't possibly find a way to draw it out. Back then, she had the intention to learn God Realm's profound array skills, but had no connection to it, and neither could she find any corresponding manuals. Now that she's in God Realm, she should be able to research this. Huang Yueli was so focused on deducing the array that she was totally absorbed in it. Hence she totally didn't notice the malicious expression on Huang Sanbai's face. He was seated cross-legged on Huang Yueli's rear back. He looked as though he was rushing for time as his eyes were shut while cultivating. In reality, he had been sneaking glances while observing Huang Yueli's movements. Seeing that she was not suspicious at all, a cold smile slipped past his lips. Not knowing how much time had passed, the skies also started to turn dark. The azure one had been flying continuously for 14 to 16 hours, and its speed was starting to slow down. It seemed as though it was extremely tired. Just at this moment, Huang Sanbai struck out a few hand gestures and also caressed the azure wand's feathers to make it descend downwards. Huang Yueli detected that the flight direction had changed, so she turned around and asked, "Elder Sanbai, are we going to land? Could it be that we're about to reach Sacred Phoenix Continent?" Huang Sanbai gave a dry laugh. Each God Realm continent size is vast. Even if it's the Azure One, it will take several days to reach. Now that it's coming tonight, it has also flown for such a long time, so it's rather tired. So why don't we find a place to take a rest, then set off tomorrow morning again? Not knowing why, Huang Yueli somehow felt that Huang Sanbai's tone sounded a little strange. It gave her an uncomfortable feeling. But she couldn't exactly describe what was wrong with it. There was a limit to flying magical beasts' physical strength, and it wasn't suitable to fly in the night either. Although the Azure One is a high-tiered spirit beast in God Realm, there was a limit to its physical strength. To take a rest during nighttime, no matter if it was to humans or magical beasts, it was a must. Huang Sanbai's words weren't unreasonable in any way. Huang Yueli frowned, feeling that she probably hasn't awoken, hence causing this misperception. She thought over it for a moment, then nodded her head. "All right, I'll listen to Elder Sanbai's arrangements." Elder Sanbai gave a hoarse laugh beside her. That's right." Azure Wand's wings extended to the maximum, which was 10 over feet long. When it glided downwards, it was agile and delicate, like a piece of huge green leaf landing from the sky. Not long after, it slowly stopped on a piece of empty land. Huang Yueli surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but frown. This place looked a little too desolate, just like a barren land. There wasn't a single house in sight. Moreover, there weren't many trees, and everywhere was filled with messy shattered rocks. When the bitter wind blew during the night, it gave off a howling sound, which was rather scary. Huang Yueli had not expected Huang Sanbai to pick such a ghastly place as their resting point. After the Azure Wand stopped, Huang Sanbai said, "Lastly, why don't you go down and look for a place to rest first? I have to feed the Azure Wand some food and drinks, and we'll go look for you later." Huang Yueli took a look at him and said subconsciously, "Why don't I go with you? I also want to take a look to see what the Azure One usually eats. If I can rear one in the future, then I can take care of it properly." Huang Sanbai laughed and said, "There's no point for you to take a look at it now. Only the Azure Wand's owner knows how to take care of it usually. When clan leader agrees to let you rear the Azure Wand baby bird, someone will naturally teach you." Huang Yueli blinked and nodded her head. "I see. That's right, exactly so." Huang Sanbai hurriedly thought in his mind, "Young lass, can you get off now?" However, he didn't expect that after Huang Yueli nodded her head, she continued to say, "No matter, I'm just taking a look. How can I expect an elderly man like you to do all the work, whereas a junior like me to rest first?" Huang Sanbai couldn't help but frown. This young lass refused to listen to his instructions. In this way, his original plan would change. But Huang Sanbai merely hesitated for a moment and started to smile. He spoke with a pleasant look, "All right. Since your curiosity is so strong, let's go and take a look together then. This Azure One seems to like you a lot, so you can feed it personally." Saying that, Huang Sanbai jumped down from the bird's back and took out a huge quantity of medicinal grass from his realm ring, and pushed it under the Azure Wand's feet. These medicinal grass species seemed to be exclusive to God Realm only. Huang Yueli had never seen those before. The color was lush green, and as compared to the jade green color, it was even more sparkly and translucent. Moreover, it even gave off a special fragrance. This fragrance was especially tempting, and one couldn't help but take a few more whiffs of it. The Azure Wand lowered its head and pecked the medicinal grass slightly with its sharp beak. It didn't devour it in mouthfuls like what Huang Yueli expected, but instead, it turned around and showed a disdainful look. It even stretched out its feet and pushed the medicinal grass aside. When Huang Sanbai saw that, he couldn't help but frown. What's going on? This is the Azure Luan's favorite spiritual heart grass. How could it possibly not eat it? Could it be sick? When Huang Yueli heard the Azure Luan's chirping sound, she started to turn anxious. Then what should we do? Huang Sanbai immediately said, but that's hard to say, perhaps it's too tired and thirsty, so it doesn't have any appetite. Why don't we do this? Lastly, I saw some spring water in front. Can I trouble you to bring me some water? The Azure Luan only drinks running water and can't drink stagnant water in the interspatial ring. Hearing that, Huang Yueli couldn't help but take a couple more looks at Huang Sanbai. His face still had a warm smile, and the way he touched the Azure Luan's back was also very gentle. He totally didn't look abnormal at all. Huang Yueli retracted her gaze and nodded as she stood up. All right, Elder Sanbai and my poor little Azure Luan, wait here a little for me. I'll be back immediately. Saying that, she turned around and walked towards the direction where Huang Sanbai pointed. Seeing Huang Yueli being sent away, he heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but silently clench his teeth. This lass is simply too hard to handle. Is she intentionally going against me? I thought she saw through my plan. Luckily she just came to God Realm and doesn't know anything at all. So she shouldn't suspect me at all. Seeing Huang Yueli walking out a far distance away, her departing figure was almost out of sight. Huang Sanbai's expression abruptly turned cold and scary. That earlier kind-looking elderly man suddenly vanished. He jumped up and chased after Huang Yueli silently. A young lady in a white flowing dress was half squatted by the small pool. She had a wooden pail in her hand as she was scooping water up. Huang Sanbai's body movement, profound skills were extremely outstanding. Even when she was almost 10 meters away from the young lady, she wasn't aware at all as she was concentrated on the water in the pail. Huang Sanbai's lips surfaced a cold smile and a profound energy within his body suddenly exploded. It was now. His right hand waved and a gust of profound energy struck down on the young lady's head. Soul Connection Ocean Skies. A flying ship with the Cloudy Qilin clan's totem slowly descended. Steward Lu brought a group of companions and stood respectfully by the side as they cried out bitterly in their hearts. What on earth was going on? The God Realm's large clans rarely appeared in the boundaries like Soul Connection Ocean, not to mention those important figures who had enough resources to drive the flying ships. Usually, they would not see such people for a very long time. But what was going on now? It had just been a few days, and another round of respectable VIPs came to Soul Connection Ocean again. It simply made the various stewards worried. But now, Huang Sanbai had just left and now, Cloudy Qilin clansmen came. Moreover, Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix race were on opposing ends. He wondered what were their plans? Would something major be happening? Although Huang Sanbai had once said that he came to Soul Connection Ocean to receive a clansman who had ascended from the lower realm, but this reason was originally very forced. Steward Lu didn't quite believe in it, and now he saw Cloudy Qilin clan's flying ship, he couldn't help but come out with all sorts of thinking. The flying ship descended and the gangway was slowly let down. The steward snuck a glance to check out which elder from Cloudy Qilin clan had come. Since Sacred Phoenix race had sent such an esteemed elder, then the person who Cloudy Qilin clan sent wouldn't be worse off, right? However, they were surprised to see that it was a handsome young practitioner who slowly walked down the stairs. For a moment, the stewards were stunned. Although this handsome young man was so good-looking that it made one suffocate and his aura made clear his extraordinary ability and status, but he was just too young. So young yet he could ride the flying ship, he should be a top-rated peerless genius in Cloudy Qilin clan. Why would this kind of person come to Soul Connection Ocean? Everyone was puzzled, but they had no time to think through this carefully. Seeing Li Moying getting off the flying ship, the stewards hurriedly walked up and gave a respectful bow as they asked cautiously, "Welcome, young master. We have been waiting for a long time. May I ask which young master from Cloudy Qilin clan are you from?" Li Moying swept them a cold glance, but did not say a word. The stewards felt their hair standing on end when they saw his pitch-black pupils, and sweat started to drip. The tremendous pressure made them feel suffocated. This young man, his ability was very strong. It was so strong that they could not handle it. Seeing everyone lowering their heads in terror, Li Moying pursed his thin lips and asked, "Recently, is there any young lady around the age of 17 with a petite frame and exquisite looks from the lower realm who crossed the Soul Connection Ocean recently?" He paused and added, "She's a fire-attributed practitioner and has extremely high innate talent, with Sacred Phoenix race's bloodline." Steward Lu was totally dumbfounded until he heard the 3 words, Sacred Phoenix race. That was when he suddenly recalled this. The description that Li Moying gave was exactly the same as that lady who Huang Sanbai saved that day. But after a momentary period of shock, he pursed his lips and didn't say a word. Although the person who asked was a young master from the ancient god clan, the person who brought that lady away was an elder from Sacred Phoenix race. He couldn't afford to offend any side at all. Steward Lu was feeling apprehensive and the expression on his face was rather strange. Li Moying was a smart guy, so it just took him a glance to discover the abnormality. "Do you know something?" Li Moying asked, placidly. But Steward Lu could still sense the strong suppression that made him sweat profusely. "This? Young Master Li, I'm really not very sure. There are at least 100 lower realm practitioners who pass through the Soul Connection Ocean daily, and most of them would leave on the same day. I didn't pay too much attention to them." After weighing the pros and cons, Steward Lu felt that playing dumb was the safest option. "Presumptuous." Li Moying spat out that comment coldly and interrupted Steward Lu before he could finish his sentence. "How dare you lie to me? If you're not going to tell the truth, don't blame me for being ruthless." That starry peach blossom eyes suddenly flashed a cold glint. Just one look and it made Steward Lu tremble. He immediately fell limp on the ground, and when he heard those merciless words, he was so scared that his soul almost left his body. "Young Master Li, young Master Li. Mercy, please have mercy on me. I'll tell you the truth, I'll tell you everything. 10 over days ago, Elder Huang Sanbai, from Sacred Phoenix race, came to Soul Connection Ocean. He said that he was here to pick up a practitioner who came from the lower realm. We found it strange back then because many practitioners came from the lower realm daily. But this was the first time that someone from one of the ancient god clans came. Moreover, he was an elder. Elder Sanbai stayed in Soul Connection Ocean for some time, and 3 or 4 days ago, he saved a young lady who was injured in the void space. That young lady sounded exactly like what young master you described." Steward Lu was scared stiff and did not dare to hide anything from him. He was like a bag of beans that spilled out all the contents. Li Moying frowned slightly when he heard that. Before he left, he had indeed heard from Cloudy Qilin clan scouts that Sacred Phoenix race had sent someone to pick Huang Yueli up. So he specially hurried over at full speed, hoping to reach before the people from Sacred Phoenix race got to her. He did not expect that he was still short of 1 step. Not only had Huang Yueli ascended, but she had also been picked up by Sacred Phoenix race. Based on the relationship between the 2 clans, it would be troublesome for him to try to meet Huang Yueli if she reached Sacred Phoenix race. Seeing Li Moying frowning, Steward Lu looked apprehensively at him. Then he spoke cautiously, "Young Master Li, if you want to find that lady, there's still a chance. That lady was injured, so she had to rest first. Hence, those people from Sacred Phoenix race had been staying in the sentry post nearby in the past few days. They have not left yet." Hearing that, Li Moying cheered up instantly. He straightened his body and asked in a hurried tone, "Where are those people from the sacred phoenix race? Hurry up and lead the way." "Yes. Yes. Young Master Li, please follow me." Steward Lu hurriedly lowered his head and led Li Moying to the sentry post where sacred phoenix race was staying. Li Moying quickly followed him in anticipation. The guards from the Cloudy Qilin clan were a little dazed. They couldn't understand why the usually cold and aloof young Master Moying would suddenly turn into another person, to become so excited. Moreover, the person he wanted to find was of Sacred Phoenix Race's young lady. Just based on the 3 words Sacred Phoenix Race, it was enough to make any practitioner from Cloudy Qilin clan stay far, far away. Moreover, it was a young lady. When Li Moying was in the Amethyst Paramount Palace, he despised those talented young ladies who tried to counterwoo him instead. Even though clan leader had openly hinted that he could raise his cultivation through double cultivation, and he was even willing to marry his niece to him, he was totally unmoved. Some of them even suspected that Li Moying was not interested in women at all, or perhaps he had that sort of problem. But now, his anxious look resembled an ordinary young man who couldn't wait to meet his beloved. What was going on? The guards all rubbed their eyes in unison, feeling that they seemed to have seen a fake young Master Moying. The sentry post wasn't too far away, so the crowd reached the entrance of the courtyard very quickly. Steward Lu was just 2 meters away from the room door when he stopped. Somehow, he had a bad premonition and didn't dare to continue walking closer. After all, he was considered as betraying the Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners. Although it wasn't his choice to do so because he didn't dare to offend the current strongest powerhouse, Cloudy Qilin clan in God Realm, those ancient god clans were practitioners who were on the top rung, so how would they ever listen to a weaker practitioner's explanation? If Huang Sanbai were to blame him, he wouldn't have anything to debate against him. Just as Steward Lu was hesitating, at a loss on what to do, Li Moying had already ignored him and walked straight ahead. A guard next to him walked forward and knocked on the door. "Who's that?" A young lady's voice was heard. The guards took a look at Li Moying and asked in a low voice, "Are you from Sacred Phoenix Race?" "My young master has something to ask." "Your young master? What's that?" A puzzled voice rang. Li Moying shot a cold glance to Steward Lu, who was standing by the side. Steward Lu was so scared that he almost pissed in his pants. So he could only act according to Li Moying's wishes. He answered while trembling, that "Young Miss Ling, it's a friend of mine who wants to meet Elder Sanbai." Hearing this familiar voice, the door opened. Huang Ruweiling's head popped out from the door. "Steward Lu, who did you bring?" Huang Ruweiling was in the middle of her sentence when she suddenly stared at those tall, well-built practitioners standing beside Steward Lu. Her gaze landed on the Cloudy Qilin clan totem on their clothing, and she instantly revealed a stunned expression. "What's going on?" "Steward Lu, you actually brought Cloudy Qilin clan's practitioners here. Men, quickly come. Cloudy Qilin clan is here to make trouble. Everyone, gather up." Huang Ruweiling immediately jumped up and a low-tiered spirit armament appeared in her hand. She put up a defensive stance and stared at the crowd alertly. Her big round eyes stared at them as her entire body's profound energy was injected into that spirit armament, preparing to strike. Li Moying couldn't help but frown when he saw her. At the same time, he was also puzzled. He had indeed heard of the animosity between Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix Race when he reached God Realm, but he had always been cultivating in Amethyst Pole Palace. So he had not witnessed the scene where both clans were in a conflict and didn't expect it to be this serious. Both clan practitioners would not even exchange any words, and they would just start fighting. He originally thought that they were both god clans after all. Now that the demon tribe was eyeing the god realm from the outside, to maintain the god race and human race's benefits, God Realm had an unwritten rule that ancient god clans could not declare war in public no matter how bad their relationships were. So both clans should still be able to maintain perfunctory harmony. It was until now that Limoing finally understood that he had simplified things too much. Even if he didn't intend to declare war, it didn't mean that both clans' disciples would not fight in private. Following Huang Ruiling's sharp cry, a bustling noise was heard from the sentry post immediately. It only took 10 over breaths for a dozen over Sacred Phoenix Race's younger generation practitioners to rush out from the entrance. Each of them was holding sharp blades and fully armored. From the way they looked at the Cloudy Qilin clan's practitioners, it seemed as though they wanted to devour them alive. As for Cloudy Qilin clan's side, they did not yield to their opponents as well. Limoing's guards immediately pulled out their weapons and formed a formation, blocking Limoing behind them. Both parties stood at a standstill for a couple of breaths. After they saw the number of people from the other side, Sacred Phoenix Race's men heaved a sigh of relief. Huang Ruiling wasn't that anxious and cast a look of disdain at the Cloudy Qilin clan's practitioners. Then she spoke rudely, "Cloudy Qilin clan scums are really getting more and more brainless. You only have these few people and you dare to create havoc at our Sacred Phoenix Race's turf?" The other practitioners echoed in agreement. "This bunch of trash came here to be beaten up. Don't stand on ceremony and teach them a good lesson. Let's show them how powerful our Sacred Phoenix Race is. Let me do it. I've just comprehended the third stage conceptualization a few days ago, and I can use them as practice." Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners couldn't wait to make their move. Such a good opportunity like this wasn't commonly seen. Cloudy Qilin clan's top heaven-grade genius wasn't as many as Sacred Phoenix Race. But the ordinary disciple's average strength was much higher than Sacred Phoenix Race. Unless there was some top-rated genius to hold the fort, otherwise when both parties fought, Sacred Phoenix Race would usually be the ones at a disadvantage. This time, Cloudy Qilin clan's practitioners only had less than half of the people as compared to Sacred Phoenix Race. Moreover, Sacred Phoenix Race had grasped Cloudy Qilin clan's top-rated geniuses' information. So among the opponents here, there weren't any top exponents that they recognized here. Under this situation, Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners naturally assumed that they would not lose. Thinking of this, Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners all started to get excited. If they could beat up the Cloudy Qilin clan's practitioners until they could not take care of themselves, they would be able to boast about their own abilities once they returned to the clan. Everyone was feeling excited and couldn't think straight. So they immediately held up the weapons and charged towards the people from the Cloudy Qilin clan. Steward Lu's face turned white when he saw this happening. Oh, young Miss Ling, young Master Li, and all top experts here, please take things over. Don't be so agitated." Steward Lu was really nervous. If Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix Race were to fight at the Soul Connection Ocean, no matter which side got into an accident, he as a steward would get into trouble for this. Alas, no one was willing to listen to a mere steward like him. Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners were aggressive and they instantly rushed towards the opponents. Limoing's guards had a cold expression on their faces, and their gazes were determined without any intention to back down. The geniuses that Cloudy Qilin clan trained originally worshipped the strong. They were picked to be the guards for the future clan leader meant that these practitioners' innate talent, determination, and strength were not to be undermined. Even if they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, they weren't afraid of these riffraffs. But this time, before they made a move, a cold voice shouted from their backs. "Move aside." The guards were stunned and before they could respond, they sensed an extremely powerful profound energy shooting across the tops of their heads and charged towards Sacred Phoenix Race. Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners had a determination to succeed and all that was in their minds was to charge forward. Unfortunately, when they crashed into Limoing's profound energy, they were shocked by the electric currents and sent flying. An originally intense fight was settled within one breath's time. Steward Lu's eyeballs almost fell out when he saw this. Cloudy Qilin Clan's young master, what background did he have? Why was his power so strong? Moreover, why hadn't he seen him in the past? God Realm's younger generation top geniuses were mostly listed on the Cyan Cloud record. His name would be spread throughout the whole place, and very few people wouldn't be able to recognize this situation. But the young master in front of him was an unfamiliar face. Steward Lu had not thought of this previously, that this person was the legendary god-grade genius in Cloudy Qilin Clan. Because normal people would not think that a god-grade genius would ever come in person to this poor countryside place. Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners laid on the ground in a pile. Li Moying knew his limits, and he didn't hurt them too badly. At most, he only made them fracture a few bones, and none of them were seriously injured. But even so, Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners were totally terrified. They had just assumed that they were going to succeed, and no one expected them to meet such an extraordinary top exponent. Li Moying slowly walked over from his guards and looked down at Huang Ruiling. Steward Lu said that Huang Sanbai saved a young lady a few days ago in the Soul Connection Ocean. Where is she right now? Bring me to meet her. Huang Ruiling was feeling sore and painful from the fall and hadn't climbed up yet when she heard Li Moying's question. She instantly shivered and her complexion turned even paler. Without a doubt, the young lady Li Moying was talking about was Huang Yueli, their Sacred Phoenix Race's god-grade genius. A Cloudy Qilin Clan's genius top exponent hurried all the way from his clan to the Soul Connection Ocean. The first question he asked was about their god-grade genius's whereabouts. Was there a need to even think about what kind of motive he had? The news about Huang Yueli's ascension had probably reached Cloudy Qilin Clan. These people should have specially come over to stop their god-grade genius from returning to the Sacred Phoenix Race. If they were to discover her whereabouts, perhaps they wouldn't just capture her. They might even kill her to eliminate future threats. In an instant, Huang Ruiling's mind flashed past several thoughts. Li Moying asked impatiently, "Where is she?" A guard behind him stepped forward and grabbed Huang Ruiling's throat and interrogated, "Didn't you hear what my young master asked? Where's the young lady that Huang Sanbai saved?" The guard's ferocious look made Huang Ruiling believe that her guess was right. Cloudy Qilin Clan sent out top experts to pursue after them, with the intention to hurt their god-grade genius. Huang Ruiling felt suffocated, but she clenched her teeth and said, I don't know what you're talking about." What young lady? There's no such person." "No such person?" The guard sneered. Earlier, Manager Li had already confessed. Huang Sanbai saved a young lady in the void space. Are you treating our young master like an idiot? Quickly tell us the truth. Huang Ruiling felt that she was protecting the clan's genius, hence she would rather die than submit to them. Pooh. Cloudy Qilin Clan scums, keep dreaming. Even if you asked me 1,000 times, I will still tell you that I don't know anything at all. The other practitioners had the same thinking in mind. For their clan, no one was willing to give in, and all of them echoed in agreement. That's right. We Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners are all unyielding people. Did you think that we would be afraid of you? We already said that we don't know anything. Why don't you kill us, if you dare to? You, wretched lass. The guard was thoroughly angered, and he totally did not have any tender feelings for the lady at all. Lifting his hand, he was just about to slap Huang Ruiling. Li Moying frowned and called out to stop him. Enough. Forget it, since we can't get any information. We'll go in and search for ourselves. He was here to look for Huang Yueli. As for the grievance between Cloudy Qilin Clan and Sacred Phoenix Race, it wasn't something within his concern. Hence, he wasn't willing to waste too much time here. saying that he took the lead and barge into the sentry post. When the guards saw that, they couldn't be bothered to continue with the interrogation as well. All of them pushed the sacred phoenix race practitioners aside and followed next to Li Moying. When he stepped into the courtyard, he lifted his hand and commanded, "Search." The guards responded and split up. He quickly walked into the first room and searched personally. Li Moying's heart was burning with anxiety. Thinking of his beloved little fox that he was about to meet, he totally could not bear to wait any longer. Hence his speed was astonishingly fast. But he went around the entire courtyard and checked through all the rooms personally. Yet he still could not find his little wife. Li Moying's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Where had his Lear gone to? Somehow, an ominous feeling arose in his heart, which made him feel that something major was about to happen. When Li Moying returned to the courtyard, the guards had also finished their searches. So they returned to his side. This sentry post had been booked by Huang Sanbai. So the people living in the sentry post were all sacred phoenix races practitioners and servants. When the guards searched the rooms, they also chased all of the people out at the same time. Now, other than the practitioners who were injured by Li Moying earlier, the rest of them queued up in one single line in the courtyard. Li Moying's vision swept past all of them. Nope. Not her. Still nope. There were so many people around, but none of them was his Lear. But, how was this possible? Earlier, Steward Liu had clearly told them that Sacred Phoenix Race's elder had personally picked Huang Yueli up. Moreover, they brought her to this sentry post to recuperate. Wait. Li Moying's eyes squinted and he suddenly noticed another abnormality. Steward Liu claimed that the one leading the Sacred Phoenix race, this time, was the esteemed elder Huang Sanbai. Li Moying had once seen his picture in the clan and he knew that this old man was obviously not in the sentry post right now. There were so many practitioners in the Sacred Phoenix race, but only Huang Yueli and Huang Sanbai were missing. Li Moying reversed his thoughts and immediately understood what was going on. Huang Sanbai should have hurried back to claim the credit, so he specially brought Huang Yueli back to the clan first. Li Moying himself was a god-grade genius, so he knew how much emphasis an ancient clan placed on their own clan's god-grade genius. It was only reasonable for them to leave in such a hurry. He pondered for moments and immediately waved his hand and commanded, "Let's go." Saying that, Li Moying immediately turned around and walked out of the sentry post's courtyard. The guards exchanged a look and couldn't understand why Li Moying would leave so decisively. But they obeyed his command to leave immediately. Huang Ruiling and the others climbed up from the ground with much difficulty after the Cloudy Qilin clan's practitioners had all vanished from their sights. Everyone looked suspiciously in the direction that they left, and they were totally puzzled. What's going on? I thought, when that leader of the pack could not find young Miss Li, he would be so angry that he would continue to interrogate us. Why did he leave so easily? Who knows what he's thinking of? Could it be that he feels there was an error in the information he received so he gave up after he couldn't find her? Huang Ruiling bit her lip and said worriedly, "I'm afraid that this matter isn't that simple. That young practitioner who was leading the pack looks rather extraordinary. He doesn't seem to be someone who we can bluff so easily. Perhaps, he might have already realized that Elder Sanbai and young Miss Li are already on their way back to the Sacred Phoenix continent. They left in such a hurry, probably because they wanted to chase after them." The other practitioners were stunned. They took a careful look and felt that it really seemed so. But they weren't worried at all. So what even if they chased after them? Look at those fellows from the Cloudy Qilin clan. They're all so young, so no matter how high their innate talents are, their cultivation and strength are definitely limited. Young Miss Li is together with Elder Sanbai. If they dare to seek trouble with them, they are the ones who will run into bad luck. Huang Ruiling was still feeling uneasy, but what the clansman said made sense. Huang Sanbai was a Dao Profound Realm mid-phase top exponent. He was rather famous in the clan. How could it be possible that he could not deal with a few young Cloudy Qilin clan top exponents? At this moment, on a piece of barren land near the Soul Connection Ocean. Young lass, go to hell. It's really a waste of your God-grade innate talent, but unfortunately, your luck is just so bad. Having too much is as bad as too little. I hope you can understand this in your next life. Huang Sanbai's speed was extremely swift. It only took a split second, and his profound energy was already right above Huang Yueli's head. Rumble. A loud sound was heard. Huang Sanbai felt his profound energy and a tremendous wave of impact gushing up towards him. Although this energy was slightly weaker than him, it was still very powerful and it caught him unaware. He was thrown back by several steps and his arm felt numb and sore. At the same time, the explosion caused a strong earthquake. The shattered rocks and loose sand on the ground swirled into the air. Heaven and earth were in a state of murky chaos, which totally reduced one's visibility. Huang Sanbai revealed an astonished expression after he managed to stand still. What's going on? He was a Dao Profound Realm mid-phase top exponent and in the entire God realm, he was considered as an outstanding top exponent. Although the young lady he was dealing with was a rare God-grade genius in God realm who had astounding innate talent, this young lass was still in her teens. She had just ascended to God realm and her cultivation was merely in Dream Profound Realm mid-phase. This wasn't a secret at all. The disparity between their abilities was extremely huge and Huang Sanbai was very cautious when he made his move. He had practically used his strongest move so that he could get an instant kill. Under this situation, Huang Sanbai had never thought that he would slip up. The smoke in the sky slowly dissipated and Huang Sanbai widened his eyes to look in front. He saw that Huang Yueli had flown a distance away. At this moment, she was struggling to get up. Above their heads, a huge, blurred golden-colored phoenix image was rapidly shrinking, merging into her body. Huang Sanbai seemed to have understood something and his entire face became twisted. He gritted his teeth and hissed, "It's indeed the Sky Phoenix Ring. The Sky Phoenix Ring is really with you. Moreover, it had wrecked my plan." At this moment, every inch of Huang Yueli's body seemed as though it was torn apart, as the pain seeped into her bones. She did not detect any danger initially when they left the Soul Connection Ocean. But when the Azure Luan landed on this barren land, she suddenly felt a trace of abnormality. Somehow, she felt that Huang Sanbai's tone sounded a little strange. But if she had to say it in detail, she couldn't find anything wrong with it. However, Huang Yueli had always been more cautious than most people, and she had been keeping on guard carefully. When she noticed that Huang Sanbai tried to send her away several times, Huang Yueli pondered over this for some time but still decided to do what he said. After all, there were only the two of them here. Huang Sanbai's strength was so much stronger than her. If he lost his patience and forcibly took action, she wouldn't be his match anyway. Since that was the case, she should listen to his arrangement and loosen up his vigilance so that she could catch him off guard. Having thought through this clearly, Huang Yueli decided to go to the pond to collect some water. At the same time, she gathered all her concentration and silently guarded against Huang Sanbai's sudden attack. As expected, she had just reached the pond and Huang Sanbai caught up with her moments later. Moreover, he did not hesitate in attacking her suddenly. Even though Huang Yueli was prepared, she totally couldn't ward off such a powerful blow. At the crucial moment, the Sky Phoenix Ring within her developed a reaction. In that instance when her protection profound chi was suddenly broken, the Sky Phoenix Ring abruptly flew out from in between her eyebrows and a gust of powerful energy exploded to block off this attack. Even so, Huang Yueli was heavily injured. Not only was her entire body in pain, but even her internal organs and meridians were also seriously injured. But Huang Yueli still felt very fortunate. Huang Sanbai's ability had exceeded Huang Yueli's imagination. If it wasn't for the Sky Phoenix Ring's protection, she would probably end up as a corpse right now. Huang Yueli had never distinctly sensed the difference between a God Realm top exponents and lower realm practitioner before today. It wasn't only the disparity in their cultivations. The way they grasped their cultivation methods, profound skills, God relics, and battle experiences were something that lower realm practitioners could match. This was an insurmountable gap that cannot be surpassed just based on innate talent and comprehension. But even though she managed to block off Huang Sanbai's sneak attack, she wasn't out of danger yet. Just as Huang Yueli was racking her brain to think of a way to escape, Huang Sanbai suddenly spoke. It indeed is the Sky Phoenix Ring. The Sky Phoenix Ring is truly with you. This sentence seemed to explode beside her ears. A boom exploded in her mind and she suddenly understood why Huang Sanbai would sneak an attack on her. Because of her status as Sacred Phoenix Race's only God-grade genius, the other clansmen worshipped her so dearly. So, she initially couldn't understand why such an esteemed and respectable elder like Huang Sanbai would want to kill her. So, it was actually for the Sky Phoenix Ring. But she had never revealed the secret of the Sky Phoenix Ring. Huang Yueli's thoughts were racing swiftly as she lifted her head and stared intently at Huang Sanbai. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Huang Sanbai, as a Sacred Phoenix Race's elder, you actually tried to kill a genius from the clan. You're simply deranged. Why do you have to do such a thing? Huang Sanbai swept her a glance and sneered, stop pretending. What do you mean by you don't understand? If the Sky Phoenix Ring isn't on you, then what's that gold-colored phoenix imprint that flew out from your body earlier? Huang Yueli immediately denied it. That's nothing. What ring? That's just my defense spirit armament. Before she could finish the sentence, Huang Sanbai snorted coldly and said, enough, I told you to stop pretending. Do you really treat me like a fool? What defense spirit armament will allow a mere dream profound realm practitioner like you to ward off my full power attack? Moreover, the phoenix imprint that appeared in the sky earlier is our Sacred Phoenix Race's totem. Sky Phoenix Ring is Sacred Phoenix Race's #1 god relic. Every clansman recognizes that imprint. I really don't understand what you mean. I'm just a lower realm practitioner, so how could I possibly have the clan's #1 god relic? Huang Yueli knew that things were about to turn out badly today. But she was trying to find ways to drag things out. So she racked her brains to think of a plan. When Huang Sanbai heard her say that, he started to burst out into hysterical laughter. That's right, isn't it strange? Let me tell you the truth then. On that day when you arrived in God Realm, I already knew that you had the Sky Phoenix Ring on you when you met with danger in the void space. Back then, you were unconscious, and your head almost crashed against meteorite fragments. If it was any other practitioner, that person would definitely end up injured or dead. But the Sky Phoenix Ring imprint in your body burst out and swallowed the meteorite fragments. Void space energy is contained in those meteorite fragments. If it wasn't for the fact that you have the special Sky Phoenix Ring on you, even if you're a Tao Profound Realm top exponent, you can forget about refining it. Hearing that, the corners of Huang Yueli's lips uncontrollably twitched. She felt so helpless in this situation. Never did she expect her secret to be exposed on the very first day of her arrival to God Realm. No wonder she managed to sustain in the void space for such a long time after she lost consciousness, and eventually still arrived in God Realm. So, the Sky Phoenix Ring had been protecting her. Huang Sanbai noticed her shocked look and added, I might as well tell you another secret so that you will understand what you're dying for. During your ascension to God Realm, the reason why so many meteorite fragments crashed into you in the void space was because of the Sky Phoenix Ring. Void space energy could dramatically increase the Sky Phoenix Ring's energy. So that's why it would automatically attract the surrounding meteorite fragments around it, to swallow them. Speaking of this, I ought to thank you for this. It's all thanks to your ascension that helped to absorb so many meteorite fragments. Otherwise, if I have to go into the void space myself, I might not be able to gather so much energy. Moreover, I will have to take a huge risk. Speaking to this point, Huang Yueli finally understood what was going on. Even in God Realm, the God Relic, Sky Phoenix Ring was of the highest grade. Huang Sanbai was considered to be God Realm's first-rate top exponent. So in order to obtain this God Relic, he did not hesitate to take the risk. Moreover, her understanding of the Sky Phoenix Ring was simply too little. That was why she accidentally revealed her secret. Moreover, she wasn't aware of it at all. If she was able to escape, she would definitely learn a painful lesson out of this. How is it? Do you understand it now? Huang Sanbai smiled coldly as he slowly approached her. Since you understand it now, then obediently hand over the Sky Phoenix Ring. Seeing him walking nearer and nearer, Huang Yueli immediately cried out hastily, "Wait." Huang Sanbai didn't stop in his tracks. Stop your useless struggle. The difference between our cultivations is just too great. You will die today, without a doubt. It's better to hand over the Sky Phoenix Ring on your own and help me to get acknowledged. In that way, I will not have to mutilate your body. Huang Yueli gritted her teeth and attempted to reason with him. Elder Sanbai, you've got to think through this clearly. Just for a mere god relic, are you going to murder the clan's god-grade genius? This matter is simply shocking. If I disappeared, wouldn't the clan try to trace my whereabouts? There's no secret in the world. If this fails, you will become a fugitive. By then, you will still die. Even if you obtained the god relic, what use could it do? Huang Sanbai shot her a glance as though he was looking at a retard. Indeed, a country bumpkin from the lower realm, you don't know anything at all. Back then, our clan's strongest first clan leader, also known as Emperor Flame, was defeated by Cloudy Qilin clan's King Thunderbolt. As a result, our clan's crown god relic was also shattered and fell into the lower realm. Back then, the clan came out with an iron rule. Anyone who found the Sky Phoenix Ring would become Sacred Phoenix Race's new clan leader. This clan rule had been passed down for generations, and all the clansmen had been thinking of ways to find the Sky Phoenix Ring. Unfortunately, there were no clues at all. As he spoke, his gaze turned fanatical and harsh, and he looked at Huang Yueli with extreme greed. Now, as long as I find the Sky Phoenix Ring, I will be able to become the new clan leader. Even if they know that I killed you, what can they do? Are they going to make the new clan leader a fugitive? All the resources in Sacred Phoenix Race will belong to me. I have been trapped in the Dao Profound Realm for several thousand years, and if I don't break through soon, my life will end very soon. If I have access to the clan's resources, I will definitely be able to break through to the Life Profound Realm. Huang Sanbai's voice became louder and louder until it had gone into a manic state beyond one's imagination. Huang Yueli was cursing bitterly in her heart, feeling that she had been duped badly. After so much had happened, the Sky Phoenix Ring wasn't just a powerful god relic. It was also the representation of a clan leader's status. She was just too lucky to be bound with a god relic, which was such a heaven-defying rare treasure. Alas, her ability wasn't enough to match the Sky Phoenix Ring. Not only did she not gain many advantages, she even met with so many dangers because of it. In the past, when she was still in Soaring Heaven's continents, Lord Zhan had also tried to kill her several times because of the Sky Phoenix Ring. Huang Yueli's thoughts swiftly raced through her mind. At this moment, Huang Sanbai had totally turned into another person. The temptation of becoming the new clan leader and breaking through to Life Profound Realm was simply too huge. It had totally made him lose his basic rationality. Huang Yueli frowned slightly and tried her best to drag for time. this? Elder Sambai, I understand what you mean. Actually, I don't want to become the sacred Phoenix race's clan leader, and I have no intention to pit against you. How about this, I can give you the Sky Phoenix ring and you can bring it along to become the clan leader. So why do you have to kill me? I assure you that as long as you let me off, I will not say a word about it, and I will never appear in the sacred Phoenix continent forever. Huang Sanbai showed a face full of contempt. Stop telling me all these absurdities. Once the Sky Phoenix ring has acknowledged its master, it will be closely linked to the host's soul trace. Unless the host dies, it's impossible to split the Sky Phoenix ring out. So, you have to die. He squinted his eyes and changed the topic, but if you're willing to coordinate with me, I can let you die a quick death. Hearing that, Huang Yueli suddenly had an idea. No wonder Huang Sanbai had so many chances in the past to kill her, but he didn't do so. Instead, he waited until he reached this barren land and coaxed her to do other things, before he snuck an attack on her while she wasn't prepared. This was probably because Huang Sanbai already knew that the Sky Phoenix ring was inside her soul trace. He was afraid that she might risk her life to resist or just self-explode so that she would not damage the Sky Phoenix ring. To obtain the God relic, which was bound to the practitioner's soul trace, the most effective way is to first catch the practitioner off guard. Then using his absolute strength and mental attack to destroy the practitioner's soul trace. In that way, the practitioner was basically considered dead, but there was still a trace of life source in the body, like a retard. Retrieving the God relic in one's soul trace under such a situation could be considered an easy feat. Having thought through this, Huang Yueli's heart turned bitterly cold. This old fellow had such a benignant look and he pretended to be extremely kind. But his actions were merciless and ruthless. Moreover, he was an extremely scheming person who planned every single step meticulously. If it wasn't because she had experienced many tribulations in soaring heaven's continent and had much higher alertness than others, she might already become a walking corpse by now. The Sky Phoenix ring would also have turned out in this old man's pocket. Huang Sanbai walked next to Huang Yueli and stooped down. That face was filled with a malicious sneer. How is it? Lastly? If you're not willing to cooperate, I have plenty of ways to make your life into a living hell. Huang Yueli sneered in her heart, but she showed a scared expression, and her body was trembling with fright. She said with a quivering voice, Elder Sanbai, what do you want me to do? I will definitely coordinate with you and do whatever you ask me to do. As long as you give me a quick death. Seeing Huang Yueli already scared out of her wits, Huang Sanbai's face revealed a delighted sneer. This inexperienced lass is indeed from the lower realm. As compared to those experienced God realm practitioners, she was simply lacking in experience learning. Actually, under this situation, if she refused to give in and wanted to fight to the end, Huang Sanbai would be in deep trouble. If he wanted to obtain the complete piece of Sky Phoenix ring, Huang Sanbai definitely had to cast a bait. To tell the truth, it wouldn't be an easy task to kill Huang Yueli. But now, she was so easily scared off by a few mere threats. Furthermore, she even initiated to cooperate and offered the Sky Phoenix ring on her own. Simply a dumb lass with no foresight. Just based on your intelligence, no matter how high your innate talent is, there's no way you can survive in God realm. You will definitely end up killed by others. Rather than dying in other God race practitioners' hands and letting the Sky Phoenix ring fall into their hands, you might as well help me, Huang Sanbai, ascend to the clan leader's position. Whereas for you, you can reincarnate earlier. Huang Sanbai sneered and his thoughts were racing swiftly in his mind. He was about to succeed and was extremely delighted. So he totally didn't notice the change in Huang Yueli's expression. Enough. As long as you listen to me, I will not make things difficult for you. Now, place your hands behind your back and take 30 steps backward, then turn around. When she heard Huang Sanbai's command, Huang Yueli hesitated for a moment, but later chose to submit. He looked at her placing her hands behind her back from above and slowly stepped backward. 28, 29, 30. Enough, stand there. Now, turn around. He was just about to give his last order when he felt a scorching presence from his back just as he was about to open his mouth. It came raining down from above his head. This time, it was totally out of his expectations, and Huang Sanbai's expression instantly changed. But luckily, his ability wasn't weak and his adaptability was rather outstanding as well. He immediately did a turn and rolled on the ground. Rumble. A ball of azure flame was sprayed on Huang Sanbai's scalp and the ground. A black pit immediately appeared on the gray barren land. It was imaginable that if a mortal body was sprayed by that ball of green flame, defenselessly, it would definitely turn into ashes immediately. What was going on? This desolated barren land was his secret resting spot. Usually, no one would pass by this place. Hence, that was why he dared to abduct the clan's only god-grade genius to this place to kill her. What was going on today? Why did someone suddenly attack him? Could it be that some top exponent from the clan was secretly following them? Huang Sanbai turned around in terror and looked back in horror. Then he was stunned. Because standing behind him was the beautiful azure Luan which had given him and Huang Yueli a ride today. Although the azure Luan wasn't an ancient spiritual beast, it did have a trace of phoenix bloodline in its body. So it was an extremely scarce high-tier spirit beast species. A healthy matured azure Luan's battle power was enough to battle a Dao Profound Realm mid-phase practitioner like Huang Sanbai. However, these azure Luans had been reared by sacred phoenix race since they were infants. They had been taken care of by the clansmen. So they were exceptionally close to the sacred phoenix race's bloodline, so they wouldn't recklessly attack sacred phoenix race's practitioners. Moreover, Huang Sanbai was not the keeper of this azure Luan. By right, it should be obedient and tame towards him. But why did it suddenly jump up and attack him? Huang Sanbai couldn't react in time as he was filled with puzzlement. However, the azure Luan didn't give him a chance to rest. The temporary pause proved to be extremely fatal. Huang Sanbai's expression turned pale. He warded off its attack in a fluster and tried his best to retreat. But his distance and the azure Luan's were too close. As he went into a short days earlier, his face was still sprayed by the azure Luan's fire, despite him risking everything to hide from it. In an instant, his brows, beard, and hair were on fire. Within a blink of an eye, everything was burned cleanly. Many parts of his skin were even scorched. There were red and blue-black patches everywhere and many parts were filled with pus which looked extremely horrifying. Damn it! What's wrong with this azure Luan? Heavens, why is it coming at me again? The azure Luan kept continuing to spray fire on Huang Sanbai's face. Damn it, damn it! Quickly stop right now. Did you head me? Huang Sanbai's hands were interlocked and he struck out multiple hand gestures which the clan's beast master had taught him. But whoever knew that this azure Luan seemed as though it had taken the wrong medicine. Its battle power was extremely strong. Moreover, no matter what action Huang Sanbai did, all it did was spray fire on him. It also flapped its wings and used its sharp beak to peck on the top of his head. Huang Sanbai was initially worried about the clan's high-tiered spirit beast and couldn't bear to hurt it accidentally through his retaliation. But he quickly realized that it was an extremely wrong decision. The azure Luan usually looked like a tame animal, but that was only on the surface. The minute its savage instincts were exposed, it was as difficult to deal with as the same-level practitioner. It didn't take long before Huang Sanbai's head was full of bloodied injuries from being pecked. No way, I can't let this continue. This bird has really gone insane. Huang Sanbai was enraged, and he didn't have any other misgivings, and used his full strength to fight against the Azure One. As Sacred Phoenix Race's esteemed elder, Huang Sanbai's battle skills were extremely outstanding. When he got serious in a battle, the Azure One totally wasn't his opponent at all. After they crossed hands for a quarter of an hour, the Azure One's right talon was seriously injured and it was on the losing end. In the end, when it realized that it wasn't this human race old man's match, it flapped its wings and flew into the sky to flee. I must have met a living ghost. What an unforeseen disaster. Looking at the Azure One's departing figure, Huang Sanbai really felt like capturing that stupid bird that wreaked havoc. Alas, he couldn't chase up to it at all. Huang Sanbai's face contorted with anger and he couldn't voice out the grievances in his heart. What was this about? A perfectly fine Azure Wand suddenly went crazy. Moreover, even the hand gestures that the Beast Master taught had lost their effectiveness. Now, the damn bird even flew away. The Azure Wand was an important investment in the clan. Every single one of them was priceless. If it wasn't to pick Huang Yueli up, he wouldn't have any chance to take one of them out at all. In the end, he even lost the Azure Wand? How was he going to explain to the clan leader when he returned to Ice Moon Summit? Moreover, if it wasn't for this damn bird, how would he possibly be injured? It had been hundreds of years since he was last so disheveled. If it wasn't for this Azure Wand, he would have killed Huang Yueli by now, and also obtained the Sky Phoenix ring in her hands. Then he would. Huang Sanbai suddenly thought of Huang Yueli and his entire body trembled. Right, Huang Yueli. Earlier he had been busy fighting with the Azure Wand and totally forgotten about this young lass. Huang Sanbai turned around in a fluster and looked in the direction where she was earlier. That position was now empty. The young girl was already gone. Damn it, this damn Azure Wand had upset my plans. If I ever catch this damn bird, I will definitely chop off its wings and gouge out its eyes to ferment in wine. And that wretched lass, how dare she take the chance to escape during this ruckus? Haha, try to escape if you have the ability to do so. In this desolate barren land, let's see where you can run to. At this moment, Huang Sanbai still hadn't realized what just happened. He assumed that it was all a coincidence. Huang Yueli escaped because she was lucky to encounter the Azure Wand going on a rampage. In his eyes, she was just a foolish and protected young girl who hadn't experienced much in time. So she should be very easy to deal with. Even if she managed to escape, it would only be for the time being. He would be able to catch her very soon. On the verge of the barren land, Huang Yueli sat on a phoenix's back as she soared in the sky towards the east. This phoenix was still in its youth, and the wings were slightly short of 3 feet. It totally could not be compared with a matured phoenix's stunningly luxurious state. But its flight stance was rather smooth. Moreover, its speed was also very fast. At least, it had surpassed Huang Sanbai, a Dao Profound Realm mid-phase practitioner. But Little Phoenix's strength wasn't very good. Its speed was evidently affected when it carried her on the back. After flying over a short distance, its speed started to decrease. Huang Yueli noticed this and said, "Enough, Wang Kai, let me down. We've already pulled quite a distance away. He won't be able to chase up to us so soon. Moreover, I can see a small town in front. Perhaps there will be travelers who go past that place. If anyone were to see a phoenix passing through, it wouldn't be very good." After she experienced Huang Sanbai's incident, Huang Yueli had deeply comprehended the importance of staying low profile. Huang Sanbai was a reputable man and was an esteemed and loyal man in the clan. However, even he couldn't stand the temptation of the Sky Phoenix ring and instantly turned into a vicious and ruthless murderer. If the news of her owning a high-tiered god relic was found out by other top experts outside Sacred Phoenix race, then would she still have a chance of survival? The other top exponents weren't like Huang Sanbai, who had misgivings about killing their clansmen. They wouldn't need to find a desolate barren land to kill her. Perhaps, they might just rush over and stab her. Little Wang Kai really couldn't continue flying any longer. When it heard what Huang Yueli said, it immediately kept away its wings and slowly turned smaller, returning to its normal size. Huang Yueli jumped on the ground and looked at Little Phoenix in mid-sky. Your size is still a little too obvious. Can't you turn a little smaller? And the colors of your feathers are too glaring. It's better to turn it into a gray color. Little Phoenix was so angry that it pinched some feathers on top of its head. This lord is so handsome and magnificent. How dare you ask this lord to uglify myself? When Huang Yueli heard it grumbling, she touched its fluffy head, not knowing if she should laugh or cry. Be obedient. This is God realm and not soaring heaven's continent. The practitioners here are knowledgeable, so perhaps someone might be able to recognize a phoenix. For safety's sake, you should bear with it for a while. After we found a place to stay, I'll add another drumstick for you. Little Phoenix shook its feathers and was still a little unwilling to do so. When she saw that, she said, if you're really not willing to change your color, it's fine as well. Just stay inside the Sky Phoenix ring for a couple of days then. Before she could finish her sentence, Little Phoenix started to screech. No way, you can forget about stuffing me back into the realm. I was locked up in the Sky Phoenix ring for the entire month that you were in the void space. There were also various kinds of powerful chi flow inside the realm. I can't take it. Alright, you win, okay. I'll change my color. Little Phoenix's body flashed with silver light, and when it reappeared again, it turned into a plump little bird that looked like a nightingale. The feathers on its body weren't a shade of gray like what Huang Yueli requested. Instead, it was a shining silver color. Huang Yueli was rather speechless when she saw that. She hadn't expected her little phoenix to be so mindful of its appearance. Even when it was in disguise, it had to turn itself into such a sparkly color. Little Phoenix had just transformed and was gliding around in front of her to show off. At the same time, it said delightfully, "How is it? Isn't this much better? Previously in the Inheritance Tower, Elder Huang taught me how to transform. Now I can turn into various kinds of flying magical beasts. Aren't I incredible?" Huang Yueli's lips twitched and she said, "Incredible, you're super incredible. Alright, stop turning around me. Let's hurry and leave. Otherwise, if that old man chases up to us, we might just end up dead." She took a large step forward and little Wang Kai flapped its little wings furiously to follow her. After a while later, it probably felt a little bored and uttered, "Female devil, isn't this lord smart and capable? If it wasn't for me today, you'd probably die in that strange old fellow's hands today." Huang Yueli carefully observed the surroundings and echoed in response, "That's right, you've finally shown your use. Luckily, it wasn't a waste of my roasted drumsticks." Little Wang Kai lifted its chin in its Sundara attitude and said, "Isn't that so? This lord is very powerful now. Earlier when I flew above the Azure Luan, I merely lifted my wing and it immediately submitted to me. Moreover, it even listened to me. I asked it to attack the old man and it totally did not hesitate in flying over to beat him up." Little Wang Kai's tone was very complacent, as though it was asking to be praised and rewarded. Hearing it mention this, Huang Yueli felt that she was very lucky that Little Phoenix was around. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to escape today. Initially, she pretended to listen to Huang Sanbai's order to get some water and secretly let Little Phoenix out as a preventive measure. She also reminded it that in case there was an accident, it should instigate the Azure Luan that Huang Sanbai brought along. As the king of birds, Little Phoenix had a natural spiritual beast suppression. Any flying magical beast in front of it was fearful of its noble and powerful bloodline. Hence, they would comply with its command. In the past when she was in Soaring Heaven's continent, this trick always worked. But now that they were in God Realm, Huang Yueli wasn't sure if little Wang Kai's bloodline suppression would also work on high-tiered spirit beasts. But facing such a strong exponent like Huang Sanbai, it was practically impossible for her to escape out from Huang Sanbai's clutches. Her only ace was this. Later on, Huang Sanbai indeed had a change of expression. Hence, Huang Yueli had been finding ways to worm some information from him. On one hand, she wanted to find out the reason for him to assassinate her. On the other hand, she wanted to try and hold him back so that Little Phoenix could find a chance to communicate with the Azure One. Luckily, Little Phoenix was rather powerful. It didn't use much time before it made the Azure One go on a rampage, attacking Huang Sanbai wildly. She grabbed this opportunity to escape beneath his eyes. Huang Yueli laughed when she thought of this, and praised Little Phoenix sincerely. My Little Phoenix is indeed becoming more and more incredible. Moreover, you're also very beautiful. Hearing her praise, Little Phoenix's tail feathers raised high up in midair. Huang Yueli snuck a glance at it with a pensive look. Speaking of this, after seeing your Huang's training, you really seem more powerful than before. Looks like that guide to raising a phoenix is really useful. I must go back and dig it out. Strange, where did I leave it? Initially, when Little Phoenix heard the first half of her sentence, it looked very smug. However, hearing her mention the book in the second half of her sentence, it instantly shivered and almost fell from the sky. Cough cough, no need. There's really no need. I don't need that guide to become incredible. That guide to raising a phoenix was a nightmare for him. It had formed a psychological shadow in his heart, which he could not get rid of. Huang Zixiao had trained him strictly based on that book. Although it indeed increased little Wang Kai's ability by a great deal, when it recollected the memories in the past year, Little Phoenix suddenly felt unwell. There weren't any fried drumsticks, and it couldn't laze around. It didn't want to go back to that lifestyle. Thinking of that, Little Phoenix no longer dared to boast, deeply afraid that Huang Yueli would think of that book again. At the same time, it was thought to itself that one day when Huang Yueli didn't pay any attention, it would definitely go find this guide to raising a phoenix out. Then it would spray its true phoenix fire on it, so completely dispose of the traces. Little Wang Kai was planning gleefully in its mind when Huang Yueli, who was standing in front of him, suddenly stopped walking. It almost banged into her back and finally managed to steady itself when it asked puzzledly, "Female devil, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you walking?" She turned to her side and her brows furrowed slightly. Why do I feel that there seems to be a strange sound somewhere? Furthermore, it's getting louder and louder. Little Wang Kai was stunned as it landed on Huang Yueli's shoulder. It tilted its little head and started to listen carefully. After a moment later, it indeed heard a noise. Strange, this sound. Seems like some flying magical beast flapping its wings. When I fly very high, I'd also make this sound. It had just finished its sentence when a lush azure figure appeared in the vast sky. A mature azure swan with a smooth body shape and glistering feathers flapped its dazzling wings in midair. It was flying right towards them. The azure swan flew in circles above Huang Yueli and Little Phoenix's heads before it steadily landed right next to her. After it steadied itself, the azure swan immediately leaned close to Huang Yueli's side and subbed its furry body against her chest. However, its size was just too big for Huang Yueli. Its strength was overwhelming as well. Huang Yueli didn't manage to stand properly and almost fell to the ground. She retreated several steps before she finally managed to stand still. The azure swan's beautiful big eyes blinked and stepped forward to rub against her body again. This time it controlled its strength and Huang Yueli was tickled by its rubbing. Her mood lightened and she couldn't help stretching out her hand to touch its tail feather. Little Phoenix was standing on her shoulder and when it saw them rubbing each other, a sudden surge of jealousy suddenly arose. It chirped and interrupted their intimate actions. "I say, Sister Azure Luan, why have you flown over? How's that baddie? Have you killed it?" The bird raised its head and cried twice. Huang Yueli couldn't understand bird language and could only turn towards little Wang Kai. "What did it say?" Little Wang Kai unwillingly explained, "It says that damn old man is very strong and it couldn't defeat it. In fact, it was injured and could only escape from there. But that old man is also heavily injured, so the speed of him chasing over to use would be rather slow." Hearing that, Huang Yueli was finally at ease. Lucky. It was too dangerous today. Luckily, this Azure Luan helped us. She suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "Right. You said that the Azure Luan is injured? Quickly, let me take a look. Which part of it is injured?" Huang Yueli leaned close to the Azure Luan and started to inspect it carefully. Although it could not understand what she said, it had a spiritual nature and could guess Huang Yueli's intention. Hence it coordinated with her actions and lifted its injured leg for her to take a look. A bright red stain was coated on the lush azure feathers, and it was extremely eye-piercing. Huang Yueli leaned closer to take a look and said with a heartache, "The wound is rather deep. That beast, Huang Sanbai. How can he do such a malicious thing to such an adorable little creature?" Luckily, the Sky Phoenix ring had some ointment that can treat external wounds. She retrieved a roll of clean cotton bandage and a jar of ointment, then she helped the Azure Luan to bandage her wound. Little Phoenix was watching by the side. Although he didn't say a word, his bun-shaped face was puffed up and a frown also slowly emerged on his face. He was Female Devil's only favorite spiritual beast. When it was tortured by Huang Zixiao, it did not see Huang Yueli look so anxious or show any heartache. The baby bird expressed that it was extremely unhappy. Just as little Phoenix was unhappy and was thinking of ways to chase the Azure Luan away, it heard Huang Yueli say, "All right, your wound has been bandaged. As long as you rest well for the next few days, you should be able to recover totally. You should know your way back to Sacred Phoenix Continent, right? Then go back on your own. Wang Kai and I will make a move first." Little Wang Kai heard that and its eyes lit up as it nodded its head immediately. "That's right, we'll part ways and find our own homes. All right, Female Devil, let's go." It knew that Female Devil liked him the most and would absolutely not have a change of heart so easily. She administered treatment for this Azure Luan because it helped them. Little Wang Kai flapped its wings happily and was about to set off. But it only flew for a short distance and noticed that something was wrong. Its Female Devil didn't seem to chase up. Little Wang Kai turned its head back quickly and realized that the Azure Luan was standing in front of Huang. At the same time, its huge body also blocked her way. Little Wang Kai almost exploded as the sense of crisis spiked once again. With a whoosh, it flew back next to Huang Yueli's side and started chirping at the Azure Luan. What are you trying to do? Female Devil has already treated your injury. The old man that you taught a lesson is a traitor of the Sacred Phoenix race. So it's your duty to clear out rubbish like him. Don't tell me you want my Female Devil to make you some roasted chicken drumsticks? You're so big-sized, 10 drumsticks aren't even enough to feed you. But it's not a matter of 10 drumsticks. Even if it's just one, this lord will also not give it up to you. I advise you to know your place and quickly return to Sacred Phoenix race. Don't rely on my Female Devil." Little Phoenix was hooting furiously, whereas Huang Yueli's brows creased slightly as she shook her head at the Azure Luan. "Sister Azure Luan, although I also like you, I cannot take you with me. You also know that that old fellow Huang Sanbai isn't dead yet. There's no witness in that barren land at all. By the time he returns to Sacred Phoenix race, he will definitely make stories up and even make use of his forces to search and capture me. My current predicament is extremely dangerous. Moreover, you're so cool and so eye-catching. Huang Yueli touched the soft fur under its feathers. It felt so good. Anyway, if I have to bring you along, I will not be able to hide from Huang-sanbai. Moreover, there's no point for you to follow me, because I don't even know if I can escape successfully. But if you were to fly back to Sacred Phoenix Race, the clan will surely take good care of you. Even if it's Huang-sanbai, he can't find a reason to exact revenge on you. Although this Azure One had gone on a rampage and attacked Huang-sanbai, every single Azure One was considered as an important fortune for Sacred Phoenix Race. They wouldn't possibly do anything to this Azure One because of this reason. At most, they would lock it up for some time. After all, no one would ever believe that it had been controlled to attack another person with a motive. The Azure One looked at Huang Yueli as it tilted its furry head. Its clear eyes were filled with puzzlement. Apparently, it couldn't understand what she said. Whereas for little Wang Kai, it couldn't be bothered to translate it for the Azure One. It flapped its little wings impatiently and said, "Female devil says she can't keep you with her. Quickly leave, leave, leave." The Azure One's eyes flashed past a disappointed glint. After a while, it seemed to have thought things through. It suddenly walked up and stuck close to her. "Hey, what are you trying to do again? Didn't I tell you to leave?" Little Wang Kai hastily jumped out to protect his ownership. The Azure One raised its neck and made a gargling sound. Then it lowered its head and used its sharp beak to peck on Huang Yueli's palm. She hadn't reacted in time and a drop of blood appeared on her fair palm after the peck. The Azure One immediately used its tongue to lick that drop of blood. Then it tried to bend down with much difficulty with its injured talons, wanting to kneel in front of her. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment. After that, her face lit up with joy. "What? You're willing to acknowledge me as your owner, and become my contractual spirit beast?" The Azure One nodded and continued to lick the blood on Huang Yueli's palm. She was simply overjoyed. She honestly didn't expect such a scarce and fierce Azure One to initiate a contract with her. Huang-sanbai said earlier that Azure Ones were extremely hard to rear. They could only force them to submit to them if they started rearing these birds since young. She caressed its head and used her blood to draw out a rune, pressing it on the Azure One's head. Actually, God Realm's spirit beasts and Lower Realm's magical beasts were not exactly the same. So Huang Yueli wasn't certain if the Lower Realm's contractual method could work with the Azure One. But luckily, it was very cooperative. Huang Yueli also had in-depth knowledge of array skills. So after the contractual agreement failed twice, she followed along the direction of the energy and automatically adjusted a few array patterns and hand gestures. At least, she managed to take in this Azure One. Little Phoenix was extremely unhappy, but there was no way for it to stop this. Hence, it could only watch Huang Yueli take in another new spiritual pet. After she was done with the contractual agreement, Huang Yueli turned back and saw her little Wang Kai's begrudged face. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. "All right, don't be so upset. Didn't you always complain that staying in the realm alone is very boring? Now, there's someone, no, Azure One, is there to accompany you. Isn't that great?" In the past, when Huang Yueli was in the lower realm, she had once taken in a golden-crested vulture as her magical pet. Little Phoenix had always treated the vulture as its subordinate, commanding it around. It was so cocky back then. Later on, Huang Yueli's ability rose speedily. Before she ascended, she knew that little vulture would probably be bullied by God Realm's spirit beasts, and it would never have as much freedom as in the lower realm. So before she went to the inheritance tower, she broke off the contractual agreement with little vulture and left it in Blue Profound Sect. In this way, little Wang Kai lost its subordinate. Every day, it would spend its time feeling lonely and would be noisier than usual. Huang Yueli had always been thinking of taking in another spiritual pet to play with it. Now, with the Azure Yuan, it was killing two birds with one stone. She couldn't think of a reason for little Phoenix to object to this. So she casually patted its head and comforted it slightly. Following that, she turned her head and said to the Azure Yuan, "Since you're already following me, we can't keep calling you Azure Yuan. In the future, your name is Prosperity. Since we're contractually bonded, you can enter my realm, so we won't have to worry about anyone seeing you. Your talon is injured, so quickly go in and rest." The Azure Yuan nodded its head obediently and disappeared. Huang Yueli waved her hand at little Wang Kai and said, "All right, we've settled that problem. I didn't expect to make a contract with an Azure Yuan. Isn't this a blessing in disguise? Wang Kai, let's leave this place quickly. The sky is almost turning dark, and if we don't find a safe place to spend the night, we might meet with trouble later." Saying that, she started to walk forward. She failed to notice that little Wang Kai was biting its lips, with a begrudged look on its face behind her back. In the past, one could tell that the silly vulture was a brainless creature, hence it would become its subordinate. But this little sister Azure Yuan had a powerful presence. It was obvious that it would fight for her affection. The only thing that it could be happy about was such a beautiful Azure Yuan was given such a stupid name. Prosperity. Female Devil's mind was indeed full of money. It was already midnight when Huang Sanbai descended on the barren land with Huang Yueli. Now, after experiencing a battle and escaping to such a far distance, the sky was already pitch dark. The surrounding light was becoming dimmer and dimmer. Although Huang Yueli could use the flame to illuminate the place, based on many years of experience learning, she knew that even on a barren land like this, there could be various kinds of dangerous magical beasts hiding everywhere. God Realm spirit beasts were even more powerful than magical beasts, and Huang Yueli didn't understand their habits at all. Even so, trying to hasten on her journey in a place like this was simply too dangerous. Huang Yueli chose a big boulder as her camp and also used the Sky Phoenix ring stored materials to set up a simple tent. She also set up a few arrays. After Huang Yueli finished the setup, she lay down. She had been on tenterhooks for the entire day, and now that she had loosened up, she quickly went into dreamland. The night was considered safe and no accidents happened. She was neither harassed by magical beasts nor pursued by Huang Sanbai. Huang Yueli woke up early in the morning and made her breakfast out of some dry rations in her realm. She nibbled on it and pondered over her next step to take. According to her original plan, she had to return to her own clan's sacred phoenix race immediately after she arrived in God Realm. Huang Yueli was very experienced, and she knew clearly that only a powerful force would help a practitioner increase their abilities and also supply a great deal of convenience. Especially for sacred phoenix race, a huge force with thousands of years of inheritance. The clan's resources and the methods of nurturing their geniuses were not something that ordinary forces could compare with. This plan was originally not difficult to execute. But she didn't expect that her secret of holding on to the Sky Phoenix ring would be exposed so soon. Moreover, she was even pursued after by an elder in the clan. Now, things were a little troublesome. Although she had temporarily escaped from Huang Sanbai's pursuit, he would not let this go so easily. Now that she already knew about his ambitions, he would definitely try to kill her because she found out about his fake amiable appearance. Moreover, the Sky Phoenix ring was such a huge temptation. Returning to the sacred Phoenix race was simply walking into a trap. Perhaps, before she even got a chance to meet with the clan leader, she might be captured by Huang Sanbai. As for what would happen after that, there was no need to say others at all. If she didn't go to the sacred Phoenix race, based on her innate talent and ability, if she went to any first-rate force, she would be valued and nurtured. But this was her first time here. So she didn't know which forces were close to sacred phoenix race. If she were to show herself and Huang Sanbai found her, that would spell trouble. Huang Yueli thought about it and her expression turned melancholic. Little Phoenix and the little sister Azure Luan sat by the pond and drank water together. Azure Luan noticed its master showing a sad face and it made a gurgling sound as though it was asking a question. Little Wang Kai had turned into a little Shotokan and had propped his face up. What do you know? Female devil always shows this expression, and that's not a problem at all. She's just dreaming. Ever since Big Demon Lord left, she always shows this expression every other day. I really can't take it. Little Wang Kai looked at her with disdain. Huang Yueli heard its tender voice, and an idea suddenly popped out. Right, she had almost forgotten about this. Since she couldn't go to Sacred Phoenix race, surely she could go to Cloudy Qilin clan to rely on Li Moying, couldn't she? Thinking of this, Huang Yueli instantly became agitated. When she was in Soaring Heaven's continent, she did think about going to look for Li Moying immediately when she reached God Realm. But God Realm was so huge and there were so many people. It would pose a difficulty to search for Li Moying in the vast number of people. That was why she chose to return to Sacred Phoenix race first. Although she had been assassinated by Huang Sanbai and couldn't go to Sacred Phoenix race now, she could find out where Li Moying was. Huang Yueli quickly made a decision and set her mind to go look for Li Moying in Cloudy Qilin continent. She climbed up instantly and patted off the dust on her clothes. Then she waved to the two birds by the pond. All right, we should set off now. Prosperity is too obvious, so it's better to go back to the realm first. The Azure Luan nodded its head obediently and entered the realm. Little Phoenix turned back into a nightingale. It was lively by nature. As it had been locked in the Sky Phoenix ring earlier, it had really been bored out of its mind. Now that it was finally released, it wasn't willing to go back, no matter what. Huang Yueli saw its appearance, and since it no longer looked like a phoenix, she just allowed it to do as it wished. Alright, if you want to fly alone, go ahead and do it. But you have to be careful. When you reach a place with lots of people, you have to keep your mouth shut. In God Realm, only spiritual beasts could turn into a human form and speak human language. No matter how strong or how much spiritual nature ordinary spirit beasts might have, it was impossible to do that. If little Wang Kai were to speak casually, it would easily arouse other people's suspicions. Alright, I know. Female devil, don't worry. I will listen to what you say, don't worry about it. Little Phoenix lifted its talon and scratched the feathers on its head with an extremely innocent look. Huang Yueli took a suspicious look at it, expressing that she didn't believe in it. If this fellow could stop making trouble for just one day, pigs would fly. These two used the sun above them to differentiate the direction and flew towards the east. As expected, they didn't fly too far away before Little Phoenix couldn't stand it any longer. It started to call out to Huang Yueli while standing on her head, "Female devil, why did you head in that direction? We're going further away from the pond." Huang Yueli's lips twitched. Didn't you agree not to talk? Ever since Huang Zixiao had trained Little Phoenix for a year, this little thing had activated the skill of talking in its original state. According to Huang Zixiao's saying, this was a tremendous improvement and also a kind of upgrade in Little Phoenix's ability. But to Huang Yueli, this wasn't a good thing at all. Because little Wang Kai had become even more irritating than usual. It was simply no different from a human race brat. No, that wasn't right. It was even noisier than a brat because brats wouldn't climb on top of her head to screech. She glowered at little Wang Kai, but it wasn't afraid at all. In fact, it even spoke forcefully and with justice. Female devil, what are you worried about? We haven't met any living people along the way. There's no problem for me to say a few words right now. Huang Yueli was speechless. I thought you agreed to listen to what I say. Little Phoenix flapped its wings. It's not that I didn't listen. I'm doing this for our safety, so that's why I'm giving you a special reminder. Senior Huang taught me that the safest route along the wilderness is to follow the water. You're going further and further away in this way. Huang Yueli shot a glance at it and started to explain. Yesterday night, I interacted with Prosperity through our thoughts last night, and she recalled the route when Huang Sanbai brought it to Soul Connection Ocean. According to its memory, the surrounding thousands of miles here are all barren lands. The nearest town is on the far east. If we don't travel towards the east, we might be lost within the barren land. This place doesn't look as peaceful as it looks on the surface. Everywhere might be fraught with dangers. Hearing that, little Wang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. So it's like this. As expected, only God Realm natives know more than us. Huang Yueli was fearful as well. Thinking of this, luckily that Azure Luan took a liking to her and chased after them. So she took the Azure Luan in as her spiritual pet. Otherwise, she didn't know the situation in God Realm and wouldn't even be able to find her way out of this barren land. If she were to meet with some powerful huge magical beast that she couldn't handle, or some natural disaster, she would be in deep trouble. Now, with the Azure Luan's guidance, at least she roughly knew what was going on. As Huang Yueli was afraid of drawing Huang Sanbai's attention, she didn't dare to ride on the Azure Luan. So she could only travel on foot. The speed, as compared to coming to this place, was much slower. It took her an entire week before she saw some images of buildings. We're here. This should be the small town that Sister Azure Luan was talking about. There are so many buildings here, I think I see some people as well. Little Phoenix hovered around in the sky and observed the situation from afar before it started to say excitedly. Huang Yueli hurriedly coughed and said, "All right, since there are people here, you're not allowed to talk. If you don't control your mouth, then I'll lock you up in the Sky Phoenix ring next time, not allowing you to come out." Little Wang Kai stared at her looking aggrieved and pouted. Then it quietened down. Huang Yueli walked forward quickly, and when he was still 1 to 2 miles away from the small town, she suddenly stopped. "I almost forgot, luckily after the re-refinement of the Sky Phoenix ring was completed, it's extremely sold. All the things that I brought from Soaring Heaven's continent were not damaged at all." As she nagged, she took out a piece of the green robe from the realm and also some pigments and clay. Little Phoenix initially couldn't understand what she wanted to do. But as it recalled her warning earlier, it didn't dare to ask and just tilted its head to look at her. In the end, the top of its head was suddenly covered by a piece of cloth and everything turned dark immediately. Chirp chirp. Chirp chirp. What's going on? Little Phoenix had a great shock and shook its head vigorously as it flew everything as though it was dancing. After a moment later, the cloth on top of its head was shaken away. "Female devil, you," it hurriedly looked towards Huang Yueli's side. It only took one look and its mouth opened in shock. "This? Are you my female devil? Where did you hide my female devil?" In its momentary loss of sight, Huang Yueli had already changed into that long azure robe. Little Phoenix was shocked to find out that the azure robe was actually a male's. Huang Yueli was currently sticking clay and colored pigments on her face. When she raised her head a while later, Little Phoenix totally couldn't recognize her at all. Where did that gorgeous, elegant beauty in front of it go? That's obviously another person right now. Huang Yueli's disguise techniques were incredibly powerful, and when she was in Soaring Heaven's continent, she had once deceived Li Moying's shadow guards with it. Now that she used this technique, it was still very miraculous. When those colors and clay were stuck on her face, under her delicate application, it seemed as though it was her second layer of skin. Even from a close distance, one could not find any flaw at all. After making slight adjustments to her features, she looked rather smart and her skin also reflected a sun-kissed tone. Accompanied with that dim gray robe made out of ordinary material, she looked like a handsome young man who was from the countryside. Huang Yueli found a bronze mirror from her realm and shone it against the light. Then she nodded her head satisfactorily. All right, this is much better. Let's go to the town. This small town was very near to the place where she and Huang Sanbai fought. If he was thinking straight, he would easily think of looking for her in the small town. So, for Huang Yueli, to go to town wasn't a wise decision at all. If it was possible, she didn't want to go. But unfortunately, this area was just too desolate and she wasn't familiar with this place at all. If she still didn't ask someone, she might not know how she died. Luckily, she had this kind of disguise technique. She didn't know if it would work in front of God Realm's top exponents, but at the very least, same-leveled practitioners as her would find it hard to see her true countenance. Little Phoenix was still in a daze. If it hadn't witnessed it for itself, no way would it ever believe that this was his female devil. Never mind if her countenance had changed. The main thing was after Huang Yueli changed into a man's clothes, her temperament seemed to have undergone a major change. Her actions were all masculinized and there was no flaw at all. It was until Huang Yueli had walked out by a huge distance, before little Phoenix came to its senses. It flapped its little wings in a fluster and chased up to her. Female devil, wait for me. Shut up, you're not allowed to speak the human language. After they entered the small town, Huang Yueli discovered that the pedestrians were dressed in various kinds of different costumes, and they all looked and dressed differently. Moreover, a number of them looked dazed and curious, as though they hadn't realized where they were right now. Initially, she was a little surprised. But shortly after, she quickly realized what had happened. This small town was one of the closest to the Soul Connection Ocean, and many newly ascended practitioners would pass by this place. Most of them were human and they weren't under any specific powerhouse, so naturally, no one would come and pick them up. They just came to God Realm and hadn't understood what was going on yet. So this was perfectly normal. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Because of the current situation, it had given her the convenience of concealing her whereabouts. If everyone here were God Realm's natives, then the appearance of an outsider like her would be very abrupt. So no matter what, it would be easy to find a flaw from this. But now, it was different. It was everyone's first time here, so as long as she paid a little more attention, she would be able to mingle among these God Realm's freshmen. With little Wang Kai standing on her shoulder, she walked forward in big strides. When she turned into a transaction street, her footsteps suddenly halted. She immediately noticed several familiar faces on this street. They were the young clansmen whom she had met in Soul Connection Ocean. These people were holding some pictures in different sizes, and they stopped pedestrians to ask them questions. Huang Yueli instantly dodged and hid to one side. Although she only took one glance, it was enough to tell that the person in the picture was indeed her. She heard Sacred Phoenix Race disciples' voices. Dear fellow travelers, have you seen this person in the picture? This person is our clan's genius and had been assassinated by someone, hence she is now missing. If anyone saw her, please contact the Sacred Phoenix Race. Our clan will definitely reward the informant generously. At this moment, Huang Yueli couldn't help but feel fortunate. Luckily, she had the foresight to disguise herself first. Otherwise, she might have been exposed right now. Based on Sacred Phoenix Race's authority, would ordinary practitioners dare not to report about it? Moreover, they even mentioned a generous reward. In front of such a huge benefit, how many of them wouldn't be interested? Although it seemed that she had already escaped, the truth was she hadn't made her way out of this emerging crisis yet. Huang Sanbai's experience and knowledge had far surpassed her. So it was impossible for him to not think of other ideas. Huang Yueli felt that this place was rather dangerous and she shouldn't be staying here for long. Hence, she only wanted to stay one night. Tomorrow morning, she would try to find out the way to the Cloudy Qilin clan and leave here. She knew that the best way to hide was to mingle among the crowd. So she specially chose the most crowded 1000 Mile Inn to stay for the night. 1000 Mile Inn's business was the best. But it was not the most luxurious. On the contrary, this inn was actually one of the most rundown inns. As a large number of practitioners in town were mostly practitioners who had just ascended from the lower realm, they basically didn't have much money to spend. Ordinary inns were not willing to take them in. Only 1000 Mile Inn was willing to let lower realm practitioners use their spirit stones and lower realm resources to pay for their lodging expenses. Huang Yueli toured around the 1000 Mile Inn's entrance and wasn't in a hurry to enter. Instead, she took a turn and walked out from it. She observed for a little while and stopped a practitioner who was dressed in rags. This person looked rather disheveled and his gaze seemed to reflect panic and puzzlement. This was a typical sight for most lower realm practitioners. Seeing Huang Yueli suddenly appearing in front of him, he trembled and gazed at her in an abnormally defensive look. "You, who are you? What do you want?" Huang Yueli smiled and tried her best to look more amiable. "Hello, I'm a practitioner who just happened to pass by this place. I have just ascended and I don't have anyone to rely on, so I'm moving ahead on my own." "From your looks, you should have just ascended also, right? Why don't we get to know each other and travel together? 2 is better than 1, and we can help each other out along the way." The ragged practitioner shot her a suspicious look, and he was even more defensive right now. To be honest, he had barely ascended for less than a month, but was already duped many times in God Realm. He also almost died. Now, he was very clear that God Realm was a place where the strong survived on the weak and everywhere was full of traps. A practitioner like him in the lower realm was already invincible and no one dared to offend him. But in God Realm, there were plenty of people who were stronger than him. Moreover, all of them treated them lower realm practitioners as a piece of fatty meat. They were ready to dupe him at any moment. From his gaze, Huang Yueli knew that he was very wary of people. But which lower realm practitioners who ascended alone weren't like this? Even for Huang Yueli herself, she was also much more vigilant than before. She would not believe others so easily now. After all, her own clan's elder was also thinking of how to kill her and obtain the treasure from her hand. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli's eyes rolled and she didn't spend too much time to win his trust. She coughed lightly and asked in a low voice, "Buddy, earlier I saw you taking a rainbow-colored stone from your realm ring. What kind of stone is that? Is it a kind of treasure in your lower realm?" The ascender went into a daze and instantly frowned. "What do you mean by this? What do you want to do?" "I'm telling you, those stones are merely transaction stones, which are golden ray continent use. Although it is useful in aiding one's cultivation, to 10th stage realm practitioners like us, there's not much use. In golden ray continent, we merely use it to trade for other treasures. But in God realm, it's simply worthless. Even if you try to snatch it, there's not much use." Hearing Huang Yueli's question, his first reaction was that he had exposed his fortune. That was probably why Huang Yueli had her eye on him. From the looks of this, she would probably want to snatch it from him openly. Huang Yueli observed his expression and on seeing his reaction as what she predicted, her lips curled into a smile. "This brother, you must be mistaken. I indeed feel that the stone that you have is very beautiful. Moreover, the attribute is very compatible with the kind of cultivation method I am mastering, so that's why I'm thinking of getting some. But I'm an upright person and will absolutely not resort to despicable methods to obtain it. I just merely want to do a transaction with you." "Do a transaction? What transaction?" The ascender still had a suspicious look on his face. It was obvious that he didn't trust Huang Yueli at all. Her right hand flipped and a long sword was drawn out from her interspatial ring. This long sword was of the most outstanding profound weapon that she had refined in the lower realm. Initially, she wanted to help Li Moying refine the best profound weapon. Hence, she did not mind exhausting a large number of resources, and also practice again and again to increase her armament refining standard. Then she finally managed to produce a few outstanding profound armaments. Moreover, those were all Li Moying's frequently used long swords. These profound weapons had already surpassed 9th-tiered upper-grade profound weapons. Although it wasn't the same as the amethyst light sword, which was a supreme profound armament, from the exterior alone, it looked the same as a supreme profound armament. Other than real experts, no one would be able to tell the difference. Huang Yueli knew that this profound armament definitely still had a flaw. Hence there was no way to attain the supreme profound armament standard, but since she could not find the exact problem, she could only leave these profound weapons aside. When she had time in the future, then she would conduct full research on it. In the end, her profound weapon had yet to be refined, but Li Moying had already ascended. As for these few, she retrieved it from Blue Profound Sect before she ascended, just in case. Now, she took one of the profound weapons out. Although it is the lowest quality piece, to the lower realm ascender, it made his eyes light up. This was a supreme profound armament that had already surpassed the 9th-tiered profound armament. Even in God realm, it was also considered a pretty good piece of weapon. And now, for those practitioners who had just ascended from the lower realm, the thing they lacked the most now was a handy piece of profound weapon. Lower realm was used to using these weapons, and now the tiers of those weapons were simply too low. Moreover, each real piece of spirit armament was extremely pricey. It wasn't something that they could afford. Instead, a well-built supreme profound armament was most suitable for their use. Huang Yueli noticed his gaze and smiled. Then she said, "I'll use this profound weapon to exchange for the rainbow-colored stone. What do you think?" The other party went into a daze, and his eyes widened in surprise. He stared at Huang Yueli in disbelief. There was only one thought in his mind. Is this little brat insane? Did he concentrate only on cultivating in the lower realm and had never gone out on experience learning? Does this brat know how much the supreme profound armament in his hands was worth? How could he casually show it, and even say that he wants to exchange for the stones in my possession? What's wrong with him? Is there anyone so dumb in this world? The rainbow spirit stone that he had was not worth much in the lower realm. And now in God realm, it was totally worthless. In the end, someone actually used a supreme profound armament to exchange for it. Could it be that he had been pitting against God realm's practitioners every day, and this was his lucky day? A fool came knocking on his door? The ascender suppressed his excited emotions and tried his best not to appear to be so agitated. He even cast a disdainful look intentionally at Huang Yueli. What's the thing that you are holding? It doesn't even look like a low-grade spirit armament, right? You want to use it to exchange for my rainbow spirit stones? Let me tell you this. In our Golden Ray continent, rainbow spirit stones are a priceless treasure that can enhance a practitioner's cultivation. You really have the foresight to be interested in it. But, the price of these two is not compatible at all. The ascender raised his chin, hoping to appear even prouder. He had finally met with a fool. It was such a godsend opportunity that he would not meet every day. If he didn't take this opportunity to scheme the fool of a huge fortune, he might never get the chance again. Huang Yueli heard what he said and sneered inwardly. But her expression seemed as though she was shocked. After that, she revealed a disappointed expression. This. I'm so sorry about it. I didn't expect these rainbow-colored spirit stones to be so valuable. Since that's the case, it indeed is very abrupt of me. I'm sorry, I'll leave right now. Hearing that, the Ascender was instantly stunned. He intentionally said these to squeeze more from her so that he could use this chance to ask for a higher price. It was impossible that he would not exchange with her. Whoever knew that this fool was so tactful? He was just scaring her, and she was really frightened. If she left, where was he going to find another piece of supreme profound armament? Thinking of this, the Ascender quickly took a step up and stopped Huang Yueli. Hey, wait a while. Why are you in such a rush? Did I say that I'm not willing to exchange? Huang Yueli was dazed momentarily and started to reveal her wonderful acting skills. What? You're really willing to exchange with me? This brother, you're so nice. You're the best person I've met since I came to God Realm. But, if we do the exchange, it'd be too disadvantageous for you. I can't let a nice person be at a disadvantage. Forget it, I'd better go. Just treat that I didn't say anything at all. Saying that, Huang Yueli retreated several steps and directly kept the supreme profound armament back into her realm. When the Ascender saw that, he grew even more flustered. At this moment, he totally couldn't bother about bargaining on the price. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to obtain the supreme profound armament as soon as possible. This little buddy, you can't put it in that way. I am a little on the losing end, but to help a fellow practitioner is something that we practitioners have to do. The Ascender attempted to convince Huang Yueli. No, my master had always taught me to never take advantage of anyone. Even if I have ascended, I cannot defy his teachings. Huang Yueli's face was full of innocence, which looked like a kind-hearted bunny. All the things she said were full of righteousness. But in the Ascender's ears, he almost wanted to throw up blood. Where did this oddball come from? There was someone who didn't like to take advantage of others. With such sublime thoughts, how did he manage to become a first-rate practitioner in the lower realm, and even ascend successfully to God Realm? No, I'm not on the losing end. I'm willing to exchange with you. I'm sorry, I deceived you earlier. In actual fact, I'm the one who had gained the advantage if you use this supreme profound armament to exchange with my rainbow spirit stones. I'm not disadvantaged at all. The Ascender was in such a hurry to explain that he even admitted that he tried to deceive her. But Huang Yueli, who was disguised as an uncouth young man, looked very righteous. Buddy, don't lie to me anymore. I know you purposely said that so that I won't feel guilty. Actually, you just want to help me. Don't think that I will believe you just because you say that. My character does not allow me to take advantage of others. Hearing Huang Yueli's words, the Ascender almost spat out blood. This fool really left him at his wit's end. No wonder there was a quote that said, "Walk with wise people and become wise, befriend fools and get into trouble." Earlier when he deceived this fellow, he simply believed him without any hesitation. But now, when he told her the truth, he didn't believe in him at all. Did he even have any brains? But unfortunately, this fool had her own set of reasoning, which made one unable to rebuke. The Ascender went blur. He thought about this for a long time, but couldn't think up a plan. At this moment, he turned green from regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have agreed to the exchange right from the start and not thought about trying to dupe him for a little more. If it went according to plan, he would already have gotten that supreme profound armament. But now, no matter how he regretted his actions, it was all too late. Just as the Ascender was feeling vexed, Huang Yueli suddenly said, "Unless." She merely said these words, and the Ascender almost jumped up excitedly. He quickly inched close to her and asked hurriedly, "Unless? Unless what? What do you want me to do before you sell me that supreme profound armament?" "I'll give you the rainbow spirit stones. I have plenty of it here." "Right, I also have our golden ray continent's medicinal pills and profound armaments. Although it's not as good as the ones in God Realm, to newly ascended practitioners like us, it's still pretty useful. He took a look at Huang Yueli's attitude, which had softened up a little. So he totally couldn't care about anything else. The ascender quickly took out a handful of rainbow spirit stones from his realm ring and many porcelain bottles, which contained medicinal pills. There were also some ninth-tiered profound armaments. From this stance, he seemed as though he couldn't wait to pass every single piece of his stuff to her. Huang Yueli tried hard to control her laughter. But her face still looked very righteous. No way, how can this be done? I already said that I cannot take advantage of you. Hearing that, she suddenly changed the topic. But it's different if we are friends. My master said that friends shouldn't haggle too much and should sacrifice for each other. If you are my friend, then I think I will be able to accept your sacrifice. The ascender was almost on the verge of collapse after being tormented in this way. Hearing Huang Yueli's words, he couldn't care about any other things. So naturally, he wouldn't have noticed that although she sounded very generous, her hands were holding on to the rainbow spirit stones and medicinal herbs tightly. He hurriedly nodded his head and said, "Of course we're friends. Of course, we're friends. How can we not be friends? We are best buddies who regret not having to get acquainted earlier. Doing such a small thing like this is part of my responsibility." Hearing that, Huang Yueli's face finally showed a smile. "That's right, we can become friends." The ascender nodded his head swiftly. "Right, we're already friends. The best buddies ever." He originally thought that this little brat would definitely be delighted when he said that. And she would bring out the supreme profound armament again. Whoever knew that she intentionally blinked, and after sizing him up, she suddenly furrowed her brows again. "No, something's wrong. I feel that something's not quite right. I don't even know what's your name. And which continent did you ascend from? What powerhouses are there in your continent? Why does it produce this kind of exclusive rainbow spirit stones? And, also..." Huang Yueli swiftly asked a lot of questions, and after some time, she finally stopped. Lastly, she said, "If I don't even know the answers to these basic questions, how can we be counted as friends?" These questions to the ascender weren't difficult to answer at all. Matters regarding the lower realm had nothing much to do with him after he ascended, so there wasn't any need to hide the facts at all. Using this useless self-introduction to exchange for a supreme profound armament was worth it. Simply a great deal. The ascender was excited and started to introduce himself unguarded. "Buddy, how do you do? I'm Li Dan, a practitioner who ascended from Golden Ray Continent. There are 3 equally famous powerhouses in Golden Ray Continent, and I'm a disciple from the biggest powerhouse, Loyalty Villa. As for Loyalty Villa, we are best at refining pills. Look at these pills that I've given you. Even if we were to compare it to those pills which God Realm's ordinary practitioners use, it's not lacking in any way." Huang Yueli looked at the medicinal pills in her hands and nodded seriously. She had to admit that Golden Ray Continent's armament refining pills standard indeed had a distinctive style. She could tell from the color, pill pattern and the fragrance that was emitted from the pill were all cream of the crop. It looked like a 9th-leveled medicinal pill, but in terms of medicinal effects, it should be much more outstanding than ordinary 9th-leveled medicinal pills. Li Dan continued and said, "As for these rainbow spirit stones, it's produced by a famous deep abyss in Golden Ray Continent." He started to do his self-introduction endlessly. Under Huang Yueli's intentional guidance, he introduced Golden Ray Continent clearly to her. She also asked about some fine details. Under the temptation of the supreme profound armament, Li Dan explained every single detail. After Huang Yueli had cleared up her doubts over all the things she wanted to know, she nodded her head and patted Li Dan's shoulder. "All right, we've already exchanged our understanding of each other. From now on, we're best friends. I'll give you this supreme profound armament. In return, I'll keep these spirit stones and medicinal pills. Seeing Huang Yueli taking out the supreme profound armament once again, Li Dan's gaze turned straight. Right. We're best friends. This profound armament. This brother will keep it. As he spoke, Li Dan's saliva almost dripped down. Huang Yueli laughed and said, then those spirit stones and other things that you've given are proof of our friendship. I won't stand on ceremony then. Seeing her picking up the rainbow spirit stones while beaming, Li Dan felt a little regretful for an instant. If he knew that becoming friends with this fellow could easily exchange for this supreme profound armament, and this fool would even feel grateful to him, then he would not take so many spirit stones out. Alas, it's now too late for regrets. Huang Yueli had already kept all the things. He could still try to think of ways to get the things back based on the name of friendship. But the fool's thinking was not the same as other people's. In case of unforeseen situations, Li Dan pondered for a long time and decided to stop there. Even though those spirit stones, medicinal pills, and profound armaments were pretty decent treasures, but as compared to those supreme profound armaments, those were not worth mentioning at all. He was the overall winner for this transaction. Li Dan hurriedly kept the supreme profound armament and tried his best to control himself from bursting into laughter. Then he turned to Huang Yueli and said, all right, buddy. I still have something to deal with, so I've to make a move first. Huang Yueli nodded and said, all right, go ahead with your work. I wonder which inn is Big Brother staying in. Since we're good friends, we should keep in contact frequently. I'll visit you in the next few days. Li Dan originally was worried that Huang Yueli would insist on following him. But when he realized that she had no such intention, he couldn't help but heave a breath of relief. But before he could even finish breathing, he heard her asking for his address and also said that she would pay him a visit. Li Dan's thoughts raced wildly and pretended to be composed. Oh, this. I'm staying at 1,000 Mile Inn. Ground floor, room 11. You're welcome to look for me anytime. Huang Yueli smiled and nodded. That's great. Big brother, have a good trip. Li Dan smiled and waved to him as he slowly left along a street. Moreover, he kept turning back after a few steps, as though he couldn't bear to part with this new friend that he made. When he took a turn around the corner and left Huang Yueli's line of sight, Li Dan's expression instantly changed. He retrieved the supreme profound armament from his realm ring and looked at it. No matter how he looked at it, he liked it very much. This was the legendary supreme profound armament. My precious supreme profound armament, finally. I've finally got you. He admired it for a while and suddenly thought of something. Then he shivered, lifted his head abruptly, and looked around anxiously. When he discovered that no one was around, he heaved a long sigh of relief. A disdainful look appeared on his face. That fool is simply too dumb. Who would treat a dumbus like him as my brother? He even wants to keep in contact frequently. What a joke. Since I've already gotten the supreme profound armament, I will definitely leave immediately. Who would stay here and become close friends with him? Goodbye. Oh, wrong. It should be farewell forever. The ascender muttered to himself for a while and kept the supreme profound armament away. Then he turned around and walked to the other end of the small town. He had already set up his mind to leave this small town today. After all, he duped the little brat to obtain the supreme profound armament from him. If the fool suddenly thought things through and even realized that she was disadvantaged, then what should he do? Everyone was a practitioner who had ascended from the lower realm. If they had to fight, it was really hard to tell who would win. The better option for him was to slip away as fast as he can. In this way, even if the fool realized what had happened, there was no way that she would find him. The ascender moved swiftly, and he had already walked past a few streets. He assumed that no one knew what was going on. He totally didn't expect that Huang Yueli was looking meaningfully at his departing back figure from a distance away, and her lips curled into a slight smile. There are so many fools who think they are very intelligent in this world. Luckily, he thinks so, and my plan could be smoothly executed. Since this fellow has already left this small town on his own, then I have nothing to fear. Huang Yueli turned around and walked towards 1,000 Mile and once again. When she reached the entrance, before she could even talk to the innkeeper, 2 practitioners dressed in the small town's guard's uniform stopped her. I'm sorry, this fellow practitioner. We are following the mayor's instructions. From today onwards, all outsider practitioners who are staying in this Serene Rain town will need to register with us. After we've verified your identity, then you can stay here. Huang Yueli blinked. Before she could reply, she heard 2 practitioners nearby who were being questioned, and they flew into a rage over this. What? What did you say? We're just staying in the inn. Why must you interrogate us as though we are prisoners? What does it have to do with you about which lower realm we ascend from? The guards stared coldly at these 2 troublemakers and said in an unfriendly tone, "This is the mayor's orders. Either you follow, or you can scram from Serene Rain Town. God Realm isn't a place where you, lower realm practitioners like you can create a ruckus." His words were simply slighting lower realm practitioners with disdain. Those 2 practitioners originally had bad tempers. Upon hearing that, they felt that they could no longer endure it any longer. They were so angry that their faces turned red and instantly pulled out their long swords. They slashed at the guards and shouted loudly, "Don't assume that you are born in God Realm and you can look down on us lower realm practitioners. We are not to be trifled with. Today, I'll show you what we are capable of." The 2 of them dashed out ferociously. Whoever knew, they were struck by a burst of profound energy even before they could touch a corner of the guard's sleeve. "Ah!" The 2 men cried out miserably, and their bodies were like kites with broken strings, which fell out. This scene happened too quickly. By the time all the other practitioners had reacted, everyone was instantly so shocked that their faces turned green as they kept quiet out of fear. Which one of them in the lower realm was not top exponents in their continents? Whoever knew that after they reached God Realm, they immediately became second-class citizens who were treated differently when they wanted to stay in an inn. They felt displeased and wanted to make trouble. It wasn't only those 2 who were upset. But they were the first to strike out. However now, when they saw those 2 troublemakers' consequences, those people who were originally itching to make a move suddenly silently felt lucky about it. These 2 God Realm guards seemed as though they only had 10th stage realm cultivation, which was not much different from them. But when they really took action, these 2 lower realm ascenders couldn't even block off a single move from them at all. Although they heard that God Realm's cultivation methods, profound skills, and inheritances were much better than lower realms, the disparity between the 2 abilities still left them in shock. Moreover, these 2 people were just guards in one of God Realm's small towns. In God Realm, they were just ant-like figures. If it was God Realm's real top-rated exponents of peerless geniuses, then the difference between them was something that was beyond the Ascender's imagination. With this episode, all the Ascenders present at the scene didn't dare to fight back at all. They coordinated with the guards' interrogations. Huang Yueli watched them and a smile surfaced on her lips. Luckily, she had the foresight and knew that this would happen. The 2 guards, by her side, sneered. "Did you see that? If you don't answer our questions properly, those 2 guys are your role models. Now, tell us what's your name? Which continent did you ascend from?" Huang Yueli showed an extremely terrified look and answered softly, "Brother guards, don't be angry, I'll answer you right away. I'm called Li Yue Huang and I come from Golden Ray Continent. I ascended just half a month ago." She first gave herself a fake name and just repeated all the information that she heard from Li Dan. The guards jotted down as they listened. At the same time, they also asked a few questions regarding Huangyueli's sect and some social customs that were related to Golden Ray Continent. Fortunately, Huangyueli received fresh and precise information from Li Dan, and she answered very smoothly. When she finished answering their questions, the guards exchanged a glance. Huangyueli put on a terrified expression as she lowered her eyes and stood in front of the two men. Finally, the guards waved their hands. "All right, you're fine. Go look for the innkeeper." She quickly nodded her head and said, "Okay, thank you, brother guards." She quickly walked to the innkeeper and said, "Innkeeper, I want an ordinary room, and it'd be best if it's a little quieter." The innkeeper responded and quickly gave her a piece of bamboo stick with a room number written on it. "Sir, may I ask how you'd like to make payment?" "If you're using lower realm spirit stones, then you'd have to make the payment first." Huangyueli blinked and said, "Oh, I can use the lower realm spirit stones?" "Innkeeper, I have some rainbow spirit stones from Golden Ray Continent. How much can this be used for?" The innkeeper received the rainbow spirit stones and took a careful look at them. "These are the highest quality rainbow spirit stones, and there's quite a lot of heaven and earth, profound chi, contained inside. I'll charge you 10,000 rainbow spirit stones for a day." For this price to a lower realm practitioner, it was a rather fraudulent amount. Based on what Li Dan said, 10,000 rainbow spirit stones were equivalent to a piece of 9th-tiered profound armament in the lower realm. But in God realm, it was just the price for one night's stay in a rundown inn. The 1,000-mile inn's innkeeper intentionally duped those ascenders who didn't know the price. But Huangyueli didn't really mind being duped for a little money. She intentionally showed a painful expression on her face and struggled for half a day before she took out a big bag of rainbow spirit stones, then stuffed it into the innkeeper's hands. "All right, since that's so, thank you innkeeper for this." He smiled happily and found a waiter to bring her upstairs. Huangyueli intentionally looked at the innkeeper's side from another position when she walked upstairs. She saw the two earlier guards had indeed walked to the innkeeper and checked on the rainbow spirit stones which he had received from her earlier. After verifying that there was no mistake, they nodded their heads. Huangyueli narrowed her eyes and understood what happened. A wily old fox like Huang Sanbai indeed wouldn't just stop searching for her on the streets. He also sent some manpower and check on the inns where practitioners would often visit. Just based on the registration in the lodging area, they would be able to filter out a great number of suspicious practitioners. Moreover, Huangyueli also believed that although it wasn't possible to find out every single event in God Realm's plane, they would get a rough guide on the lower realm's situation. Hence, to come out with a foolproof plan, Huangyueli first looked for that ascender and used that weapon which looked similar to a supreme profound armament to trade with him. Actually, Li Dan's rainbow spirit stones weren't Huangyueli's main aim. The more important thing was Li Dan knew all the information that was related to Golden Ray Continent. With this information, Huangyueli would be able to smoothly disguise herself as a practitioner who had ascended from Golden Ray Continent. As for Li Dan, it was part of Huangyueli's plan that he would leave Serene Rain Town after he got the supreme profound armament. This decreased the possibility of her lies being exposed further. Huangyueli easily solved her identity crisis and came to the room. Facing such a simple and rundown room, she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, she lay on the bed and soon fell asleep. On the second day in the morning, Huangyueli awoke. She carefully changed and swaggered out of the door. On the streets, she could hear several people discussing softly. "Hey, why is the interrogation becoming so severe in our Serene Rain town recently? So many lower realm ascenders had been put into prison in the past few days. Isn't that so? Even for a native like me, who was born from this place, I was almost captured too. Luckily, the prison officer recognized me and helped to verify my identity, so I was released. Could there be some suspicious character who had come to Serene Rain town? But what kind of suspicious ascender from the lower realm could there be? Even Sacred Phoenix race is looking for that person with great fanfare. You say, could these two matters be related? That's hard to say. But I heard that Sacred Phoenix's missing genius was killed by that lower realm ascender. Moreover, Sacred Phoenix race suspected that the culprit who killed their clansman should have passed by Serene Rain Town. Hence, they pressurized the mayor to pass through layers of interrogation so that they can capture the murderer. No wonder. But this lower realm ascender is really bold. How dare he even touch someone from Sacred Phoenix race? But if that person can even defeat Sacred Phoenix race's genius, then that person must have unfathomable power. On the streets were various guesses regarding the search for people. Huang Yueli's lips twitched when she heard that. She tried her best to look as though nothing had happened and walked through the crowd, directly into a bookstore. In God Realm, all big or small towns had bookstores, and their businesses were flourishing. The reason for their good business was because a majority of their books were different grades of cultivation methods and profound skills. Of course, the real powerful manuals were most large forces' secrets, and would absolutely not appear in common bookstores. But God Realm was a place with numerous thousands of years of accumulation. Furthermore, there were a variety of manuals, and was something that practitioners could easily purchase. Even if they were common manuscripts, these were all valuable treasures to lower realm ascenders. Compared to a majority of those manuscripts that they had come across in lower realm, these were much higher class. Huang Yueli walked into the bookstore, and a waiter immediately walked up to welcome her. "Welcome, sir, may I know what you want to order?" After he asked his question, he started to continue speaking before she gave him a reply. "Right, from your dressing, I can tell that you're an ascender from the lower realm, so you must be looking for God Realm's cultivation methods and profound skills. Then you have come to the correct place. Our bookstore might be small, but we have all the best-selling cultivation methods and profound skills here. The might of it is extremely powerful. As long as you master the 7th form, your battle power will increase by at least 2 times. The price is also very affordable and only costs 9,998 low-grade spirit jades. How about it? Do you want to buy a copy?" Huang Yueli frowned slightly. "No need, I want a. Looks like you think its power isn't strong enough. Sir, you really have good foresight. We have even better profound skills manuals here. Look at this book, Mind Pursue Seal. This is also one of the best-selling cultivation methods in God Realm. As long as you can achieve a huge realm, you will be able to." The waiter didn't wait for Huang Yueli to finish her words and immediately took out another manuscript. Then he started to talk endlessly. Huang Yueli couldn't help but frown and coughed several times to lure the waiter's attention. "Sir, what's the matter?" Huang Yueli said, "I want that overview of God Realm book on the shelf. Please give me a copy." The waiter was stunned. "What? You want the overview of God Realm?" Huang Yueli nodded her head. The waiter waved his hand and asked again, then, "Other than the overview of God Realm, which other manuscripts do you want?" "I only want the overview of God Realm." The waiter looked as though he had just seen a ghost. "What? You only want the overview of God Realm? What's wrong with you? There are so many God Realm's high-level cultivation methods, but you don't want any of them. You only want to buy that useless book? Don't tell me it's because you're too poor? Surely not, right? Don't all of you lower realm ascenders all carry a fortune?" Huang Yueli was speechless. Did he really treat all lower realm ascenders as suckers? Would genuine God Realm high-level cultivation methods be displayed like cabbages on the shelves for people to choose as they wished? Did he think she had no common sense at all? When he wasn't able to push his sales, he claimed that she was too poor. Huang Yueli had already grown impatient, but she wasn't willing to expose herself. Hence she could only try to maintain her patience. I only want that overview of God realm. Can you hurry and pass it to me? There are a lot of people queuing behind me.